World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
The American invasion force has made landings at Oran and Algiers on the north coast of French North Africa and somewhere on the west coast. These first official details came in a War Department communique released about an hour ago, which listed the generals commanding the American units under Commander-in-Chief Lieutenant General Ike Eisenhower. Among the commands are Brigadier General Jimmy Doolittle for air and one of America's foremost tank experts, Major General George S. Patton, commanding the forces landing on the west coast, an indication that formidable armored units spearhead our attacks. The Vichy radio supplied some details of the landings on the west coast. They say that bridgeheads have been established both north and south of Casablanca, at Rabat in the north and at Safi in the south. And from the French reports, it's apparent that landing operations of a major scale are going on. Vichy also confirmed the landings on the north coast at Oran and Algiers. The German radio, quoting Spanish sources, reports that additional Allied fleet and transport units left Gibraltar today. There can be little doubt that our invasion forces are large. The Vichy radio estimates that we have thrown 140,000 men into the operation and adds that British divisions are already on the way to reinforce us. An earlier War Department communique made it clear that this operation has been carefully planned over a period of months, and nothing has been left out. Vichy reports already admit that some French troops revolted against the Vichy command, and there were broadcasts over the Casablanca radio reportedly asking Frenchmen to cooperate with the American invasion forces. We also have learned to use the fifth column. In Berlin, Adolf Hitler is right now making a speech on the eve of the 19th anniversary of the Munich Putsch. There can be little doubt that the German people are stunned by the invasion of Vichy North Africa by our troops. But so far in the speech, the best he has offered them is that he will prepare for all blows. CBS correspondent Charles Cullingwood is with the invasion forces, but as yet there are no communication facilities which he may use for a report. However, we can contact our correspondent in the other North African theater. For Cairo's reaction and the news there, we take you now to CBS Cairo, Winston Burdett reporting.
It's all over but the shouting on this side of Libya. In the battle that knocked him out of Egypt, Rommel is believed to have lost at least 3/5 of his troops. The Axis armies crumbled as they fled, dropping huge pieces all the way to the border, jettisoning arms and men, abandoning whole units, especially Italian units, leaving hundreds of guns and tanks behind them and thousands of trucks and half a dozen valuable headquarters and many, many thousand dead. Somewhere between Attu and a place called Bagouche, German armor made its last hopeless stand. They had 28 tanks and 3 88-millimeter guns in that fight. This was probably most of what they had left in tanks at that time. My own guess is that Rommel today has salvaged enough tanks to form a football team with possibly a few subs for the last quarter. Yesterday, British armored cars were still herding in the stragglers. Around Fuka, many German troops fell out and let themselves be captured. West of Attu, we were still picking up Italians by the thousands. I think this haul just about finished off the Italian armies in Egypt. Today, the British are tumbling west so fast that they have not been able to list the booty. We know now why the Luftwaffe has not been around for the past 3 days. Most of it is a blitz shambles lying around on captured airfields. Some of it is still intact. At one base, we found 5 Messerschmitt 109s ready to take off, with gas tanks full and bomb racks loaded. Somebody left in an awful hurry, and why they didn't fly away, I don't know. We also found dozens of American trucks, which came over here in leased Len days, and were then captured by the Germans and used by them throughout the summer. One parking lot alone produced 60 vehicles, all with their ignition keys in place, and packed with the belongings of officers and men, who also were in a hurry to decamp, but then something happened and they found they were too late. Rommel now is falling back toward bases where he can pick up personnel and some extra supplies. But I can't see how he can make much of a stand in Libya. Rommel personally may make his next stop Benghazi or Berlin. But the fight on this side of Africa is going to be pure desert chase for several weeks to come. And now you will hear Larry Lasser, who has just come here from Moscow.
I've come to Cairo from another world. I came into a world of bright tropical sunshine, well-dressed people, and food aplenty. I left behind a world of drab gray monotone, of people in old clothes with set faces, a cold land of rain and snow squalls, the world that is called Moscow and Russia. Moscow and Cairo have at least one thing in common. They both believe that their war is the war. When they hear I come from Russia, everyone I meet, from officials to taxi drivers, asks me how the war in Russia is going. Then as soon as I start to tell them, they break in to tell me about the war which is nearest to them, the war in the desert. Today's new war, the American landing in French North Africa, was such a well-kept secret here that it came as a great surprise, and the ordinary man on the Cairo streets hasn't begun to grasp its implications yet. Up in Moscow, the Russian people probably haven't learned about the American landing. When they do, which will no doubt be tomorrow morning on their internal radio system with its loudspeaker in every house, they'll be pleased in a mild way. They'll be pleased to know the American war preparations have reached such a stage that we are able to take the offensive somewhere fairly near Europe. But there'll be no dancing in the streets of Moscow, because nothing will really please the Russian people except an actual Allied offensive in Egypt, rather in Europe. Something they can really feel is taking the main burden of the German army off their backs. When I left Moscow after a year in Russia, I could see some bitterness. They really thought there was going to be a second front this year. The Soviet newspapers hinted at it constantly, and undoubtedly the average Russian feels let down. But there's still a good deal of sympathy for America's position. But underlying this feeling of disappointment, there's a fierce pride, a burning pride which has much to do with the incredible Russian resistance at Stalingrad. That pride is going to go a long way toward holding up the morale of Russian civilians this winter, and it's going to be a tough winter. They're going to be short of food. Some people are going to go hungry. A lot of people are going to be cold. I left Moscow in a driving, wet snow squall, but the heat hadn't yet been turned on in any Moscow apartment house. The people are going to be short of clothes, but by patching up their coats, they'll make them last another winter. They're going to be very short of shoes. More and more often, I heard the clacking of wooden-soled shoes on the Moscow pavement. Everything is going to the Red Army. Prices of ration food are strictly controlled in Moscow, but in the public markets, governed only by the laws of supply and demand, prices of unrationed food have soared. A day's pay for a couple of pounds of potatoes, almost a month's pay for a couple of pounds of butter. But of course, this gives the workers something to spend their rubles on. You see, every factory in Russia is turned to war production. There's very little a civilian can buy, except in the second-hand stores. Yet a few things are being done to make the Russian capital more cheerful this winter. Moscow has been dolled up with a new set of streetlights that go far to dissipate the gloom of the long winter nights. There'll be more entertainments and shows this year because Moscow is now considered safe. The military situation is good. The Russian armies are intact all the way from Leningrad to Stalingrad. The main reserves of the Red Army were not used this summer in the small diversion offensives. Russia will have another opportunity this winter to train more reserves. More women will enter the war factories to relieve men for the front. But there's no getting away from the fact that Russia has lost an appreciable part of its ability to produce war machines with the loss of the Don Basin and the destruction of the huge factories at Stalingrad. Unless they can get a lot more tanks from America and England, it will be very difficult for them to launch a major offensive next year. But the Red Army has not lost its ability to engage a lot of German troops. The Battle of Stalingrad will reach a precarious point for both sides in about 2 or 3 weeks when the Volga freezes up, and the fight in the Caucasus has a long time to go on. But the Russians have a saying: Russia and summer don't get along well together. But the Red Army will be in action this winter because winter belongs to Russia. And now to CBS in London. Bob Trout reporting.
London spent this Sunday trying to fit together the pieces of information, always so teasingly meager at the start of an operation. Allied headquarter announcements are released in Washington at the same time as here, but London is still getting most of the news of definite place names from Vichy radio. And Vichy tells us the harbor and town of Algiers have been attacked landings made and a foothold gained, and the situation is serious. 200 miles and more to the west, about halfway between Algiers and Gibraltar, the port of Oran has been attacked. 2 places, a few miles on either side of Oran, have been occupied. That's the Mediterranean front. Around on the Atlantic coast, says Vichy, the airfield at the capital, Rabat, has been attacked from the air. Next most important port in Morocco, Casablanca, has been attacked from both air and sea. Vichy also reports landings at 2 places along the 60-mile stretch of coast between these 2 cities of Rabat and Casablanca. And some 140 miles farther down the Atlantic coast, an important force has been landed at Safi. Vichy Radio, heard in London, makes it clear that the Vichy government is still helping Germany, and Vichy complains that radio is being used as a weapon. They claim that secret radio stations are using the wavelengths of French North African stations, and they insist that General Giraud's spectacular broadcast was a fake. There is no reason at all to think it was a fake. And that's a very brief sketch of what London knows about the African operations so far. London also knows that these long-planned operations on the northwest corner of the African continent have been timed to fit into the British 8th Army's victory over the Axis nearer the northeast corner of Africa. Royal Air Force attacks from this island, like those of the last 2 nights on Genoa, are part of the battle of North Africa and the Mediterranean Sea. Next to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here is a message from our sponsor.
Picture yourself inside a submarine of the United States Navy. A critical moment is at hand.
Stand by, torpedo room. Ready, sound room. Give me a bearing.
156, 157, 8, range 1700.
Stand by, torpedo tube. Set gyro at 120 degrees. Fire on 160.
159, 160.
Fire.
A torpedo cuts through the water, speeds toward a Jap warship, rips a jagged hole through the hull. Yet not one member of the American submarine crew has seen the enemy ship. Many are the wonders of the radio equipment used by Uncle Sam's fighting men in locating enemy targets and directing attacks against them. Admiral workers in both great admiral plants are proud to be building as much of this equipment as they can. The same workers whose skill earned Admiral Radio the reputation of being America's smart set. Admiral will continue to work 100% for the war effort until we've won the victory. This means no more Admiral radios can be built for civilian use, but most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of the famous Admiral Victory line, the latest model Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Ask your Admiral dealer to demonstrate them for you. Now, here again is John Daly.
We have heard the latest developments from the newly opened and the old war theaters in North Africa. Now to another war zone, the Southwest Pacific. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
News of the great British drive and of the American Expeditionary Force in Africa hit these Hawaiian Islands with an enthusiastic reception. But let this be one voice to shout that there still is a bitter war in the Pacific against a powerful foe. To highlight the fight in the Southwest Pacific, let me introduce Lieutenant Chester Budds of Housatonic, Massachusetts, who's been both co-pilot and pilot of a flying fortress. He has just arrived in Hawaii after more than 60 missions in the Southwest Pacific. The kind of fighting our flying men are doing in the New Guinea area makes veterans of men in a few months. Lieutenant Budds, in all your flights, what is most memorable?
We took off one dawn in a fortress, looking for Japanese ships. Off the coast of New Guinea, we sighted a Jap convoy. They cut loose with an anti-aircraft, and then we came face to face with 10 Jap Zero.
Well, what did they do?
They spread and came in from all directions. Our top gunner, Sergeant Ben Hale, blew up one of them. We fought them for 10 minutes more. Then our tail gunner, Sergeant Bob Forsyth, blew a Jap pilot right out of his plane. Both he and the plane dropped to a crash.
Well, Lieutenant, any of your men wounded?
Our side gunner, Sergeant Gradle, was wounded, but he kept shooting. In about 2 minutes, our bottom gunner, Sergeant Bob Curtis, smashed another Zero. Got wounded, but kept on shooting.
How long did you fight them?
We fought them for an hour. Heading for Port Moresby. 50 minutes of fighting, and our radio operator, Sergeant Jim Clark, blew up a fourth Zero.
and then the rest of them peeled off and turned back.
What was your damage?
They put about 300 bullet holes in us, and about 15 cannon holes. They knocked out 2 of our 4 engines, shot away the oil pressure, 1 of the aileron cables, and flattened 1 tire. We came over the Owen Stanley Mountains on 2 motors and into Port Moresby in the midst of an air raid. With only 2 motors, all we could do was to go in, and we did. We were plenty glad to be back on land. Our wounded men were both okay, and that's the way the fighting is in the Southwest Pacific.
And plenty right in it. Lieutenant Leonard Hummerson, Lieutenant Buds, Lieutenant Ernest Reed, and the Sergeants Hale, Clark, Freeman, Forsyth, Gradle, and Curtis were decorated with a Silver Star for gallantry in this action. Yes, America, there's still a tough war to be won in the Pacific. Barbara Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to Columbia in New York.
Much of our news of the North African situation is coming from Washington, where the War Department has issued several communiques, and the Navy has given out more news of the fighting on Guadalcanal since we've been on the air. For the latest developments, Admiral Radio turns now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The War Department has just announced that American forces are now landing at Oran and Algiers on the Mediterranean coast of Africa and at another unannounced spot on the Atlantic coast. The same communique also reveals that Major General Mark W. Clark is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the current operations in North Africa. Also, that Brigadier General James H. Doolittle of Tokyo fame is the commander of American Air Forces in the operations. Major Clark is a relatively young man to hold the rank of Major General. He is only 46 years old. He has, however, seen service in France during the last war when, as a captain, he was wounded in action. At the same time, the War Department makes public a message sent to General Eisenhower by General George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff of the United States Army. The message was dispatched to Eisenhower before his departure for England for the North African Theater. It reads, "You and your command sail with the hopes and prayers of America. For months you have planned, trained, and conditioned yourselves for the great task ahead. Godspeed to your success. I have complete confidence in your leadership and in the aggressive fighting quality of your troops." And here's a communique that's just been handed to me, a communique on naval operations in the Solomons. American forces on Guadalcanal have advanced 4 miles beyond Coley Point, east of Henderson Field, to the Metatono River without meeting any Jap opposition. The communique also reveals that 1 Japanese destroyer was believed to have been sunk in action off Guadalcanal, and that 1 cruiser and another destroyer were badly damaged. The cruiser may have been sunk. Last night in the White House, as we listened to the President's Secretary, Stephen A. Early, read off to us the proclamation of the American invasion of Africa, most of the reporters present were inclined almost to shout for joy. To say it was the best news since the beginning of the war would be a gross understatement. To most of us, it was the best news in several years. I make no pretense of having suspected what was coming. I, frankly, was probably just as surprised at what we'd done as Adolf Hitler probably is today. And I think most other observers here in Washington would agree with me. It's not so much that we were joyfully surprised at learning American forces had invaded French Africa. We had suspected for several days that something of the sort would happen. But what really surprised us was that everything had been so obviously well conceived and well coordinated. The American people owe our Army and our Navy a debt of gratitude today. They've shown us that they know far better how to fight a war than most typewriter strategists. But if many of us underestimated the strategical ability of our military leaders, an overwhelming majority of us underestimated the common sense, I'm afraid, of our State Department. Since the bombshell burst last night at 9 o'clock, the picture of America's part in the war has become increasingly clear. It's like a cool, bright morning with the sunlight driving away the fog and mist of the preceding night. There's much, of course, that still can't be revealed. But it can be revealed that our policy in connection with Vichy has had the following aims. 1, to obtain reliable information from week to week of the political situation in France. 2, to maintain close relations with the French people and to spur resistance. 3, to keep alive the French faith in America and our common democratic traditions. 4, to gather all military information available. 5, to prevent the French fleet and French military and naval establishments from falling into the hands of the Germans. And 6, and finally, to pave the way for a military campaign to drive the Germans out of the Mediterranean. In other words, from the evidence first available today, it seems that our government was counting on a Mediterranean campaign from the very day of the Franco-German armistice 2 summers ago. That campaign began at 9 o'clock last night. It's the real second front. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Next, an analysis of the North African military moves by Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A great plan of United Nations offensive grand strategy unrolls slowly before our eyes. Its first phase has been virtually completed in Egypt with the smashing of Marshal Rommel's Axis armies. The second phase is in progress at the other corner of North Africa as American troops land on the Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts of the French possessions there. At or near Casablanca, Rabat, Oran, and Algiers, so far as our present information goes, perhaps at other places yet to be announced. Marshal Pétain has ordered the troops in French North Africa to resist our forces. It remains to be seen whether they will or can. Vichy reports that some fighting has already taken place, but calls the situation serious. There are indications that a revolt is in progress in French North Africa, with some military elements participating. Vichy claims that a rising at Casablanca has been put down, but admits that one battalion is still holding out. A broadcast on the Algiers radio calling on all Frenchmen to join hands with the Americans is credited to General Henri Giraud, formerly a prisoner in Germany, who escaped from German hands last summer. The military significance of these reports may be very considerable, for if the French troops are divided in their allegiance to Vichy, it will be almost out of the question for anything like prolonged resistance to be offered to the powerful American forces now landing on the coast of French North Africa. There is no immediate indication of any attempt by Axis forces to interfere with our operations, though the heavy British raids on Genoa may be interpreted as interference with any such possible move. The French fleet is reported from Berlin to be at Toulon with steam raised. This may be Nazi wishful thinking. In any case, there appear to be ample British and American naval forces present in the Mediterranean to deal with the French fleet, should it, unhappily, attempt to cover the movement of any Vichy or Axis troops toward the African coast. The seizure of the principal seaports in Algiers and Morocco will also prevent any reinforcements from arriving for this purpose. No further report has been received of the Allied convoy, reported yesterday from Vichy as steaming eastward beyond Algiers and nearing the Strait of Sicily. This may be the force which has now attacked Algiers itself, or it may represent either a descent on the Tunisian naval port of Bizerta or even a direct assault on the great Axis supply base at Tripoli itself.
Here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
In the war between the states, the Shenandoah fought an engagement 2 months after the war. Such an event couldn't happen today. Radio keeps troops and units in constant communication. Radio serves many military purposes, and Uncle Sam needs every radio device which can be manufactured, so take care of the radio set you now own. Most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of new Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations. But when this supply is exhausted, no more will be available until after we've won the war. Ask your Admiral dealer to help make your present radio last for the duration, whether it bears the Admiral name or not. Admiral dealers have every facility to give you service, whether your set needs a new tube or a damaged cabinet rebuilt. In peacetime, Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, partly because Admiral dealers were men upon whom the public could rely. In wartime, that confidence may be doubled, for Admiral dealers realize the importance of radio here at home. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral again will give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Americans, this war is a matter of life or death. Don't pull your punches. If you've not already signed up for 10% in war bonds on the payroll savings plan, sign up now. Let that be your fighting answer to the enemy. Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Admiral Radio takes you at once to CBS Algiers, Charles Cullingwood reporting.
Algiers is a beautiful city. To the thousands of British and American troops here, it is a vast show place with everything in it fascinating and exciting and different. It's not like any city these boys have ever known. In the central section of the town, the buildings are modern. They're big white buildings, half European, half Muslim in architecture with minarets and lattice work and gay colored tiles. Through the streets, there walks a constant, colorful procession. Arabs in their red fezzes and baggy native dress, barefoot Muslim women with only their eyes showing above their white veils. And through it all stroll American soldiers, hundreds of them, their eyes wide open, taking it all in. I stopped on a street corner this afternoon to talk to a couple of them. One of them shook his head. "I've never seen anything like this except in pictures," he said. And the other one looked at him and said, "I've never seen anything like this, period." And then both of them stopped talking to shake hands with some young Frenchmen who just wanted to come up and let them know that they were glad that the Americans were here. Up in the native quarter, the Kasbah, as they call it, piled up on the hill, house above house, the scene is even stranger. The Kasbah is another city, a city within a city, full of little houses and twisting narrow streets that run steeply up the hill. By day, it is crowded and picturesque. By night, it is silent and mysterious. I got lost up there last night. There was no soul to be seen, only the green eyes of cats gleaming in the night and the feeling that behind the closed doors and shuttered windows, there were eyes watching you pass. This, then, is the Algiers that American troops are sightseeing in and working in today. It's a friendly city. In the week that we have been here, we've turned the civil administration back to the French. The French are running the city now. We are their guests. That is the way we try to act, and that is the way they treat us. We are honored guests. The French are doing everything they can to help us. You can't even ask your way in Algiers without 3 or 4 people jumping on the running board of your car and taking you there themselves. And this broadcast, if it hadn't been for the heroic efforts of the French officials who operate Radio Algiers, it would never have got out. And we don't even know now whether it is going out. I'm broadcasting tonight from a tiny, bare little hotel room. It's the only place we could find. There's a French engineer here who presides over a portable outfit that he brought in here yesterday. He's doing 4 things at once, and he's been doing it for hours. If we get on the air, and I say again, I don't know whether we are, it's because of these Frenchmen of Radio Algiers who have surmounted 1,000 difficulties to help us. So today, Algiers lies white and gleaming under the African sun. It's a happy city. A good deal happier, I think, than before we came. But this is a military operation we're engaged in here, and there are a lot of soldiers in Algiers who don't have time to look at the sights. When the Americans took Algiers, they laid a stepping stone. Now the British First Army is here, and the First Army is beginning to step. General Anderson said yesterday that the job of his First Army was to kick Rommel in the pants, and he means to do it. It's going to be a hard job. General Anderson knows it, and the First Army knows it too. They have vast distances to cover, and they've got to cover them fast. The Germans are trying to consolidate in Tunisia, and they're trying to throw up a barrier between this First Army of General Anderson and the 8th Army of General Montgomery. So far, the Germans have landed what they call here a considerable air force in Tunisia. They've also landed some ground troops, and they're pouring in more, both ground and air, just as fast as they can. It's the job of the First Army to get there before the Germans can be strong, and the First Army is racing just as fast as it can. So far, the advance is a matter of seizing ports and airfields like the one at Bone and leapfrogging from them toward the enemy. Any day now, the main body of the First Army will begin to roll, and when it does, its advance will be rapid and spectacular. This is Charles Collingwood in Algiers, returning you to CBS in New York.
And now for more news of the whole North African and Mediterranean area, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
In London, just as in the United States, everyone is trying to keep up with the swiftly moving military and political events in the Mediterranean theater. In the rush, it's hard to fit the details into their places in the right perspective, and meanwhile, other news events which would usually be big news are lost in the shuffle. Here in London, we've been listening constantly to Radio Morocco and to Algiers. The political situation down that way is obviously still very, very difficult. In London, the strange case of Darlan looks not one bit less strange tonight. On the military side, all seems to be well, but of course, the hardest times are still ahead. The statement from number 10 Downing Street this evening says that 13 U-boats have been destroyed in the fighting off French North Africa, while Rommel's total losses by casualties and capture to date are now estimated by General Alexander as 75,000 Germans and Italians. We heard Radio Morocco, in American hands, say today that American troops crossed the Tunisian frontier last night and that they are making rapid progress toward the cities of Bizerta and Tunis. We've heard since then from Algiers that British and American reconnaissance parties have penetrated across the border into Tunisia, seeking the best way through the passes for the First Army, which is advancing as fast as possible. Apparently, most of General Anderson's British First Army is still on the Algerian side of that frontier, moving ahead on land, sea, and air as one unit. The British Broadcasting Corporation's observer with the First Army says that General Anderson describes the capture of the Bone airfield as a good example of British-American cooperation. This Bone airfield was taken by British parachute troops with a few Americans, all carried by American pilots in American planes. Simultaneously, the Royal Navy landed a mixed body of commandos. General Anderson said to this BBC observer, "A long period of strain, very hard living and hard fighting faces us. This is no picnic." Some of the American parachute troops in action in this theater are the ones who flew direct from Britain, led by their Colonel Edson Raff. Not very long before these parachute troops left, I flew with Colonel Raff and his men over the English countryside, but not very high over it. And they were all eager, very eager, to get over the training period and to start jumping into a real battle. One thing they told me fits in perfectly with General Anderson's words. They said, the serious work of parachute troops begins after they have hit the ground. The capture of Bone Airfield has provided a first-class base for the Royal Air Force. Many of the British pilots flying from Bone got their experience flying from Britain in sweeps over northern France, and now they're knocking down the Axis planes on another front. On the other side of Tunisia, Britain's Malta-based aircraft are taking part in the battle by attacking the enemy-held airfield at Tunis. And the Royal Air Force twin-engine fighters from Malta have made another successful low-level attack on this Tunis field. In a moment or two, we shall hear from General Alexander's zone of the Mediterranean, where the British 8th Army is scarcely more than 200 miles along the coastal road from the Axis base of Benghazi. But in the few moments remaining to me in London, let me see if I can explain a little bit more in this period about the political situation which I was telling you about. Last night, CBS was able to bring you the first American broadcast from French North Africa since the landings. In it, Columbia's correspondent Charles Collingwood told us that the political situation is indeed still difficult. There's great allegiance to the established doctrine of Marshal Pétain. That is why, said Mr. Collingwood, Darlan's appointment as head of the government has been so well received in French North Africa, because Darlan is so closely connected with Pétain. I've reported to you before on how the mystery of Darlan looks from London. Now, Radio Algiers, in American hands, is broadcasting French-language announcements in the name of the Marshal, head of the French state. At the same time, the German-controlled French news agency on the continent is telling us that the French admiral commanding the French fleet at Toulon, on the wrong side of the Mediterranean, has just taken the oath of allegiance to the Marshal, head of the state, meaning, in this case, that the French fleet will not try to escape from the Germans. And now the time is up in London, so next to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
وكان يخطب مؤتمرا دوليا فقال ينبغي أن نطرح كيف يصيغ هتلر في وجه العالم.
We regret that technical difficulties have made it impossible for us to get the report of Winston Burdett from Cairo, but here in the CBS World News headquarters, we have the latest press dispatches which say that RAF fighters shot down at least 7 Axis planes and damaged many more between Tunis and Sicily yesterday, raising their bag to 20 in 3 days of assaults on the enemy's North African transport shuttle route. And meanwhile, the British land forces in Libya drove within 180 miles of Benghazi in pursuit of the shattered Africa Corps. An official announcement said that most of the latest Axis ferry planes, which of course are headed for Tunis, have been knocked down. And there is a report that these transports, when attacked, give off a great concentration of fire, indicating that they are carrying German troops packing Tommy guns. The first attack was made at 10:15 a.m. yesterday when RAF fighters caught up with a flight of 35 of these transports, covered by 12 Nazi Messerschmitt fighters off Cap Bon in Tunisia. At 12:45, they pounced on another formation, and they have been attacking these formations all day long. Pursuit of Marshal Erwin Rommel's hapless desert troops, meanwhile, reached the eastern side of the Libyan hump at Tamimi, some 180 airline miles from Benghazi. The British 8th Army is pounding its way on to one of the greatest victories of this war. Some hundreds of miles to the north, in Russia, the latest German attempts to break through to the Volga in northern Stalingrad met with some initial successes, but the Red Army, in some of the heaviest fighting in recent weeks, cut off the Nazi wedge in the factory district and went on to smash attack after attack. The Germans threw masses of infantry, heavily supported by tanks, at a narrow sector which was only about 700 to 800 feet in width. After hours of fighting, this force broke through on one street, but Soviet counterattacks closed the gap before the Nazis could pour through. The Nazis are making what may well be their last try before winter forces them to retire. In the central Caucasus, near Nalchik, and on the Black Sea coast front above Tuapse, the Russians are improving their positions generally. If Hitler hoped to cover Nazi reverses in North Africa with successes in Russia, he has failed once again. Even the German High Command communique today obliquely admits that the Red Army is holding its own all over Russia. And now, here is a message from our sponsor.
Only a few months ago, a flying fortress flown by Captain Parcell and his crew of United States Army Air Force men was over the Philippines. Inside the plane, these commands were heard.
Bombardier.
Bombardier reporting, sir.
Bearing target. Take over.
1 degree to left. Hold on course. Bomb bay's open.
Bomb bay's open.
Bombs away.
Captain Parcell and his crew, in the air 32 hours, stopped 2 Jap invasion forces, sunk loaded Jap transports, and knocked down Jap Zero fighters. Such men deserve the best possible equipment, as much of it as they can use. For them, for others like them, Admiral workers in both great Admiral plants are working, building the finest, most dependable radio equipment they know how. And while Admiral workers build equipment, Admiral dealers act to keep civilian radio sets in perfect condition. Admiral dealers are specialists in radio servicing. Regardless of the brand name your present radio carries, let your Admiral dealer help you make it last for the duration. Or, if you need a new radio, ask him to show you the new Admiral Victory line. Most dealers still have a limited number of both Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Once you've seen and heard an Admiral, you'll know why it's considered America's smart set. And here again is John Daly.
We turn next to the Pacific, where the past few days have produced important developments. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
On the night of November 12th, last Friday night, East Longitude time, a series of naval engagements began between forces of the United States Navy and the Japs. These actions continued through Saturday, with our Navy's communique saying that both American and Japanese forces suffered losses. It was obvious at once that no details concerning the battle would be forthcoming while the battle was in progress. For to release such details would provide the enemy with information of great value to him. Thus, there's no statement this morning from the Pearl Harbor headquarters of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet. The Admiral and his staff are calm, confident, and very busy. This sea battle is continuing. And while it is more of a series of encounters rather than a full-dress single battle, it is of major importance. The Japs would like to drive our land forces from Guadalcanal Island and its precious airfield. To do this, they must protect their men and supplies with their naval forces. Our Navy is seeking the Jap sea forces wherever they can be found. There's plenty of rugged action in the South Pacific. To give you an idea of what goes on in this vast sweep of ocean and island-dotted area, it must be remembered that there have been, since the Coral Sea battle last May, more major naval actions out here in 6 months than there have been in all the previous history of modern navies combined. And considering long lines of supply and the vastness of the area, there have never been any naval battles quite like these in the Pacific. We have to win them the hard way. Successes in New Guinea give our Army planes a clearer area from which to strike at enemy supply bases, transports, and their escorts. As with all America, Hawaii was electrified at the great news of the rescue of Captain Eddie Rickenbacker and his crew in the Pacific somewhere between here and Samoa by a flying boat of the United States Navy. It is not known whether these hardy survivors will be brought here to Hawaii. The good news from North Africa continues to cheer our fighters out here in the Pacific. Don't forget them. There's a big fight going on out here against a tough enemy. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to CBS in New York.
Here at home, there has been considerable confusion over the political implications of the occupation of French North Africa, as there has been in London, particularly in regard to the status of Admiral Darlan, former French commander-in-chief. Washington has further news on that. So Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
There's been no War Department communique so far on developments in North Africa, but it's reasonably certain that American forces are now attacking or about to attack the German-held airdromes and other strong points in the vicinity of Bizerte and Tunis. There's reason to believe there are about 10,000 German troops in Tunisia, and that more are coming in as fast as they can be ferried across the Mediterranean from Sicily. Only the position of the naval commanders at Bizerte seems doubtful, and they may well have decided to side with the Allies following Admiral Darlan's recognition as chief of government in all North Africa. As Charles Collingwood told you last night, in the first broadcast received from Algiers, pro-Vichy sentiment was much stronger throughout North Africa than we at first anticipated. Bob Trout has just told you how the Darlan situation looks in London. Here's how it looks in Washington. Whatever Americans may think of Marshal Pétain, it's obvious that the old man was respected to the point of reverence by large numbers of influential political, military, and naval leaders throughout Morocco and Algiers. And all these people remained loyal to Admiral Darlan as Pétain's right-hand man. It's becoming increasingly evident that General Eisenhower was faced with a dilemma, either of signing an immediate armistice with Darlan or facing the prospects of continued Vichy resistance. He seems to have chosen the former alternative for two reasons. First, in order to avoid useless bloodshed and the necessity of wasting 50 or 60,000 American fighting men in policing unfriendly territory, and second, in order to be able to enter Tunisia as soon as possible. Morocco and Algiers were pacified several days ahead of schedule, and now, thanks to our agreement with Darlan, complete order reigns, and it's possible for our army to go ahead with the investment of Tunisia without wasting a single moment of very valuable time. Tunisia is the keystone to our occupation of the African coast of the Mediterranean. And now here's Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott, with an analysis of the situation in the South Pacific.
The Japanese appear to be making a renewed attempt to establish naval control of the waters around the embattled island of Guadalcanal. What success they are having, if any, is as yet uncertain. It is quite possible that they may be beaten off once more. But even if they are, we should understand that they will keep coming back and keep trying until they are finally deprived of the means of doing so, which means deprived of the basis from which such attacks can be launched. In other words, there is no victory to be chalked up for us in this part of the world until we have taken all the Japanese bases on New Guinea and New Britain, as well as their remaining footholds in the Solomons. And to do this, we must gain command of the sea so that we can move troop ships. If all this can be accomplished, we shall then have 600 miles of open sea between us and the next nearest Japanese bases in the Caroline Islands, and we can consolidate our positions for further operations. It will then take a major Japanese effort to get at us, while we shall have excellent new submarine bases for attacks on Japan's vital overseas communications. But as long as the Japanese remain close at hand, as they are now, with the support of their big advanced base at Rabaul, making possible the continuing assembling of effort, the hit down the long line into the Solomons, we shall have no rest on Guadalcanal. The Japanese will not give us any. Their whole idea appears to be to prevent us from getting comfortably set in the southeastern Solomons so that we can launch new amphibious attacks to gain new footholds. And it is a very sound idea from the Japanese point of view. They have been willing to make great sacrifices to carry it through, and they are continuing to do so. One countermeasure which we are taking may prove to be of unexpected value, and that is the American-Australian advance on the mainland of New Guinea. The Japanese, having lost the mountain passes and their advanced position at Kokoda, have now been driven from Wairopi by the Australians, while an American force is approaching the Japanese coastal base at Buna. There seems to be a distinct possibility that the whole of eastern Papua is about to fall into our hands. And this, if true, menaces the Japanese in the western Solomons and all the approaches from Rabaul toward Guadalcanal. But the real decision will be at sea, and not until we have been able to gain the upper hand there can we expect any decisive results in the southwestern Pacific. Merely beating off Japanese attacks will serve no permanent purpose. We now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And that's World News Today. Now here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Do you know what radiogoniometry is? Well, probably not. But the United States Army Signal Corps does, for radiogoniometry is the science by which it locates enemy radio stations. Hundreds of radio terms and devices are unfamiliar to us, yet vital to the armed forces. If you could walk through the Admiral plants, you would see many of these radio devices in the process of being manufactured. Thousands have already been delivered. Many more will be, for Admiral's facilities have been pledged 100% to the war effort until victory has been won. This means, of course, that no Admiral radios, no Admiral radio phonograph combinations are being made for civilian use today. However, most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of the new Admiral Victory line. If you do need a radio, see your Admiral dealer. The Victory line is comprised of the finest radios and radio phonograph combinations Admiral has ever turned out. See for yourself why Admiral, in peacetime, became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral again will give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Americans, this war is a matter of life or death. Don't pull your punches. If you've not already signed up for 10% in war bonds on the payroll savings plan, sign up now. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from world capitals as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
It is clear now that the Russians look for more than the lifting of the siege of Stalingrad. They're out to smash the German armies. Today's noon communique from Moscow announced that the surprise offensive of the Red Army on the Central Front west of Moscow widened breaches gouged out of the German lines and continued its advance against stubborn resistance. How deep the penetration is was not stated in the noon communique, but a special communique issued earlier announced a breakthrough which isolated Velika Luki, 280 miles west of Moscow and only 90 miles from the old Latvian frontier. The statistics of the damage done to the Germans on the Central Front indicate that the successes before Stalingrad are being repeated. According to the Russians, 300 populated places have been recaptured on a breakthrough 20 miles wide. 10,000 Germans have been killed and 5 Nazi divisions routed. Perhaps even more important, 2 vital German supply lines in the area have been cut. One is the east-west rail line running from Moscow to Riga, the other a branch railroad running southwest from Velika Luki to the town of Nevel. The fighting west of Moscow demonstrates beyond all doubt that the Red Army is strong enough to sustain a winter offensive. The Nazis long ago built a powerful line of fortifications west of Moscow, fortifications that were constructed by Fritz Stott, who built the Siegfried Line to protect the French-German border. And it's these fortifications that the Russians have cracked. Meanwhile, at Stalingrad, the Russians continue to advance northwest and southwest of the city. Although the noon communique gave little detail, it did say that in the past 24 hours, another 2,300 Nazis were killed on 2 sectors northwest of Stalingrad, and 64 Axis planes were shot down.
Later in the program, Larry Lasser, CBS correspondent, who has just come home from Moscow, will give his first uncensored report of our Russian allies. On the other fronts in the West, an Allied communique has announced the occupation of Jadeda, a rail center 12 miles northwest of Tunis City in Tunisia, and says that operations are proceeding satisfactorily elsewhere. And now for a first-hand report of the Tunisian fighting, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
It will be 1832 GMT. I'll give you that check, which is coming up now. The CBS in North Africa, time checking for CBS in New York. 1832 coming up in 10 seconds. Time checking very well. In 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, what? 55 now. That was 1832 GMT. I'll be going ahead in a minute and a half. Oh, thanks. Come on, New York.
You have just heard Charles Collingwood, the CBS correspondent in Algiers, checking through with our offices here in New York, and you heard his report saying that we would hear from him in a minute and a half by our clocks. Until that time, we can give you some more news of the activity in North Africa. Although the reports from Libya say that there is no land activity and little air activity, the slim details that we do have of the fighting indicate that the Allied forces in Libya and in Tunisia are working together, and that the air forces are going ahead of the land forces acting as artillery, softening up the German spots and hammering at their supply lines. It's very much the type of action which preceded the British 8th Army's great offensive at El Alamein, which crushed, as you know, Rommel's Africa Corps. An earlier report from the CBS correspondent in Cairo said that the leaders of the two Allied forces in Africa, the forces in Libya and Tunisia, have conferred recently at General Eisenhower's headquarters, indicating that the two forces are working very closely together. And now we will make another attempt to get the report of Charles Collingwood direct from Tunisia. For that first-hand report of the Tunisian fighting that is going on at land perhaps heavier than we know, CBS Algiers is called in. Charles Collingwood reports. The signal from Algiers seems to have failed. Either that or technical difficulties are offering too much interference. We'll see if we can pick it up later on. Meanwhile, we take you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting. This is CBS in New York calling CBS in London. Go ahead, Bob Trout. We regret that the circuits with Europe seem to have failed for the moment. We will come back and try and pick them up again. Meanwhile, the news here at home is news of new activity in the Aleutians, where the Navy says the Japanese have reoccupied Attu. But the war news is shared here at home with a terrible tragedy in Boston. Fire swept through the Coconut Grove, a nightclub in the hub city last night, and up to the present it's known that 431 people lost their lives. It was the third most disastrous single fire in modern history. And now, for a report from our own capital, we take you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
It's been evident for some time past that we're fast approaching a manpower crisis and that very little has been done to avoid it. Congress has been doing a lot of talking, but adequate legislation has yet to be drafted. Meanwhile, it appears that President Roosevelt has decided to solve at least part of the problem by reorganizing his cabinet. Rumors of the past few days have been confirmed, at least to the extent that the President has offered the Department of Labor to Harold Ickes, now Secretary of Interior. If Mr. Ickes accepts, it's understood that he would assume control of both manpower and selective service, as well as routine labor administration. Friends say that Mr. Ickes is reluctant to give up his beloved Department of Interior, especially for a job so full of dynamite as that of labor czar. But he will obey the orders of his commander-in-chief if the president sees fit to insist. If Mr. Ickes does accept, He will relieve Madam Secretary Perkins, who will probably be appointed Director of Social Security. Paul McNutt, now Manpower Czar, but with none of the authority accompanying czardom, would replace Mr. Ickes at the Department of Interior, it's understood. One reason for so much undercover negotiation seems to be that the Army is opposed to unified civilian control over both labor supply and the draft. General Somerville is said to believe that the Army should have control of both. But Mr. Ickes is said to have made it clear that he wouldn't consider taking over manpower control without similar control over the draft boards. He believes, and so it appears does the President, that labor supply and selective service are both integral parts of the same problem, that neither can be solved independently. This solution of manpower control is said to please both government officials and congressional leaders who've advocated centralized control for some time, but apparently it doesn't please the War Department. Advocates of the cabinet shift point out one further advantage to the plan of making Mr. Ickes czar of both labor supply and the draft. As Secretary of Labor, they say, Mr. Ickes would become a member of James F. Burns' Economic Stabilization Board, and thus Mr. Burns and Mr. Ickes would be vested with sufficient authority to coordinate manpower control with control over wages and prices. As John Daly has told you, the Japanese have succeeded in reoccupying Attu Island in the Aleutians. The Navy communique gives no details, but merely reports that flying fortresses on Thanksgiving Day bombed a small cargo vessel off the island. 3 hits were scored and the ship was sinking when last seen. Army fighters which accompanied the flying fortresses strafed enemy anti-aircraft installations on the island. On Guadalcanal, the Navy says, there's nothing to report except minor patrol activity incident to the consolidation of our positions. Yesterday, Solomon's time, United States aircraft carried out a night attack on enemy shipping in the Munda Bay area of the New Georgia Islands. Recently, minor enemy activity had been observed in this group, and Japanese destroyers had shelled several villages. A simultaneous War Department communique announces that Allied forces have occupied the rail center of Jeddah, only 12 miles outside Tunis, and operations are said to be proceeding satisfactorily around Mater, 25 miles south of Bizerte. Yesterday, the War Department says, we bombed the airdrome and docks at Bizerte, causing considerable damage. 10 enemy planes were shot down in dogfights over the city at a loss of only 2 planes of our own. The War Department adds that the enemy twice bombed Bonn yesterday. 3 out of a flight of 8 German bombers were destroyed, and later 1 out of 8 Italian bombers were shot down. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Here in London, here in New York, we find that our circuits with Europe have been reinstated, and we will attempt to call our correspondents in Europe in for their reports. For the first of the reports from overseas, Admiral Radio calls in CBS Cairo, Winston Burdett reporting.
This is Mr. Morrison speaking from Cairo. This is a beautiful season in Egypt, the best time of the year. The weather is like mid-spring at home. In every backyard, rusty chrysanthemums and poinsettias are in bloom. The Army has gone into winter uniform and has acquired that comfortable feeling of superiority that comes with a new suit. We have just had a great victory in battle, and they're beginning to hand the medals around. The brass hats get the big commanders of the bar, and the aviators put up the Distinguished Flying Cross. And now and then somebody back in England or New Zealand gets a package with a Victoria Cross in it to remind them of an unlucky relative. Did you ever see a fellow win a medal? I saw Lance Corporal Baker win a medal. I know Baker better than I know a lot of friends back home, but I have to stop and think to remember his name at birth. I call him Cock, and he calls me Uncle. In peacetime, he used to work in a laundry, and now he drives a truck and he cooks. And in his spare time, he practices American. He talks like a movie gangster. He drove his truck into a mess of German mortars one day near Attu, and people were getting hurt all around. And the mortars were blasting him personally at Baker, and Baker was using horrible language at the mortars, while he moved his truck into position to shield the removal of a badly wounded Scots captain, who was very bloody, and who probably is dead by now. And Baker got blood on his soldier suit, and he was gentle as a girl with the wounded officer. And all the time, the language he was using was not fit for a dying man to hear. But the Scot wasn't listening. And then Baker climbed into his truck again and moved over to another truck that had been disabled. He got out and hitched up a tow line while the mortar bombs kept making loud noises. And he towed the truck off up the road, swearing like a baker. So they announced today that Baker has the military medal. I left him in Benghazi 3 days ago. I kind of hesitate to go back. It must embarrass Baker to be an official hero. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Now here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Have you ever stopped to think how important your radio has become? Not only to you, but to your country as well? This is a total war. We are all in it, every man, woman, and child. What we do on the home front has a direct bearing upon the success of our men on the fighting fronts. Radio not only brings us many pleasant hours of entertainment, it tells us how to fight the battle here at home, the importance of getting in the scrap, the whys and wherefores of rationing, the urgent need for blood plasma by the Red Cross. Do you want to know how you can help win the war? Listen to your radio, then act. Yes, that radio of yours is mighty important to Uncle Sam these days. That's why Admiral dealers throughout the country are standing by to lend a helping hand when something goes wrong with it. Admiral dealers have the experience and facilities to put that radio of yours, regardless of make, back in perfect operating condition, promptly and economically. See your Admiral dealer. He's nearby, waiting and wanting to help. Now here once again, for Admiral Radio, is John Daly.
While the past week did not produce any sensational developments in the Pacific, there was plenty of news of our continued offensive against the Japanese. For that news, Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
With the first anniversary of Pearl Harbor at hand, America can take new pride in her Navy as a result of the Pacific Fleet's recent major victory in the Solomons. A first-class disaster was visited upon the Japanese fleet there between November 12 and 16. Recognition has rightfully been given to the battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, and their personnel who blew the Japs out of the water in the 2-night actions off Savo Island. But equal credit is due to the tough crew of Navy, Marine, and Army flyers who've been fighting out of Guadalcanal for nearly 4 months. It was the ceaseless efforts of these lads who've made it possible for our forces to retake Guadalcanal with its important airfield and to hold it against everything the Japs could throw at them. The success of their stubborn defense of our vital toehold on the road to Tokyo made our great sea victory possible. Now, the spearhead of this crew has been Lieutenant Harold Swede Larson of Birmingham, Alabama, and his pilots of Torpedo Squadron 8. He has just returned from the Solomons, where he and his men took part in every action within range of Guadalcanal since last August. He's right here beside me. Lieutenant Larson, I thought Torpedo Squadron 8 was wiped out in the attack on enemy carriers in the Battle of Midway.
No, not all of us. Lieutenant Commander John Waldron, who raised us all from pups and who we all admire greatly, went in with 15 planes in that attack. The only survivor was George Gay. We also had 6 planes operating from Midway Islands, led by Lieutenant Langdon Fieberling. They made a torpedo attack in the same action and were all lost except 1 plane. Our detachment, held in reserve, was later reinforced and embarked in a carrier and sent to the Solomons. We supported the attack and occupation of the Guadalcanal-Tulagi area August 7th and 8th, and were in the carrier action against the Japs August 24th. Shortly thereafter, we were based ashore on Guadalcanal.
How many attacks have you been in, Lieutenant?
Our squadron has been in 40. I've been in 27. Many of these have been bombing attacks as well as torpedo attacks.
How many ships have you hit, Lieutenant Larson?
Our squadron has hit 14. The last one we hit was on November the 15th.
Well, that was after the 2-night ship battles all around Savo Island, then.
Yes, the remnants of the Jap forces were then scattered up and down the groove and trying to escape to the north. Our job was to go out and pick off the stragglers. We hit a Congo-class battleship and a transport. Some days at Guadalcanal, we didn't fly. Other days, we made as many as 8 attacks. I'd like to introduce my executive officer, Lieutenant Bruce Harwood, a very capable pilot and admirably suited to the tough flying conditions we faced at Guadalcanal.
Where's your hometown, Lieutenant Harwood?
Claremont, California. My wife's in Coronado.
Now, what about these flying conditions Lieutenant Larson mentioned? They're not so bad. Just the usual tropical weather, lots of rain and no visibility. Plenty of mud, about half the flies and mosquitoes in the whole world. We had a lot of fun out of it. It was a pleasure to be there and to operate daily so close to the enemy. Incidentally, our gang operated out of Guadalcanal longer than any other outfit. There was almost continuous bombing and shelling, but our pilots held up in great shape. The flight crews also did a grand job. Isn't that right, Swede?
They certainly rate a lot of credit. So do the engineering and ordnance crews. They're the boys you don't hear much about, but we couldn't have operated without their excellent work. Right now, a few of us are having a short breathing spell and a chance to say hello to a few people. And then we're going back to take another crack at the Japs.
And that's the word from a man who has just been in the thick of the Pacific fighting, cracking the Japs. Lieutenant Harold Swede Larson. With him, his executive officer in Navy Torpedo Squadron 8, Lieutenant Bruce Harwood. All kinds of good luck to you. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor.
And now here he is with his own story of the astounding Russians. Larry LeSueur.
The great Russian offensive, which Premier Stalin originally planned to drive the Germans out of Russia this year, is now taking place. But it's taking place later in the year than Stalin planned. Last May 1st, you remember, he ordered the Red Army to push the invaders out of Russia in 1942. At that time, he was thinking in terms of a United Nations second front in Europe this year. But a lot of unexpected things happened last summer while I was in Russia. The Russians had become overconfident. They didn't expect the great German surge across the Don, and Great Britain did not expect the early German advance in Egypt last July. America did not count on the German submarine and air force strength to sink so many ships. But although Russia used up some of her best divisions in the defense of Stalingrad, the Soviet Union was not compelled to expend her mighty reserve armies. They remained fresh and intact. Now she's throwing them into the battle. Plenty of American equipment is going into the present offensive, too. We piled a lot of stuff into Russia this year, and the Russians were hoarding it until this moment, when they judged that the Germans in the south were exhausted. But we must not forget that the great German armies holding the line in central and north Russia have seen little action this summer. They are still immensely strong. The first stage of the Russian offensive around Stalingrad is completed. The next phase will take longer. The German army trapped on the open plain between the Don and the Volga must be exterminated. This could take a short time if the Germans were inclined to surrender. But Germans rarely surrender as long as they have food, ammunition, and shelter. But that's exactly what they will not have on the bleak steppes. Here there are no trees for firewood, and the iron-cold winds from Siberia pile the Russian snow 10 feet deep. If the Germans could supply this army by transport plane, they could, conceivably, pull through. But Germany's great weakness lies in her overworked air force. The Germans will undoubtedly try to break their way through this Russian ring. It's the new Soviet offensive on the Central Front which is the most remarkable. Here the Russians are scoring appreciable gains against a fresh German army which did not see much action this past summer. You see, there are really two worlds in Russia, Russia in summer and Russia in winter. The only people who understand winter are the Russians. Centuries of mere survival in the terrible 6-month frost have bred a race whose vitality is their greatest attribute. They don't need so much equipment to run a winter offensive. When the snows really get deep, tanks won't work well. This may prevent the Russians from making really decisive gains this winter. But they'll kill a lot of Germans. And now a few words about the Russian civilians, and they deserve it. When I left Moscow, they were getting 1 square meal a day, if they worked. If they prefer to stay home as dependents, they are deprived of their entire fat ration. Matter of fact, they might have a hard time cooking at home, because to save fuel, the gas is turned off in Moscow for days at a time. Last winter, entire blocks of apartment houses had their electric lights turned off for solid weeks. The workers sat in the dark from the time they came home until the time they went to work in the early morning. But still they carry on, alone. Soviet internal propaganda has fostered their pride and nationalism until it burns with a white glow. Years of deprivation have given these people their strength. If Soviet Russia had devoted its great industries to making creature comforts, the Russian people would have been happier, but they also would have been conquered.
That was Larry Lasser, CBS correspondent just returned from Moscow. Now, here's a message from Admiral Radio. Picture American dive bombers flying over an enemy fleet. Suddenly, the radio on every plane barks a command.
Bombing 3. Target contacted. Form echelon.
One by one, the planes peel off, dive, release bombs, and another Jap cruiser heads for Davy Jones' locker. Today, Admiral assembly lines are building the radio equipment which makes such coordinated actions possible. Equipment that gets the message through regardless of altitude, below zero temperatures, the crushing speeds of dive bombings. Every owner of an Admiral radio has proof in his own home of Admiral dependability. Dependability that made Admiral in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changes. When victory is ours, look again to Admiral for the finest in radio entertainment. To Admiral for America's smart set. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral will again give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. In spite of what you may have heard or read, this country is critically short of rubber. That, not a shortage of gasoline, is the reason for gasoline rationing. So when rationing starts Tuesday, obey the spirit as well as the letter of the law. To do so is to help your country. Always share your car and go twice as far. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
A year ago today, at exactly this time, World News Today began with these words. The White House has just announced that Jap planes have attacked Pearl Harbor. This means war. In the days that followed, an angry nation could only guess at the damage the treacherous blow had caused. Today, we know the full story, and today we can be filled with pride that our armed forces, fighting a terrible uphill battle in the Pacific, have already paid back in some measure for what President Roosevelt has called a day of infamy. The sneak attack, to all practical purposes, eliminated our Pacific battle fleet at the time. We know now why the Philippines could not be reinforced. We know now why a pitiful handful of American and Allied cruisers were sent out to face a Jap battle fleet in the Netherlands East Indies fighting. Those were black days, but they are well behind us. A few weeks ago, a rehabilitated American fleet, though heavily outnumbered, handed another Jap battle fleet in the Solomon area a licking it will never forget. And just now, the Navy Department issued a communique saying that we have killed better than 400 more Japs on Guadalcanal. We'll have the full details from Washington shortly. A year ago, we may have been among the "it can't happen here" boys. But now we have gone back to the old American tradition. Put your faith in God and keep your powder dry. One of our allies has a good reason to celebrate today. It's the first anniversary of the start of the Russian winter offensive last year that saved Moscow. Then the Germans were within 18 miles of the city. Today they are on the receiving end of heavy Russian attacks on fronts 130 to 250 miles west of Moscow. In the last 24 hours, 10,000 Germans have been killed, 160 guns and 54 tanks destroyed. The Nazis are putting up stiff resistance, and it's clear that reinforcements have been poured into the Stalingrad area, where the Russians admit the Nazis are using heavy tank forces. But there is every indication that the Red Army is still moving ahead, and that the German position is critical. Their army is still inside Stalingrad, but today's reports indicate that they have been pushed back into the northern and southern outskirts of the city in the last 10 days. On the Central Front, the Nazis are using big fleets of air transport to bring up men and supplies. One Soviet anti-aircraft battery shot down 12 of them and damaged 7 more. Generally, the exact position west of Moscow is confused, but there is reason to believe that Rzhev, the key to the German defenses, is surrounded. As at Stalingrad, the Germans are counterattacking desperately, and the Russians describe the fighting as particularly bitter. German attacks succeeded in capturing 2 of 3 villages, but Soviet counterattacks took the villages back, and field dispatches covering the fighting west of Moscow said that 3 more basic points in the German defenses near Rzhev and 2 near Velikiye Luki had been cleared of the Nazis. Yes, This is a day of celebration for the Russians. Much of their country is still in German hands, but they have blasted the myth of the invincibility of the German Wehrmacht and with confidence have set out to destroy the despoilers of their country. In North Africa, the Allied lines near Teboba and Jadeda are straight and unbroken as the fighting grows in intensity and Allied reinforcements pour up to the front. French and American units moving forward in the southern sector are reported by the Morocco radio to have captured a new Axis-fortified position near Sfax. Now for a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. No part of the battle for Tunisia is more important than the battle in the air. And General Doolittle's boys of the 12th Air Force are doing a magnificent job. Here in the makeshift studio that we've rigged up in Allied Force Headquarters, we have a couple of boys who are very lucky to be here. Wouldn't you say you were lucky to be here, fellows?
Well, I'll say we were. You're not kidding.
That was Lieutenant Dave Slater and Sergeant Ray DeVilla. Both of them from Houston, Texas, and both of them flying in the same bomber. And that laughter that you heard in the background came from the rest of the crew who are all packed in here watching Lieutenant Slater and Sergeant DeVilla getting ready to tell us how it came to be that they're all able to be here. Well, come on now, Slater. You're the pilot. Tell us about it.
Well, you see, this is our first combat mission.
You mean your very first?
That's right.
Well, this has nothing to do with the story, but were you scared?
Well, I was scared. I don't know about the rest. You know, I was scared.
Well, I'll bet you were. Well, let's get on with it. Where were you going on this first combat mission?
We were bombing gators. We had an escort of P-38 pursuit. When we got over the target, we ran into an awful lot of anti-aircraft fire. And remember, Lieutenant Slater, that's when we all stopped being scared. That's right, DeVilla. And it was just as well, too. Because to make a long story short, we got hit.
You got hit? Bad?
Well, bad enough. I could feel this light stuff hitting us, but I didn't know where until I looked down at my pressure gauge and saw the port engine wasn't working.
Well, what did you do then?
Well, let me tell him. Okay, DeVilla, you tell him. You see, the way we were hit, a medium bombers can't fly as far. Lieutenant Slater kept us in the air as long as we could, but we finally had to get back on an even keel and land.
Anybody hurt?
No, sir. We skidded about 150 yards, and then we all jumped out and nothing worse than bruises. Lieutenant Slater counted noses. Lieutenant Howard was the co-pilot from San Diego, California. Lieutenant Hagan, the navigator from Walmart, Arkansas. Sergeant Oran, the waist gunner from Muscatine, Iowa. And Sergeant Fleshman from Conway, Oregon, who's our tail gunner. All okay, but we were all miles behind the enemy line, right out in the desert.
Well, what did you do then?
We started taking this thing out of the plane and getting ready to burn it. And then the air starts popping up.
Wait a minute, Ray. You haven't said anything about the P-38 yet.
Oh, yes. I should have said we saw this P-38 from our escort circling around above us. Then it went off, we hoped, to get help.
Well, what about these errors that popped up?
Well, they kept arriving from nowhere in particular, and by the end we collected about 25 of them.
Were they friendly?
They kept saying American or Allemande. When we finally convinced them that we were American, everything was fine.
But they don't like the Germans, huh?
These fellas didn't, but they called us comrades. Oh, there's another word they use, Ray. Oh, yes, they kept saying Ike or something like this until this moment. I still don't know what it means.
Well, look, one thing that I haven't got straight yet. How far was Oran from the German garrison that gave us?
About 20 miles.
20 miles? And how long were you there?
2 hours and 41 minutes, and that was long enough.
Well, how did it finally end?
Oh, simple enough. One of the Arabs said, shh, and we all listened, and we heard some airplane motors. Then we saw a light bomber and 2 P-38s coming our way. The bomber saw us, landed on that awful rough desert, and taxied right up to it. That's right. And Lieutenant Howell of Seattle climbed out and said, jump in, boys, jump in quick.
And I'll bet you did, too. And what then? What happened then?
Then Lieutenant Howell was set fire to our plane, and the P-38 finished it off with incendiary bullets. And we were off. Nothing to it.
If you ask me, there was plenty to it. And I'm darn glad that you fellows all made it and could be here tonight. We return you now to CBS in New York.
On the old North African front, for several days, the dispatches have been reporting a lull in the fighting. Today's report had nothing to say about the land fighting. And it's true that there hasn't been much land fighting since Marshal Rommel and his fleeing Africa Corps holed themselves up in the natural defenses of El Agheila. But actually, there has been no lull in the battle for Libya. There haven't been many tank and infantry clashes of any great consequences, but fierce air fighting is in progress for control of the Mediterranean, and Cairo is doing its part to help the Tunisian campaign. And now for further news from across the Atlantic, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, flying fortresses attacked the locomotive works at Lille this afternoon. The weather was clear and good results were seen. At the same time, liberators attacked the airfield at Abbeville. Squadrons of Royal Air Force, United States Army Air Force, Dominions, and Allied fighters gave protection. 7 enemy fighters were destroyed. 1 of our fighters and 2 bombers are missing. Sir William Beveridge spoke to a big meeting in Oxford today and drew for his audience a picture of a new Britain after the war. To think of this now, he said, is not to neglect the war. Victory in war and victory in peace are inseparable. Then he named 5 specific evils to be attacked: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. What Sir William Beveridge urged today at Oxford is the setting up of an economic general staff to make a national design for the use of Britain's national resources. Of course, none of this is going to come easily, and that's all right with Sir William Beveridge, who said, "There are no easy times ahead in war or peace. Who wants them?" London Sunday newspapers appeared today with carefully worded little stories written by the journalists the British call political correspondents. These all said that the political correspondent of, fill in the name of the paper here, understands that Minister for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, has been invited to be the next Viceroy of India, and it is believed that he will accept. This is a recognized method in Britain, as in other countries, of sending up a trial balloon. The British call it flying a kite. And the idea here, just as in the United States, is if the cautious little newspaper items bring roars of indignation, then the government can look surprised and can point out that nothing official had ever been said. So far today, there have been no roars of indignation. Not far from London is the town of Greenwich, home of the Royal Observatory. Through Greenwich runs the zero meridian on all maps and charts. Ships on all the world's oceans base their positions on the distance they happen to be at the time from this little town of Greenwich. Before they can even determine where they are, the ship's officers have to know just what time it is in Greenwich. All this worldwide activity is centered in Greenwich's Royal Observatory, where the astronomers have been studying the heavens for a good many years. Today, the observatory announced that sunspot activity, which has been interfering with radio and cable communications off and on for several years, is dying down. There was a storm at the beginning of this week, but the 5 or 6 year cycle is near its end. The disturbances are growing less severe and less frequent. Greenwich astronomers intended this to be good news for British radio listeners, but British listeners would have appreciated it more if the astronomers had told them where to buy a new radio tube when the old ones wear out. Now back to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Admiral is devoting all its facilities to making radio communications equipment for the armed forces. Few new Admiral radios are available for civilian use, so today we'd like to use Admiral's time in paying tribute to the Army Signal Corps. Do you recognize this sound? It's made by beating on a hollow log, a means of communication actually used by the Army when the Signal Corps was organized in 1859. For many years, the Signal Corps has been on the job. By 1899, over 40 years ago, the Army Signal Corps already had a radio station in operation. True, it sent messages a distance of only 11 miles from Fire Island to Fire Island Lighthouse, but the foresightedness shown in establishing it made possible the Signal Corps of today. Radio in trucks, tanks, planes, complete broadcasting and receiving sets so small they can be carried in the palm of the hand. Others so large they develop twice the power of the largest commercial stations in the country. This equipment is saving lives, speeding victory, because the Army Signal Corps developed the kind of radio which meets all conditions imposed by modern war. Admiral is proud to be building such equipment for the Signal Corps. And now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
It was just 1 year ago tomorrow that the Japanese struck at the Hawaiian Islands, leaving our great naval base at Pearl Harbor a mass of sinking and battered warships. There's a different story there today. And Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
It was on a Sunday like this 365 days ago that this war started for America right here at Pearl Harbor in the island of Oahu in Hawaii. I had a sickening in my stomach as I saw the great ships of our Pacific Fleet bombed and torpedoed at their moorings that day. When it was all over, the Arizona was sunk and destroyed. The Oklahoma was turned over, her keel up. The California, Nevada, and West Virginia were far down in the water. The Pennsylvania, the Maryland, and the Tennessee had been hit. The cruisers Helena, Honolulu, and Raleigh were damaged. 2 destroyers, the Cassis and the Downs, were destroyed in a dry dock. Another, the Shaw, seemed to be blown half away. The great old mine layer, Oglala, was down in the water, and so was the old target ship, the Utah. 2 fleet task forces had been carrying out assignments at sea, and 2 Pacific Fleet task forces were in the harbor after extensive operations at sea. Of the 86 ships in the harbor, 19 were sunk or damaged. Both our Army and Navy forces on Oahu lost scores of planes. All this had happened because we, as a nation, had thought Japan would play the game as an honorable nation. Dishonorably, the Japs threw a sneak punch. There was, of course, bewilderment, some confusion, and a lot of disillusionment. Ships stricken, planes crushed, airfields pockmarked with bombs. There was talk about our leaders. And then all at once, it didn't seem nearly so bad. Men worked as men had never worked before, and ships steamed out one by one to take their place with our fighting fleet. I'll never forget the thrill of seeing a battleship, another battleship that had been in the bottom of Pearl Harbor, going out through the harbor narrows one bright morning, her flag proudly flying, her men lining her decks. She was going out to fight, and we all had lumps in our throats. Of those ships that were struck that reeling blow, only the Arizona is permanently and totally lost. Air strength was replaced in a few days. The fleet had to start fighting immediately. The raids on the Marshalls, Wake, and Marcus Island gave the fleet the confidence that comes from action. And that action was shown in the Coral Sea and in the invasion of New Guinea. Then the Battle of Midway, and now the Solomons, each action of increasing importance. We have lost ships, but the enemy has lost far more. We have lost men, but the enemy has paid a price many-fold. At this minute, our land and sea forces are busy in Guadalcanal and in New Guinea, blasting out the foothold for our future drive toward Japan. Today, 1 year later, Pearl Harbor looks mighty sweet. The old harbor is bustling, noisy, busy, and men have the bright look of confidence in their faces. And that's the situation out here 1 year later. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
American paratroops in North Africa have gone into action for the first time in this war. Their attack followed plans long and carefully rehearsed. For the story of the training of our paratroops, one of Columbia's correspondents has visited one of their camps. We take you to CBS over Lawson Field, Fort Benning, Georgia. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I am standing at the door in the rear of an AC-47, a cold and efficient piece of flying war machinery. 2 benches run the length of the plane. Sitting on the benches, facing across the aisle, are 8 young men of the 507th Parachute Regiment. They are going to make today's jump. Now, as we near the jumping point, they are smoking, chatting, and looking the way any man with a grain of sense should look when he's about to jump 1,000 feet straight down. I don't think they realize they're talking a little louder than usual, and that there is a grimness about their eyes. They are not afraid. If they were, they wouldn't be parachutists. They're just bright enough to realize that jumping out of airplanes is a job that requires more of the brain than the muscles or even the heart. When jumping time comes, the jump master will order the men to stand up. His next order is hook up. With that, each jumper fastens a hook to a steel cable running the length of the plane. This hook is on the end of a roving rope, which is fastened to the parachute. The third order is check equipment, and then come the orders for the actual jump. The men step out, right foot first, and arms folded across their chest. When the jumper exhausts the short length of rope attached to the cable, it snaps the chute open, and down he goes. He'll do the 1,000 feet in about 45 seconds. As they jump, you'll hear them yell their battle cry. The 507th battle cry is Geronimo, and they'll really yell it, too. Each jumper wears a chute on his chest as an emergency chute. They are operated by hand. The jumper packs his own chutes. There are a couple of riggers or repairers on this plane now. Every so often, a rigger has to jump. That custom tends to keep a rigger's mind on his work. Now the motors begin to slow down slowly, and I imagine we're coming in for our jump.
Stand up and hook up!
There, the lieutenant orders the men to stand up and hook their static lines.
Equipment!
Check equipment. They are now checking the equipment. Each man checks the parachute on the back of the man in front of him. Now they're okay. You can hear them.
Okay! 3 okay! 2 okay! 1 okay! Hold up and stand in the door!
All the parachutes have been checked and they're ready. You can hear them closing up now with their static lines and their hooks.
Are you ready? Ready! Go!
There they go. So they went through that like Roxyettes. The jump master's main job is to aim the shootist. He knows where he wants them to land, and after figuring out the wind, why, he tells them to go. And he wants to know where he wants to put that lethal cargo which they carry. And lethal it is, too, because when these men land, they unload a devastating firepower in Tommy guns, rifles, mortars, and their very good pal, the hand grenades. Incidentally, the men who jumped for us that time, and they're all going down very nicely now, were Staff Sergeant Spanius, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Sergeant Price of Dillon, South Carolina, Private First Class Wilson of Louisville, Kentucky, Private First Class Sunsbo of Omaha, Nebraska, Private Harvey of Des Moines, Iowa, Private Lavisa of Joliet, Illinois, Private Kelly of South Bend, Indiana, and Sergeant Bellow of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yes, parachute jumping is nothing you do for laughs, but it is as safe as any of the arms of the Army of the United States, and it is the highest paid branch, too, which seems reasonable enough. I return you now to John Daly in New York and CBS.
Developments here at home, and for news of the fighting in the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
In Washington, the reaction to the idea of a Pearl Harbor anniversary communique has been generally favorable. Few people here would deny that under the circumstances, our Navy could have done anything else but hide from the enemy the full extent of our tremendous losses. Release of most of the tragic details today has had a sobering effect on the people of Washington. But there's some consolation in the anniversary report of the War Production Board. Though we'll fall short of our production goal by 15% in 1942, the fact that we shall have produced 49,000 airplanes, 32,000 tanks and motorized artillery, 17,000 tons of anti-aircraft, and more than 8 million tons of merchant shipping is really more than we had any right to expect a year ago when we displayed such flagrant weakness at Pearl Harbor. 2 hours ago, the Navy Department released another communique. It reports that Marine Corps raiders destroyed 5 enemy encampments on Guadalcanal last Friday and killed 400 Japanese with a loss to themselves of only 17 dead. Army Airacobra fighters, the Navy says, continue to attack the enemy's bases, and on Friday strafed 15 landing barges and rafts near Tasafaranga. This would seem to indicate that the Japanese have been able to land small numbers of troops despite the battle of November 30th, when we destroyed their latest invasion convoy. Since the publication of the Beveridge Plan for post-war security in the United Kingdom, many people have been wondering if the United States government has not been working on a similar plan. The answer is it has, and it's now possible to reveal that a 50,000-word report of the National Resources Planning Board has been lying on President Roosevelt's desk for almost a month. We return you now to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All over Europe today, the Nazi-controlled radio is pouring forth its usual torrent of lies, excuses, and edicts of cruelty. Here in America, radio serves a different purpose: to give Americans periods of honest news, such as this Admiral-sponsored program, to entertain, to promote free discussions of public matters, and to aid in understanding the various war measures. Because American radio does these things, a radio set is a necessity in the American home, and the radio you own should give the best possible service at all times. If it doesn't, have your Admiral dealer put it in tip-top shape. Never mind whether your set is an Admiral or some other brand. Admiral dealers are pledged to help keep all radios on the beam for the duration. When victory is won, they'll have new Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations, for Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. But until that time, Admiral will be busy supplying the radio equipment needed by the armed forces. And Admiral dealers will be on the job helping to keep our radios on the home front in perfect operating condition. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral will again give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. In spite of what you may have heard or read, our country is critically short of rubber. That, not a shortage of gasoline, is the reason for gasoline rationing. Our armed forces need rubber as much as they need arms and ammunition. Do your part. Obey the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Share your car and go twice as far. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
The news from the battlefronts is good. The newest United Nations offensives, the Red Army's Middle Dawn attacks in Russia, and the British move into Jap-held Burma are making good progress. And in North Africa, the Allied pincers are slowly closing around the Germans and Italians as Hitler frantically tries to hold on to prepare the defenses against an Allied invasion of South Europe. In Russia, in the Middle Dawn offensive, the Red Army is sweeping westward at a speed comparable to the Nazi advance eastward last July. They have taken Katamarovka, only 55 miles north of Milovovo, and now threaten the entire railway line from Voronezh to Milorovo. Milorovo is a junction point of the Moscow-Rostov Railroad. It has already been cut. In Russian hands, it can and probably will be the base of a Russian offensive south to retake Rostov and smash or trap the entire German force in the great Stalingrad salient. Once again, the Russians report that they have taken thousands of German prisoners, this time well over 10,000. That fact alone is extremely significant. It's unlikely that the Russians want to take any German prisoners and will not if any semblance of resistance is offered. The thousands of Nazis that are falling into Russian hands confirm earlier Russian reports that German troops are surrendering wholesale and that the morale of the Nazi army in Russia has deteriorated. About a year ago today, Hitler, with a great deal of fanfare, took over supreme command of the German armies. The best Christmas gift the United Nations could receive is the assurance that he will not relinquish that command. As the new Russian offensive hammers and tears chunks out of the Germans, dispatches said that everywhere along the long Russian front, the Nazis are either in retreat, surrounded, or menaced on the flank. That perhaps is a bit on the optimistic side, but the Russians are holding on to what they've gained in the offensives at Stalingrad and west of Moscow. And although the Nazis have been reinforced and have launched vicious counterattacks, they have not been able to relieve the desperation of their position. Russia has regained 65,000 square miles of Soviet soil so far in the winter offensives. If the new Middle Don offensive maintains its momentum, it will probably force a general Nazi withdrawal that will finally lift the siege of Stalingrad. On the other side of the world, the Japanese Axis partner is still refusing to give battle. A communique from New Delhi said that the British forces moving into Burma continued their invasion without making contact with the Japs. In the air, Allied fighters covering and working with the ground troops are shooting up the Jap-held Akyab area, and Allied bombers are raiding the main Jap airport at Toungoo. In a night raid on the Jap airport at Toungoo, Jap fighters intercepted, but all Allied bombs were dropped in the target area, and all Allied planes returned to base. The Japanese withdrawal without fighting is something of a mystery. It's not like them, and they themselves have been the authority for some reports received in the past few weeks that the British were going to launch an offensive to retake Burma, and they've had months to prepare their defenses. But whatever the reason, British General Wavell is obviously looking for a fight, and the Chinese have announced that their army is ready to join in the invasion. In North Africa, the Eastern Allied pincer arm in Libya is moving steadily forward. The Western arm in Tunisia is still preparing for the land offensive. That Allied air power is smashing at Axis objectives all over Tunisia, and heavy Allied air action is also reported in Western Europe across the English Channel. There has been no official news as yet, but strong fighter forces and a large American bomber force have crossed the Channel and headed into France.
We'll get the latest developments on the Mediterranean and European fighting from CBS correspondents abroad. In the Pacific, General MacArthur's forces in New Guinea have made new gains in the Buna area. The only Jap forces remaining in that area are to hold out as long as they can, but the Allies are checkmating all attempts to reinforce them. And now for the first report from abroad, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This campaign in French North Africa has settled down into a muddy struggle for supply. In this present phase, a truck driver or a good mechanic is almost as important as a general. It's not very romantic, this truck driver's war. But back in the early days of this campaign, there was romance and melodrama enough for anyone. Those were the days when generals were being spirited around the Mediterranean by submarine, and there were secret conferences beneath trapdoors, and one if by day, two if by night lantern signals hanging from steeples. No episode in these almost dime novel days was more genuinely thrilling than the dramatic appearance in North Africa of General Giraud. I suppose you know that Giraud escaped from France by submarine. But the whole story of that escape has not yet been told. Giraud's rescue was engineered by an American naval captain named Gerald Wright. Wright had been with General Clark when Clark landed in North Africa before the campaign began. And he used the same submarine to get Giraud out. It was a British submarine commanded by Lieutenant Jewell. This submarine left port late in October. Captain Wright didn't know where he was to pick up General Giraud, but he knew about where, so they lay off the coast of France until November 4th. On November 4th, the submarine received directions. They were told to rendezvous and given information about minefields, and the escape was fixed for the night of November 6th. As Captain Wright says, the next step was the most ticklish of all, going submerged into a landlocked harbor in darkness. They were supposed to go, lay surface, and lay to less than 1,000 yards off the French beach. An hour later, a large rowboat came alongside. In it were General Giraud, his son, and two staff officers. As Captain Wright tells the story, by this time the sea was considerably rougher. The rowboat was pitching as it eased up to the forward casing of the submarine. Just as the general stepped from his boat, the boat pitched, and this threw him off balance and he fell into the water. Captain Wright adds that the general was rescued unhurt. After that, the submarine left the harbor at, quote, maximum speed. But the escape was by no means completed. Giraud was out of France, but he was not yet in safety. As the submarine proceeded out to sea, they received a signal from General Eisenhower telling them that a plane would meet them at dawn. That was dawn on November 7th. The plane didn't find them until 11:30 in the morning. The sea was choppy and it was hard to transfer the passengers and their baggage. Just to make matters worse, an unidentified plane hove into sight and circled the area for 20 minutes. But finally, General Giraud and his party were in the seaplane and the seaplane in the air, and thus, quote Captain Wright again, on the afternoon of November 7th, some hours before the operation for the liberation of North Africa was launched, we delivered Giraud to Eisenhower. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Despite the foreign background noise which followed the pattern of Axis jamming of Allied broadcasts, we hope that Charles Collingwood's report from Algiers was understandable. And now for our next report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London, news the United States Army bombers were out over the continent today, for people on the southeast coast could see them flying out across the channel, so low that their American markings were plain and clear. They were gone a long time, some 3.5 hours, so the air-wise people of the southeast coast knew this time they'd gone far inland. A few moments ago, United States Army Air Force headquarters in London gave out the news. A large force of flying fortresses and liberators flew this afternoon to Romilly-sur-Seine, 80 miles southeast of Paris, and 180 miles from the French coast. It's the location of a large airfield. It's too early to have the results of the day's activity, but the early announcement tells us that nearly 300 aircraft of Royal Air Force's Fighter Command cooperated with the large force of American bombers. The fighters' role was to support the bombers, providing some cover for part of the way in toward the target and out again, while others carried out sweeps. It was the first time in 8 days that the weather has permitted large-scale air operations over northern France. A great part of daylight Allied air activity from bases in Britain is directed against the enemy's transport system on the continent. Today in London, the parliamentary secretary to the Ministry of Economic Warfare said that German-controlled railroads have to carry a greater burden than any railroad system has ever done before. A good deal of the strain has been thrown on the enemy railroads by Allied attacks on Germany's sea routes in the North Sea, in the Baltic, and in the Mediterranean. Late this afternoon, the Germans announced that Laval, Schanow, Göring, and Ribbentrop had been holding one of those conferences at Hitler's headquarters. Political and military discussions was the way the Germans put it. Furthermore, the Germans say, the meeting was imbued with the determination of the Axis powers to make an all-out effort to win final victory. This is defensive talk from the people who started out to conquer the world in an offensive without intermission. And it's also something more. It's the kind of talk engaged in by people who have taken a severe blow and know it. Today's German announcement has in London a somewhat familiar ring. It sounds not unlike some of those statements from London back in the days when the British were taking it hard. The British were tough enough to come through all right, and there's no doubt the Germans will make a very powerful effort to emulate the British example. For our next report, we go now to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
This is Chester Morrison in Cairo. One trouble with being on the winning side of this war is that the Germans run too fast. And if a reporter stuck in Cairo wants to get to the front, he has to fly. The British didn't have a plane available when I wanted to go, but the Americans had dozens. So I was told by the handsome American major who runs that part of the show. Mind you, I don't think this was deliberate, but when I missed the plane he had arranged, through no fault of his, and came trailing back to the hotel in the evening, dirty and disappointed, it was probably only coincidence that the major was sitting in the lobby having a pink tea with my girl. So I got away the next morning. And for 3 days I waited at Gambut, a way station in the desert, for another plane to Abu Dhabi. And when that plane took off, it was loaded with 50-gallon drums of gasoline, lashed to the sides of the cabin with rope. I was the only passenger. And when the dashing young American pilot came into Abu Dhabi, he landed downwind and bounced across the rough field like a kangaroo and poked the plane's nose into the mud and nearly turned a somersault. The lashings on the gasoline drums broke, and strong men groaned as they lifted the drums off me. I groaned, too. And in the week I spent with broken ribs in a hospital tent at Abu Dhabi, I missed the day we moved into a gala, and the day the New Zealanders got behind the enemy and smashed a third of his tanks and captured at least 500 prisoners. But lying in that tent, surrounded by men who had been blown up by mines, I discovered that no matter how badly a man's body may be hurt, his spirit can remain undamaged. You get a new viewpoint of the war when you lie on your back and look at it. And my girl didn't like the major anyway. She said he had more hands than a caterpillar. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Before bringing you more news from CBS correspondents, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Could this scene take place in your household?
Hey, Mom. Oh, Mom, you know about that radio that went dead this morning? Pop said he'd fix it tonight. Well, he did. Our radio's in a worse mess than the alarm clock was when I went to work on it.
A year ago, we might have thought such a scene was comic. Today, it brought us on tragedy. A year ago, if Pop accidentally broke a vital part while trying to repair the family radio, it didn't matter much, for he could buy a new one. Today, however, new parts, like new radios, are difficult to get. Therefore, when your radio needs attention, it's important that you call not just a handyman, but a highly skilled radio technician. The best man to call is your Admiral dealer. And there are 3 reasons why he is the best man. First, Admiral dealers are professionals. They have all the facilities, all the knowledge necessary to put a radio in perfect condition, regardless of make. Second, Admiral dealers are businessmen in your own community. They'll give you honest service economically. Third, admiral dealers realize Uncle Sam is depending upon radio to furnish war information to his citizens. So they've pledged themselves to do their best for America's radio sets. Take care of your radio, and when it needs attention, call your Admiral dealer. And now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
For the news at home, Admiral Radio turns to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
A Navy communique 1 hour ago reported the continuance of our air offensive against the Japanese airdrome at Munda on New Georgia Island. For the 9th successive day, dive bombers and flying fortresses attacked the installations and the runway at Munda yesterday. No American planes were lost, but 3 intercepting enemy fighters were shot down. Here in Washington, Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana, a pre-war isolationist and a leader of the America First Committee, has threatened to demand a congressional investigation of the way the Justice Department has been handling the prosecution of Nazi sympathizers. Mr. Wheeler says he thinks it's a disgrace the way 28 persons were indicted here in Washington on charges of sedition. Those indicted include such people as George Sylvester Virek, an admitted German agent, Elizabeth Dilling, author of The Red Network, the Reverend Gerald B. Winrod, otherwise known as the Jayhawk Hitler, and William Dudley Pelley, the Fuhrer of the Silver Shirts. In an interview published today in the Washington Post, Senator Wheeler accused Secretary of Justice Biddle of attempting to smear him and present his pre-war isolationism as a crime. As for the 28 persons now awaiting trial for sedition, Mr. Wheeler said he knew nothing about them, whether they're guilty or innocent, but he said he's convinced they won't have a fair trial. Mr. Wheeler attacked the Washington Post as a stooge of the Department of Justice and called its reporter a spy. He added that he thinks reporters and newspapers who have helped to indict the defendants are engaged in a dirty business and predicted that the day will soon come when they will all regret it. The reply of the Washington Post was simply to print a detailed story about a speech the senator made before an America First rally in Los Angeles last year, charging that Franz Ferenc, a German agent now under arrest, had printed the posters and the banners displayed at the meeting and had otherwise assisted in the organization of the rally. The Post today also reprinted 2 letters from Senator Wheeler to Secretary Biddle, in which, among other things, the senator accuses Mr. Biddle of heading an inquisition. Mr. Biddle's reply was also published in the Post. He simply promised to consider any allegations of improper conduct on the part of the Justice Department, provided the senator can furnish him with specific information. At 1 minute after midnight tomorrow morning, the ban on gasoline will be lifted. A coupons will be honored and will still be worth 3 gallons. B and C coupons, however, will be reduced in value from 4 to 3 gallons each. Tomorrow, there's going to be a conference between Economic Stabilizer Burns, Petroleum Administrator Ickes, Transportation Director Eastman, and Leon Henderson, the retiring Price Administrator. Presumably, the whole gasoline rationing system is going to be reorganized entirely, but to what extent will depend on the results of tomorrow's conference. All we know at the moment is what Mr. Henderson told us last night, that gasoline restrictions are going to be much more rigidly enforced in the future, and that drastic steps are going to be taken to eliminate bootlegging, which is becoming more and more of a problem. As for Christmas travel, the government wants to discourage everyone it can from going home for Christmas, but no orders have been issued. The government is leaving it up to the individual's judgment and his conscience not to put too much of a strain on transportation facilities during the Christmas holidays. Today, Donald M. Nelson reiterated past warnings that the nation faces ever more drastic restrictions on all sorts of travel, by rail, by bus, air, and by private automobile. In a letter to James E. Murray, head of the Senate Small Business Committee, Mr. Nelson says, travel by automobile is due for restriction much more drastic than that obtaining today. Travel by common carrier will be increasingly inconvenient, and in some cases not permissible at all. He advises Mr. Murray to draft plans for storing up consumer goods in the immediate vicinity of local markets as a safeguard against possible temporary breakdowns in the distributive system. There may be occasions, hours, days, or weeks in duration, he predicts, when civilian goods cannot be moved in adequate quantities to supply certain areas. Therefore, says Mr. Nelson, it will be advisable for merchants to have considerable inventories of food, fuel, clothing, and medical supplies on hand at all times. Last Friday, when the gasoline ban was first announced, many people seemed to think it was designed mainly to prevent holiday travel by automobile. Thousands of people here in Washington had been hoarding their coupons in the hope of being able to drive home and spend Christmas with their families. They knew the government disapproved of holiday travel, and so they thought the suspension of gasoline distribution had been ordered on their account. Now it seems that it wasn't, and though the government still frowns on going home for Christmas, it will apparently be possible for many people to do so. Whether they will or not, of course, depends on how seriously they privately consider the gasoline shortage to be. But the 3-day suspension seems to have had a sobering effect on many people, to judge from the number of telephone calls the local studio here has been receiving from listeners who want to help solve the problem. I now return you to John Daly in New York.
One of the big news stories here at home today is the return of Captain Eddie Rickenbacker to this country. He will tell his own story over most of these stations at approximately 3:30 Eastern Wartime this afternoon. Now, here in New York is Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military expert, with an analysis of the significance of the new British offensive in Burma. Major Elliott.
It is far too early to determine whether the British invasion of Burma is the beginning of a real attempt to recover all of Burma from the Japanese, or is merely a local operation with the limited objective of recovering the airfield and port of Akyab on the shore of the Bay of Bengal. The enthusiasm with which the news of the British move has been received in Chongqing is, of course, understandable. Only by the recovery of Burma can China's communications with the outside world by way of the famous Burma Road be restored. Naturally, this is an operation in which the Chinese would be only too happy to cooperate to the fullest extent of their power. But the advantages to be derived from the reconquest of Burma would not be China's advantages alone. To reopen the Burma Road would mean that Allied air power could move more freely into China, because fuel and bombs and spare parts would be sent in. And the building up of Allied air bases at mainland positions is the best means of directing air attacks against the heart of Japanese industry. Those air attacks which seem to offer the best means of bringing the realities of war home to the Japanese people. Moreover, the recapture of Burma would be do a great deal to offset the feeling of defeatism in India, which has been the hidden cause of much of the political and social unrest in that great subcontinent. However, if Burma is to be retaken, the operations will have to be of a far more extensive nature than the present thrust toward isolated Akyab. Other invasion columns, British and Chinese, will have to converge on the difficult frontiers of that country, and the British fleet in the Bay of Bengal will have to blockade Rangoon and Mulmine to cut off the Japanese supplies and reinforcements. These must, of course, come by sea, for the land communications between Burma and Thailand are as difficult as those between Burma and India, if not more so. The British report that the Japanese are offering no opposition to the thrust toward Akyab. This is not like the Japanese, who have usually fought tooth and nail for every foot of ground when attacked. The reason is probably a tactical one. Probably the area into which the British are advancing offers no position suitable for defense, and the Japanese are therefore withdrawing toward stronger positions.
That was Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott. Here's a message from our sponsor. Today being the first day of Christmas week, Admiral takes this opportunity of extending cordial greetings to listeners from coast to coast. America's Christmas season this year is happier than last. Oh, the luxuries on our tables may be less in quantity, and the trimmings on our gifts not so elaborate, but now we and the other United Nations are solidly on our way to victory. There is happiness in knowing each of us is playing a part in bringing about this victory to free mankind from bondage. Working and fighting together for one cause forms a tie which binds every American to every other American. Admiral workers feel this spirit of brotherhood deeply. They are united in producing the best possible radio equipment for America's armed forces, as much of it as is humanly possible. Admiral workers are united in looking forward to the Christmas when they will again be turning out the radio sets America wants in its homes, Admiral radios, for when victory is won, Admiral will resume its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Uncle Sam has provided V-mail service for your boy who is stationed overseas. For V-mail service, write your letter on V-mail stationery, obtainable at any store where stationery is sold. Use regular airmail stamps and put it in the mailbox. The Army and the Post Office will do the rest. Photograph your letter on microfilm, fly it overseas, rephotograph, and hand it to your boy exactly as you wrote it. This is an extra service from Uncle Sam. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney saying good afternoon and Merry Christmas from Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important world capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On this, the last Sunday of 1942, Columbia's correspondents at home and abroad are prepared to bring you the news of today's developments as the tempo of Allied aggression grows stronger. All three Axis partners are plainly showing their uneasiness about the future. They have good reason to. The news from the fighting fronts today is all good news for our side. But perhaps the best news for our side was the report from French North Africa that General Giraud had been appointed to the presidency of the Imperial Council. It is a development that deeply affects the relations among the French forces fighting with the United Nations. London, headquarters of the fighting French under General de Gaulle, can best tell the story of what Giraud's appointment will mean to the cause of French unity. So, for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London's holiday rest is almost over. Newspapers were published today for the first time since Thursday. They're full of the Darlan case, for this is the first chance the British newspapers have had to deal with the assassination and subsequent events. Even today, 3 days late, the story the papers pieced together from North Africa is incomplete. One London editor complains the communiques from North Africa have been the least communicative ever issued. The half-hearted way in which Darlan was originally introduced added to the public bewilderment over the move. And now his murder is handled in the same way. Sharply illustrating the lack of fundamental public information here in London is a comment in today's London Observer that a detestable deed, such as the murder of a leader, may easily lead to a demand for martial law in North Africa. Now, this comment, of course, implies that there is not martial law in North Africa, and yet the assassin was tried by a court-martial. As a matter of fact, there's some concern here about the swift shooting of the assassin in that atmosphere of secrecy. Indeed, the fighting French radio in Brazzaville has even said that the man who shot Laval in France months ago was given a trial more in accordance with law. This concern to get North Africa back on a basis of law, order, and democracy is not lessened by the possibility that Darlan's assassin may have been a fascist. The feeling seems to be that the muddle has gone on long enough, that the responsibility rests upon Great Britain and the United States, and that Britain and the United States must accept the responsibility for putting the organization of North Africa on a stable foundation.
We have just been informed that the CBS correspondent in French North Africa is making a report, so we take you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Cullingwood reporting.
Is that now that Giraud is in, things are straightened out, and maybe we can get on with the war. What difficulties lie in store for the fine old soldier, one can't foresee, but he has certainly stepped off to a good start. In Tunisia, mud and rain have once more claimed the battlefield. After the Guards attacked east of Medjez El Bab on Christmas, activity has once more died down. Patrols go out every day and every night, but there has been no important fighting. General Eisenhower, as you know, was spending Christmas at the front when Darlan's assassination called him back. General Eisenhower saw press and radio correspondents today. He gave a vivid description of the difficulties at the front, but in spite of the hardships, you could see that the commander-in-chief at Allied Force headquarters in North Africa came back with the impression that at the front, the men are in good shape, both physically and psychologically. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to CBS in New York.
And now back to Bob Trout, whose report was interrupted so that you might hear the report of Charles Collingwood from French North Africa. We take you now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
I was just about to say that General Giraud, now selected to succeed Darlan as High Commissioner, is, of course, acceptable in London, and he's always been acceptable to the fighting French. Of the only other two men who had been considered to have a chance of being chosen by the Imperial Council, General Nogues of Morocco has shown more vigor in suppressing pro-Allied sympathizers than in stopping Axis infiltration. And General Boisson of West Africa is famous for the brutality of the measures he used against pro-Allied sympathizers. However, these two men remain on the Imperial Council, a group set up by Darlan and officially repudiated in behalf of the British government by Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden. The situation now is that the High Commissioner, General Giraud, is a man who enjoys a large measure of approval in Great Britain. But the organization he heads is still a one-man rule affair, quite different from the form of government provided for by the French Constitution. And as I was saying a moment ago, the feeling here is that the responsibility for getting North Africa back to the French Constitution rests upon Britain and the United States. And there's also a feeling that the time is now. As one responsible London newspaper says today, when we take over Hitler's heritage in Europe, hatred, even fiercer than that which killed Darlan, will be rife all over the tormented continent, and anarchy will prevail unless we live up to our responsibilities. Africa is our training ground for greater tasks. We must now show that we are able to create order out of chaos. That's from today's London Observer. And now back to New York and John Daly.
More world news in just a moment. Now here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Yes, and that word is simply an expression of Admiral's pride at being able to produce the kind of radio equipment in service with America's victory teams. On one of those teams is 22-year-old Corporal Harold Hazelwood. His job, on an island in the South Pacific, was to get the message through. Jap ships came, shelled the American installation, destroyed the communications hut, severely wounded Harold Hazelwood. Yet, within a few minutes, the undaunted corporal had dragged himself to the wrecked hut, got his battered equipment into action, and was sending the orders of his commanding officer to American shore guns. There is a victory team, a hero and his equipment, which got the message through despite all obstacles. Every Admiral worker feels his responsibility to such teams, for Admiral workers are building the radio equipment America's heroes use. And on this last Sunday of the year, Admiral's pledge is to continue building the best radio equipment possible as fast as possible for as long as our heroes need it. When the victory teams have accomplished their job, then, and only then, Admiral will return to making fine radios for American homes. Radios upholding the tradition that an Admiral radio is America's smart set. Now here once again is John Daly.
And back to the news of the fighting fronts, some of the best news of which comes from Russia. The Red Army is now on the offensive on 5 fronts. In the Middle Don, southwest of Stalingrad, inside Stalingrad itself, on the Central Front west of Moscow, and in the Caucasus. Not only are the Russians fighting on 5 fronts, but they appear to be winning on 5 fronts. A midday communique from Moscow added 460 Germans to the 56,000 already reported captured in the Middle Don offensive, and listed a large amount of German equipment taken in the previous 12 hours. The noon communique and an earlier special communique claimed the Russians are within 105 miles of Rostov and that 60,000 Germans have been killed in the Middle Don area alone since that offensive started 11 days ago. there are reports of heavy German counterattacks, but the Russians say all attacks were beaten off and the Red Army advance continues. Southwest of Stalingrad, where the Germans have been counterattacking unsuccessfully in an attempt to relieve the 22 Axis divisions besieging the city, the Moscow communique said another force of Germans has been encircled and wiped out, and that the Red Army advance toward Kotelnikovsky continues. Inside Stalingrad, the Russian Guards divisions, which stopped the Nazis a few hundred yards from the Volga and held them off for weeks, are attacking, and they claim to have retaken more than 20 German blockhouses and dugouts. On the two remaining fronts, in the Caucasus and west of Moscow, Russian successes are on a minor scale. But in both areas, according to the Russian communiques, German fortifications have been breached, and the Red Army is making slow but steady progress. That's the news of the Russian fighting as reported by Moscow. The German communique is evasive, but confirms that the Red Army is on the offensive all the way from Veliki Luki, west of Moscow, to Nalchik and the Caucasus. One thing in the Russian news stands out. The first Russian winter offensive was launched over a month ago at Stalingrad. The Germans have, in that month, regrouped and counterattacked desperately, but they have failed to regain their positions. This inability of the Nazis to break the momentum of the Russian offensives may mean that the Red Army can retake Rostov and a good part of the Ukraine. But that is all in the future, and there are days of hard fighting ahead, and we must not expect too much. Now, we heard just a few minutes ago from the Tunisian end of the North African fighting front. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to the other end of that front, to Columbia's correspondent in Cairo.
This is Chester Morrison reporting from Cairo. Today I talked to that old standby, a well-informed source, and he told me about the progress of the war in Cyrenaica. And this is the gist of what he said. He said the 8th Army, which has been moving westwards now for 2 months and 4 days, has reached another of those periods of impatient quiet in which much hard work is done, but a period in which there is no excitement except for those who are clumsy about the mines. This period of quiet may endure for a while longer. After that, the immediate future of the war in Africa depends, I should think, upon our getting Tunis and Bizerta quickly, because those are the ports through which the Germans are supplying their armies. Those are still quite formidable armies, although their equipment must be run down. And pushing them out of Africa is still a quite formidable job, which will take more than a few days. In a way, I am glad that it will take time. I have sat here for months trying to tell you what you would see if you were here. And among other things, I have sometimes wondered when I would see my own countrymen here. I see them now, and I don't want them to go home too quickly. I don't want them to go home before they have been tried and tempered by the galling necessary chores of this peculiar kind of warfare, until they have overcome the brash shyness which seems to distinguish us, until they have absorbed some of the wisdom of my well-informed source, who said to me today as he talked about the prospects of battle, these things are not to be accomplished all at once. They will take a little time. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York and John Daly.
That was Chester Morrison of the Chicago Sun reporting from Cairo. So much for the news from the European and North African fronts. Now to the Pacific War Theater. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Pearl Harbor. Not far from here to the east is the international dateline. Beyond that, it's already tomorrow. And where American forces are fighting on Guadalcanal in the Solomons, on the Papua Peninsula in New Guinea, and where American warships are cruising the Pacific, it is Monday, with only 4 days remaining of 1942. Down here, the Christmas season finds very little peace on earth, and the expression goodwill toward all men is just a phrase from the copybook. Some weeks ago, we told you of the vast aerial pincers movement being developed by the United Nations, with one arm of the pincers reaching up through the Solomons, the other up through New Guinea. Yesterday's long-range bombing of Rabaul in New Britain, and by our forces operating from Guadalcanal, is just a beginning. For the situation in the Pacific today is this. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, and General Douglas MacArthur, Commander in the Southwest Pacific area, have coordinated their air forces. They have done this so well that they've become a daily major threat to the Jap holdings in the entire southeast sector of Malaysia. The air forces under Nimitz and MacArthur now have formed a network of attack over the entire area from New Guinea through the Bismarck Archipelago to the Solomons. They're a powerful threat to the Jap everywhere he lights in that area. A good example was yesterday's raid on Repulse. A better example is the Jap's inability to use the airfield he's tried to operate in Munda, or New Georgia. When the enemy was ejected from Guadalcanal and we took over, the Jap tried to build up this new airfield to the north. But systematically and methodically, we're plastering that airfield with our long-range bombers. The Jap cannot use it. As yet, there's been no decisive land battle in this part of the Pacific. The Solomons and New Guinea battles, while bitter, are not decisive. They are more in the nature of a whittling away operation. The larger actions of the Pacific are yet to come. They may be brewing now, maybe later, but they will inevitably come. Meanwhile, our forces are squeezing the enemy steadily backward, and our bombers are ever at work softening up his bases with bombs. Our boys gave them some devastating Christmas presents. For a Happy New Year greeting, I can tell you that from here on out, the Japs are going to get, as they say in the Navy, their bellies full of bombs. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to Columbia in New York.
Now for some news of our own hemisphere, of our Latin American neighbors. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Buenos Aires. Herbert Clark reporting.
This is Buenos Aires. Argentina has just sent Germany a Christmas present, but any arguments on the relative merit of giving or receiving are wasted. They overlook spectators, who are happier than either participant. The present delivered yesterday was a note advising Berlin that this government believes German naval attaché Captain Dietrich Niebuhr is a spy, and asking the Nazis to make him available for trial on espionage charges. That is necessary because Niebuhr is protected by diplomatic immunity. If he surrenders that immunity, evidence already released here forecasts a conviction. If he refuses, he would undoubtedly be deported. In either case, he would be lost to the Nazi team, and that is important. Even more important is the fact that Argentina is now prepared at last to call a German official a spy. That can't be much fun for Berlin, where Nazis have not been molested before. Nor does it make the local government happy. Argentina has been able to ignore Nazi agents and permit the German embassy to remain only because of a foreign policy of prudent neutrality. That policy was a haven until the United States handed Argentina a file on Nazi activities last month. While those memoranda are still secret, it is obvious that the information was similar to that given Chile last June, and part of the basis for Undersecretary of State Sumner Welles' October charge that both Argentina and Chile were giving at least tacit assistance to the Axis by failure to stop those Nazi agents. Well, our evidence was strong, and some of Hitler's men have since confessed and implicated the German embassy. There's no indication that this development will bring a break in diplomatic relations, because the Foreign Office emphasizes that relations remain cordial. Still, American and United Nations circles are sure that this first exposure will impress Argentines who argue that Germany does not threaten this country. And that awakening might bring further action. This is Herbert Clark in Buenos Aires, returning you now to Columbia in New York.
Washington has news of the latest development in food rationing, a development that will affect every family in this country. So Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
Less than an hour ago, Secretary of Agriculture Claude Wickard, in his capacity as food administrator, directed the Office of Price Administration to set up machinery for the rationing of all canned, dried, and frozen fruits and vegetables. Tonight from 8 to 8:30, a special program will be heard over most of these same stations. Mr. Wickard and Information Director Elmer Davis will explain the reasons for the new rationing program, which will take effect about the 1st of February, and why, contrary to previous official announcements, it will be not meat but processed fruits and vegetables that will be rationed first. Widespread hoarding on the part of the public, in addition to consumer canning quotas and the shortage of metals, is understood to be responsible for the decision to institute the rationing. Some 3,500,000 men between the ages of 18 and 37 will be drafted during 1943. The Selective Service Administration announced today that half this number of men will be made up of 18 and 19-year-old youths, and that the remaining 1,750,000 will be childless married men, since the supply of single men from 20 to 38 years of age has now been virtually exhausted. The Navy has just announced that Douglas dive bombers from Guadalcanal have sunk a 3,000-ton Japanese freighter off Wickham Island in the Central Solomons. This afternoon, we have with us in our studio here in Washington Colonel Marion C. Cooper, who has just returned from China. Colonel Cooper was with the China Air Task Force as General Chennault's chief of staff. He's one of America's veteran flying men. A combat pilot in the First World War and later engaged in civil aeronautics, he was also an explorer in time of peace. But the public will perhaps know him best as a film producer for his picture, the thriller King Kong, and such documentary films as Chang about the elephants of Siam and Grass about the wandering herds of Persia. But right now, the Colonel's main interest is the air war in China. Can you tell us, Colonel Cooper, about conditions in China before you left?
Still tough, but getting better. Everything's on the upgrade.
I dare say General Chennault and his men could use a lot more planes, however.
Yes, we need planes, but not as many as you'd think. What we need is quality planes. And I believe that General Arnold's going to see that we get the planes we need.
Would you say that the China Air Task Force at present is holding its own?
Well, in the last big mission before I left, we destroyed 27 Japanese planes in the air, strafed the aircraft on the ground, and sank 2 enemy merchant ships in the Pearl River and off Canton. That was all in the same raid. That was just a month ago today, November the 27th. I was lucky enough to be flying with Colonel Morgan, the lead bomber, and to have Colonel Robert Scott and his fighters escorting us, fighting just off our wings. It was the biggest air battle the China Air Task Force has fought to date, and the most successful combined fighter and bomber operation we ever carried out. The Japanese suffered a very real defeat, and we had only minor casualties. Of course, several of our ships were damaged by enemy fighters' anti-aircraft fire, but not a single one of them was permanently put out of action.
You seem to paint a rather optimistic picture of things in China, Colonel.
Don't get me wrong. Things are tough out there. There are few recreational facilities for the men, and little tobacco, cigarettes, American food, things like that. But in spite of everything that the men are up against, their combat spirit is high. For myself, I think I learned more about combat aviation the months I spent under General Chennault than I could have learned in 10 years in any other way. For, in my opinion, Chennault is a really great fighting commander, a genius in aerial tactics and strategy. He has only been able to do the magnificent job he has because of the generous cooperation of the Chinese people. They've practically done everything for us except fly and service the planes.
I don't suppose, Colonel, you could tell us anything about General Wavell's campaign in Burma.
Sorry, I'm not permitted to discuss that, but let's stick to China.
Apparently, the present operations in Burma are designed to relieve the pressure on the Chinese army in Yunnan province. How serious is the situation in China?
Last April, General Chennault, with only a comparatively few fighter planes, enabled the Chinese armies to hold their lines along the Salween River. Now his forces are stronger. He's got bombers as well as fighters. The Chinese are still in desperate need of all sorts of supplies, especially aviation. But if General Chennault, with his genius for air warfare, can get the planes he needs, and I think and believe he will, then the Chinese armies, with the help of both American and Chinese aviation, will hold Kunming and the rest of Yunnan until all hell freezes over.
Thank you, Colonel Marion C. Cooper, for your very interesting comment. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And now, Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's a message from our sponsor, Admiral Radio. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. A survey made recently by certain schools shows that each child spends an average of 3 hours a day listening to the radio. Radio is providing our children with entertainment and instruction, with ideals, and with an understanding of the American way. Your children shouldn't miss the benefits of radio's dramatic methods of teaching, and they won't if your family radio is always in good condition. There's no need to tell you how to keep it that way. When your radio needs repairing, call the best man possible to service it, your Admiral dealer. He will gladly take care of your radio, whether or not it bears the name Admiral. Your Admiral dealer considers good radio service a patriotic duty. Your Admiral dealer is a skilled technician. He has the facilities and the willingness to do a top-notch job economically and quickly. When you think of radio, think of Admiral Radio. From the bits and pieces of seemingly innocent remarks, enemy agents often are able to put together information of vital importance. This doesn't mean, of course, that all talk about the war is taboo. Just remember this rule. If you hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you read it in the newspapers or magazines or hear it on the radio, then it's public property and can safely be discussed. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our next news broadcast will be heard at 4:45 this afternoon. All the news all the time on time. Keep tuned to this station, 780 on your dial. This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
In these first days of 1943, we of the United Nations have set our feet firmly on the long road to victory. On the military fronts, we are on the offensive. It may be a long, hard pull, but we can face the future with confidence. Even in Tunisia, in French North Africa, the military situation looks bright. But at the same time, a political situation has developed which introduces a discordant note into the unity so necessary to our military operations. For the latest developments in French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. Yesterday saw the most terrific air battles that have yet taken place in the North African skies. When the day was over, the scores stood 28 Axis planes destroyed or taken and 34 damaged to 7 Allied planes shot down. This is the way it happened. A strong force of flying fortresses went out to bomb On the way back, the fortresses ran into a force of about 50 German and Italian fighters lying in wait for them over the Tunis area. The violent engagement in which the flying fortresses shot down 17 Axis fighters without loss of themselves. 138, which were escorting the fortresses, got 2 more and lost themselves. That makes 19 German planes down. The 20th was a Junkers 88, which is another Junker.
We regret that interference makes Mr. Collingwood's reports from Algiers unlistenable. He was reviewing the story of recent Allied air activity in which Allied bomber squadrons supported by P-38s and P-40s, our best fighter planes, have been smashing at all of the Axis supply ports on the eastern Tunisian coast. At Sfax and Gabas and Sousse, the Axis has been repeatedly bombed until those supply ports are reported in shambles. Insofar as the political situation is concerned, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are now reported exchanging correspondence to arrange a meeting to iron out the political difference among Frenchmen fighting the Axis. The London spokesman of the fighting French reports that further correspondence will be necessary, a not altogether promising sign. Next, for the news from the European front, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London, generally, is a pretty quiet place on Sundays. There's not really been what you would call a hectic Sunday since that Sunday the Allies landed in Africa. Today, London heard about the continued heavy Allied air attacks on the island of Crete, some of them made by United States Army Air Force bombers operating under the Royal Air Force Middle East Command. 30 of these American bombers took part in yesterday's large-scale daylight attack on Crete, the first big daylight raid on the island since the Germans captured it more than 18 months ago. From French North Africa came those dispatches to London saying that the American flyers yesterday had their busiest day since the Allied landing. There was little news from the British First Army in Tunisia. Apparently, large numbers of American troops are still needed to police the areas in Algeria and Morocco, the communication lines, which the late Admiral Darlan was supposed to make safe. But there's never any news about that. Home-based Royal Air Force fighters were flying back and forth over the cold straits of Dover during the afternoon. Formations of high-flying fighters left their vapor trails in the clear, bright sky above the French coast. 4 German fighter bombers dropped their bombs on a small southeast coast town of England, hitting an empty church and an empty school, as well as a few houses. When the 4 small German planes were seen coming in from the sea, they were high up and still climbing. Cautiously, they dropped their bombs from 15,000 feet, nearly 3 miles. As you would expect, some of the bombs fell into the sea. London Sunday newspapers printed prominently the United States State Department's white paper outlining the record of the American policy of avoiding war, which finally came to an end on that December 7th when the Axis countries demonstrated they were operating under a different policy. The London papers published the report under such headlines as U.S. was warned of aggression and U.S. was warned about Pearl Harbor attacks year before Japan struck. Now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment, but first, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's the picture of an event we hope never happens.
Why, Emily, there's nothing to fix in a radio. Here, let me show you. Stand back out of my way now. A couple of wires come apart. That's all's the matter. Oh, broken. I've fixed it all right. The screwdriver slipped and smashed a tube. Emily, this would never have happened if you'd stood back like I told you.
And it never would have happened if that radio had been taken to an Admiral dealer for service. Now, a tube is broken, and since tubes are difficult to obtain, this family may have to do without radio until the war is over. Play safe. Make it your rule to call an Admiral dealer when your radio needs attention. Admiral dealers are trained in the science of radio. They are experts in servicing, and they have all the equipment and tools necessary to put your set in first-class condition quickly and economically. Radios are precious these days. Your set is worth more than you paid for it originally, because it probably can't be replaced until after victory is won. So treat it right. Call your Admiral dealer and know why people say Admiral service is America's assurance that the radios on the home front will last for the duration. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio, here's John Daly.
The official midday communique from Moscow reported new Red Army advances on the Central, Stalingrad, and Caucasus fronts. The communique was general rather than specific, but it reported that a strongly defended German base north of Veliki Luki was occupied and that the Red Army was 27 miles beyond Kotelnikovsky in the drive southwest of Stalingrad. The Germans are counterattacking both west and southwest of Stalingrad and west of Moscow, but the Russians report all attacks beaten off and advances everywhere. For the moment, with the threat to Stalingrad lifted, probably the most important front is that west of Moscow in the vicinity of the German defenses in the Veliki Luki-Rizhev-Vyazma area. Much of the future progress of the Russian winter offensives depends on the ability of the Red Army to maintain its momentum in their attacks on the hedgehog defenses in depth, which the Germans built in this area after the failure to take Moscow in 1941. Press dispatches from the front are a little more specific than the noon communique about operations near Veliki Luki, but since they are dispatches, the news is, of course, unofficial. One dispatch reports that the Russians have cut the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad and advanced 14 miles along the Moscow-Riga line to Novosokolniki, only about 70 miles from the Latvian border. The cutting of the Leningrad-Vitebsk Railroad may mean that the siege of Leningrad will be lifted. That city is now in its second winter of siege, and the fact that the Red Army is concentrating so much strength in the Veliki Luki area is an indication that the lifting of the siege of Leningrad is also one of the objectives of the winter campaign. However, progress on the Central Front is comparatively slow and will probably remain so. The Germans have been digging in there for more than a year, behind a formidable system of fortifications, including concrete pillboxes, trenches, anti-tank traps, and all the other types of World War II tested defenses. These defenses, as most of you know, were built by the late Fritz Todt, who built the West Wall on Germany's French border. They are the sort of defenses which the Russians have been banging their heads against for a good many months. For instance, in the offensive against Bridgehead, the Russians earlier this year reached the outskirts of the city itself, only then to have to turn back and hold their front-line positions without making any great progress forward. Now it's believed that the Russian armies have bypassed all of the Bridgehead defenses, and the Bridgehead city itself is still in German hands. The fact that the armies can sweep around Bridgehead, the Russian armies, and still leave the Germans inside the city attests to the importance of this new kind of fortification which was built by the late Fritz Todt. It's a fortification which must be slowly and systematically crushed. Another important factor in assessing the potential of the Russian offensives is the cost to the Russians in manpower and material. We have no idea as to the extent of Russian casualties since the winter offensive began well over a month ago. We can be fairly sure that they have been large, perhaps so large that the Russians will have to accept limited objectives for the winter campaigns. However, there is one clear indication that the Russians have all the strength they need. Military men point out that if it was necessary to husband manpower, the Russians would not have spread their attack over such a large area. For instance, considering the Red Army's successes before Stalingrad and in the Middle Don, it was hardly necessary to launch another offensive in the Nalchik region of the Caucasus. With the fall of Veliki Luki, much, by the way, of the Germans, which, by the way, the Germans in their communique hint is still in their hands, there is good reason to feel that the Russian winter offensive will achieve successes that will perhaps even surprise the Russians themselves. Today, the communique, the noonday communique, which, as I said, was more general than specific, still reported that the Russian armies in all of the 7 fronts in which they are now fighting are continuing to make advances. They're advancing in the center, they're advancing both north and south of Stalingrad, and they are advancing in the Caucasus in the Nalchik region. It's a feat which nobody expected of the Russians, at least at this early date. But we might all do well to remember the old adage, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to Colombia's correspondent in Cairo.
Mr. Morrison in Cairo. I am limited in the things I can say to you because carriers between you and me. But in the past week, I have talked with many men who knew what with military and naval men, with civilians, and
We regret once again that interference has cut Mr. Morrison's report off from Cairo. This is evidently a bad day for shortwave broadcasting, but we will continue to call in CBS correspondents abroad, trying the Pacific area next. First of all, some of the news from Cairo, which Mr. Morrison was giving you. There is a hint today that a large-scale battle may be shaping up in Libya. It's reported that the British 8th Army is now in contact with the Axis forces in the Wadi Bey el-Kiba area, about 180 miles east of Tripoli. But a British communique says there's nothing to report on the progress of activity. Yesterday, the British radio said that the Axis forces were digging in at a point slightly farther to the west along the line of the Wadi Zemzem, a rugged, dried-up watercourse. It declared that the Axis had assembled some tanks at that point and that the enemy troops were building trenches and throwing up fortifications. Once again, we look for heavy action in the Libyan fighting. But at the same time, we must remember that General Montgomery's 8th Army has stretched itself additional hundreds of miles away from its main supply bases, that even now, the principal secondary supply bases may be as far back as El Agela, and it is going to take time to pull those supply forces forward so that the main armies can go into action. There has been increased action in the Pacific War area, so Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Pearl Harbor. The war on the vast Pacific front continues to step up in the frequency and intensity of aerial raids in the New Guinea, Bismarck Archipelago, and Solomon's Islands regions, with the news highlighted this week by the announcement of the raid on Wake Island by American bombers in force. There's bitter and savage fighting on the Papuan Peninsula of New Guinea, where Allied troops are continuing to cut up stubborn Jap forces in the pockets along the Buna Beach area. But beyond this ground fighting and the constant patrol fighting on Guadalcanal, the big story is on the sea and in the air. This is the world's longest battlefront and its deepest. Land fighting is a series of battles for strong points fought over perhaps bloody but relatively unimportant areas of land. It's the same out here, with surface ships and bombing planes fighting for strong points, which are strategic islands moving through or over great stretches of ocean to get to these strong points of land. The Wake Island attack is the third on that island, the first at low level. It was a soul-satisfying raid to all who remember the Marines' great stand a year ago. But it is still more significant than that. But were evidently large planes in force carrying some 75,000 pounds of bombs flew to Wake Island without the benefit of any landmark at sea, found the island, bombed it, and returned to their bases without mishap. Now mark this. Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet and Pacific Ocean areas, made a significant remark in commenting on that raid. He said, and note it carefully, "Let the enemy take such consolation as he may from the thought that this raid is only a sample of things to come." Unquote. The Jap must now be alert wherever he holds land in the entire Pacific area. Ours is now the ability to choose the place where we will strike next and strike him first. It will come soon and also at a time of our choosing. Admiral Nimitz is not one to speak lightly. And when he says the Wake attack was but a sample, be assured he promises still greater attacks and still greater force. This despite the fact that the Pacific Fleet and the Pacific Army forces, with relatively small aid from our allies, this Pacific force of ours is fighting a war against Japan, a major world naval and military power. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
We've heard the news of Africa, Europe, and the Pacific. Now for some developments in Latin America, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Bogota, Jack Fendell reporting.
The war is being fought on many strange battlefronts and with many types of ammunition. This country is still neutral or non-belligerent. It broke diplomatic relations with the Axis powers right after the attack on Pearl Harbor. But part of the war is being fought today in the jungles of Colombia, only a few hours by plane from where I am speaking. Under the pressure of democracy's need for every ounce of rubber that it can scrape together, a force of Colombians and North Americans is cutting roads through jungles and laying out airfields so that the larger army of men who follow them will be able not only to gather rubber, but speed it onward to the United States. $1 million worth of United States money is the first ammunition in another phase of this war, as a group of American doctors and nurses starts a public health and sanitation campaign here. Their fight will be centered on disease germs that don't respect national boundaries and neutrality laws and could easily spread to the nearby Panama Canal if unchecked. But while public opinion and many government circles here have centered their attention on domestic issues and economic problems, the Army is preparing for all eventualities and for the possibility that hostilities may come to the shore. Under War Minister Alejandro Galvez, a recent nationwide conference of high-ranking Colombian Army officers adopted measures which will place the Army practically on a war footing. Not all of those measures can now be revealed, but they include a unified command which will assure more efficient execution of military plans and directives, and more advanced training methods and the lessons of modern warfare. It has likewise been announced that War Minister Galvez, together with a group of generals and other officers, will visit the Panama Canal Zone sometime this month to inspect the defenses there. While this will ostensibly be a courtesy visit, it will undoubtedly give the opportunity to the authorities of the Canal Zone to discuss more coordinated plans for the defense of the Panama Canal, to which Colombia is so important geographically. This is Jack Sandell at Bogota, turning in now to CBS at New York.
We regret that atmospheric conditions have made so much interference in our shortwave pickups, but hope that the reports from Honolulu and Bogota were understandable. Now, for the news at home, Admiral Radio turns next to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The Navy has just reported that American bombers in the Solomons have set one Japanese destroyer afire and left another in a sinking condition. The destroyer formation was first sighted off Shortland Island at 2:30 yesterday afternoon, Solomon's time. It was immediately bombed by a squadron of flying fortresses, but no hits were observed. 3.5 hours later, it was again attacked, this time off Rendova Island by a squadron of Douglas dive bombers protected by Wildcat and Airacobra fighters. The destroyers were escorted by Zero fighters, but these were taken care of by our own, while our bombers proceeded to bomb the surface squadron with good result. No more has been heard of the destroyer squadron since then, although it's reasonable to suppose that a number of ships got through to relieve the Japanese on Guadalcanal. There's been no land fighting on Guadalcanal of much importance lately. Just artillery duels, a clash between patrols now and then, daily air bombardments of the Japanese emplacements, and at least a daily raid on Munda, where the enemy is being harassed to prevent him from setting up a going airdrome. Major General Camel, Chief of Army Ordnance, announces that the production of tanks, guns, trucks, and munitions will be reduced in the coming year by from 10 to 20%. About $8 billion worth of contracts will be canceled. but more than this amount will be added to appropriations already outstanding for the manufacture of airplanes, merchant ships, and naval vessels. In 1943, according to the War Productions Board, we'll manufacture roughly 100,000 airplanes, with the emphasis on heavy bombers and cargo planes instead of fighters. Our merchant vessel goal for 1943 is 20 million tons. This year, we only produced 50,000 airplanes and a little over 8 million tons of merchant shipping. As you probably know by now, the value of Period 3 oil coupons will be cut at midnight to 9 instead of 10 gallons. And the issuance of B and C gasoline coupons will be resumed tomorrow, with the difference that this time a B card will only be good for 378 instead of 470 miles per month. You'll need a C coupon from now on, and they'll be hard to get if you have to travel 379 or more miles per month. Last night, the State Department issued a white paper on the tragic decade, beginning in 1931 with Japan's invasion of Manchuria and ending in 1941 at Pearl Harbor. It's 144 pages long and costs 25 cents. You can obtain it by writing to the Superintendent of Documents. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
Here in New York is Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott, with an analysis of the latest developments in the fighting in the Pacific. Major Elliott.
The capture of Buna Mission eliminates another Japanese foothold on the northern coast of Papua. But, as General MacArthur is careful to point out in his dispatch, it does not mean that the Japanese resistance in this part of New Guinea is ended, as the Japanese still hold a well-fortified position at San Amanda Point. The tenacity of the Japanese resistance indicates that they are aware of the importance of their positions in New Guinea and suggests that they are trying to delay the development of a two-pronged Allied attack on Rabaul in New Britain Island, their principal advanced base in the Southwest Pacific. The same consideration applies to the persistent and costly Japanese efforts to establish and operate an air base at Munda in the New Georgia Islands, which stands between Rabaul and Guadalcanal, much as Buna stands between Rabaul and Port Moresby. Should Japanese resistance at both these outlying posts be brought to an end, the way would be open for a twin advance of Allied forces with Rabaul as ultimate objective. Certainly the capture of Rabaul would not be easy. It is well fortified and will be stoutly defended. But with the loss of its covering outposts, it would be fatally isolated and exposed, and could be supported by the Japanese only from their great fleet base at Truk in the western Caroline Islands, almost 800 miles away. It would, under such circumstances, be necessary for the Japanese to decide whether the retention of Rabaul was worth the risk of their whole remaining fleet in a great naval action to attempt to restore Japanese command of the sea in this area. If not, they could only bid their garrison at Rabaul sell its lives as dearly as possible, as has been done at Buna and on Guadalcanal. Why is Rabaul so important? To the Japanese, because it covers the approaches to Truk and is a keystone of all their outpost system in the Southwest Pacific. From our point of view, Rabaul is of great consequence because its secure possession would enable us to set up there a great submarine base, moving the point of departure of our submarines hundreds of miles nearer to their target area, which is the sea immediately south of the Japanese main islands. Our submarines have been doing magnificent work in the Pacific, striking at Japan's most vulnerable point, her merchant shipping. On this shipping, the whole future ability of Japan to carry on the war depends. Already, operating from their distant bases, our submarines have shown results, sub for sub, about 3 times as great as those obtained by the German U-boats in the Atlantic. If they can have the additional advantage of a forward base like Rabaul, they will do far better. And we have new submarines coming constantly into service. The possession of Rabaul will be to us an immense advantage, which the Japanese cannot possibly afford to let us gain if they can find means to prevent it.
Now here is Warren Sweeney with a word for Admiral Radio.
We're going to let you hear an authentic sound, the noise to be heard inside a tank during battle.
3rd Battalion, advance to Hill 51. 3rd Battalion, advance to Hill 51.
That's the sound inside a tank during battle. And if you listen closely, you heard the tank crews getting orders by radio. Those radios, Admiral is making many of them, perform the miracles of this war. Credit for their design must go to the men of the Signal Corps. Credit for building them must go to American workers. The men and women, for example, on the assembly lines of Admiral's 2 great plants. Admiral workers are conscious that they're doing something bigger than they've ever done before. They're building radio equipment upon which American men will depend for safety, for efficiency, yes, and for their very lives. Good equipment is built because of this spirit. Victory will come sooner and at a far lesser cost because of it. And with victory, Admiral will again take its place as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Have you heard the latest rumor? Then keep it to yourself. This doesn't mean Americans are forbidden to talk about the war. Talk about it all you wish. But don't mention something merely because you heard someone else say it. Talk only about the things you yourself read in a reliable newspaper or you yourself hear on the radio. Let's beat the Axis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas capitals, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On all the far-flung battlefronts of this war, initiative from the Axis powers. Land forces of the United Nations no longer dive instinctively for the foxholes when planes roar overhead, for most of them are Allied planes. This single factor, perhaps more than any other, has put the United Nations on the offensive. In North Africa, in both Libya and Tunisia, the story of the fighting is principally the story of air fighting, of Allied planes methodically hammering at Axis supply ports and Axis supply lines. American bombers from Tunisia have made their first attack on the Axis-held area of Tripoli in Libya today. They bombed an airfield 10 miles west of the enemy base and scored direct hits. That pays back the British Eighth Army in Libya for some of the attacks it has been making on Axis bases in Tunisia. It also reveals again the cooperation between the Allied forces in the east and west. Both, of course, are working with a common objective, to drive the Axis from all North Africa, and first, to drive them from the air. Allied air power in the last few days also has won and is still winning important decisions in the Pacific. And for a report direct from that area, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
This is Honolulu. The mopping up on the Papua Peninsula of New Guinea has forced the Jap back some 150 miles to his bases at Lae and Salamaua. This, however, is not so much of a retreat by him as it is a nipping off and destroying of his advanced base by the Allied forces. There were hardly any survivors to retreat. In a broader sense, the Japs have not even started the retreat in the Pacific. They've been stopped, yet even now they're preparing to strike again. The latest reports are that our planes carried out a continuous night and day attack on a Jap convoy in the Huon Gulf area of northeastern New Guinea, hitting two transports, one of which was burning, the other beached, shooting down or destroying on the ground 43 fighter planes, damaging a bomber and 6 fighters. In addition, probably shooting 17 other Jap fighters out of the sky. Also, an additional 7 out of 15 Jap fighter planes that attacked our planes on a return flight from bombing a Jap airdrome at Madan. But reinforcements were believed landed by the Japs in the Huon Gulf area. In the Solomons and Guadalcanal, American forces hold their precious ground and its priceless airfield. Land fighting continues, but patrol action. Up north, at the other end of the vast Pacific front, the action is by sea and air, rather by land. The picture out here, then, is one of continuous bombing by air of Jap bases by our forces. Bombing that also extends into the reaches of the sea, seeking out Jap transports carrying reinforcement troops for New Guinea and the Solomons. Despite our sinking of substantial portions of his convoys and the probable death of thousands of Jap troops aboard, the enemy is believed to have been able to strengthen his forces, protecting his airfields in the New Guinea, at Rabaul and New Britain, and the Reykjavik Bay areas in Santa Isabel of the Solomons. Some of us out here consider the optimistic statement of Admiral William F. Halsey as probably the most un-Halsey-like statement that great fighter ever made. He predicted complete, absolute defeat for the Axis powers, specifically including Japan, in this coming year. That is a large order, even for so great and successful a fighter as Admiral Halsey. If he can justify it, then he has information that many of the rest of us out here would like to have. There's only one reporter speaking, but one who's talked to many men who've been fighting and who've been observing on the long line from the Aleutians to New Guinea. Almost to a man, they predict a long war out here. They're resigned to a holding war with offensive, yes, but still a war of holding until the European deal is closed, and then still a long, hard battle before we give our men liberty in the city of Tokyo. Meanwhile, they're fighting fiercely in a most difficult theater of war with tremendous courage and inspiring success. This is Webley Edwards speaking from Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
And now, before we get more reports from CBS correspondents abroad, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Wherever America's fighting sons are serving, whether as advanced scouts on the desert wastes of Africa or as snipers in the foxholes of the Solomons, one ever-faithful friend is always at their side. That friend is their radio, built by Admiral. America's fighting sons spent many happy hours listening to their Admiral radio in the living room back home. Now they find it's an Admiral-built radio that fights with them on the field of battle. And the meeting of so dependable an old friend out there is a heart-warming experience. Knowing this, knowing the confidence these fighting men have in Admiral, inspires every worker in Admiral's two great plants with a desire to produce the best radio equipment possible as fast as possible. And all they produce goes to help America's armed services attain victory. When victory is won, Admiral will again build fine radios and radio phonograph combinations for home use, and thus serve these fighting sons a third time. For as victors, they will want to take into their own homes the familiar friend of pre-war days, the dependable partner of the battlefield, a radio built by Admiral, the only radio known as America's Smart Set. Now, here again is John Daly.
And now, across the Atlantic for the news of European developments, Admiral Radio turns now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
In London, for some weeks, war correspondents who specialize in reporting air operations have been arguing about the absence of an all-out air offensive against the Germans on the continent during the past 2 months. Some say the comparative lull has been due to Allied operations on other fronts, which required planes that would otherwise have gone to Royal Air Force's Bomber Command on this island. Others insist it's just been the weather. But the lull has been only comparative. Last night's Royal Air Force attack on targets in the German city of Essen was the 5th raid on the Ruhr in 7 nights. 7 bombers are missing from this raid and mine-laying operations. The Air Ministry says good results from the British 4,000-pound bombs were seen at Essen. The weather over the targets was clear last night. While we cannot give weather details in wartime, everyone knows that Britain's weather has little in common with the weather in many American areas where new United States Army pilots are taught to fly. British fogs and rain are as much of a military factor as Tunisia's mud. Today, the London Sunday Express's columnist, Nat Gubbins, says only the British could survive food and fuel rationing and a wet northeast wind. The Huns, he says, might stand 2 winters in Russia, but I doubt if they'd stand 1 in England. Today's German High Command communique was read with some interest in London, where it was noticed that the German communique today speaks of the German garrison at Veliki Luki heroically resisting strong Russian attacks. For days, the Germans have been keeping up the pretense that they still hold Veliki Luki, possibly counting on recapturing this strong point and then claiming that they had never lost it. Perhaps that word heroically in today's communique means the German High Command is losing hope of recapturing Veliki Luki. For the last time a German communique spoke of Germans fighting heroically was in making a half-hearted admission of the Russian breakthrough on the Middle Don front. Also, in today's German communique, all the fighting on what the German High Command yesterday so vaguely described as the Don region and between the Don and the Caucasus is now described as the defense battle in the south. This is said to be going on with unabated violence, all Russian attacks having been repelled. Britain's Home Secretary, Herbert Morrison, today made a speech at Newcastle dealing with the post-war future of the British Commonwealth. I want it to last, he said, not because it's British, but because it's good and will be better yet. without it, the world would lose a great factor of stability and progress just when those things are most needed. Mr. Morrison said, it's not enough for our friends or critics abroad to pay lip service to the self-governing empire. It's necessary that they understand it. Other people may think there must be a catch in it somewhere. Well, there is no catch. The freedom and independence of the Dominions are real. The proof is Era, Southern Ireland, which decided to stay out of the war and was left free to do so to the great hurt of the empire's cause and with little advantage to her reputation. Britain's Home Secretary had something to say about worldwide peace and worldwide security, not just freedom from want and freedom from fear in Britain alone. And he had a good deal to say about the future of the empire's colonies, those territories which have not yet attained the status of dominions. It's impossible to cover, in this report, the points which Herbert Morrison covered or touched on. I suggest that you read the speech, not because you'll necessarily like it, but as long as this transatlantic controversy is going on, the criticisms might just as well be based on the facts. If there has to be an argument, it always helps a little when both sides talk about the same thing. London has reports from the Middle East of increasingly heavy blows by Allied air forces against the enemy in North Africa. Especially in the past 48 hours, the range and number of Royal Air Force night operations have been increased. And Royal Air Force and United States Army Air Force bombers coming from east and west have now met for the first time in a sort of air pincers attack on the German bases in Tripolitania. Next to CBS Cairo and the report of Columbia's correspondent in Cairo.
Mr. Morrison in Cairo. Nothing you would call news is coming through the evil weather that now blankets the front in Libya. But the front that 10 weeks ago was 150 miles from Cairo is now 1,500 miles away, and getting there is proportionately difficult. Let me tell you instead what goes on here. A year ago, an American in this city was almost a rarity. Now even the shoeshine boys have learned to spot American insignia and even to identify an American in civilian clothes. The other night in the lobby of Shepherd's Hotel, I heard the unmistakable accent of Indiana cutting through the murmur of lobby conversation. It was the voice of an American girl in the blue uniform of the Army nurses. Yes, I heard her say to an English captain, yes, I know, I'm a pretty girl, but right now I'm hungry. And what are we going to do about that? I see Americans everywhere now, all of them doing something, all learning the terrible importance of this front. And as I watch them, I think that perhaps the reason the shoeshine boys can spot them is their air of brisk freshness. Listening to my countrymen here is like attending a continuous performance of Gone with the Wind. So many of them are from the South. But today I was talking to a Yankee from Cambridge, Massachusetts. He told me the leaves turned red and yellow last fall, as though nothing were more important. He said there was snow now in the little street, and that the subway fare to Boston is still a dime. And as we talked, I remembered a Yorkshireman. He told me the leaves turned red and yellow last fall, as though nothing were more important. He said there was snow now in the little street, and that the subway fare to Boston is still a dime. And as we talked, I remembered a Yorkshireman who told me all one night about his own village of Putsey. And I realized that there must be thousands of conversations like this. People here don't talk about war. War to us has become not a crusade, but a job to be finished. People here talk about home and about tomorrow. They have ideas about the world tomorrow. And if the ideas crystallize and have effect, tomorrow's will be a better world. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
That was Chester Morrison of the Chicago Sun reporting from Cairo. 1,500 miles to the north in Russia, the Red Army is still advancing. But the midday communique from Moscow makes it clear that the Nazis are counterattacking desperately. So far, the counterattack seemed to have done little good, since even the German communique claims only that the Nazi armies are fighting defensively. On the other hand, the Russian noon communique said that the Red Army had occupied 30 inhabited localities in the Caucasus region, and press dispatches indicate that the important Nazi-held railway junction, Georgievsk, is practically surrounded with Russian troops within 10 miles of the city. In the Don area, where the Nazi counterattacks were the heaviest, the Russians claimed new gains and said the Germans suffered a serious defeat and heavy losses of equipment. Thus, at week's beginning, with at least 5 Red Armies driving directly or indirectly on Rostov, the Russians appear to have a reasonable chance to cut off the Axis armies in the Caucasus. Next, to our own hemisphere for news from Latin America. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Chile, Charles Griffin reporting.
The resolution will come, it is expected, toward the end of next week or soon afterwards, when the Senate is informed of the latest developments by means of the exposition to be read out on Tuesday the 12th by the Foreign Minister. The Minister of Interior, Senor Raul Morales, delivered a report of his recently completed official mission to the United States last night, and President Rios, accompanied by Foreign Minister Senor Joaquin Fernandez and a number of experts, is devoting the weekend in his summer residence at Viña del Mar to give the finishing touches to the proposal for an early break-off with the Axis, it is affirmed. The Foreign Minister denied the report that the Presidents of Chile and Argentina contemplated meeting soon on the border.
That was Charles Griffin reporting from Chile. One of Columbia's reporters is today in one of the famous bombers that gave Tokyo the first taste of American bombs. Admiral Radio switches now to a microphone aboard a B-25 somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico, and Bill Slocum, Jr., ready to report from one of America's most efficient fighting weapons.
Dead is purely coincidental, because I am now laying on my stomach in a B-25, a vicious piece of fighting machinery built to carry bombs and more bombs and a minimum of human cargo. This B-25 is the same model that Jimmy Doolittle and some other ambitious young Americans took off from Shangri-La for a little bombing job in and around Tokyo. The B-25 is also the ship that is making clay pigeons out of Axis boats and supply depots in North Africa. It is really quite a ship, and restrictions permitting, I'd like to tell you how this dynamite-spitting gadget works. It's a 2-motor job, and it carries, in addition to bombs, heavy and well-distributed machine gun emplacements. Its normal crew consists of 6 men, but if Shangri-La happens to be some distance away, it can function with fewer. At the controls of this B-25 is Lieutenant J.B. Richard of Great Neck, Long Island, a schoolmate of mine and once something of the town's problem child. Today he's operations officer at Southeast Training Center of the Flying Training Command's Tyndall Field, and a very serious young man indeed. Lieutenant Richard, you've been bending my ear about B-25s for 2 days now. Would you repeat some of that briefly for the listeners?
The B-25 is a great bombing instrument because it's capable of carrying a heavy load and still move fast enough to keep fighter planes at a respectful distance. There's plenty of machine gun protection, too. She's a trifle hot when she lands, but if you tend to your business, you won't have much trouble getting her in.
Thank you, Lieutenant Richard. A little hot is pilot's terminology for a plane that lands with great speed, and the B-25 does that, just as it does everything else, with high speed. The B-25 is a big airplane, although it is called a medium bomber. It permits its crew all the freedom of movement they would have, all 6 of them in a telephone booth. It is a compact instrument of war, and unless you want to wriggle along on your stomach, you stay put once you get in. Before me are a pilot and a co-pilot. In front of them, down in the nose, is the bombardier. Behind me, sitting on a tiny stool, is a navigator, and next to him, a very grim young man who handles a very potent piece of machine gun gear. There's another gun farther back. There are gadgets everywhere. I can't tell you much about them because A, I don't know anything about them, and B, I wouldn't be let talk about them if I knew. But I do know American ingenuity has poured steel, aluminum, cloth, and dynamite into a piece of fighting machinery which, when mixed with the courage and brains of American airmen, should go a long way toward shortening up this war. And Tokyo air wardens will be unhappy to learn that we are not faced with any shortage of B-25s at the moment. I return you to CBS in New York and John Daly.
Now, for the news at home, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
Washington this week has come to a sort of turning point. Except for the rumpus over Ed Flynn's hopes of becoming a diplomat after resigning as chairman of the Democratic National Committee, there's no immediate cause for bickering between the administration and its opponents. There's the question of post-war planning, of course. In his speech last Wednesday, the president said he thought it within the realm of possibility that the 78th Congress would be called upon to formulate a peace. Yesterday, the dominant isolationist member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Nye, said he thought the New Deal's peace plans were doomed to failure, just as were those of Wilson. But he added that he and his Republican colleagues would have no objection to discussing peace plans calmly with their Democratic opponents, even while the war is going on. In Congress last Wednesday, I watched the reactions of certain legislators to Mr. Roosevelt's speech. Hamilton Fish and Arthur Vandenberg never once applauded, except when Mr. Roosevelt left the House. But Gerald Nye applauded every time the president mentioned disarmament or peace, except on one occasion when the phrase was durable peace. In general, the president's speech was well received, though the applause, I noticed, was rather milder from the Republican wing than those who heard the speech over the radio may have thought. Even Republicans, however, accepted the speech as a conciliatory gesture on the part of Mr. Roosevelt. And it was conciliatory, except on one specific point, expansion of Social Security after the war. Here the president, in saying, "I dissent," made it very clear that in the 2 years remaining to the administration, he would do everything in his power to impress on Congress what he considers its obligation to our fighting men, to assure them of the third freedom, freedom from want, by means of permanent unemployment insurance and free hospital and medical care for those who require it. At his White House conference on Friday, the president was asked if he anticipated much debate on Senator Wagner's pending Social Security bill. He said he didn't, and explained that he felt the differences at the moment are based on methods of attaining Social Security rather than the principle that Social Security is a good and necessary thing. Tomorrow, the Congress will receive the president's budget message for the fiscal year beginning on the 1st of next July. Mr. Roosevelt is expected to request appropriations of more than $100 billion, mostly for war expenditures, and Congress is expected to give his text a very critical appraisal. Most of our legislators are dead set against spending a cent more than is necessary, even for airplanes. But our legislators are not expected to quibble over the direct costs of the war. They may argue over some of the president's views, for his budget message is expected to be couched in far more specific, stronger terminology than his address on the state of the nation. But they won't even have much of an opportunity to fight over income taxes, for the president has anticipated their temper and has already gone on record in favor of pay-as-you-go. Though he still supports Mr. Morgenthau and others at the Treasury in their opposition to the Rummel Plan, so-called, neither he nor Mr. Morgenthau any longer oppose pay-as-you-go in principle. So it's almost certain that Congress will shortly pass the Rummel Plan or something very like it, no matter what it's called, and with a very substantial majority. There will be very little debate in Congress. But one thing people ought to understand is this. Pay-as-you-go isn't going to save anybody any money. It will merely ensure that taxes are paid on time. A Navy communique just released announces 2 more raids on the Japanese airfield at Munda on New Georgia Island, but apparently with no great results. We now return you to CBS in New York.
Returning for a moment to the air war in Tunisia, back in this country after serving on the North African front, Brigadier General Stuart C. Godfrey of the Aviation Engineers has an interesting story of methods of building advanced air bases almost overnight. Godfrey says when it became necessary to establish advanced bases to support the action in Tunisia, a call was put in for airborne engineers. With their equipment, they were flown in cargo planes to points as close as possible to the selected sites. Within 3 days, flying fortresses were taking off from the first base, and a second base was completed on the next day. And now, Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
As you know, point rationing will soon go into effect. The government is doing much to help you understand how it works, giving you daily information by means of radio programs. All you need do is listen, and, of course, keep your radio in good operating order. This last is a job which had better be turned over to your Admiral dealer. It's almost impossible to buy a new radio, and even some parts are difficult to replace these days. So don't let an inexperienced person service a radio you own. Your Admiral dealer can put almost any set in perfect condition, quickly and economically, because he has the right tools, the facilities, and years of experience. Admiral dealers consider it a patriotic duty to help keep America's radios in tip-top shape, just as Admiral considered it a patriotic duty to turn both great Admiral plants to war production, the same plants which made Admiral in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. So call your Admiral dealer for radio service. Be sure your set is in the hands of an expert. When you buy war bonds and stamps, you're protecting your future in two ways. First, war bonds and stamps ensure the freedoms and liberties American citizens have always enjoyed. Second, you're saving for a rainy day or for the luxuries you'll be able to have after victory is won. For logical reasons, invest 10% of your earnings in U.S. war bonds and stamps. Don't let yourself or Uncle Sam down. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our next news broadcast will be heard at 4:45 this afternoon. This is the
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Heavy Allied air activity in Europe, in Africa, and in the Pacific is making secure the hard-won hold on the initiative that the United Nations have gained on all the fronts of this war. In French North Africa, the political situation has held the center of the stage. But every day, the military reports have told the story of Allied flyers pounding at the Axis supply ports and strafing and bombing Axis land communications. This is the all-important preliminary to any all-out land offensive. British planes bombed and machine-gunned enemy vehicles on the roads leading from the port of Sfax in Tunisia, and other Allied airmen continued to hammer at Axis targets around the clock. The raids were carried out by the new Bisley planes of the Royal Air Force. Meanwhile, French headquarters announced that French troops fighting northwest of Kairouan had seized several important points near Jebel de Babou. And now, for the news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Cullingwood reporting. We regret that due to transmission difficulties, we are not able to get the report from Charles Cullingwood in Tunisia right now, so we turn to London for the report of a big air raid on Berlin. For the details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
London expects to get the details of last night's raid on Berlin sometime after midnight tonight, British time. So far, what we know about the Royal Air Force attack is that a strong force of heavy British bombers dropped a great weight of bombs on Berlin, and large fires were seen from the air. One bomber is missing from the strong force. Last night's was the 54th Royal Air Force raid on Berlin. The 53rd was made on a night in November 1941. So, you see, Berlin went through the whole year of 1942 without a raid from the Royal Air Force, but the Russians were over Berlin a number of times. However, those early raids on Berlin were on a small scale, a very different operation from the kind that is now considered a normal raid, made on the principles of concentration and saturation of defenses, made with greater numbers of big four-engine bombers with their bombs of 4,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds. Those old raids were usually directed against single, important war targets, railroad stations, for instance, factories and power plants. If British bombers fly the most direct route to Berlin from this country, they have to cover some 1,200 miles, much of the journey over enemy territory. When the Royal Air Force planes arrive at the German capital, they have to face very powerful defenses. Still, from last night's raid, only one British plane is missing. London was glad to get today's Cairo communique telling us of the opening of a new phase of the Battle of Tripolitania But London was not surprised. Those strange German reports put out yesterday about fierce battles in which the Axis forces had stopped the Eighth Army bore a strong resemblance to those fake German reports which were put out back at El Agela. This latest forward drive of the Eighth Army began at 7 o'clock Friday morning, and the latest reports in London are that the forward movement has been uninterrupted, and the British have advanced some 40 or 50 miles from Wadi Zemzem. A British correspondent at the front with General Montgomery's forces says that the start of the Eighth Army's new drive is the biggest moment since El Alamein. And now back to New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Several days ago, one of the CBS reporters heard on this program, Charles Collingwood, gave the world its first news of the French royalist plot to establish a monarchy in North Africa. Right now, you are listening to the dramatic story of history-making events. And in months to come, radio will give you every step in the complete defeat of the Axis. There's a story you won't want to miss. And the one way to make sure of hearing every single chapter is to take care of your radio. For you won't be able to get a new set until after the complete story is told. At present, your Admiral dealer can put almost any radio in perfect shape, regardless of make or condition. But as the weeks roll by, new parts will become increasingly difficult to obtain. So the wise man will call his Admiral dealer now and have minor adjustments made before vital parts are too far gone to be repaired. Remember, your radio set is a precious instrument, your only way of hearing the story of the battles as they're fought. And remember also, your Admiral dealer is the expert who will do everything possible to keep your radio in tip-top shape for the duration. Admiral dealers have the facilities, the knowledge, and the backing of Admiral. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, here once again, for Admiral Radio, is John Daly.
Now for news of the situation along the Pacific war fronts, Admiral Radio takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
Australia's eternal bugaboo, shortage of manpower, promises to become even more serious during the few months just ahead. Prime Minister Curtin's statement that at least another 210,000 persons will be needed for war work or active service within the next 6 months poses a situation which he himself described as of utmost gravity. 210,000 persons doesn't sound so large when considered in the light of America's population. But in a nation of 7 million, where more than 1 out of every 10 persons is wearing the uniform of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or one of the women's auxiliaries, it's a staggering order. Actually, 210,000 Australians is the proportion equal of nearly 4 million Americans. And when America reaches its 4th year of war, 4 million able-bodied men and women not already working for the war effort will be hard to find. The Prime Minister is frank in his admission that the answer to this problem has not yet been found. But unless the answer is found, the probable alternatives are curtailment of war production or starving the services of reinforcements, he said. General Sir Thomas Blamey, commander of the Allied land forces in the Southwest Pacific area, in a radio talk to Australia a few hours ago, warned against any feeling that our signal success in Papua meant that the Japanese menace to Australia has ended. He praised the joint work of the American and Australian soldier in the Buna campaign, but predicted that Japan is still anxious to eliminate Australia as a possible Allied base from which a successful offensive might be launched. He pointed out that in New Guinea, the peril of tropical diseases was even more deadly than the menace of the Japanese. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In the Far East, British bombers supporting the British drive in western Burma against Akyab successfully bombed targets on Akyab Island, and heavy bombers of the United States 10th Air Force left a 7,000-ton Jap cargo vessel sinking and another ship damaged in a Jap convoy south of Rangoon. Thus, new news of aerial activity in the Far East. Besides these major raids, today, Allied flyers, mostly fighters, dropped light bombs and machine gun Jap trains and coastal shipping. The ground forces are still fighting about 25 miles from Akyab. Once again, the reports, as in Europe, from the Far East are reports of air activity, of Allied efforts to smash at the enemy's communications, not only to smash at his principal bases of communication and supply, but also to cut into his equipment for the transport of those supplies. The news from Cairo this morning that the British 8th Army is again on the offensive is news that is good news because we've waited for it for several days. The latest dispatches say that the Allied forces have swept to within 110 miles of the Axis base of Tripoli. You'll remember that the British 8th Army struck Friday at 2 points, at the center of the Axis line and also at the Axis right flank. It skirted the impassable depression there and drove into the open desert where Rommel has little chance of digging in for another stand. Thus, the news of Montgomery's 8th Army once again in action, and it's news that ties in with the news of the French force that came up from the Lake Chad area in Africa and which for the past several weeks has been winning one battle after another. This French force is, of course, still several hundred miles south of Tripoli, still several hundred miles south of the flank of Rommel's army, but it's a factor that has to be considered in the fighting that is going on now in Tripolitania. How far the French force will be able to move without further supplies and perhaps without having to wait some time to pull up major supplies from its bases, no one as yet can tell. But it's very possible that the British 8th Army may find itself operating with a friend on its flank much sooner than it's expected. We expect to have the news from Cairo direct. Bob Trout has already given us a report on the fighting in Libya from London. And for further details, Admiral Radio takes you now direct to the Columbia correspondent in Cairo.
The 8th Army, having pushed through the German defenses west of Uarat, continued the attack today and kept up the pressure on Rommel's fighting rear guard. General Montgomery's advanced units were heading up the tarmac road that leads north to Misurata. They were striking across hard desert to the west and northwest. They were pursuing the enemy in 3 directions, while supply columns with fuel and ammunition were piling after them. Latest reports placed British forward troops on a line that runs roughly east to west across 50 miles of Tripolitanian plateau. The westernmost point on that line is due south of Homs. The battle that picked the Africa Corps out of the Uarat area on Friday night was the first head-on clash the British have had with the enemy since Alamein. But it was not a large-scale battle. Rommel did not pit his whole strength against us. He did not have all his available forces lined up along the Zemzem Gully. He had already withdrawn a fair number of his troops so that he could make a fast getaway when he saw the British steamroller coming. At the same time, he massed enough guns and armor around Zemzem to make the British attack. It was familiar Rommel tactics, delaying as long as he could with a minimum of losses when it came to a showdown. British troops are now rampant in open desert, and I imagine Rommel will have a harder time now than he did at the Gala in keeping the place littered with minefields. But there's no reason to think the 8th Army will have a clean, easy sweep all the way to Tripoli. The eastern approaches to that city are covered by a chain of hills slanting inland from the coast near Homs. So Rommel may practice his favorite delaying technique again. He has an estimated 50,000 troops, including some crack German infantry battalions. Somewhere in the background, he has 3 Italian divisions. I don't think any of these are going to stop the 8th Army for long, but there will probably be a few more hurdles to scale before the British get to Tripoli. This is Winston Burdett in Cairo. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific for some intimate glimpses of the war in that theater. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
Share of the credit for the capture and retention of our base in Guadalcanal must go to the American fighter plane squadron. Just returned to Pearl Harbor are 2 young naval officers who actually controlled many of the spectacular combats in the skies above the Solomons. These are Commander John H. Griffin of Annapolis, Maryland, who directed fighter operations for the carrier, and Ensign William Knoll of Pasadena, California, who directed Marine, Navy, and Army fighter groups out of Guadalcanal. Commander Griffin, is your carrier still doing her stuff against the Japs?
She sure is. Her boys are knocking the Zeros and Combinations for a loop every time they can find them.
They tell us you fellows have been shooting them down at a rate of 4 or 5 to 1 down there. How do you account for this?
The main reasons are better pilots with lots of armor in the seats of their pants. The good old Grumman Wildcat is a sturdy airplane, and plenty of 50-caliber machine guns don't do any harm either. In fleet operations such as those we have just been through, the accuracy and volume of our ship's anti-aircraft fire is another powerful factor on our side.
In what recent battle did you observe these factors most effectively combined?
In the off the Santa Cruz Islands, when our squadrons and anti-aircraft knocked down more than 100 Jap planes.
Do you expect important carrier battles in the future?
Certainly. We've got to wipe out the Jap's carriers before we hit him where he lives.
Commander, do you recall any particular incident that typifies the makeup of our flyers?
Yes. One day when our force was being shadowed by a 4-engine Kawanishi, I directed the combat patrol to attack. In a few minutes, both the Jap and our patrol disappeared from view. I was getting pretty anxious about the result of the chase, but I hated to bother our fighters by asking unnecessary questions when I knew they were plenty busy. When I could restrain myself no longer, I asked the leader, "What's the dope? Any luck?" He came right back with a model 4-word report. Kawanishi found and down.
Commander, did your force have a hand in turning the Japs back in the big battles around Savo Island in November?
Our battleships, cruisers, and destroyers did, of course, and our air group dished out plenty of damage on their own. Our dive bombers and torpedo planes got in their licks on the transports, and the fighters sure knocked down their share of the Zeros. Bill Noel can tell you more about the operations down the Guadalcanal.
How about that, Bill?
Every pilot did a great job, and I think that General Woods of the Marine Corps deserves a lot of credit. It was a wonderful example of a unified command. Not only the Marines, but the Navy and the Army and the New Zealand squadrons, too, were there. And the General had them working together, not as separate units, but as one force. Attack groups often consisted of Navy torpedo planes and Army bombers, escorted by combined Navy and Marine fighters. But both the Army and Navy pilots had to take off their hats, the Marine dive bomber pilots. They were the workhorses the entire campaign.
They tell me operating conditions on Henderson Field are pretty tough.
Conditions are still difficult, but they're a lot worse in October. The pilots didn't live as aviators are popularly supposed to. They slept in muddy foxholes at night when they could sleep, and ate when they could find the time. The pilots were billeted only a half mile from the Japanese positions. They fought Jap raids, mud and dust every day. There was no picnics for the mechanics either. The pilots' success in shooting down so many Japs was in a large part due to the mechanics' upkeep of their planes.
In a word, what's the air situation down there today, Commander Griffin?
The situation's a lot better than it was last August, but we still have a tough job ahead of us. Our boys, who are meeting the Japs over the Solomons every day, must have a continuous flow of planes, ships, and supplies. These must constantly increase.
Thank you, Commander John Griffin and Ensign William Knoll, for your excellent close-up of our air operations against the Jap and the Solomons. Good luck. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
Biggest United Nations successes are still in Russia. For that story, here is Larry LeSueur, Columbia's correspondent who recently returned from Moscow.
The ice of the frozen river Don is blotched with red today, and Adolf Hitler's prestige among the German people, and above all within the German army, is being struck the first of many blows from which it will never recover. Those red banner armies of Russia are surging back over the white blanketed wheat fields of the Soviet Southwest, and the rich black earth which Hitler's conquered last summer, at such a cost of blood and machines, is slipping from the frozen fingers of his armies at a rate which astounds everyone, except the Russians. In that red-walled citadel set up in the center of snowy Moscow, called the Kremlin, the Russian High Command is planning its moves as carefully as on a chessboard. And today, with a smashing move against the remnants of Hitler's cracked Fifth Army trapped outside Stalingrad, they are calling checkmate on Hitler's last summer offensive against the Volga and its chief city, Stalingrad. From every side, the heavy-booted, fur-hatted peasant army of Russia is pouring fire into the 75,000 Germans and Romanians who have not denied any way of escape. Here, the trapped Germans are holding 60,000 starving Russian peasants and workers as hostages. Many persons have forgotten the great migration of Russian factories and workers from the conquered lands last year, but the workers haven't forgotten. Settled now in new homes east of the Volga, in the Urals and Siberia, their factories are now turning out equipment which is making the present Russian offensive possible. And with every step that they advance, the Red Army is winning back for its wives and mothers in the factories the richest agricultural lands in all Europe. Every foot of this blood-soaked black earth will grow food for Russia next spring. The Russians make a practice of never announcing an offensive until it's achieved some success, but there are rumors that they are moving to free Leningrad at the long end of the battle line. Just a year ago today, I talked to the Russian general who will play a great role in this gigantic task. Dark, incisive-looking General Gavorov, smasher of the Finnish Mannerheim land, the artillery expert who cracked the German stronghold at Mozháysk. I talked to him in the smoking ruins of Mozháysk, 60 miles in front of Moscow. He said, "We are counting on our allies, and until they are ready, we will give the invaders no rest until they are finally driven across the frontiers of Russia."
There are many news developments at home today also. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
If you look at your calendar, you'll find, as I did, that March 15th is only 8 weeks hence. And unless Congress gets busy and passes some plan for paying as you go between now and then, March 15th is liable to cause a breakdown in our tax collecting machinery. The Treasury says everyone's got to make his return and arrange for lump or quarterly payment of his taxes between now and March 15th, or take the customary consequences in the form of a cash penalty. But many people, especially here in Washington, are certain that some form of pay-as-you-go will last, and they're not planning to make any income tax returns until it is. This means that the Treasury is going to have an even greater number of delinquencies this year than heretofore expected. In order to avoid a muddle over taxes, therefore, many congressmen have suddenly decided that pay-as-you-go has got to be given priority over all other pending legislation. Members of the House Ways and Means Committee are now considering a plan to separate pay-as-you-go from other taxation measures and rush it through Congress as quickly as possible. Other legislation due to receive priority has to do with the 48-hour week. Senator Reed of Kansas, with strong Republican backing, has just presented a resolution to repeal the wage and hour law and return to the 48-hour working week. Walter Reuter of the United Auto Workers is also advocating a 48-hour week, and so is Secretary of Labor Perkins, but with a difference. Mr. Reuter would retain the wage and hour law and guarantee 48 hours of employment every week to every worker. There's no fresh news about the Pennsylvania strike, which will be over tomorrow. There was a communique at 1 o'clock. It reports continued American bombings of the enemy airdrome at Munda in the Solomons and another Japanese bombing of our own positions on Guadalcanal. Some casualties were suffered among our troops, the Navy says, but material damage was slight, and our troops continued to advance despite the stiffening enemy resistance. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British Eighth Army has struck boldly and apparently with great power in the direction of the Axis base at Tripoli. Abandoning the coastal road and its difficult salt marshes, General Montgomery has made a wide sweep through the open desert and is reported only 110 miles from Tripoli. Such a move indicates that Montgomery is satisfied that he is well superior in mobile fighting power, especially armored power, to any opposition that the depleted forces of Marshal Rommel can offer. Montgomery is a hard-headed, tough soldier who does not take reckless chances. His drive for Tripoli bypasses the German position at Misurata, which will be hopelessly isolated if Montgomery reaches the coast at Tripoli or anywhere between Tripoli and Misurata. This means that Misurata will probably fall into British hands and will then form an excellent advance base for the British, as is the first good harbor west, that is, the first point at which the British Navy could resume its work of supplying Montgomery's army on a large scale. Hence, Montgomery must have collected the supplies and equipment needed for his present push by using the long, weary desert road from Cyrenaica, and this accounts for the long pause in his operations. Meanwhile, the Allied air forces at the port of Tripoli, which has made it difficult for Rommel to build up his own strength through that harbor.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
These next few seconds might be used in describing the new Admiral radios to be made after peace has come. But right now, all Admiral facilities are devoted to producing radio equipment for America's war effort, most of it under direct supervision of the Army Signal Corps. And Admiral would like to pass along a little of the respect it feels for this great branch of our fighting forces. The United States Army has the finest communications equipment in the world, not by accident, but because the Army Signal Corps has worked night and day through peace and war to devise, invent, and improve communications equipment. The search for better signal equipment started with the first Chief Signal Officer America had, Albert Meyer, who devised wigwag communication, and the search still goes on. Every piece of equipment accepted must be better than the piece which went before. Small wonder, then, that Admiral considers it a privilege to work with the Army Signal Corps, for Admiral has always had that same aim, to make better and better radio equipment. an aim which will continue after the smoke of battle is cleared, when Admiral will again produce fine radios for American homes. Admiral Radios, America's smart set. A 2-cent bullet can stop a Nazi in his tracks. So how about buying a few bullets for our boys to shoot? 5 for a 10-cent war stamp. And those war stamps will fill that stamp book you started and forgot. Fill it. Change it for an interest-bearing war bond. Come on, America. There's 100 million partially filled stamp books lying around. Let's fill them completely this week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our next news broadcast will be at 4:45 this afternoon. This is the WBBM Air Theater, your station in the Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
At this week's beginning, Allied armies in Russia and North Africa are preparing for the second round of their great offensives. The Russian armies have consolidated their positions around Rostov and are now drawing the noose tight around that city. In Libya, with Tripoli in our hands, the 8th Army is smashing on toward Tunisia to join in the battle that is to clear the Axis out of North Africa. In the Pacific, the vicious air and ground fighting continues. The Navy Department gave out more news of that front only a half an hour ago. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you first to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The Navy's just announced that American planes have carried out 7 bombing attacks in the Solomons in the last 2 days, doing heavy damage to the airdrome at Munda. The Japanese have again bombed our own installations on Guadalcanal and Espiritu Santo. The latest Army communique reports that the Germans have captured yet another strategic height in central Tunisia. If the military situation still seems unfavorable, the political situation seems to have gone from bad to worse. The State Department is under heavier fire than at any time since the North African campaign began. A few days ago, the Washington Post accused the State Department of bungling and demanded the removal of Robert Murphy, our chief political delegate. Then Walter Lippmann added his voice to the clamor. And today, Ernest Lindley, who has a reputation for being a State Department apologist, chided Messrs. Hull and Murphy in no uncertain terms for passing the political buck to the War Department and attempting to make General Eisenhower responsible for what he considers their mistakes. But that's not all. I.F. Stone, a Washington correspondent of the newspaper PM, charges that Paul H. Appleby resigned from the State Department as a protest against the appointment of the one-time Himmler of Vichy France, Marcel Péruton, as Governor General of Algeria. Mr. Appleby, a well-known food expert, was lent to the State Department by the Department of Agriculture to take charge of relief operations under Herbert Lehman. But according to PM, he couldn't stomach Péruton. London still reports rumors of momentous decisions, presumably emanating from Washington. And the same rumors are just as prevalent here, presumably emanating from London. A big story is about to break, and everybody's hoping it will entail a sensible moral solution to the North African problem, as well as the Joint Allied War Council referred to by Wendell Willkie today in his speech in New York. Vice President Wallace also spoke today, predicting a post-war America in which all men can become members of the middle class and share in the benefits which that class has enjoyed in the past. After 13 months of war, Congress is now at last aroused over the growing shortage of labor, and manpower czar McNutt is being subjected to a barrage of criticism that he may not be able to withstand. Tomorrow, the Senate Military Affairs Committee will open hearings to determine why, at this late date, the War Manpower Commission still has no definite program. Senator Austin of Vermont says he and his colleagues will certainly draft a labor mobilization law unless Mr. McNutt can convince them that such legislation is unnecessary. A missing Panagra transport plane with 15 persons aboard has been sighted from the air in the jungles of Peru. A rescue party is now searching for possible survivors. J. Pierpont Moffett, American minister to Canada, died in Ottawa today. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
You are one of several million Americans now listening to news reports coming from all over the world by radio. Have you ever considered the part radio has come to play in your life? To most of us, radio is a necessity and a convenience. To American fighting men lined up on over 60 different battlefronts, radio is an absolute essential. It is often their only connection with headquarters and with other fighting units. It is the unifying link which makes coordinated action possible. Admiral has produced radios for both purposes, peace as well as war. In peacetime, Admiral radios were designed for performance and beauty, for the luxury of American homes. In fact, during peacetime, Admiral was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is producing radios for war, radios which will link America's fighting units together, radios which are sturdy enough to take all the grueling punishment of modern battle and still operate perfectly. Yes, Admiral has pioneered in the production of both the radio of war and the radio of peace. When victory has been won, and with it the blessings of peace, look again to Admiral for exciting new adventures in radio entertainment made possible by today's amazing wartime developments and discoveries. Tomorrow, as always, an Admiral radio will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
And now more news of the Pacific. Organized Jap resistance in Papua has been ended by American and Australian troops. For the latest details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia. William J. Dunn reporting.
The Japanese invasion of Papua, of Australian territory, lasted exactly 1 day over 6 months. On July 22nd, the first enemy convoy landed troops at Gona, almost without opposition. Saturday of the week just ended saw the last remnants of that ambitious force completely liquidated, and the epitaph of some thousands of Japanese pinned in the brief communique sentence, "Ground fighting in Papua has ceased." The week just ended has witnessed the wind-up of one of the bitterest campaigns any contingent of green American troops has ever called upon to face. This campaign has been of inestimable value, both to the Americans and their Australian allies. In the months it took to drive the Japanese back across the Oran Stanley Range, isolate them, and finally wipe them out completely, the Allies have learned lessons which could be learned in no other way. As a result of this campaign, we now have military leaders who know this type of warfare, who have outsmarted the enemy in a type of fighting he himself developed, and who can, when necessary, lead fresh troops into jungle or mountain warfare with the confidence that comes only of knowledge. Lieutenant General Eichelberger, who led the American forces in the field before Bina and Sanananda, told me early in December that the greatest gain the Allies could hope for in the fighting then underway was not so much the elimination of an enemy force as the invaluable experience we were then getting, and getting the hard way. Another Tokyo myth has been exploded, and the Allied soldier has emerged from the Papuan battle as a pretty fair jungle fighter in his own right. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In Western Europe, British bombers are continuing their round-the-clock attacks on Nazi-occupied Europe. And Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, the Royal Air Force struck again last night at the German U-boat bases in the French Atlantic port of Lorient. The fifth attack on this U-boat base made during January. 4 of them made in the last 10 days. Lorient had not had time to recover from yesterday's daylight attack by liberators and flying fortresses of the USAAF when the RAF bombers were over the port in the moonlight. High explosives and incendiaries, dropped for 20 minutes, started very heavy fires. The men and women of Britain's home front who know pretty well what this war is about have, as you know, not been happy about the political muddle in North Africa. This has nothing to do with General Eisenhower, and no responsible person in Britain has ever said it had. What it's about is the basic purpose of this war. Britain's ordinary men and women quickly saw, even last November, that what happens in North Africa is bound to be a small-scale preview of what will happen all over Europe. They didn't like that preview much. The state of affairs exemplified by North Africa is definitely not what they made up their minds long ago they're fighting for. In recent days, the British people have been getting hints that the North African affair is going to be cleared up and properly done as part of a large understanding between Great Britain, Russia, China, and the United States. The four nations, so the hints go, are planning something approaching a General Allied War Council. Curiously enough, the British newspapers attributed these hints to sources inside the United States. And, I suspect, the United States hears that the hints are coming from London. This weekend, the transatlantic rumor barrage reached its climax, in London at any rate, and today's papers are talking about vital decisions, which will soon be announced. Obviously, it's the kind of thing which is not to be talked about too much until the announcement is made. But just in case you have the impression that all Britain knows a secret which the United States does not know, I'll read you the screaming headline from London's Sunday Pictorial, one of Britain's few tabloids. In huge letters it says, "Big news soon, says America." Next to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
The bulk of the Africa Corps, considerably the worse for wear but still an intact fighting force, was falling back into southern Tunisia today while British forward troops were shooting it out with active rear guards somewhere along the coast road between Tripoli and Douala. The 8th Army already was well on its way down the last 100-mile stretch of highway between Tripoli and the Tunisian border. Already British and American fighter bombers are flying from airdromes in the Tripoli area, where the Luftwaffe was operating less than a week ago. Naval and Army engineers have begun work on Tripoli Harbor, getting it back into shape for the convoys which will help supply the 8th Army's next full-scale effort on a battlefront somewhere in Tunisia. Tripoli is a trump card which will resolve many of the supply problems with which the British have been struggling ever since they hit west from Egypt. The Africa Corps in southern Tunisia will also enjoy some new advantages. It will be linked with von Arnim's army in the north by a modern road and rail system. It will stand a better chance of getting reinforcements than it did when it was fighting in the wilderness of Tripolitania. The German command will likewise be able to transfer arms and men from front to front, according to where they are most urgently needed. Von Arnim's army has been consistently strengthened during the past week and is now reported to comprise 2 armored and 1 infantry division, apart from Italian troops. Taking advantage of wet weather, Rommel may prefer to make a stand in the low marshes skirting Gabes Bay, rather than in the fortified Mares zone. Somewhere, certainly, he must fight, whether he picks his battlefield in the swampy south or seeks to join up with the 10th Panther Army in the north. In any case, the 8th Army has an appointment in Tunisia, a rendezvous with General Eisenhower's forces, and General Montgomery means to make all haste to keep that rendezvous. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific, this time for an eyewitness story of the recent American raid on Jap-held Wake Island. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Before Christmas, a large flight of United States Army bombers roared through the moonlit skies of the Central Pacific, heading for historic Wake Island, with orders to demolish Jap installations there. And straight and true, they headed for their target, the little island rocking with explosion after explosion. And when the raid was over, Wake Island's installations were a flaming ruin, and the American planes came home almost without a scratch, all personnel present and accounted for. In fact, they had 1 extra man. And thereby hangs the tale of a man who stowed away on a bomber. I have him with me right here in Honolulu. Sergeant, give us your full name and hometown.
Technical Sergeant Paul W. Sweetheart, sir. Hometown, Pilsen, Kansas. My folks live there now.
Why does a man stow away on a bombing plane, Sergeant Sweetheart?
Because I wanted to see action. I thought I'd been waiting about long enough, so I thought I'd see if I couldn't go along somehow.
You figured this all out in advance?
Well, not too far. I was crew chief on one of the planes, Tilly the Whack. We take care of the planes after every flight. We check them over before they go out to make sure they come back. If there's anything wrong with them, we fix them up.
The ground crew really lives that slogan, keep 'em flying, then.
A fellow gets to thinking when he takes care of a plane that it's almost his baby. Some of the boys get the feeling that we loan the plane to the pilot and navigator when they take it out.
So when you heard something was up, I guess you're pretty busy.
I'd been grooming the ship to see whether everything was okay. I was in and out of the plane 15 or 20 times. I got to thinking I'd sure like to stick with that plane. I knew that the plane could safely carry a lot more poundage, even for a long distance.
Did you know where the raid was headed?
No, but I knew that it would be a big one. So the last time I went in the plane, I took my parachute and lay west along. Well, my job when the plane takes off is to see that the props are clear and to watch the engine from behind. I went up front and gave a pilot the high sign that everything was okay. Then I ran back and went in the rear of the plane and hid. Everybody was up forward, and I made it without being spotted. I stayed put for a while until we were well up. Then I came out of hiding. The crew was quite surprised to see me.
To say the least. What'd they do?
The tail gunner saw me and asked, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm going along." And he said, "Looks like you are." But Lieutenant Samuel Gregory, the pilot, and all the crew were pretty nice about it. I made myself useful wherever I could. I transferred into this outfit hoping I'd get to be a gunner. And I figured if any of the boys got hurt, I could take their place. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but I was ready.
Well, what happened when you got back, Sergeant Sweetheart?
I was plenty worried. After we landed, I got busy checking the plane, and nobody said anything for a while. But I caught it later on. The colonel didn't punish me, but I and everybody else was given to understand that it hadn't better happen again.
And that's the story of Sergeant Paul Sweetheart, who stowed away on the big Wake Island raid by United States Army bombers. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no more stowaways on Army bombers. I'm advised by Colonel William A. Matheny, Group Commander, that strict orders have been issued against the possibility of any stowaways in any future operation. And other commanding officers have done the same. But this story, and it's a good one, adds proof to the intense eagerness of the young men in our armed forces out here to get into action. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. We return you to CBS in New York.
Russia's noon communique, general rather than specific in its claims, announced that several more populated places were taken in the Voronezh area and that the Red Armies in the North Caucasus have taken a town of great strategic importance after an advance of 13 miles. Thus, the armies of South Russia closed the iron ring around Rostov. The capture of Armaver, announced yesterday, puts the Russians 110 miles south of the city, astride the main rail line running right into Rostov. Another Russian army is moving up the Manch River Valley towards Rostov and is only 80 miles away. In addition, north and northeast of the city, other Red Armies are steamrolling over German defenses, are only 56 to 90 miles from Rostov, and have already taken most of the rail communications which the Germans needed to maintain isolated forces in the Don Valley. The recent developments in the Caucasus have completely unhinged the German defenses, and the Nazi forces in the Maikop oil region are in danger of being cut off, as were the 22 divisions at Stalingrad. One of the most important bits of news out of Russia today affects the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad. The Russian communique reported that a German battalion surrendered en masse, in spite of the tales of torture and death for prisoners taken by the Russians spread by the German officers. This development may well mean that the entire Axis force remaining may surrender in the near future, thus releasing many Russian divisions for the offensives against Rostov and Kharkov. The German communique describing the fighting in Russia is full of evasive phrases. It speaks of shortening the southern front according to plan and says that the fighting in the northern Caucasus has shifted to the Kuban Plain, which is an obvious roundabout way of saying that the German armies in that area are retreating just about as fast as they can. In describing the plight of the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad, the communique falls all over itself. It says that the Axis positions there became intensified through further breaches by strong Russian masses from the west, but at the same time, it said that the defenders held unbroken. The Russians say that of the 220,000 men of the German Sixth Army originally trapped at Stalingrad, less than 40,000 remain. In Chicago, in the former Hotel Stevens, our Air Force is training men in the technical aspects of their part of the war. And for a report from this headquarters, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Chicago, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
It has been my lot in recent weeks, while the boys in New York were checking the signal from Algiers, to do brief and often unintelligible little masterpieces from strange places, such as submarines, paratroop planes, and patrol planes, but never from so unusual a spot as the scene of this epic. I'm standing on a balcony, a gold one, too, and above me are some gleaming crystal chandeliers, and below me are 600 or 700 hungry men packing away their dinner with some grace and unbelievable enthusiasm. They are all soldiers learning the art of radio transmission and reception at the Army Air Force's Technical Training Command's Unit Number 1, Chicago, which was once the Stevens, the world's largest hotel. When the Army took over the Stevens August 1st, every bit of luxury equipment was moved out in 13 nights. It took 1,000 vans to move it all, and as quickly as a room was cleared, it was refurnished with what the Army insists are beds. No fewer than 2 double-deckers in any room, and as many as 5 or 6 in the suites. During the recent Democratic conventions, the Stevens was CBS News headquarters, so I was sure nothing would surprise me in this hostelry. But the picture of a squad of steel-helmeted soldiers marching out of an elevator set me back, although I could not quite erase the thought that we could have used them in those hectic convention days. They can feed 5,000 students thrice daily in this mess hall, which was once the grand ballroom. It's a sort of a perpetual mess hall, because here at the Stevens, men sleep while others study. Downstairs in the huge exhibition halls, there are now 24 radio mechanics classrooms with laboratories installed around the outside walls. The coffee shop is the Post Exchange restaurant, and the flower shop is now the Provost Marshal's office. Up on the 3rd floor, there are even more classrooms. The job the Army Air Forces is doing here is a tough one. Thousands, and I can't tell you how many thousands of youngsters, are being taught ROM, which means radio operator mechanic. That means they can make radios work, no matter whether they are sending the signal from the towers of Bowling Field in Washington or from a bouncing B-25 over Tokyo. They have so many embryo radio men here that the Chicago Park Commission built an overpass over Michigan Boulevard in front of the hotel. It seems the unending stream of soldiers crossing the Bull Mish to drill tied up traffic in all directions. There are lots of women in the hotel because as much of the staff as possible was kept, and many of the teachers are girls. I asked Brigadier General Albert L. Sneed, in command of the vast schooling setup here, how these boys, most of whom never saw the inside of an airplane, felt about the hazards of flying compared to the comparative safety of ground and tower operations. They all want action, he told me. They want to get into planes. They work hard here, and they're anxious to get out. They want to fight. I return you now to CBS in New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
One of the most important questions which remains unanswered at this moment is the remaining striking power of Marshal Rommel's famous Africa Corps as it withdraws into Tunisia. It will find awaiting it strong defensive positions covering the approaches from Tripoli into Tunisia, the famous Mareth Line. On this line, Rommel may be able to make a stand with his infantry units, leaving his mobile elements free to operate behind the line in southern and central Tunisia to protect the east coast ports of Gabis, Sfax, and Sousse, on which he depends for supplies and reinforcements, and to cooperate with the German forces already in Tunisia to clear a wider space for maneuver and gain greater depth for defense.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
During the next few weeks, Admiral dealers expect to be swamped with calls for radio service. Radio will become more important than ever to the home. Wage earners will want all possible information on the new income tax report they must file, and housewives will want to keep abreast of point rationing, especially as to the constantly changing point values of the various foods. People know they'll depend on their radios for such information, yet many, whose radios aren't performing as well as they should, won't call their Admiral dealer for service until the last minute. We'd like to advise you to call your Admiral dealer now. He's still able to get replacements for most parts, and his skill is unquestioned. Almost any radio, regardless of make or condition, can be made as good as new by your Admiral dealer quickly, so you won't miss your favorite programs, and economically, so your budget won't be upset. Above all, don't try to repair your radio yourself, and don't put it in the hands of an unskilled person. One little slip, and you may be without a radio for the duration. Be sure, call your Admiral dealer. Get the job done right. This week, Americans everywhere are uniting to stamp out infantile paralysis. Don't neglect making your contribution. You won't if you remember that tomorrow's America will be as strong as today's children. Help make America strong. Give generously to the campaign to fight infantile paralysis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
On two widely separated fighting fronts, the United Nations today are moving into the final stages of their campaigns. The Russians are choking off Rostov, and in the Solomons on Guadalcanal, United States Army forces have outflanked the Japs to make a substantial advance. In North Africa, bad weather is once again holding up operations, but we are using that lull to good advantage, consolidating our positions in central Tunisia and checking the German drives around Pont-du-Phare. Now for the first direct report. Today, on today's major developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today I want you to hear one of the most remarkable stories of the war. But before I tell you the story, there's one bit of news that might interest you. Winston Churchill has visited Allied Force headquarters here for a while on his way back to London. Now here is the story. It's the story of Lieutenant Bernard Gillespie, an American bomber pilot from Gila Bend, Arizona. Briefly, this is the story. Lieutenant Gillespie was bombing Gavis. In the blaze of anti-aircraft fire, his plane was set on fire and exploded in midair. Somehow, Gillespie got out and parachuted to Earth. He was captured by the Italians and taken to Tripoli. There, they put him on a submarine to take him and other prisoners to Italy. In the middle of the Mediterranean, the Italian sub was attacked by a British plane and sunk. Lieutenant Gillespie got out and was picked up by a British destroyer, and now he is back here. In fact, he is right here in the studio. I look on him with awe. Lieutenant Gillespie, how in the world did you ever get out of that plane over Gavis?
Oh, it really wasn't so hard. I was in the nose, of course, and when the plane exploded, we went spinning off by ourselves. I opened the escape hatch, and the centrifugal force just tossed me out.
And then the Italians caught you.
That's right. We were only about 20 miles from Gavis, and they sent a detail out for us before we could get away.
What were those Italian soldiers like?
They weren't much good. They were dirty little fellows and mixed up uniforms.
And they took you down to Tripoli, then?
That's right. They kept us around Gavis for a couple of days, and then they put us in a rickety old truck one night, and we started off to Tripoli. The truck kept breaking down, and it took us 15 hours to get there.
Well, what did they do with you when they got you to Tripoli?
Oh, they put us in an old fort, and they kept us there for a week or so. They put a German stooge in with us who was in a British captain's uniform. The Italians threw him in the door with all kinds of curses and gestures to make it look real, but we spotted him right away.
Well, Lieutenant Gillespie, how did they feed you there?
Soup and camel's meat most of the time.
How was camel's meat?
It's all right if you're hungry. They fed us a lot better on the submarine, though. The Italians feed their submarine crews a lot better than they feed their soldiers. I suppose they have to.
How long were you in that sub?
We left Tripoli about 7, just after dusk. We weren't supposed to leave that night, but the British were raiding the port, and the Italians got panicky and just pulled out. About 3 the next afternoon, we were attacked.
And what attacked you?
A British Beaufort. He dropped depth charges. That was an awful feeling, sitting there in the dark waiting for the water to start pouring in.
I'll bet it was. Did the Beaufort sink the sub?
No, just crippled us. Then a British destroyer came up and started shelling us. That was when I got out. Were you in the water long? Oh, about half an hour, then a destroyer picked me up. Boy, was I glad to get aboard.
I'll bet you were, Lieutenant Gillespie. And now this is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
Economic Director Burns has just announced in Washington that shoes will be rationed immediately. The rate will be 3 pairs per person a year. The new order covers all kinds of leather shoes except house slippers and soft-soled infant shoes. We'll have full details from CBS correspondents in Washington as the story develops there later in the program. More news in just a minute. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
All facilities of both great Admiral plants are devoted to producing radio communications equipment for the United States Army and Navy. We'd like to spend a few seconds telling you of the part radio plays in the sea battle. Our Navy is the greatest afloat today, chiefly because it has developed coordinated action to so high a degree. Through radio, the job of every man, every weapon, every ship is accurately woven into an efficient plan of battle. When a plane or submarine spots enemy vessels, it radios the flagship of the fleet. The flagship radios the aircraft carriers to get planes aloft, tells cruisers their positions for battle, orders destroyers to rush specified enemy craft and drop torpedoes. Radio in individual planes coordinates the air fighting. Radio pairs off American battleships with those of the enemy. Radio directs the fire of the big guns. In a fleet action, radio plays its important role on the surface, in the air, and under the sea. Radio weaves the pattern of a victorious sea battle by coordinating the actions of men, weapons, and ships. We Americans can be eternally thankful the United States Navy has given Navy radio men the best possible training for their work and the best possible equipment with which to do that work. It is the best equipment. Admiral is sure of that, for Admiral is building Navy radio and knows the high standards which must be met and are being met by the same workers who produce the high standard radio of peacetime, Admiral, America's smart set. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
In the Southwest Pacific, our flyers have scored an impressive victory over Jap planes in the New Guinea area. For a direct report from that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
As Australia watches intently the news of reported air and sea actions in the Solomons, one fact stands out prominently in the news from the Southwest Pacific area. That fact being the unmistakable increase in Allied air attacks on Japanese bases northeast of this continent, from which aid might be directed to an enemy force further south. During the 8 days ending Saturday, Allied planes based in this area made a total of 36 separate raids on enemy bases or shipping in New Britain, Bougainville, Bucco, and the Admiralty Islands. This is almost double the number of raids on similar bases in the preceding week and covers a much wider area than has been the custom in normal operations. Revolve, of course, is the enemy's #1 base south of Truk, has been subjected to the severest blows.
That was William J. Dunn in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
The biggest news in England is that Prime Minister Churchill has returned home after conferences in Casablanca with President Roosevelt, conferences with the Turks, and a visit to the British Eighth Army in Tripoli. As is to be expected, the Prime Minister's visit to Turkey has caused a resurgence of speculation on the future participation of Turkey in the war. Today, there is a report from Ankara that observers see a definite possibility of the Allies seeking use of the Dardanelles Straits for transit of unarmed merchant ships carrying supplies to Russia. This speculation is tied in with a report that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was host last night to Turkish Premier Şükrü Saracoğlu at a dinner attended by the American ambassador and the British ambassador. It is definite evidence of improved relations between Turkey and Russia. In the past, the relations between those two countries have not been of the best, and very probably a part of Prime Minister Churchill's job when he went to Turkey was to get a rapprochement between the Turkish government and the Soviets. The fact that the Soviet ambassador to Turkey was the host to the Premier of Turkey at a dinner is really a very significant development, principally because the ambassadors of foreign countries in other capitals are usually ignored if the relationships between the two countries are not of the best or are not improving. If there's a deterioration of relationships between two countries, the ambassador of the country, whether it be ours or anybody else's, is usually given a brush-off, as we would say in this country, by the government officials of the country to which he has been assigned. The developments between the Turkish and the Russian relations are very important to the progress of the war in the general Mediterranean area. There is, of course, a great deal of speculation about the possibilities of campaigns on the underside of Europe. The Allies are planning all sorts of campaigns. We got that much news out of the Casablanca conferences. But any major Allied move in the Mediterranean area must, of itself, have some help from the Turks, whether it be beneficent neutrality or action on their part, military action. Either one would be helpful. One big possibility in the way of invasions into the underside of Europe would be an Allied drive up through Crete, Greece, into Yugoslavia, and then into Austria. The drive would be difficult because the country over which such a military campaign must be conducted would be very hard terrain to take modern weapons through. However, the Turks, if they came in with us, could go up through Bulgaria from European Turkey, and it would aid our cause substantially. And now for another direct report from overseas. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Cairo. Chester Morrison reporting.
Tonight we shall go ahead in 6 seconds from now.
In the last war, I spent a lot of time in a seacoast town at home that was a port of call for transports bringing troops a long way around to Europe. And one of the things I remember is the succession of large numbers of men who would jump ashore for a day's leave into a town they didn't know and which didn't know them. The town, being an old town, accustomed to the antics of our own fleet on leave, found it no remarkable circumstance that a lot of homeless, lonesome military men, restless after a long voyage, should appear overnight out of nowhere and depart 2 days later. To the men, it was high adventure. To the town, it was routine. To preserve its own sanity, the town pretended the men were not there. And usually, when nobody paid any attention to them, the men went away somewhere else. But I, among thousands of others, never will forget a sign sticking up from the lawn of a park in that town. It read, "Sailors and dogs, keep off the grass." Something of the same kind is happening here. This is an even older town than Norfolk, Virginia. And from time to time, thousands of soldiers have passed through it. Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks and Arabs and French and British, even Americans. I had lunch today with a soldier whose complaint must have sounded in this strange city centuries ago as it sounded in Norfolk in 1917. "I've got the dough," the soldier said, "and back home I could go into any hotel I wanted to. But here, just because I'm a private, they tell me they have no rooms." And from there, it's an easy step to a blanket indictment of all the factors responsible for the thing he was complaining about. Some of this kind of complaint will bounce back to you people at home sooner or later. Don't let it worry you. When our boys here get used to routine hardships, they won't mind the experiences they're having now. This is Chester Morrison returning you to CBS New York.
Back across the Pacific, another American fighting man, a submarine skipper, is standing by to tell us of his successes against the enemy. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
I have with me here at Pearl Harbor a submarine commander who has just returned from a patrol in Japanese waters. He is Lieutenant Commander David Seabright of Detroit, Michigan, who is now a veteran of several successful patrols against Japanese warships and supply ships in the Pacific. Commander White, what luck this time?
We had a short but very active and interesting trip. It started out by sinking a nice-sized cargo ship one night, and later we tangled with a convoy which took the remainder of our torpedoes.
Could you tell us about that cargo ship, Commander?
Yes, we were conducting an offensive patrol in the Yellow Sea. While closing the China coast and trying to fix our position one night, we sighted an object which we thought at first was an island we'd been looking for. Coming closer, we discovered that it was a good-sized cargo ship or naval auxiliary. We continued on the surface and fired a salvo of torpedoes at him, all of which missed. This was quite a blow to our pride, so we shifted to full power on the engines, reloaded the tubes, and started chasing. It was a bright moonlight night, and I felt pretty sure he could see us. He picked up what speed he could, but it wasn't enough, and we were soon at very close range, directly astern of him. I then fired one torpedo, which blew him up.
Blew him up? You mean the ship blew apart?
Yes, he almost disintegrated. There was a terrific explosion, a tremendous sheet of yellow flame, and he went under in about 5 minutes. He must have had a considerable quantity of explosives aboard. Quite a few of our people came up on the bridge to watch her go down. We were only a few hundred yards from the ship.
What was your next encounter, Commander?
One evening sometime later, just before evening twilight, the officer of the deck reported seeing 3 Japanese ships in column a considerable distance away. Our position was such that it was impossible to close and fire during daylight, so I started chasing on a converging course. Part of the run was made submerged to escape detection. After dark, I surfaced. There were many fishing boats all around us. We had to thread our way through these, close aboard, and I was afraid they might give an alarm.
Did they?
No, we got through them all right. After about an hour's chase at full speed, we were close astern of the last ship in column. The first torpedo missed, but the second one hit him in the stern. This stopped him and jammed his rudder hard left. He presented a nice target as he swung, and we fired another, which hit him amidships on the port side. He sank immediately, and we started after the others. The alarm was now given, so the others put on all the speed they could. It took several hours to overtake them, but we finally got one torpedo in each of the 2 of them.
That's good shooting.
I couldn't wait to see the ship sink because our lookouts reported escort vessels chasing us, and we had to clear the area to charge batteries.
Commander White, I happen to know that you've been twice decorated for your aggressive attacking and sinking of enemy ships in the Pacific. Would you tell us about some of your other patrols?
Well, we've sunk some ships and we've damaged more. The Pacific used to be a pretty big ocean to us, but now it's like our own backyard. We operate from one end to the other without giving the matter a second thought, and that involves miles, thousands of them.
Commander White, they tell me that once you men get into the submarine service, you wouldn't change over to any other service for anything. Why is this so?
It's hard to explain, but it's true. It's not the softest job in the world, but there's a lot of satisfaction in it. It's certainly been gratifying to work with such a fine bunch of officers and men as I have on my ship. They're really wonderful, these boys. I wish I could tell everybody what these men have to undergo and how they do it with light-hearted cheerfulness and courage. Of course, every submarine commander thinks he has the best crew in the world, but I wouldn't want to trade mine for any.
Commander, I know that Mrs. White in San Francisco and your parents back in Detroit will join me in adding a word to that. We're glad that our submarines are commanded by men like you. As the Navy men say, well done. This has been an interview with Lieutenant Commander David C. White, commanding officer of the United States submarine, just returned from another successful Pacific patrol. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
The official Russian midday communique gave some details of the capture of Bataisk 10 miles below Rostov, which was announced last night. That battle followed the now familiar format of Red Army units systematically clearing Germans out of one street after another. Other than that, the communique merely said that Russian forces conducted offensive operations in the same directions as before, toward Rostov, Kursk, and Kharkov. On all 3 of these main drives, the Russians occupied some more towns, but the communique gives no details. However, frontline reports said that Russian forces had reached a point only 3 miles south of Rostov and were preparing to force a crossing of the Don. And just a short while ago, the British news agency Reuters reported that Stockholm had heard a Moscow broadcast reporting that Russian troops crossed the Don today and violent street fighting is raging inside Rostov itself. That report is, of course, unofficial, but the communiques may confirm it later. Now, for more news on the shoe rationing program announced since we went on the air, and for the latest report on the Solomons, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
15 minutes ago at the White House, economic stabilizer Burns announced that shoes will be rationed effective at midnight. From now on, he said, every American can buy 3 pairs of shoes, but no more each year. Infant shoes and slippers will not be rationed. Stamp number 17 of War Ration Book number 1 will be good for 1 pair of shoes until next June 15. The stamp will be transferable within a family, however, so that if a wife wants 4 pairs and her husband can get by on 2, well, that will be quite all right. Shoes are being rationed for 2 reasons. The Army and our Lend-Lease allies have created a great demand for shoes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 million pairs a year. The second reason is that since the war, more civilians have been buying shoes than ever before in history. Sooner or later, a shortage would have resulted, so that the OPA, acting under orders from the War Production Board, has stepped in to assure us all of a reasonable and equitable number of shoes each year. The War Production Board, however, will direct manufacturers to reduce the number of styles and to limit colors to 4, black, white, brown, and Army russet, aiming ultimately at the mass production of only several serviceable, moderately priced war model shoes. Leather for shoe repairs will not be rationed, at least for the time being, and liberal allocations of shoe leather for the benefit of shoemakers has been made. There was a Navy communique an hour ago. It wasn't the one we've been waiting for, with news of the outcome of the naval forays off the Solomons, but it contains some very good news nevertheless. Our troops on Guadalcanal, the Navy says, have outflanked the Japanese to the west of Henderson Field. Presumably, we advanced from 40 to 50 miles without encountering much resistance, circling around the enemy center at Cape Esperance and taking up new positions at Titi, a half-mile west of Maravovo on the northwestern coast of the island. For the time being, at least, the Japanese appear to be virtually surrounded, and Henderson Field has been freed from any further threat. Meanwhile, American dive bombers have again attacked Munda, and other planes have bombed some newly installed Japanese positions on Kolombangara Island in the New Georgia Group. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And here in New York is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The military successes of the Red Army are already having their effects on both flanks of the long Russian fighting line. To the south, the Turks have entertained the British Prime Minister and his chief military advisors in a conference on Turkish soil, a conference in which he talked with the President of Turkey and Turkey's military chief. The significance of this event can hardly be overestimated, both as to its possible military results and as to its influence in strengthening Allied prestige throughout the Muslim world. To the north, meanwhile, persistent reports come out of Finland to the effect that that country is anxious for a separate peace with Russia and desires to dissociate herself from any connection with the Axis. This may be more easily aspired to than accomplished, as long as German troops remain on Finnish soil in any numbers. There can be little doubt that the Finns find their position a most difficult one, but now the situation is changing. The relief of Leningrad, the reopening of the rail communication to that city afford the Russians an opportunity to make it into a great base of operations for further offensives in the north. The Finns know very well neither their own decimated forces nor the few German divisions remaining in Finland could stand before the onset of a full-scale Russian assault. But they are likewise aware that the Russians may now find the opportunity to press back the German left flank along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland. And should this be the case, the German troops in Finland would be cut off from any hope of support. Hence, many Finns must be wondering whether the time may not be at hand to break with Germany and seek a separate peace with Moscow, a peace in which they might hope for the good offices of the United States.
Now, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Last week, we suggested you have your Admiral dealer put your name on his list. That is, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. Here's the reason. Certain vital parts are becoming difficult to obtain. If your set is checked regularly by an Admiral dealer, he'll keep those vital parts in operation as long as possible. Admiral dealers know how, and if he sees they won't last, he can start looking for replacements far enough in advance to ensure getting whatever you need by the time you need it. Yes, and there's another important advantage to being on an Admiral dealer's regular list of service customers. In these days of shortages, it's only human nature for any dealer to take care of his regular customers first. So if you don't want to be disappointed when your radio runs into real trouble, call your Admiral dealer now.
Get your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Be assured of tip-top performance for the duration. And don't forget, Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. This week, the United States salutes her Boy Scouts, 1.5 million strong. Almost without exception, every Boy Scout has done more than a full share toward winning the war and is still on the job, doubling and redoubling his all-out effort. A salute, then, to the Boy Scouts, an organization of which America is proud. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
Here are the latest developments. The Navy has announced the loss of America's largest submarine. Red Army troops have widened their gains in the Dnieper Basin and at other points on the Eastern Front. Allied bombers have blasted Japanese airdromes and harbor installations in the Solomons and New Britain. The British 8th Army is pushing on toward the Marat Line, but there have been new Axis gains in central Tunisia. Now for news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. The Germans have already dented our new Tunisian line. After we beat off an attack on the Kasserine Pass day before yesterday, the Germans attacked again yesterday, and this time they took the pass. Today's communique speaks of local enemy gains in this area, but we know they have the pass. Heavy fighting is still going on, and British armored forces have moved down to reinforce the American units in the Kasserine area. It is just possible that the Germans may not be able to hold on to their new gains. We can't tell until we know the results of today's fighting. At the moment, all we know is that the Germans have the Kasserine Pass. Yesterday, General Bergeret, the number 2 man in the French African government, told correspondents out here some facts on the number of political prisoners still in African camps. I think many people were surprised to learn that there are still 734 French communists in concentration camps here. Some of these are local communists, but most of them were arrested 3.5 years ago in France when Russia was in uneasy alliance with Germany. They were brought over here in 1940 after the fall of France. By far the most notable of these French communists were 27 deputies, representatives properly and popularly elected to the French Chamber of Deputies, which is equivalent to our Congress. When those 27 were arrested, it was a sensation which shook all France. In the years that have passed, France and the world forgot about the 27 until we arrived in North Africa and found them still in jail outside of Algiers. A couple of weeks ago, the communist deputies were released, and last week, I had a talk with some of their numbers. They were a little gray, a little blank from their years in prison. They'd been out a week, but they said they still got sick when they ate a heavy meal. They were a little bewildered at the new shape of things that had come about while they had been away, and they were searching desperately for some part to play in this new world. Mido, a gray-headed old Union leader, a little seedy from prison life, kept saying, "There must be some way we can help the Allies. All we want to do is beat Germany." And Rocher, who was a quiet, thoughtful man, said, "After all, we represent thousands of people in France. They elected us. They still believe in us. They are worried and confused by what's happening. Why can't we go to the radio and talk to them and tell them that they must continue to believe in the Allies, that only one thing counts, and that is that Germany must be beaten?" The communist deputy sat in my hotel room talking like that for a long time. It was a pathetic interview. After 3.5 years, they'd come out of prison into a world that seemed full of hope. But there was nothing for them to do in that world. Or if there was, no one would let them do it. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
From all battlefronts, land, sea, and air, from all quarters of the globe, comes news of American fighting men in action. And with every dispatch, Admiral workers receive fresh inspiration. Admiral workers are producing radios for American fighting men. Radios which are now on the fighting fronts, welding forces together, helping units and men work as a team. Perhaps, at this instant, a Navy flyer with an Admiral-built radio in his plane is on patrol duty. He spots a Nazi submarine. He radios a report to his base. A destroyer, summoned by radio, speeds out to sea. It locates the submarine's exact position by means of a radio device. And when the submarine is sunk, the destroyer reports to its commander by radio. Admiral is building all types of radios used in such action as this, the best radios in the world. For neither our Army or Navy will accept anything less than the best. Both the Army and Navy know only too well this coordinated action of planes, ships, men, and weapons depends upon radio. And both insist upon getting the best radio equipment. Admiral will build such equipment to the limit of its capacity and keep on doing so until this war is won. After that, Admiral radios will again be made for the American home, each one worthy of carrying on the tradition that an Admiral is America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Across the Atlantic, the British people are watching developments in India, where Mohandas Gandhi's condition grows worse. For a report on this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
There are no new reports in London on Gandhi's fast, other than that his condition is growing more serious. Britain's weekend celebration of the 25th birthday of the Russian Red Army reached its high point this afternoon when British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden addressed an enthusiastic audience packed into Albert Hall. Eden paid high tribute to the gallant Russian armies and said that never in its long history had the German army suffered a disaster like that at Stalingrad. At the beginning of his speech, he had a surprise, a message to the British people from Stalin. Stalin, on behalf of the armed forces of the Soviet Union, thanked the citizens of Great Britain for the celebration. Its effect, he said, would be to strengthen confidence in Russia that the moment is near when the combined armies of Britain and Russia, by joint operations, will smash the common enemy. The allusion to joint operations leaves little doubt that Stalin does not consider the North African diversion enough, but he is not alone in that. The Casablanca conferences between Roosevelt and Churchill brought a promise that Europe would be invaded soon. And here in England, the people are not worried about the present reverses in Tunisia because they have any doubts as to the final outcome there, but because they're afraid the upsetting of the timetable in Tunisia will hold back the planned invasion of the European continent. Although we may have to wait for a land offensive against Europe, the Allied air offensive against Europe is well on its way right now. I have just returned from a bomber station of the United States Army 8th Air Force, a station from which flying fortresses fly across the English Channel to bomb Nazi sub-bases and industrial centers by daylight. It's a dirty, nasty job, and we're losing planes and men. I talked to an American squadron leader at that bombing station who had lost one of his planes in a raid over Europe, and he had something he wanted me to tell you. He received a brave, pathetic letter from the mother of one of the boys on a fortress that was lost. She gave her boy for the cause of freedom because it was necessary. But, she said, I have been told that the British have taken all our good planes and given us old, inferior ships to use. Was my boy in one of those old ships? That squadron leader told me to tell you to rack that up as another piece of dirty Nazi propaganda. He told me to tell you that they are flying American planes, the best that you at home build. But he said they needed more of them, and it was up to you to see that they got them. This is John Daly in London. I return you now to CBS, New York.
The Russians celebrated the 21st anniversary of the Red Army today by rolling on unhalted toward the Dnieper River. Moscow's latest bulletin places Russian forces in the river basin within 34 miles of Dnipropetrovsk and Poltava. And all along the 500-mile front from Oryol to Krasnodar, The Red Armies report victories which have left almost 2,000 dead Germans on the battlefields. Yesterday's capture of the important rail junctions of Pavlograd and Krasnograd disrupts all direct German communications between Kharkov and the Donetsk Basin regions to the south. In the Donetsk area, the Russians continue to mop up remaining German troops. The Red Army reports the capture of a number of villages west of Rostov and southwest of Voroshilovgrad, and the Russians claim they repelled Nazi counterattacks in the Krasnoarmeysk region. Soviet forces advancing from Krasnograd have stormed more towns, killing 400 Germans and capturing supplies. To the north, on the Oryol front, midway between Moscow and Kharkov, the Russians report gains despite strong enemy resistance. At one point, German automatic riflemen seized a town, but Red troops surrounded the enemy and wiped out every man. On the fighting in the Caucasus, the Russians report the capture of a district center 17 miles west of Krasnodar. The German version of the fighting on the Eastern Front is vague as usual. The Nazis say they repelled attacks in the area of Rzhev, the strong German base 130 miles northwest of Moscow. And the enemy communique said Russian pressure slackened at several points between Oryol and the Azov Sea because of a break in the weather and heavy losses. Meantime, Moscow and other Russian cities rang with speeches and jubilation in celebration of the Red Army's anniversary. Patriotic slogans are displayed everywhere. A typical one says, "Hail to the victory of the Anglo-Soviet-American alliance over the base enemies of humanity, the German fascist enslavers." Back in this country, most of us have given little attention to our Coast Guard, despite its day and night alert. For an on-the-spot account of these activities, Admiral Radio takes you now to a Coast Guard patrol boat in Lower New York Bay. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Old New York's grimy streets and depressing masses of skyscraper loom only a few short miles from me now, and they are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in all this world. Say what you want about them, they do not bounce, and this overgrown canoe the Coast Guard calls a patrol boat combines the worst features of an airplane and a submarine. Actually, the little beast moves with considerable speed, and when it does, there isn't too much unpleasantness. But it is on anchorage patrol in the busiest harbor in the world, and that means every so often it sidles up to a freighter and wallows around while expert Coast Guardsmen make quite sure the freighter is where it belongs and is doing nothing it shouldn't do. Whether there are hundreds of boats in the harbor or whether there is a dozen, is a little matter the censors feel should be a secret between them, myself, and the thousands who travel in ferries. But as anybody who lives in a harbor town can tell you, as dusk falls, sometimes you'll see the harbor filled. When dawn comes, it is practically empty. And another convoy of death and destruction for the Axis and food and warmth for the Allies is on its way. It's the job of the Coast Guard Harbor Patrol to see to it that these freighters, many of them Liberty ships, take on their precious cargo without interference as they clear this harbor in as much secrecy as possible. These Coast Guardsmen are a combination seagoing policemen and firemen. They ferret all over the waterfront on foot, in boats, in jeeps, and in airplanes. And if they see anything amiss, they are all trained to nip it in the bud and keep damage to a minimum. The boat I'm on is on anchorage patrol. There are other Coast Guard units who see that only accredited citizens are given access to the waterfront. Others keep their eyes open for fire hazards. And they're all better than expert hands at mob and riot control. We're going to hear this crew in action shortly, I'm sure, because we're bearing down now on a big freighter, swinging at anchor and loaded to the gunwales with, shall we say, general cargo. I'd like to give you a picture of this harbor when it's filled, and that doesn't mean it's filled now, nor does it mean it's empty. The last time I was out, the Richelieu was laying sleek and trim amidst a couple of hundred travel-stained freighters, some shiny new Liberties, other rugged old tramps, all of them low in the water and with cargoes piled high on their deck, all of them with life rafts, and all of them armed fore and aft. There's plenty of opportunity for a little high-class sabotage in this harbor. But that sabotage problem is the Coast Guard's. And to the naked eye, it looks like the saboteur is having a pretty bad season. We're coming up under the nose of a freighter now. Let's see how it works out. Check this, please. Slow. That's right, Steve. Our captain is hailing the boat through a loudspeaker. In a minute, we will hear an answer from that boat. That's the right voice. He's alongside now. We'll hear an answer in just 1 second now as the captain speaks through the loudspeaker. I don't know whether you can hear it or not. Here he is now. Ahoy, the vessel. Is the master aboard? Who are you? We're going to move you to a new berth. Stand by to get underway at 16:30. The pilot will be aboard at 1600. Your hoist is the same. Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Thank
But
you.
remember, no boat gets in this harbor without military scrutiny, and the Coast Guard's been asking those questions, already knew the answers. He just wanted to make sure the boys aboard the boat knew them, too. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Across the Pacific, our land, sea, and air forces continue their battle against the Japanese. For news from this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
There is a significance in the Navy's report of an attack on Attu Island by surface ships that may be missed by the casual observer. Attu Island is at the tip of the Aleutian Peninsula, which juts in a long line of islands to the southwest of Alaska. It comes to mind that that's up north somewhere. That's true, it is up north. But the Aleutians are very definitely a part of our Pacific front against Japan. They are the right end of our line, so to speak, just as Guadalcanal is our left end. The center of this long Pacific line has been static since the Japs attempted to punch through Midway to Hawaii and were rolled back. Then the forces of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz made a hazardous but successful attack at the left end in the Solomons. Guadalcanal is now fully occupied and is a strong point for our forces. And now this weekend, Pacific Fleet units have gone into action at the other end of the line up north. There's been previous action in the Aleutians. There was an attack up there on Jap installations at Kiska by our surface ships in August of 1942. But this is the first shelling of Jap installations on Attu Island, which is 300 miles west of Kiska and more than 600 miles west of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. Attu is 1,800 miles west of the meridian that goes through Hawaii, although well north of here. But this is the main significance. Attu is less than 800 miles in a direct line west to Asiatic land, Kamchatka. And Kamchatka borders on the Jap-owned Kuril Islands, which extend some 800 miles southwesterly to Japan proper. This is the furthest west our surface ships have struck. It indicates that the Pacific Fleet is not only willing to take offensive action in enemy-controlled waters, but also able to do so. This Pacific reporter is no Pollyanna. I've been pretty pessimistic at times in reporting from this area for the last 14 months. There have been tremendous obstacles for our Pacific Fleet to overcome since its first attacking task force went out and hit the Japs in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands a little over a year ago. This Pacific War has been called a holding operation with a kick in it, and aptly. But the kick is beginning to develop. The offensive spirit has developed rapidly since Midway last June. Our fleet in the Solomons tried to provoke a decisive battle with the Japs down there the other day, but the Japs were cagey. They did not choose to fight. They will have to fight before very long because the fleet will see to it that they do. When that fight comes, we will be hurt, for you cannot fight battles like these in the Pacific without losing men and ships. But the Japs will be hurt worse. The men in the Pacific Fleet will bet you on that. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
In this country, the Navy has announced the loss of our largest submarine, and the nation is awaiting the OPA announcement of point values for rationed foods. For these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The 2,700-ton mine-laying submarine Argonaut, the largest of our fleet and possibly the largest in the world, has failed to return from patrol operations and is therefore presumably lost. A Navy communique says next of kin have been notified. The same communique also identifies the destroyer mentioned in communique number 282 as having been sunk in the Solomons on February 1st. She was the 2,100-ton De Haven, commissioned only last September, the Navy says, and she was sunk by Japanese dive bombers. It's hard to visualize the fact, but the De Haven, one of our newest and fastest destroyers, weighed 800 tons less than the missing submarine. Loss of life on the destroyer is believed to have been small, but if the Argonauts really lost, she doubtless went down with all her normal complement of between 90 and 100 men. In the Solomons, our planes are still attacking the airdromes at Munda and Vila, and in the Aleutians, our surface vessels have sunk a Japanese freighter. At 7 o'clock tonight, the Office of Price Administration will answer one of the questions uppermost in the minds of American housewives. How many cans of food will be available per person under the new rationing program? I know, but reporters have been pledged to silence until tonight, when the OPA will announce the number of points per month each person will be entitled to and the respective value in points of some 200 processed foods, canned, frozen, and bottled. Until a week from tomorrow, none of these foods will be legally available for sale. Meanwhile, all Americans will be expected to register for ration book number 2. I now return you to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
This week, the magazine editor and publisher reported that casualties among American correspondents in this war have been proportionately 4 times greater than among our armed forces, and the greater part of these reporter casualties have occurred in the Southwest Pacific. Here in New York is CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, just back from 2 years on the battlefronts in the Far East and the Southwest Pacific. Tell us, Bill, just how do you war correspondents operate out there?
The correspondents who are now working in the Southwest Pacific, and this goes for the South Pacific, too, are a pretty great bunch of fellows on the whole. Even the loss of such men as Mel Jacoby, Barney Darnton, and Jack Singer fails to flag their enthusiastic desire to get in wherever the action is. Proof of this can be found in the stringent regulations General MacArthur's public relations officers have had to put into effect to keep the entire press corps from moving in a body to any front that might open. Vern Hoagland of the Associated Press is typical. Vern, you'll remember, had to make a parachute jump from a plane over New Guinea last August. It took him 41 days to find help. 41 days during which he wandered the jungles and the mountains almost without food and with very little water. Yet the first time I saw Vern after he left the hospital, he told me his one desire was to get back to New Guinea, and he did. The boys who do get to the fronts have very few advantages over the fighting men. They eat the same food, they drink the same chlorinated swamp water, they wade through mud and sleep on the ground, and they often get shot at. These boys have one inviolable rule at the front, a rule which requires the newcomer to dig his own foxhole as soon as he arrives. In a hot, steamy jungle with nothing but a small spade to use, that in itself is an all-day job, particularly for those of us who happen to tip the scales above the 200 mark. I think it's rather indicative of the attitude of these fellows that you never hear any complaints from them when they are actually up in the danger zone. When they get back to Port Moresby, where living conditions are glorious by comparison with the jungles, then they open up with a barrage of howls that are as loud as they are meaningless. Incidentally, one of the first things I learned in New Guinea is that any correspondent returning to press headquarters at Moresby from the jungles is expected to take a bath, and fast. In the early days of the Boona campaign, some of the boys had a tendency to come out of the jungle clad in uniform coating of green dungarees and mud. Having lived in this outfit for weeks, they sometimes failed to realize its possibilities and rested a bit before changing. The entire press corps combines today to prevent any such oversight by the returning correspondent.
That was CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, who has just returned from Australia. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Admiral dealers have requested that we ask you to be patient when your radio requires service. Every effort is being made to put all radios brought to Admiral dealers in tip-top shape. But doing so sometimes takes a little longer these days. Certain parts, including tubes, are difficult to obtain, and often this means a radio out of action for a few days. There is a method by which you can usually avoid such delays, however. Tell your Admiral dealer to put your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Such checkups enable him to tell in advance whether or not the vital parts of your set are holding up. If he sees one which can't last much longer, he'll start looking for a replacement immediately and probably have it in time so that your radio stays in continuous action without missing a single day or a single favorite program. Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization. And Admiral, in peacetime, is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. So tomorrow, first thing, call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. 2 hand grenades will blow a Nazi machine gun crew to kingdom come. And 2 hand grenades can be bought for 8 25-cent war stamps. Let's fill every space in those stamp books again this month. Buy war stamps in addition to your 10% payroll allotment. Give American fighters the extras they need. Give yourself the extra war bond you want to own. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcast. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards with a summary of headline news.
Allied forces have repulsed a new Axis attack in northern Tunisia, and they've captured hundreds of enemy troops as well. The Germans issue optimistic claims on the Russian fighting, reporting the recapture of 2 strategic strongpoints. Moscow maintains the Red Army is pushing westward. RAF planes have rounded out a month of heavy assaults by bombing targets in western Germany. And the Navy reports further success by American bombers in the southwest Pacific. For our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. Today's communique from Allied Force Headquarters tells of more German attacks along a wide front in the northern part of Tunisia. Down in the south, Rommel is still falling back from the Kasserine Pass, and everywhere, Allied air forces are striking at the enemy. Our air power in this campaign is one of the sources of our strength. For many of the American pilots, at least, this is their first taste of actual operations, but they're doing a magnificent job. I have one of our pilots here beside me tonight. His name is Bill Sloan, Dixie Sloan. He comes from Richmond, Virginia. He's 22 years old, and his comrades say he's a born pursuit pilot. He flew his first combat mission less than 2 months ago, and today, in Axis planes destroyed, he is the second-ranking fighter pilot in the North African theater of war. You shot down 5 German planes, haven't you, Dixie?
Yes, that's right, but I don't think that's so important.
Well, I do. Why not?
It's the squadron's record that counts. It's your squadron that shoots down the plane. Nobody goes around shooting down Messerschmitts by themselves these days. If you didn't have buddies helping you, you'd be full of holes in 20 seconds.
I guess you got a pretty good squadron, then.
We've got a swell squadron. I think it's the best squadron in North Africa.
Now, who do you think's responsible for that?
Everyone is. It's all teamwork. That's the whole secret. Colonel William Covington of North Carolina is the group commander, and Major Hawley Vaughan of Oklahoma is our own squadron commander. They have a lot to do with us being a good squadron. Then there's the ground crews, and finally the pilot. Oh, and the planes, of course. You can't have a good squadron without good planes.
I forgot to ask you, Dixie, what kind of a plane do you fly?
We fly P-38.
P-38, what do you think of them?
Well, I'll tell you. This is personal, of course. But I'd rather fly a P-48 than any other pursuit ship I've ever seen or ever flown.
Well, tell me something about yourself, Dixie. Didn't you get 2 German planes on one operation once?
That's right. The squadron got 8 this day.
How did it happen?
Well, we were out on a sea sweep, and we just ran into them. I got a big old Dornier P-17 right off, and then later on I got a Messerschmitt.
Well, how did you get him?
Well, that Messerschmitt did a fool thing. He was on somebody else's tail, and I came around and pulled up into a turn and turned to the right. I followed him up, and then he was off the turn. That was funny. I cut in on him, and he just sort of disintegrated right there.
Pretty work, Dixie Sloan, and I hope you keep on making them just sort of disintegrate. We return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
When U.S. naval guns were raised at Casablanca, their target was the Jean Bart, a French battleship. 2 salvos were fired. the hull of the Jean Bar was smashed. The miracle of that engagement is this. The American guns were 26 miles from their target. The American crew could not possibly have seen the Jean Bar, for she was far beyond the horizon, yet they knew exactly where she was. Their knowledge was obtained by using one of the many different electronic instruments now in service with our Navy. Every hour of every day, these electronic instruments, many of them built by Admiral, are performing miracles for the United States Army and Navy. Admiral was chosen to build such equipment solely on the basis of its ability to produce the best and its capacity to produce the huge amounts needed by the Army and Navy. Admiral's ability to produce the best originated in pre-war days, when its production lines turned out the Admiral radio, America's smart set. Admiral has the capacity to produce the huge amounts needed because America appreciates Admiral quality. This appreciation made Admiral in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, with ability and capacity, plus the zeal of its workers, Admiral is serving America's fighting men on the front line by building radio and electronic equipment which is helping them defeat the enemy and bring a return of the blessings of peace. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
American planes and ships continue to hunt down the enemy throughout the Pacific. For a direct report on the latest developments in this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
The tempo of elite bombing in the Pacific stepped up again this week with raids on 4 successive nights on Rabaul and New Britain Island and clock-like raids on Jap-held bases in the Upper Solomons, smashing in Mundo on New Georgia, Paisien Buen on Bougainville, Vila on Kalambangara, and Raketa Bay on Santa Isabel. Also at Gasmata Airdrome down the coast from Rabaul, a surprise attack on the Kai Islands north of Australia, and at Korkpang on Timor of the Dutch East Indies. There was one raid as far north as the Admiralty Islands. On New Guinea, there were raids by American and Aussie planes at Mugu, Lae, and Salamara. The Japs made nuisance raids on us at Port Moresby, attacked us at Tulagi, and made their second raid of the war on Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. The record shows considerable damage by our raids, little or no damage done to us by the Jap raids. Many of these names will sound strange and may mean little to you. They mean a great deal in the Pacific. Each is a strong point for us, or the enemy, in this far-flung battlefront. We're out of this Pacific War what Oyel or what Staff out of the Russian front, or Tunis or Brazilia on the African front. Each point controls hundreds, even thousands of square miles of area, and our object must be not only to capture them to use against the enemy, but also to keep him from using them against us and our supply lines. We can now hit at the Jap Islands all the way from Timor and the Dutch East Indies, through New Guinea, the Bismarck Archipelago, to and beyond the Solomons. And we have been hitting him with Admirals Nimitz and Halsey and General MacArthur, getting great results with their air power, which, while stronger than it was, is still limited. Nevertheless, we are pounding the Jap bases regularly, and it must have the Jap worried. For there's a feeling in the air that the United States Pacific Fleet will not stand idly by in the South Pacific, that our raids on the widespread Jap bases may be for more than just to hold him down, possibly as a means of keeping his strength scattered while we are preparing for another powerful punch by Halsey's ships, planes, and guns. There is, right now, the making of an epical naval battle. At the time the Japs were pulling out of Guadalcanal, we had the largest fleet ever assembled by the United States, ready, willing, and able. That fleet was trying to get the Japs into fighting position, but Halsey couldn't provoke them into the major battle that he wanted. It was strategy on the Japs' part not to fight, for our Pacific Fleet probably would have taken the Jap fleet. But do not mistake that Jap reticence for weakness. They are powerful with lots of ships and planes. Heretofore, though, they have come out and offered the target, and we accepted the invitation each time winning. Now they seem to have decided to hold back, perhaps forcing us to show ourselves in a disadvantageous position. That makes a sparring match out of the current naval action thus far. But Halsey's no toe-dancer. He's a slugger. It should be only a matter of time until he wades into them. It might be somewhere after a bow. For that strong Japanese base is a thorn on our side, threatening as it does both our New Guinea and our Solomons air bases, as well as our supply line. Halsey cannot very well hit further north until that strong threat is eliminated. Remember, Rabaul has had quite a pasting from the air this past week. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
For the first time in 3 months, the Germans are making claims of victories on the Russian front. Today, the German High Command says the strategic Soviet rail centers of Lazovaya and Kramatorsk have been recaptured by Nazi troops. These enemy claims are entirely unconfirmed from any other source. On the contrary, an early morning Russian communique reporting on the fighting in the Donetsk Basin pictures a severe defeat for German tank columns. It says the Germans have been beaten back with heavy losses in a great tank battle southwest of Kramatorsk. Later word from Moscow makes little mention of the situation in the Donetsk. However, it's known that the Nazis have been making a determined effort to stem the Russian drive toward the Dnieper defense line, and perhaps they've been successful in slowing the Red Army advance in that sector. Russia's midday communique reports that the Soviets have occupied a number of populated places west of Kharkov. It also claims the capture of a large town west of Kursk and several places in the Kuban region. Thawing mud is said to be delaying operations around Novorossiysk, where the Russians are trying to wipe out a pocket of surrounded Nazi troops. Moscow says artillery exchanges are featuring the action west of Rostov, and that big Russian guns have demolished dozens of blockhouses and dugouts. On the Orel front, anchor point of the German defense in the central and southern sectors north of Kursk, the Germans claim that their encircling operations are proceeding according to schedule. For their part, the Germans, summarizing the day's operations, claim Russian attacks were repulsed north of Novorossiysk, south of Lake Ilmen, southwest of Kursk, and in the Orel sector. And they claim continued success in the Izium area southeast of Kharkov. In Western Europe, British bombers have kept up their steady round-the-clock attacks on targets in western Germany. For that news and other developments in Great Britain, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Bob Trott reporting.
London. Royal Air Force Bomber Command planes were out last night attacking targets in western Germany and laying mines in enemy waters. So far, we've had no word of daylight operations today. But up to last night, United States 8th Air Force bombers, along with the Royal Air Force bombers, fighters, and fighter bombers, had kept up the round-the-clock offensive from this island base for 60 hours. During those 60 hours, the Allied operations included the 8th Air Force daylight attacks on Wilhelmshaven and Brest, and the heavy Royal Air Force night raids on Cologne and Nuremberg, as well as such operations as 4 different raids on the docks at Dunkirk. Today, the Germans announced that tomorrow will be Luftwaffe Day, and to celebrate it, Goering issued an order of the day saying, "The German Air Force has paved the way for tremendous victories. What could not overthrow us has only strengthened us." There's no report of any German Air Force activity over Britain today. 8th Air Force bomber crews, who bombed German harbor installations in the French port of Brest yesterday in daylight, are still praising the work of the escorting Royal Air Force Spitfires. 3 of these Spits were lost, but so well did the fighters do their essential job of protecting the bombers that not a single bomber is missing, and no member of the American bomber crews reported seeing more than 5 German fighters at any one time. London understands that in central Tunisia, the enemy is still withdrawing, but we don't know just how far he has now withdrawn. Today, a writer in a responsible London paper, discussing the slow, long-drawn-out business of conquering Tunisia, says our strategy there must strike people as curiously planned. We seem to plod hesitantly, and even to wait for the enemy. So, this paper goes on, it appears possible that we were inviting the enemy to come take his chance in Tunisia. It may be that we were quite ready to use Tunisia as a large-scale diversion. It's certain that at least one of the 3 panzer divisions, formerly stationed in northern France, is now in Tunisia, and it may be assumed that we prefer to see it there, even if it does make itself rather a nuisance at times. Next, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS New Delhi. William Fisher of Time Magazine reporting.
This is William Fisher, speaking from Delhi, India. We have been experienced weeks in India. Mahatma Gandhi's talk, The Millions of Indians, has been the greatest episode in modern history. To many of them, he is a sort of second Buddha, a man remarkably combining political genius with the type of spiritual greatness that has an almost universal appeal in this country. Everywhere in the land, prayers have been said for him. Countless numbers of Hindus have undertaken symbolic fasts in his honor. In busy bazaars, workaday life has sometimes come to a standstill, and his ordeal has been reflected in the drawn, saddened faces of Indians. A few days ago, leaders from all parts of India gathered in Delhi. These included Sikhs, Muslims, Hindus, and Pathans.
We are sorry that atmospheric conditions make it impossible to bring you further the report from New Delhi. However, from Bombay, we have word that the condition of Mohandas Gandhi, now on the 19th day of his 21-day fast, is improved. Here in our New York studios is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It seems probable that one of the decisive battles of the war is now raging on the muddy plains of Russia between the Donetsk and the Dnieper and on the northern fringe of the Donetsk Basin. Threatened with a disaster exceeding that of Stalingrad, a disaster from which the Wehrmacht might never have fully recovered, the Germans put in their main reserve, or a substantial part of it, at the 11th hour. According to Russian reports, they threw 30 fresh divisions, including a good many armored troops and picked units of the Waffen-SS, into the fight. And for the moment at least, the Germans have stopped the Russian drive for the crossings of the Dnieper and are holding fast to their positions in the Donetsk Basin itself with their vital railway communications. Strategically, the German position in this area still remains critical, and the Donetsk area will continue to be a dangerous salient unless the Germans can retake Kharkov, which seems improbable. The German effort at the moment is just to check a Russian offensive, which, had it continued with a few more miles, would have cut off perhaps 500,000 German troops and restored the Russians to full possession of the Donetsk Basin and probably the Crimea as well.
From another Allied battle zone, North Africa, we've been hearing much lately about the activities of the new American M4 tank. Admiral Radio takes you now to an M4 tank at the Aberdeen Proving Ground in Maryland. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in an M4 tank, and in a minute we'll go bouncing along on a rather rugged test run, which will be concluded in 2 minutes or sooner, depending entirely upon the resiliency of my molars. Big as the M4 is, I am convinced it is nothing more nor less than an improvement on the old circus stunt, wherein 30 clowns piled out of an automobile built for 4. There is within this 30-ton monster a revolving turret holding a 75-millimeter cannon, 3 men, shells, 3 machine guns, hand grenades, and radio gear. Below them are 2 more men and a terrifically large transmission. The tank runs up to 30 miles an hour, and it not only can hit the side of a brick wall, it can go right through it. For all its compactness, I noticed that the crewmen get around inside it like eels in a bucket, and none of them were ever in any danger of being classified 4F. We're all wearing Buck Rogers crash helmets, and the tank is heavily padded. Forever padding will not interfere with its main job, which is the rapid movement of firepower over any terrain. Here at Aberdeen, they have a bit of terrain designed to test a tank's toughness and a man's bridge work, and we're going to have a go at it right now. In actual battle, these tanks are sealed pretty tightly, and the men use periscopes for steering and for aiming. They are so set that if a bullet should hit one, it would destroy the periscope, but do no damage to the man on the other end of it. And the spare periscope can be inserted immediately. Down in front with me are a driver and an assistant driver, who doubles in grass with a machine gun. In the turret, which is neatly divided by the breech of a 75-millimeter cannon, is the tank commander, who rides with his head out as long as that is healthy, and a loader and an aimer. We're bouncing along now. The crew rides the bumps with ease, enjoying what is a comparatively mild ride and wondering which will give first, my crash helmet or the roof of this tank. This is the same tank our boys are using in Africa. And after wallowing through mud here at Aberdeen and seeing what the M4 can do, I've gotten a new idea of what kind of mud the boys can stop by. It must have been true laced with cement, because this M4 stopped for very, very few men or nature-made obstacles. The Aberdeen Proving Ground is the Ordnance Department of Missouri. The original Show-Me boys worked here, and the American industry building tanks they're proud to do the test here at Aberdeen. So it seemed a fair question when I asked Major General Charles T. Harris, Jr., the boss here, what he thought of the weapons we were sending our fighting men. General Harris surveyed an interesting collection of captured Axis material and said, I think our stuff is the best in the world. And And I would like to add my unqualified endorsement of the crash helmet used by tank troops. I'll return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
American dive bombers in the Solomons have set afire a Japanese troops transport and one of two escorting corvettes the Navy's just announced. And there's been yet another bombing of the Munda Airdrome on New Georgia Island. Today, the War Labor Board changed its mind and held an emergency meeting on the subject of wages at the Boeing Flying Fortress plant in Seattle. The union, meanwhile, has called off its threatened walkout. But this isn't likely to placate Congress. Tomorrow, 2 anti-strike bills will be introduced, and the Naval Committee plans to hear Captain Eddie Rickenbacker on the subject of absenteeism. Yesterday, Captain Rickenbacker's views on the subject caused the National Maritime Union to accuse him of trying to drive a wedge between our soldiers and workers. Thus, the Battle of Washington enters its 4th week, and it's begun to take on the aspects of a fight against labor unions as well as against the New Deal. I now return you to CBS New York.
Here in our New York studios is war correspondent Joe James Custer of the United Press. Just back from the Pacific, Joe is one of the reporter casualties of this war. He was aboard our heavy cruiser Astoria in the Battle of Savo Island in the Solomons. He was hit by shrapnel and one of his eyes was injured. Now he's back in the United States for medical treatment and probably pretty happy to be back.
Just a minute, Doug. I'm happy, all right, but I want to get this bum eye fixed and get back out there.
That's the spirit, Joe. And speaking of spirit, what about our boys out there with the Pacific Fleet? You've lived and fought with them.
You can take it from me, Doug. They're tops. On a warship out there, you come to have a tremendous respect for the American sailor. I can certainly tell you some proud stories about the cruiser Astoria and her men. With the ship aflame and under enemy fire, those boys did a job just as they had been trained. When our water pumps had been made useless, a sailor dived over the side into the shark-infested waters and pushed the raft alongside the ship. A shark came for him. He jumped on the raft and rapped the shark over the head with a 2x4 and again pushed the raft into position so the pumps could be used for fire hoses. Then there was a skipper of another cruiser I'll never forget. His Filipino mess steward couldn't swim, so the skipper told the boy to hold on to his ankles while he swam them both to a nearby destroyer.
And we think point rationing is tough.
And remember, Doug, what I'm telling you is everyday, run-of-the-mine heroism among our Navy men. Why, our captain was wounded 11 times on that bridge. At least a half-dozen men around him were killed. Shells tore through the superstructure and shrapnel spattered like hail on a tin roof. And here's what the captain told me later. There we were, he said, with the ship a mass of flames and our power shot away, our water pumps useless, our guns destroyed, and the Jap ship with her searchlight on us firing away. We were dead in the water and helpless. I asked the captain what he did then, and this is what he replied. I thought of all the wounded men on the forecastle and below decks, and I prayed. I prayed to God to stop it. Just then, one of our guns, which had been out of action, suddenly fired, and the Jap searchlight went out, and suddenly it was all over. And, Doug, our boy's sense of humor never... I recall once when we had dispersed 27 Jap bombers and learned that another wave was on its way to attack us, we got ready, and our guns were ready and manned. And while we waited, one of our gunners pulled a harmonica out of his pocket and began playing There's No Place Like Home.
Thank you, Joe James Custer of the United Press. Here's wishing you a speedy recovery.
Now, here's a message from our sponsor. If you find it difficult to buy tubes for your radio, remember this. In 1943, the armed forces alone will need 6 times as much radio equipment as was manufactured for all purposes in 1941. This means Admiral, for example, must work at full capacity just to keep up with production on military requirements. And since military requirements come first, civilian orders have to be set aside. Every American appreciates the spirit behind such a policy. But you can protect your radio, and very simply. Ask your Admiral dealer to put your name down for regular service. He'll inspect your radio twice a year regularly, and thus keep it always in tip-top condition, giving its best performance. If your Admiral dealer sees a tube, for example, growing weak, he'll be able to order a replacement in advance, and more than likely, have it in time to keep your radio in continuous action. You won't need to miss a single favorite program. Regular checkups, made with the expertness which marks Admiral dealers, are insurance that your radio will do its best for the duration. Call your Admiral dealer for regular service tomorrow. You'll be glad you did. Going shopping tomorrow, make it a rule to take your change in war stamps. Remember this, only 6 25-cent war stamps will buy a Sub-Zero combat helmet to protect an American boy. Take your change in war stamps every time, even though you're subscribing to the 10% payroll allotment plan. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Era Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago. Just 2 drops of Penetro nose drops strike at the sneezy misery of your head cold. Their balanced medication soothes, helps open up cold-clogged nose passages, eases breathing. Use only as directed. Quality guaranteed by Plow Incorporated. Generous size, 25 cents. Even greater savings in large sizes. Penetro, Penetro nose drops. The time is 1:55.
Luden's, makers of the world's largest-selling menthol cough drops, now introduce a second aid to cough relief. Luden's Honey Licorice Cough Drops. Both medicated, 5 cents. WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
In North Africa, the British have beaten off 2 Axis assaults before the Marat Line in southern Tunisia, and they've regained the initiative in the north. In Russia, the Red Army has expanded its grip in the region of recaptured Zhatsk. The Germans say it was another withdrawal according to plan. In the Far East, American General Bissell reports the Japanese air challenges are dwindling in the India-Burma-China theater, and American planes have made new bombing attacks on the Japs in the Solomons. Now, for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. Field Marshal Rommel's attack on the British 8th Army in southern Tunisia has so far been held, decisively held, in the words of today's communique. There is no doubt here at headquarters that this German attack is the real thing. It is a major attack intended to defeat the 8th Army, and Rommel is using a large armored force. As you know, Rommel attacked at dawn yesterday, 6:49 to be exact. His main thrust was around the southern flank of the 8th Army position. Another attack was made in the center, with classic move against the defended line that has been used in the desert ever since Wavell smashed through in 1940. By 10:30 yesterday morning, it was apparent to the British commander that this was an attack in force. But the German move had come as no surprise. Montgomery was laying for Rommel, and the German armored forces ran smack into British anti-tank artillery. In the first few hours of the attack, Rommel lost 21 tanks. The British lost nothing. As the day wore on, the British guns continued to pulverize the German armor. This morning, the official word was that heavy losses in men and tanks have been inflicted on the enemy. Our own losses are negligible. The battle is still going on. At last report, Rommel was reforming for a fresh attack, but the 8th Army has shown no signs of weakening. In contrast to this dramatic news from the southern front, the fighting north of there has been stagnant. The German attacks in the far north have practically ceased. An American patrol went into Pichon day before yesterday. Yesterday, German artillery fire from the surrounding hills drove it a mile out of town, but the Germans showed no inclination to follow it up. The clear implication is that the Germans didn't have enough strength left up there to dare do it. The whole center of the Tunisian battle is now down in the south, on the Marat Line. This is either the beginning of the end for the Axis in Africa, or it's the beginning of a long period of attrition. It depends on which way the battle goes. But anyway, it means this, that the decisive stage of the battle for Africa has begun. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
What will the Admiral Radio of the future be like? Admiral designers and engineers are far too busy building radio equipment for the Army and Navy to answer that question now. But of this much you may be certain. When the war is over and peacetime production is resumed, an Admiral Radio will still be America's smart set. The Admiral Radio of the future may bring you television in vivid Technicolor. It may perhaps automatically record a program for you if you happen to be away from home at the time it is broadcast. Yes, the Admiral Radio of the future will include the best of all modern discoveries. Right now, however, the important thing to remember is this. Your present radio must last for the duration. To make sure it does, ask your Admiral dealer to check it twice a year regularly. Don't wait until your set goes dead to call him, or you may be without a radio for some time, since new parts are often difficult to obtain. Your Admiral dealer, by making regular checkups, can anticipate trouble. If he sees that some vital part will soon need replacement, he will order it immediately and probably have it in time to keep your radio in continuous operation. Call your Admiral dealer tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
General MacArthur today rounded out his report on our great victory over a 22-ship Jap convoy earlier in the week. MacArthur's communique says that of the 10 warships sunk, 3 were light cruisers, 7 were destroyers. Our planes scored 80 direct hits and 63 hits or near misses in sending the 22 vessels to the bottom. The Japs had about 150 planes in the action. Our men counted 102 of them definitely put out of action. As for new air action, MacArthur says one of our bombers raided the Jap airdrome at Cape Gloucester, New Britain, and another raided Elixshofen above Lae on New Guinea. In China, the Japs are reported to have suffered considerable losses in fighting, which is still going on in Hubei province. In Burma, meanwhile, the RAF's bombers have made a very successful attack against Mandalay. They demolished buildings and railroad cars and started a number of fires. In New Delhi, Brigadier General Clayton L. Bissell, commander of the United States Army Air Forces in Burma, China, and India, said today that the monsoon season this year won't interrupt the offensive of his 10th Air Force against the Japanese in Burma and China. He said, "I've done many things which will permit the 10th Air Force to continue operations throughout the monsoon." He declined, however, to amplify on his remarks. Although it varies considerably each year in different regions, the monsoon season usually brings heavy rains and high winds to Burma, and Burma from May until mid-autumn. Bissell said his forces during February carried out 70 missions comprising 490 sorties, during which approximately 400 tons of bombs were dropped, 28 Japanese planes destroyed, and a considerable number of enemy planes listed as probably destroyed. He said his force had repulsed 2 Japanese attempts to raid American bases in Assam province, India, and that no American planes were lost during the month. Bissell said that he was paying high tribute to the brilliant leadership, both in the air and on the ground, of Colonel Homer Sanders of Texas. In Russia, the Red Army has made new progress in its drive to envelop the Nazi spearhead pointing toward Moscow. But now for a direct report, we take you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Reporting at 9 o'clock and 38 minutes. Moscow time, and it's now 9 o'clock, 37 minutes, and 30 seconds exact in a half a minute from now. This is Radio Center Moscow, calling the Columbia Broadcasting System. 15 seconds to go.
We're sorry that our overseas signal from Moscow is unintelligible. Here is the news from the Russian front. The Russians, fresh from their victory at Zhatsk, are driving the Germans down the icy road to Smolensk. Today, a Soviet communique reports the capture of more than 50 settlements on the approaches to the great base of Vyazma. And Moscow claims the slaughter of nearly 4,800 more Germans in the fighting for Zhast. In a drive directly south of Olenino, 35 miles west of Rzhev, the Russians declare they've occupied several dozen inhabited places. The communique adds that the enemy is abandoning arms and equipment as he retreats. Berlin admits the fall of Zhatsk, but it uses the familiar line that the city was evacuated according to plan and without a fight. The Germans report that the Soviets are attacking relentlessly at Staraya Russa near the shores of Lake Ilmen. Moscow partially confirms that statement, declaring that Marshal Timoshenko's offensive on the northwestern front is grinding forward. The Russians claim the capture of a town where German counterattacks were beaten down. They say the Germans are using considerable air power on that front, but the Red Air Force is credited with shooting down 16 Nazi planes. In the drive toward the Dnieper River line, northwest of Kharkov, the Russians report the capture of 2 towns. In Western Europe, Allied planes appear to have given Germany an occupied beating along the attacks of the past week. And now we take you to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
After 10 consecutive nights of raids over Germany and occupied Europe, the RAF last night gave the continent a breather. But in every city and town in England today, the little people of the British Isles are making a holiday of a campaign that will keep the RAF well supplied with the wherewithal to keep on bombing the Germans until they cry quits. This is the second day of Wings for Victory Week here in Britain. London's quota for the week is £150 million. Up to early this morning, £30 million, about $132 million of that quota had already been raised. And today the money is flowing in. In Trafalgar Square, where a great Lancaster bomber is on display, it looks more like a July 4th celebration than a campaign to raise money. I have just come from there, and thousands of men, women, and children are listening to speeches, buying victory buttons and flags, and little stickers on which they may write messages for Hitler, since they are to be stuck on bombs to be dropped on Germany. Everybody is having a fine time. I could not watch the thousands there without seeing immediately how sure they are that victory is now definitely to be theirs. And I could not but admire the cheerfulness with which they give what little they have left to bring that victory closer. Today's London newspapers announced that the Ministry of Food's appeal to eat more potatoes and less bread is not meeting with too much success. And there are warnings that possibly Lord Woolton and his ministry may have to ration bread and flour. However, even the food situation produces a little humor. Yesterday, a young lady walked down one of London's principal streets eating a banana. It had been given to her by an RAF suitor who had just come back from Africa. The papers carried pictures of the said young lady, surrounded by admiring citizens in sufficient quantities to cause a traffic jam. And one paper, over the caption, "To refresh your memory," prints a close-up of that banana. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Now back in our New York studio is a man who has seen action on another important war front, Warrant Officer E.J. Kahn, Jr., of the slick pages of the New Yorker magazine, and more lately of the not-so-slick jungles of New Guinea. You've probably read some of Kahn's stories of Army campaigning. He's home on leave from the Army life. Well, Mr. Kahn, you're an old Army man now, aren't you?
Well, I suppose you could call me that, Doug. I've been in the Army since July 1941, and now 1941 seems like a long time ago.
You've seen a lot of overseas service?
Nearly a year in Australia and New Guinea as a private, sergeant, and warrant officer. And just before I left Australia, I was with your CBS correspondent, George Murad. That was only 3 weeks ago. He was in fine shape when I left him.
Right up there at the front lines, I suppose?
Well, I was just about as near to them as you can get in the jungles without finding yourself trying to pick off snipers.
You mean?
Let me tell you the story of a trip to the front lines we made last Thanksgiving Eve, Doug. Our job was to get a boatload of ammunition to a little village on the New Guinea coast just east of the Jap positions at Buna. We had a little trawler with an Australian civilian as captain and a crew of Filipinos and New Guinea natives. We left about 12:30 in the morning, hugging the coast. But we hugged it too closely, and about 2 hours later, we went aground in the sandbar.
Wasn't that sort of a hot spot in which to be marooned?
It certainly was. I don't think we didn't realize it. We knew the Japanese patrol planes, you see, would be along at dawn. So our captain suggested that we take to a dinghy, try to row to a place where we could get help. None of us had any idea what the village we were heading for looked like. Finally, the captain admitted he was lost. He thought we had gone right on past the last American-held village, and that the next stop would be Buna and the Japs.
Cheerful thought.
Yes, and we faced almost as much trouble from our own men on shore as from the Japs. There had been rumors that the Japanese were planning to put reinforcements ashore in that area, and if we sailed in, we might easily be wiped out by our own men. Our Australian captain knew that just as well as any of us, and I can tell you he was getting pretty nervous. Finally, we sighted a village and decided to land. When we were about 50 yards offshore, I shouted, "Guard!" An American voice answered.
That was luck.
Wait a minute. We weren't out of our tough spot yet. We didn't know the password of that particular area, but we did know that the Japs can't pronounce the letter L. So we called out a word that has plenty of L's in it, and, believe it or not, it was just the right one.
That ended your trip?
Well, not quite, Doug. Then we went up to the front. We were within 150 yards of where Yanks and Japs were fighting hand to hand. But the jungle was so thick, we couldn't see a thing. Guns were clattering, and mortar shells were dropping close. Too darn close. Then we had to get back to our own base, a hike of some 20 miles. When we were passing our abandoned boat, Japanese planes came over. They swooped down, and in a couple of minutes our trawler was just wreckage.
Well, you certainly are a veteran.
Well, I suppose so, but let me tell you that all of our men who went through the New Guinea fighting are real veterans now. They know jungle fighting. They learned it the hard way. And they also know that they're superior to the Japs at that game.
Well, it's certainly swell to hear that about our boys from a man who's been in the jungle with them, and thank you, Warrant Officer E.J. Kahn, Jr. And we'll be waiting for that new book of yours on your overseas experiences, which is coming out in 2 or 3 months. This week, America's heavy bombers dealt new blows to the enemy in Western Europe and in the Southwest Pacific. Our flying fortresses and liberators attacked Germany's submarine bases and dockyards, while their counterparts were helping wreck a Jap convoy off New Guinea. And this was not the first time the Axis has felt the blows of our big bombers. Now for a direct report on what goes on in a flying fortress 4 miles above the ground, Admiral Radio takes you above the Smyrna Air Base in Tennessee. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I have just been handed a tiny slip of paper which says altitude 27,400 feet, temperature outside 35 degrees below zero, which translated means we are more than 5 miles above the ground, and of course 35 degrees below zero is 35 degrees below zero anywhere you're unlucky enough to run into it. At 5 miles above the Earth's surface, you feel like a pampered poodle in the world's most beautiful doghouse. Above is a sky of blue that I, for one, just can't describe. It's beautiful, to coin a phrase. We are wrapped to our ears in leather and sheepskin, and we are all wearing the cutest muzzles you ever saw. These muzzles, of course, are oxygen masks, each molded to the individual face by Major Tom Carbine, who seemed a little upset to find that the Neanderthalic skull was so prevalent in the radio industry. You don't just wear an oxygen mask, you have a fitting. Actually, the masks aren't too uncomfortable. And as Major Tom Carbine says, if you want some real discomfort, take one off at 5 miles. Superman might retain consciousness for 30 seconds. I am in Captain John Heckman's B-17. That's a flying fortress. And many of the boys who are now running a commutation service to Berlin learn to handle these beautiful 4-motored monsters here at the Flying Training Command's Smyrna Air Base, commanded by Colonel Stanley Umstead. From the bombardier's turret in the nose to the tail gunner's position, there are 9 highly trained specialists in the crew of a flying fortress. When the fortress is on the offensive, it is capable of flying great distances at great altitudes and dropping great numbers of devastating bombs. When she is on the defensive against interception, she carries enough guns sticking from her nose, her belly, her tail, her roof, and her windows to keep any Axis plane at a respectful distance. When these flying fortress crews are working at their normal posts, they take oxygen from a tiny pipeline running along each side of the plane and fed by cylinders. When they want to move around, they hook their masks to tiny bottles scattered throughout the ship, and walk around. Mother Nature limits the time you can spend at these altitudes, but 6 hours is about par. If you're up here too long without sufficient oxygen, you get reactions similar to people who have had too much to drink. I understand that these kinds of persons sometimes get very happy and carefree, and sometimes get very hard to get along with, depending upon the individual. This might easily be the subject for another broadcast. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Within the hour, the Navy announced new attacks by our planes on Jap positions in the Solomons. For this report and news of a new selective service order, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
A Navy communique an hour ago reported still more American bombings of Japanese-held areas throughout the Solomon Islands. Fires were started at Kahili, Buin, and Balali in the Shortland Island area. The American base on Tulagi Island, just north of Guadalcanal, was bombed by the Japanese the night before last. 2 men were killed. Here in the United States, the Army has announced that 14 officers and men are believed to have drowned during maneuvers off the Gulf Coast of Florida. A landing barge in which the men were practicing ran aground on a sandbar during a storm, and the landing ramp was accidentally lowered, flooding the interior. The War Manpower Commission has just abolished the special 4H classification for men between 38 and 45 years of age. Accordingly, the Selective Service Administration has ordered local draft boards to reclassify men in this age group as 1A, 3A, 4F, and so on, but to append the letter H to the regular classification. Thus, a single man in this age group without dependents and in good physical condition will now be classified as 1AH instead of 4H. The purpose of the order is to induce men over 38 to enter farming. If they do, between now and May 1st, they'll be reclassified again into classes 2C or 3C and will be indefinitely deferred from military service. If they don't, they'll theoretically be liable for military service. Meanwhile, the draft boards have been ordered to defer all necessary farm workers, even if, by doing so, it becomes impossible to fill their local quotas. This means that more city men will have to be drafted than originally contemplated, for the Army and Navy are determined to fill their quotas on time in order to have 11 million men available for military service by the end of the year. Tomorrow, the bill to continue the Lend-Lease Act will be introduced into the House of Representatives, and there'll be a debate for at least 3 days. Everyone's agreed that the measure will pass by an overwhelming majority. The only debate appears to center around the proposal of Senator Gillette of Iowa to change the name of the act to the War Supply Act, and to make it clear that no payment in terms of dollars and cents is expected from such aid to our allies. Senator Gillette also wants it stipulated that war supplies may not be used contrary to the principles of the Atlantic Charter. Other members of Congress would like to stipulate that at least 10% of all war supplies be made available in the future to our Chinese allies. Another bill, which will be shortly considered by the House, is a proposal to make the Pacific Ocean an American lake, in the words of its sponsor, by acquiring stepping stones of air and naval bases. The author of the measure is Representative Magnuson of the state of Washington, who says that Breckinridge Long, Assistant Secretary of State, and officials of the Navy Department have promised him their cooperation. Apparently, the State Department favors the acquisition of Pacific bases, but not of Caribbean bases. For Undersecretary Wells yesterday took occasion to deny that we have any intention of keeping our Lend-Lease bases throughout Latin America. Seismographic laboratories here in Washington report a fairly heavy earthquake just before last midnight, the source of which was apparently 4,500 miles south of here, which might put it somewhere in the southern Andes, possibly in Chile or Argentina. I now return you to CBS in New York.
That was Lee White in Washington. Now here's a message from our sponsor. In 5 months, United Nations submarines and warships have sunk or damaged 248 enemy supply vessels. Radio and electronic instruments played an important part in every one of these actions. Such instruments located the enemy vessels, told their exact positions, swung United Nations submarines into position to torpedo them. Many of these radio and electronic instruments, employed so effectively by our Navy and Army, are today being built by Admiral. Back in the days of peace, Admiral took pride in a record of achievement that brought many hours of pleasure and entertainment to countless Americans. Yes, and Admiral took pardonable pride in being the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. But today, Admiral workers are rewarded by a far different satisfaction, by the grim knowledge that the product of their skill and labor has become a potent instrument of destruction, an instrument that not only aids in seeking out the enemy wherever he may be, but helps in dealing those smashing blows that one by one hasten the day of victory. Wherever you find American soldiers and sailors, you'll find also the American Red Cross, caring for the wounded, supplying first aid treatment, training nurses' aides, operating recreational centers. These are the humanitarian tasks being carried on by the American Red Cross. Remember, the Red Cross depends for support upon you, so give to the Red Cross. Give all you can. And don't forget the Red Cross Blood Bank. Employees of many firms, including Admiral, are signing up for blood bank contributions as a group. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral Radio. This is the World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
On the Russian front, the Battle of Kharkov is nearing a climax. The Germans claim that the bulk of the Steel City is in their hands, but there's no confirmation of that from Moscow. In the Southwest Pacific, MacArthur's bombers are pressing their attack on another Japanese convoy. Flying fortresses report direct hits on enemy cargo vessels. In North Africa, Rommel's artillery has increased its activity in the Marit area, while Allied forces have repulsed Axis attacks in North Tunisia. But the most important development in that war zone is a speech made by General Giraud. For details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. An hour ago, General Giraud made the most important declaration of policy that has been made in North Africa since the Casablanca Conference. General Giraud's speech was about France. It was also about North Africa. But the heart of the speech was about France and what was going to happen when France is liberated from German domination. In his dry, precise, rather high-pitched voice, Giraud said, "I give the most solemn assurance to the people of France that their sacred right to choose their own provisional government themselves will be fully safeguarded. I assure them that the conditions permitting them to make this choice in lawful order and with their freedoms restored will be guaranteed. I am the servant of the French people," General Giraud said. "I am not their leader. Tomorrow we shall be servants of the provisional government, and we undertake to deliver to it our powers." That's what Giraud said about France after the coming Allied invasion. What it means and why it is so important is that North Africa won't happen again. It means that when we enter France, and it's rather odd to hear this from Giraud, we will not bring with us a hand-picked leader to impose upon the French people, nor will we treat with and support the existing government, Vichy, as we did in North Africa. Instead, we will promptly allow the French to pick their own provisional government, and General Giraud has promised to turn over all his powers to that government. This statement of Giraud's has obviously been agreed upon with the Allied authorities. If it means what it says, it can only mean that we have learned the lesson that you do not really purchase tranquility by perpetuating quislings or achieve national spirit under a leader of your, not their, choosing. Of most immediate interest to the people of North Africa in Giraud's speech is the passage in which the general formally declared all legislation made by the Vichy government after the fall of France null and void. In other words, as soon as the proper decrees have been drawn up, all of the tyrannical fascist laws of Vichy will be abolished, the anti-Jewish laws among them. The municipal assemblies and other democratic institutions will begin to function again. And, as Giraud said, France will become again the France of human liberties and the France of noble ideals. As you can see, it was a speech about France, the future of France. To the great unanswered question of what part is General de Gaulle going to play in all this, General Giraud made no direct answer. He did not even bring himself to mention de Gaulle by name. But he did say, with all my heart, I desire the union of all of us. This union is essential. It is a question of life or death for our country. And he said, there can only be one French army facing Germany, whether it comes from Algeria or from Libya. It was an interesting speech. The abrogation of the Vichy laws will do much to make North Africa a better place to live in. But most important of all, this speech of Giraud's is an indication that when we go into France, we will not make the same mistakes we have made in North Africa. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
It will be interesting to check the actions reported in today's news and see how many there are in which Admiral might have been represented. An American destroyer blasting a Jap transport out of the water. American planes winging their way over Nazi-occupied Europe. American tanks battering the German line in Africa. In all of these actions, Admiral products for victory might be found fighting alongside American men. Radio equipment, from portable stations carried by hand to giant land-based transmitters. Electronic instruments pointing out the path for American planes and tanks, locating targets, firing guns. These instruments are the Admiral products for victory on the battlefronts. Admiral is capable of building them because Admiral has been devoted to a single purpose throughout the years, the purpose of making each radio better than the last. Nationally known radio and electronic engineers and research technicians have long been employed to carry out this aim. How well they have succeeded is told not alone by the many features which are Admiral's exclusively, not alone by saying an Admiral radio is America's smart set, rather by the simple fact that Admiral is capable of building the intricate radio and electronic equipment demanded by the Army and Navy. It is told also in the thousands of Admiral products for victory on all battlefronts, fighting alongside American men in all branches of the service. Now, here again for Admiral is Doug Edwards.
Today's news from Russia centers on the flaming battle for Kharkov, and there's no doubt but that the situation is serious for the Red Army. The newspaper Pravda reports that Soviet forces have retreated to new lines both west and north of Kharkov. This withdrawal came after the Germans brought up fresh divisions from the west. Moscow's latest communique reports that the Nazis on one sector thrust a wedge into Russian defenses, but the position was regained by a Soviet counterattack. The communique says that Soviet troops are courageously beating off the onslaught of numerically superior forces of enemy tanks and motorized infantry. In this hemisphere, there have been some developments in South America. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Rio de Janeiro. John Adams reporting.
American business and military men arriving in Rio from the States are all greatly impressed by the signs of war activity along the Brazilian coast, from Belém to Fortaleza, Natal, and Recife. Hundreds of planes are passing daily along what is called the Victory Route, via Brazil to Africa and the scattered battlefronts. Uniforms are everywhere, and thousands of those who are not in uniforms are joining the army of rubber workers that are being transported to the upper reaches of the Amazon to help harvest the rubber crop, great quantities of which are incidentally being transported daily from Manaus to Miami by cargo planes. In Rio, however, visitors seem most impressed by the gasoline shortage, the great amount of new buildings going up, and finally the luxurious fact that they can drink 5, 10, or 15 cups of coffee a day if they want it. Yes, there will always be coffee to drink in Brazil, and as long as the war lasts, coffee will also be war news. It's perhaps a touchy subject to you in the States who are rationed, but it is also a touchy subject here, where it is one of the pillars of the national economy, a pillar that wobbles if the crop cannot be sold and shipped. It was therefore big news in Sao Paulo yesterday when the Brazilian finance minister, Souza Costa, announced that the coffee accord reached with the United States last October would be put into effect shortly. By that accord, the U.S. was to acquire the unshipped balance of last year's crop, totaling about 2,300,000 bags, or about 150,000 tons, as well as the 1942-43 crop of 9 million bags, or about 500,000 tons.
We take you now to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
Today from Australia, we present Captain Raymond E. Halsey of Attu, Oklahoma, who holds the outstanding record of 51 bombing missions against the Japanese. Just a few days ago, over the shark-infested Bismarck Sea, his flying fortress was set ablaze 350 miles from home base, and 5 of his crew were wounded. But he came in with all hands safe in the charged skeleton of his plane. Part of the wings and all of the belly burned out. How did you do it, Ray?
Well, my co-pilot, Lieutenant Brian Reeves, and the crew fought the fire. But here's what happened. We were out near New Britain making our first run on a big fat transport. I saw zeros, 12 or 14 of them. But I thought, no, what the heck, information and give her a go. Just as we got the bombs away, one of the nips got in 2 or 3 good birds. First, I smelled smoke. Then the engineer opened the door into the bomb bay compartment, and the flame just about took his hair off. They had hit the hydraulic fluid line, and it had thrown burning oil all over the bomb bay.
Were you scared?
Boy, you can say that again. We couldn't jump over that convoy. The nips would have shot us clean out of our chutes. So I told Charlie Giddings in the next ship that I'd try a crash landing on a little island. He furred me down, giving me encouragement all the time. But once he made me kind of sore. I told him it's getting kind of hot in here, Charlie, and he came back with that old drawl. Yeah, Ray, it looks a little warm in there. We were down to 300 feet when the boys beat the fire out with a CO2 bottle and they went a flying ship. That's about all.
I see, nothing to it. But the boys tell me you landed with nothing but fresh air between the nose and tail.
I guess she did look kind of bad, but those old B-17s can sure take it.
The communique yesterday says another 8-ship convoy has been sighted approaching Wewak and hit. Do you think the nips will keep coming in?
Oh, sure, but we'll keep knocking them off just as long as we have plans. Just give us a ship, that's all.
Thank you, Captain Raymond E. Halsey. This is George L. Murad in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
Back in this country, one of our naval flyers is experimenting with a Jap Zero fighter plane captured in the Southwest Pacific. For a direct report on this enemy plane, Admiral Radio takes you now to a naval air station near Washington at Anacostia. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
A few months ago, in an Aleutian marsh, a Japanese pilot tried to land a Zero and broke his neck immediately and completely, which is a great line to start any broadcast with. Happily, he broke nothing but his neck, and therefore, standing sleek and anemic in a hangar here at Anacostia, is a Japanese Zero airplane, made in Japan in February 1942. Right now, the Navy's test experts are flying the Zero and are also testing every square inch of hull and every single instrument aboard. This is, of course, exhaustive work, but not as exhaustive as it might be, because there are an awful lot of gadgets aboard the Navy knows quite well. It should, because they were made in America. In a moment, we're going to talk to Lieutenant Commander Tommy Booth, who has been flying this Zero after returning from an interesting and successful mission in North Africa. For a second, let's take a look at some of the things you and I have heard about this super plane. There is, for instance, the story of the heroic Japs who fly these winged monsters with only a speedometer and a compass to guide them. There are several appropriate English colloquialisms that come to mind, but for the nonce, we'll just use hooey. The Jap pilot has as many aids to flying and navigation as the American. Now, Commander Booth, how about the motor and the propeller on this Zero?
The propeller is an exact and perfect copy of our own Hamilton Standard. The engine is a combination of Pratt & Whitney and Wright.
Commander, you've been flying this thing. How does it handle?
It flies like a trainer. It flies very easily, in fact, at low altitudes, and is extremely maneuverable. It's a very neat little job.
Commander, would you want to fly it in combat?
No, and I might add once more, no. First of all, it's the same as putting 2 small cannons behind my ears and 2 machine guns in my hands and saying, go up and fight. There is absolutely no protection in the Zero, not one single piece of armor, and there is a terrific fire hazard. Our gas tanks are self-sealing. Zero tanks are not, and 1 bullet will turn a Zero into a furnace.
Well, I'm for that. How about some statistics on the Zero, Commander? Things the Japs know, but American citizens don't know.
She'll do about 328 miles an hour. That F-4U over there, that's the Corsair, will do better. The Zero can get up to 38,000 feet, and she weighs 5,550 pounds. Her firepower is low. She has 2 small cannons and 2 machine guns.
How does she compare to American ships of a similar type and purpose?
Our fighters are heavier, but they are better protected. There is no compromise in a Jap plane with pilot's safety, and if he's hit, he's dead. We like to give our boys a break with armor protection, and our planes are more heavily armed. And above all, we have those leak-proof tanks.
Could you say a kind word for the Zero?
Indeed, I could. She's easy to handle, and she's well built. The parts are smaller and considerably more compact. She's a tough job to repair. They must use midget Japs to build them.
That, then, is the story of the vaunted Jap Zero, right from the jockey's mouth, so to speak. She can run, and she's easy to handle, but she just hasn't got the class to run with heavier, better-built American thoroughbreds. That's why the Yanks are knocking down 4 Zeros to every one of their own that is lost. And a dead Zero invariably means a dead Jap, which isn't the case with our boys and planes. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Across the Atlantic, Allied planes seem to have given Germany and occupied Europe another night of rest. For a direct report on developments in the British capital, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London is having a fairly quiet Sunday. A few German raiders were over England's southeast coast region last night, while planes of Royal Air Force Bomber Command were out laying mines in enemy waters. But there's no word of activity during the day, either over here or across the channel over there, although people who live on the southeast coast heard a series of loud explosions from across the channel today. This week just past has been marked by the arrival in London of some unusual reports of French resistance to the Germans in France. Put together, they tell a remarkable story, as you know. However, the belief in London is that all the events reported this week did not necessarily happen this week. In other words, it seems true that the underground struggle against the Germans continues steadily in France, but we should not take for granted that a great uprising is now taking place. You know that Great Britain has, for nearly 3 years, followed the policy of not encouraging a real French revolt too early in the game, while the Germans are still in a position to crush it. It is true that General de Gaulle has now called for a revolt, but what is behind this is not yet public knowledge. The French National Committee in London has also sent another memorandum to General Giraud, emphasizing that the fighting French here are not interested in personal rivalries and setting forth the conditions under which the fighting French and the North and West African French could unite against the enemy. A good many people in London expected a good deal from General Giraud in his speech today. Reports of that speech are still coming into London, and it hasn't been generally read here, much less studied. But from the early reports, it seems that General Giraud lived up to the advance expectations in Britain in such matters as ending the Vichy fascist laws and announcing that France can choose its own government after the war. But we've had no reports here that General Giraud announced a new and more liberal regime in North Africa, as had been predicted. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
In this country, the Navy has reported new action in the Solomons and the Aleutians, and the President is meeting with Anthony Eden. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
Curtiss P-40 fighter planes, the Navy's just announced, have carried out 2 attacks on Japanese positions on Kiska in the Aleutian Islands. The same communique also reports 7 more American raids on enemy positions in the Solomons. At 2:30 p.m., just as this broadcast came on the air, a special nonpartisan delegation of senators called at the White House to submit to Messrs. Roosevelt and Eden their plan for bringing about a lasting peace. In a word, the Senate is ready to pledge itself to wholehearted American participation in some international body to keep the peace as soon as the war is won. In other words, to the establishment of some successor to the League of Nations. This would seem to indicate a different spirit in Congress today from that which dominated the body in 1918. Then, Congress' main desire was to return to pre-war isolationism. Today, our Congress, while still tinged with isolationism, is prepared to admit the necessity as well as the inevitability of some international cooperation. Among other things, the Senate's program envisions temporary commissions to administer the affairs of liberated countries until popular governments can be freely chosen, adequate machinery for peacefully settling disputes between nations, and a United Nations police force to prevent aggression. The plan will be introduced in Congress on Tuesday. Tomorrow, joint bills will be introduced in both the House and Senate, proposing the creation of a new office of Assistant Secretary of Commerce for small business. The bill appears to have the support of the Patman Committee of the House.
And now here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The struggle for Kharkov continues, and the tenacity of the Russian resistance once more emphasizes the resisting powers of the modern city as a defensive strongpoint. The Germans appear determined to take Kharkov at any cost, as indeed they well may be, for upon their ability to take and hold this vital communications center depends their ability to maintain the whole of their positions in the Donetsk Basin. The reason for the Russian numerical inferiority reported in this area is undoubtedly the fact that the Russian armies have outrun their communications. The retiring Germans appear to have carried out extensive and very thorough demolitions of the railways, which the Russians have not had time to repair. The early thaws have added to the problem of the Russian engineers attempting to carry out this heavy task. But the Germans have well-organized rail lines directly at their backs, and they are far closer to their sources of power in Germany than they were at Stalingrad or down in the Caucasus. Hence, they can develop more powerful efforts in the Kharkov region than the Russians can, for the moment. The Germans, as always, are fighting against a time limit. They must take Kharkov before the Russians can repair the railways and bring up their reserves. Probably one of the major checks to the German onset so far has been pressure against their northern flank by Russian forces operating from the direction of Akhtursk and Sumy, northwest of Kharkov. But now the Germans claim the recapture of Akhtursk, which indicates that they have had to extend their flank to the north and clear out these Russian forces. Sumy is still in Russian hands, however, and while it remains so, will be a threat to the Germans. There are indications that the Germans are having to send additional reinforcements into the Kharkov sector. Reinforcements which, of course, they hope to withdraw before the troops are required to meet any new responsibility in the West. Indeed, it is plain that the whole German purpose in committing such powerful forces to the Russian front has been, first, to stave off the disaster which threatened their army in the Donetsk area if the Russians reached the Dnieper, as seemed almost certain 2 weeks ago, and second, to stabilize the South Russian front so as to permit the transfer of troops either to the north or back to the general reserve in Central Europe. In this sense, the great battle between the Dnieper and the Donetsk may be called, from the German point of view, a battle of disengagement.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott, Columbia's military analyst. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. In providing the armed forces with radio and electronic equipment that will stand the strain of battle and do the almost impossible tasks required by war, Admiral engineers condensed years of research into the space of a few months. Discoveries were made far ahead of time in the two great plants, which in peacetime made Admiral the world's largest manufacturer of radio-phonograph combinations with automatic record changes. And the best of these new discoveries will be found in the Admiral of the future. But the Admiral of the future won't be produced as long as the armed forces need Admiral-built communications and electronic equipment, so make your present radio last for the duration. Ask your Admiral dealer to check it twice a year regularly. Admiral dealers have the backing of the Admiral organization, and that's especially important in the matter of obtaining replacements for vital parts in these days of shortages. Admiral dealers are experts who can anticipate trouble, and by so doing, order a replacement for any vital part immediately. Probably have it in time to keep your radio giving tip-top performance without missing even one favorite program. Call your Admiral dealer tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. you'll be glad you did. Congratulations to the Campfire Girls of America, who are celebrating the 31st birthday anniversary of their organization this month. These 321,000 girls are contributing much to the war effort by their work in salvaging materials, selling war bonds, aiding the Red Cross, and many other important duties. The Campfire Girls need women who will volunteer as leaders to help them expand their work for victory. Get in touch with your local Campfire office or write National Headquarters, 88 Lexington Avenue, New York City. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Theater Wrigley Building, Chicago. 2 drops, Penetro nose drops, hit directly at the sneezy stuffiness of head cold's misery. Use only as directed. At first warning, use genuine prescription-type Penetro nose drops. Quality guaranteed by Plow Incorporated. General bottle, 25 cents. Even greater savings in larger sizes. Get Penetro, Penetro nose drops. The time, 2 o'clock.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Field dispatches from the Tunisian front report that American troops have occupied the town of Sened and are pushing on only 50 miles from the sea in the central sector. The Russians have scored new gains in their drive for Smolensk, and Moscow declares red lines are holding in the northern Donetsk. Adolf Hitler has made his first speech since last November, admitting that Germany is a war zone under Allied bombings. There's been widespread American air action in the Southwest Pacific. Now for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Off the Tunisian coast yesterday, American T-38 Lightning fighters shot 11 enemy planes full out of the sky. All our fighters came home. The T-38s have been ringing up all sorts of records out there, and tonight 2 of the men who fly them are back here at headquarters, right in the studio, in fact, to tell how they'll work. They are Jack Avery of Houston, Texas, and Thomas White of Kelso, Washington. Jack, I hear you've bagged quite a few enemy planes since last November.
Well, I shot down 6, and Tom here has got 6 also.
They tell me that that's top score for this front. How do you like flying T-38?
It's the best fighter plane around here.
Why do you say that?
Lots of firepower and speed. And I like the idea of having full engines with me out there. I'm that much sure of getting home. I had to fly back to the Davies once with 268 holes in my plane and 1 engine gone.
Tom, how do you find that the T-38 stands up to the Messerschmitts and the new Fox Woods the Germans are flying?
We're in 5 circles around both of them.
Up for a certain height, anyway. And I know we're a lot faster, because once 3 Foxholes are stationed halfway here for the grid, but they never really got near. The only time the Messerschmitt can beat us on speed is when it's a little early down. And that's when you've got to be careful. So what do you do then? Well, there's only one thing to do. You whip around and link them with all of your guns wide open. And most of our work now is escorting bombers, so we don't go around looking for trouble. We wait until a Jar's attack, and then we fire them in. Jack, and one of the 2 top scorers on the Tunisian front, what do you think of German pilots?
Sometimes I think they're either very inexperienced or they've got a lot of guts. They're definitely good. And my impression is that the general run of German pilots has been getting better since we got here. But the point is this, we've been learning a lot too. Than they were when we started. The Germans have put their best men and their best stuff against us. Right now, it's our side that's setting the pace.
Thanks a lot, Jack, and Tom. This is Winston Burdett in North Africa, returning you to CBS in New York.
The growing power of the Allied forces all along the Tunisian front is underlined in a message from the British 8th Army's General Montgomery to General Eisenhower. Montgomery said his men look forward to joining forces with the Americans very shortly, and after that, said Montgomery, we will finish off the business very quickly between us. More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
What are we of the United Nations fighting for? The Atlantic Charter has summarized our objectives in 4 freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from fear, freedom from want. Not for worldly profit nor territorial gain, but for such simple ideals as these have the American people, American industry, and the might of our armed forces joined hands to wage a relentless war. To this end and no other have we put on record our firm determination of fighting until the Axis surrenders unconditionally. American industry, of which Admiral Radio is typical, has willingly relinquished the privileges and profits of normal production to help build the tools of war. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, today, Admiral is busy turning out radio and electronic equipment for our armed forces, working at the full capacity of both great Admiral plants to hasten the day when victory will make the 4 freedoms a practical reality. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
In Russia, the Germans heralded the advent of spring today by hurling fresh reserves of armor and men against Red Army defenses on the northern Donetsk, and the midday communique said that Soviet troops were engaged there in fierce defensive battles, but the Russian offensive on the Central Front retained its momentum. For a direct report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
There probably will not be any official Russian reaction to Adolf Hitler's Memorial Day speech in Berlin. Foreign correspondents listening to the speech here in Moscow this afternoon checked each other's impressions of the speech and came to the conclusion that Hitler's words were so barren that it's hard to get any kind of reaction at all, except, of course, the standard feeling of disgust. Another army is on the march in Russia today under special orders from the Kremlin. This army is composed of Russia's farmers who are preparing to dig in for the most desperate battle for food that the Soviet Union's collective and state farm system has ever faced. As it is in America, this year's crops probably rank as the most important harvest the world's farmers have had to produce, especially as this true of Russia. Russia has substantially the same problems facing her wartime agricultural industry as America, only many times more so. There's a labor shortage. There is a problem of transport. There is a difficulty of rationing and delivering fuel for tractors and seed for the larger farms. From the wording of a special decree for the Soviet state plan of agricultural development, you can get some idea of the way Russia is tackling her farming problems. One section of the decree reads, "During the next 10 days, we shall organize brigades on the collective farms, diminish the number of farmers doing administrative or auxiliary work, organize the horses and machines, work out tractor and field brigades for the preliminary spring work, and arrange for a sharing of the work between tractors and horses of collective farms." The Soviet government has determined that the next winter will be as nutritive as possible. That is what is behind the note of urgency in the government agricultural decree. It concerns every phase of the collective farm life, from the organization of nurseries for the children of women who will work on the farms this summer to the construction of field garages for the repair of harvesters and tractors. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
Major General Eaker, chief of our air forces based in Britain, said in London today that very soon our planes will approach the number in the RAF. Back in this country is a flying fortress and its crew, which has seen action over France and Germany. For a direct report on this American heavy bomber, which is destined to play a big part in our air attacks, Admiral Radio takes you just outside of Washington to Bowling Field. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in the middle of a flying fortress, and from the bombardier's goldfish bowl in the nose to the tail gunner's niche and back, there are 10 young Americans at their posts. The same posts they all occupied on many a sea of flak exploding over Germany. These youngsters would destroy a man's faith in the movies. None of them is beautiful, and certainly none of them is a grizzled old sergeant with a tongue of steel and a heart of gold. Every one of them is a dewy-eyed kid, and the grimy, dangerous job of blowing up Germans in Germany hasn't left any mark in their eyes or in their hearts. These youngsters have just returned from the European theater, and in a minute they're going to give us a picture of life inside a flying fortress on a bombing run. But before they do, I'd like to run through their names and their hometowns. Captain Bill Crum of Scarsdale, New York, is the pilot. Lieutenant Mark Gilman, Santa Ana, California, is his co-pilot. Lieutenant William Lazier, Clymer, Pennsylvania, navigator, and Lieutenant Robert Clayla of Philadelphia, bombardier. The crew, all sergeants of one grade or another, consists of Carl Masters, Paola, Kansas, Rufus Youngblood, Atlanta, Georgia, Peter DuBois, Arbutus, Maryland, James O'Donnell, Camden, New Jersey, Andrew Markle, Rosendale, New York, and Glenn Wilson of Minneapolis. Most of them have been over Europe 11 times. 2 of the crew are still there. Sergeant Charles Wright of Rochester, Minneapolis, is getting over a slight wound, and Sergeant Harvey McNally of Attleboro, Massachusetts, couldn't return because of a minor stomach ailment. These boys participated in the first All-American daylight raid over Germany, and they'll reenact that pleasant chore for us today. Each one wears a throat microphone connected to an intercommunication system, and each wears a mask because of the high altitude these fortresses work. They left England early in the morning, and it's now almost noon, and Wilhelmshaven can't be far away. This plane was the first in an element of 3 bombers, and in all there were some 80 planes on the mission. All bombers, no fighter escort at all. Let's pick up Captain Crim and the crew on the intercommunication system.
Keep on the ball, fellas, back there. Keep a constant shadow. Don't let those LEs sneak in on you. Remember what happens when you don't see them. There's the one that hurts.
Oh, here they come. 3 enemy missiles, 1,200 yards out. 7 o'clock upper. Here they come, breaking under. 2 more, 5 o'clock upper. Watch them, O'Donnell. They're in under Marco now. Watch them break away at 9 o'clock.
What's the left range so I can get a shot?
Up on the sun, 9 o'clock high. Can't see them. Youngblood, watch that sun.
Here they come, off the left wing. Nice score. That other fight turned them away.
Any flak coming up, tail gunner?
Flak coming up behind and low, 2,000 yards behind. Getting closer, closer. Whoops! Up with us now. Little to the right, but too close for comfort.
Just about ready to turn over the initial point. Be ready to open the bomb bays, Bob. We'll be turning in about 30 seconds, Crum.
Keep watching. A couple of minutes out of the target now. Remember, interphone communications silence for all except the navigator and the bombardier. They have to pick up that target.
Bomb bay doors open.
Roger.
See that inlet, Bob? That one's just ahead. The one curving over to the left. See those 2 large buildings? Right to the left of that is a target. See it, Bob? Yeah, there it is, the Wilhelmshaven docks.
I see the building. Right to the left of them. Just a minute. Yes, I see it now. Right, I got it. Just a second, Crum. On course. Follow the PDI.
We're on the run, Gilman. Are they getting to us with that attack? Yeah, the black person out there to the right. Mighty heavy and getting closer. Their altitude's right with us. They're off in deflection, though. A lot of pursuit. They're waiting out there, outside the flak belt. Be ready for them, gunners. Keep on your toes.
Getting closer, Crum. A few more seconds now. That's mine. Hold her steady. Steady. There they go. Bombs away.
That, then, is a picture of life inside a flying fortress. 10 men on a dangerous mission, everyone knowing that he can lose the life of the other 9 if he makes a mistake. And you might have noticed there was a complete lack of that rear gunner to pilot, pilot to rear gunner, come in rear gunner nonsense. The boys say if they took that much time for formalities, they'd all be murdered, which will give you an idea of the teamwork that goes into one of these bombing missions. It certainly is a man's work, but nobody can do it but a boy. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
Hello, Cisco.
This is CBS in San Francisco calling Australia. Go ahead, Australia. We regret that we are unable to contact George Murad in Australia. We return you now to CBS in New York.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The great battle on the Russian front along the River Donetsk is now passing into its 3rd phase. From the German point of view, it may be described as a battle of stabilization and disengagement. There can hardly be any thought in the minds of the German High Command that they can, in this area, effect the destruction of any considerable Russian force. Neither the terrain nor the conformation of the front could encourage them in such a view. Their purpose is rather to establish a strong, stabilized, defensive front from which they can disengage troops for other purposes. The first phase of this battle was the German counterattack between the Donets and the Dnieper. The purpose of this was, first of all, to save the German army in the Donets Basin from the encirclement and destruction threatened by the Russian thrust toward the bend of the Dnieper, which almost succeeded. The saving of the German army was accomplished when the key railway junctions were retaken and the Russians thrown back on Kharkov. But the Donets salient still remained unstable as long as Kharkov threatened its flank. Hence, the second phase was the recapture of Kharkov to act as a bastion for the German salient below the Donets. Now comes the third phase, which is apparently directed toward reestablishing the old German winter line north of Kharkov, looking toward the recapture of Kursk and the relief of Orel from its present dangerous semi-encirclement. The Germans are throwing more and more troops into the line and are reporting heavy fighting and considerable gains all along with the upper Donets, but the Russian claims are still that the Russian lines in this area are holding firm.
In this country, the Navy has reported on new action in the Solomons, and there's an important announcement from the OPA. For details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
In a brief Solomons communique half an hour ago, the Navy announced 2 more dive bombings of Vila and the 97th raid on Munda. Flying fortresses have also bombed the Japanese installations on Kahili, also in the Solomons. 26 of the 55 new Republican members of the House of Representatives today pledged their wholehearted support to the collective security resolution of the Ball Hatch Group in the Senate. The 26 members have just signed a letter in which they call upon the government to establish a national foreign policy and take the lead in organizing a United Nations program for establishing political and economic security after the war. As this program goes off the air, OPA will issue an order freezing the retail sale of butter, margarine, lard, and the other edible fats and oils to be rationed on March 29, a week from tomorrow. OPA says the suspension of sales is necessary because available stocks of these items aren't sufficient to satisfy heavy consumer buying in the last week before rationing begins. The freezing order goes into effect at 1 minute past midnight tomorrow morning. Only rationable fats and oils are affected. Meats and cheeses, except canned goods already frozen, will be freely sold on the open market until a minute past midnight, March 29, when point rationing goes into effect. This, as you know, is the first day of spring, the 4th spring of the Second World War. In the next few weeks, the frozen earth of Russia will be thawing out, and the Germans may be preparing for their 4th summer offensive. But Russia isn't the only theater of war in which the thaws of spring are important. The frozen earth of Alaska will soon be thawing, too. Here in the studio this afternoon is Colonel William C. Henry, Chief Engineer of the Army Signal Corps. He's made 4 trips to Alaska in the past 8 months, and he'll be going back again very shortly. Can you tell us, Colonel Henry, about some of the things we're doing in Alaska?
One of my jobs is communications on the Alcan Highway. By last December, we'd built a pole line and strung telephone wires from Edmonton, Alberta, to Dawson Creek, British Columbia, a distance of 442 miles. By this October, we plan to have the line all the way to Fairbanks, Alaska, a total distance of 2,060 miles. It'll be a tough job, but I know we can do it. They said we couldn't get the line up even as far as Dawson Creek by last December 1st. But we did it in spite of the worst snowstorms in 40 years and temperatures that varied from 30 to 70 degrees below zero. The ground up there was frozen to a depth of 6 feet. We couldn't dig our post holes. We had to blast them out with dynamite. This spring, the problem's a little different. Part of the highway's built on frozen vegetation, or muskeg as they call it in Alaska. And when it thaws out, the highway will begin to slip, and the Corps of Engineers will have to shore it up and fill it in with logs and gravel. The Signal Corps has the same sort of a problem. We'll have to erect some of our poles in the form of tripods, three-legged poles that can float on top of the bog in the summertime.
Why are telephones so important, Colonel? Can't you use radio up there?
We are using radio right now. We'd be lost without it. But there are all sorts of magnetic disturbances that far north. The northern lights, for example, which interfere with radio reception. And anyhow, we couldn't spare enough radio frequencies for all the uses to which telephones are being put. The Transportation Corps has established a series of rest camps or dispatch points, one every 100 miles, and they all have to be in constant communication. It's planned for truck drivers to drive 200 miles a day, 100 miles each way, and spend each night in the same rest camp. In the morning, they'll take a loaded truck 100 miles up the line and bring an empty one back in the evening. One of the errors in the operation of the Burma Road was that the same drivers would take a truck all the way from Rangoon to Kunming. He'd never get to know the road, and as a result, there was a high percentage of accidents.
How much stuff are we sending over our Burma Road to Alaska, Colonel?
The details, of course, are a military secret, but it's safe to say that several hundred trucks a day will soon be coming over the highway.
Do you look for any important military developments in Alaska this coming summer?
I think we'd better keep the Japanese guessing about our plans up there, but they'll have plenty of surprises coming soon.
Thank you, Colonel William C. Henry of the Army Signal Corps. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Prime Minister Churchill will be heard over the Columbia Broadcasting System. His speech, following Hitler's talk this morning, is eagerly awaited in Britain. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
Hitler's speech of this afternoon is called peculiar here in London, and the impression is that it cannot but have a depressing effect on the German people. Hitler said practically nothing other than that German soldiers in Russia would soon get some leave. His figure of 542,000 Germans killed since the war started is considered so ridiculous that even the German people will see it as a palpable lie. Also, London noted the usual lack of bombast and martial music. Much more importance is attached here to the announcement made after Hitler spoke, the announcement that he was accompanied by Goering and the 3 German military commanders-in-chief. London considers this to mean that Hitler has given over command of the German armies to Keitel, and that Goering has had to give over command of the Luftwaffe to Milch. The general reaction among the British people to Hitler's speech was best described to me by one young English woman who has probably seen too much of Americans lately. Said she, "Oh, phooey." At 9 o'clock tonight, London time, as Doug Edwards has told you, Prime Minister Churchill will make his 15th broadcast of the war. Mr. Churchill is expected to talk for nearly an hour, and it's felt that he will give some direction to all the discussions on post-war planning that have developed in the last few weeks, at least as far as the British are concerned. CBS will broadcast the Prime Minister's address beginning at 4 p.m. Eastern Wartime. The Prime Minister today sent a message of congratulations to the U.S. commanders on the effectiveness of last Thursday's American daylight raid on the important Nazi U-boat center at Vagesak near Bremen. Young Americans in the RAF have made a great reputation for themselves as gallant companions in arms and as possessors of a large sense of humor. It is the tradition in the RAF that if a member is shot down over enemy territory, his belongings, saving only a few of the most intimate and personal things which go to his family, are split up among the rest of the squadron. One young American from California was recently shot down over France, and the tradition had its way. 2 weeks passed, and a card from a prisoner of war camp in Germany arrived at his squadron's base. It was addressed to the entire squadron, and all it said was, "You so-and-sos put my clothes back." We return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
And now here is a message from our sponsor.
We Americans are willing to make any sacrifice if we know that it will help win the war. As yet, these sacrifices haven't caused us any real hardship. For instance, it's almost impossible to buy a new radio, but your present set will last for the duration if you take one simple precaution. Have your Admiral dealer check it twice a year regularly. A simple precaution, yes, but not one to be neglected. For regular checkups give your Admiral dealer a chance to anticipate and stop trouble. If your Admiral dealer discovers some vital part will need replacement in the near future, he'll order one immediately and probably have it in time so you won't miss a single broadcast. This is a valuable service in these days of shortages, one rendered by all Admiral dealers, trained experts who have the backing of the Admiral organization. Call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly.
you'll be glad you did. Uncle Sam is appealing to American women for aid, real practical aid. He needs 5 million more women in war jobs by the end of 1943. He'll train applicants free, place them at no cost at work that pays well. Any job, either in a war plant or in an industry producing the essentials of civilian life, is a war job. Your being in such work does not affect the draft status of your husband in any way. So please, visit your local office of the United States Employment Service at once and find the job you can do that will help win the war. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The big Allied offensive on the Tunisian front is rolling. American troops have captured Fondouk, and the British are knifing ahead both in the north and south. RAF bombers have given Berlin its heaviest pounding of the war. American planes have raided Rouen. The Red Army has captured 7 settlements in the Smolensk area. American planes have battered at Jap bases throughout the southwest Pacific, and enemy bombers have retaliated with raids on our installations in the Solomons. Now for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. The 8th Army's attack on the Merit Line is gathering momentum. In the frontal attack on the line itself, new advances were made southwest of the village of Merit. But what is much more spectacular, the British force, which swept all the way around Rommel's flank, is now in the outskirts of El Hama. All you have to do is to look at a map to see what this means. El Hama, which is marked on our map with the little palm trees that mean an oasis, is in the exact and geographical rear of the Merit Line. It's not a threat to Rommel's rear, it is his rear. And from El Hama to Gabus on the coast is less than 20 miles. North of El Hama, all the way up to Sousse, American forces are gradually overflowing onto the coastal plain. El Gatar, McNassie, and now today's communique says that we have taken Fondouk, which is opposite the port of Sousse and only 50 miles away from it. If you are one of those who subscribe to the belief that sooner or later Rommel is going to have to pull out of the Merit Line and move into northern Tunisia, the implications of all this are enormous. From El Hama to Fondouk, there are Allied columns aiming to intersect Rommel's line of retreat. Each one is a potential threat. Each one is a potential trap for Rommel in which a general could lose an army. Of course, they are still just potential traps. And so far, Rommel doesn't seem to have started to pull out of the Merit Line. But the threats are all there, and the strategy of the thing is something to watch. There's other strategy in North Africa to watch, the political strategy of General de Gaulle and General Giraud. General de Gaulle is coming here all right, and the announced intention of the two generals is to work out an agreement. The impression here is that some kind of an agreement, some kind of union will be worked out. But the question is, what kind? And that's where the strategy comes in. Both leaders want to bring about the union of all fighting Frenchmen, but both want to keep their own individuality and the individuality of their organizations. The de Gaulle-Giraud meeting won't be exactly a battle, but it won't be exactly a love peace either. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Should we begin planning now to meet the problems of the post-war world? According to recent surveys, the majority of people say we should. Whether or not you agree with that opinion, you'll want to hear all proposals and views, for the post-war world will be your world. Radio, now and in the future, will present every plan and opinion. Because it will, you'll want to be certain your radio is ready at the flip of a switch to bring in any program you want to hear. Admiral dealers have devised a simple, effective, and economical method to relieve you of worry about radio failure. Simply call your Admiral dealer and ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. In other words, put the responsibility for keeping your radio in perfect condition squarely on his shoulders. Your Admiral dealer will accept that responsibility gladly. He'll anticipate trouble, order any replacement you might need in advance, and probably have it, despite shortages, in time to keep your set in continuous action. Above all, your Admiral dealer, backed by the entire Admiral organization, will put his knowledge and facilities at work so that your radio gives tip-top performance throughout the duration. Relieve yourself of worry. Call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. He'll do the rest. And now, back to Doug Edwards.
On the vast Russian battlefields, the Red Army appears to be consolidating its positions and beating off Nazi attacks. For a direct report on the situation, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
This is the first time that this phrase has appeared in the Russian communiques since last summer's lull in the fighting. It is true that the fighting has slackened all along the Russian front, but it can hardly be called a lull. There still are attacks and counterattacks on the Smolensk front, and the Germans are still trying to gain effective initiative at Belgorod and on the Bryansk sector. The Red Army continues its painful advance through the mud of the Kuban. It's true that the front is comparatively quiet, but it's the kind of quiet you would get if you put a lid on a live volcano. The Red Army's Railroad Battalion has achieved something of an engineering miracle. In a little over 2 weeks, they have succeeded in opening the vital Moscow-Veliki Trunk Railroad. The first military train moved over this railroad yesterday. The repair of this stretch of 280 miles of railroad was one of the most difficult assignments any engineering corps ever had. The railroad has been the center of a battlefield since the early days of the German invasion. It has been bombed by both German and Russian planes. Soviet partisans have blown it sky high at 100 places. But even before Veliki was taken, the Red Army Railroad Corps went to work. They found that besides widening the gauge of the railroad tracks, they would have to virtually reset every railroad rail. You see, the Germans not only destroyed all switches and frogs, but they also sent men along the lines with heavy sledgehammers, who every 50 feet or so just knocked out a piece of railroad rail. I've seen this type of destruction every place where the German army has passed. You probably couldn't run an American streamliner at the speed of 100 miles an hour over the reconstructed Veliki Moscow railroad line today, but you can jog along at 20 to 30 miles an hour with heavy freight and munitions and arms. And that's what's happening today as the Soviet command reinforces its Veliki garrison, the garrison which is closer to the borders of the Soviet Union than any other group pushed to the east by the Axis invaders. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
Within the past hour, our Army and Navy announced new air blows against the Japs in Burma and in the North and South Pacific. For this news and details on the rationing program, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
There's been a flare-up in the area warfare in the South Pacific. A Navy communique reports 6 more American raids on Japanese positions and 2 Japanese bombings of American positions. Instead of bombing Nauru Island once last Thursday night, it now appears that we made 2 attacks. Nauru is an isolated, once British, now Japanese-held base 770 miles due north of Guadalcanal. Catalina patrol bombers raided it the first time, starting fires. And in the second attack, the one already reported, liberators scored hits on enemy installations. Light bombers and fighters made 2 more attacks on Munda, one on Vila and one on Rendova Island in the South Pacific. And in the North Pacific, a force of Mitchell medium bombers scored hits on the airdrome and camp on Kiska in the Aleutians. The Japanese bombed Canton Island in the Phoenix Group on Thursday night. And early Friday morning, 7 enemy planes made 5 sorties over Guadalcanal, but in only 2 of them were they able to drop any bombs. From India, the Army Air Force reports that 2 formations of liberators bombed Rangoon on Friday night, scoring hits on the railway station, the aerodrome, and the harbor area. Meat rationing begins tomorrow, and from the looks of things, most butcher shops are going to be short, at least for a time, until the rationing machinery can get underway. The OPA estimates it will take at least 2 weeks for things to start running smoothly, and meanwhile, Americans will just have to be patient. Senator Ball and a number of other senators and congressmen, however, are thinking about increasing the rations for people doing heavy labor. They think the current rate is plenty for white-collar people, but that the average worker in a war plant ought to have more than 2 pounds of meat and fats a week. Maybe he will, even without congressional action, for the OPA is prepared to raise the ration just as soon as supplies are plentiful enough to warrant such a step. Last night, it removed dried fruits from rationing altogether, and it revised the point values of other processed foods depending upon the demand. Some went up and some went down. I now return you to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Now here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The news from the Pacific is interesting because of a shift in location out into the middle of that vast ocean. The Japanese have made a light raid. Probably its actual purpose was reconnaissance on our base on Canton Island. And we have made 2 raids on the Japanese installations on Nauru Island, as Mr. White has just told you. Canton Island is a way station on our main trans-Pacific line of communications from Hawaii to Australia and the Solomons. Canton lies a little over 2,000 miles south-southwest of Pearl Harbor and about the same distance northeast of Guadalcanal. It has long been recognized that the Japanese, from their outpost positions in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, which lie west and northwest of Canton, might at any time try to raid our line of communications. They could hardly hope to seize and hold any of our well-defended bases along this line, of which Canton is one. But if they were willing to pay the cost in ships and aircraft, they might cause us enough trouble so that we would have to divert our attention to protecting this area, at least for the time being, and thus they might prevent us from getting set for a large-scale offensive toward Revolve, for instance. To do this in one way or another, and at a minimum cost, is one of the main Japanese objectives now. The storm is gathering, and the Japanese are trying to keep it from breaking over their heads until they are better prepared to receive it. Our raids on Nauru are entirely consistent with the possibility of Japanese preparations for mid-Pacific raids. If such preparations were underway, Nauru would be an important transit base for Japanese aircraft. It lies almost midway between Guadalcanal and the Marshalls. But Nauru has other values. It is an outpost for the Marshalls on the southward, and from the Marshalls, the Japanese have launched some of their attacks on Guadalcanal. We might be intending to move toward the Marshalls ourselves. In that case, Nauru would also be important. On the whole, therefore, we could only say that the spreading out of the air operations on both sides is interesting and may forecast future developments which may come suddenly and dramatically if they come at all.
Vice President Wallace, on his South American tour, is now visiting in Chile, where he's addressed a special session of the Congress. For a direct report on Wallace's activities, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Santiago. Charles Griffin reporting.
For the first time in history, a Vice President of the United States visits Chile. Vice President Henry Wallace's plane reached Chilean territory on Friday at 10:15, and on its southbound trip overflew the rich nitrate of soda deposits at Pedro de Valdivia and Maria Elena, the enormous copper mines at Chuquicamata and Potrerillos, among the largest in the world, and close at its right, the important iron ore deposits at El Pozo. All of these powerful enterprises are American-owned, and millions of tons of these essential war minerals are shipped almost every day to the United States. Close by, too, for hours, could be seen the almost unprotected coast, which the Japanese cannot reach in spite of repeated threats because of the control of the United States fleets over the South Pacific. In Santiago, after one of the greatest public demonstrations ever staged here, Vice President Wallace established personal contact with prominents in different fields. Yesterday, President Rios invited Vice President Wallace to a private lunch in his country residence overlooking the capital. The vision of these tremendously important northern enterprises of vital significance during the war was in the minds of all as conversation covered the problems of increased production, transportation, and protection. Today, Vice President Wallace will be the guest at the National Open Air Stadium, sitting 80,000. and tonight President Rio stages the dinner at the Moneda Palace, sitting close to 200. Tomorrow the party leaves by train for the southern provinces and the coal fields. Chile has ambitious plans for hydroelectric power development, for increased capitalization of her industries, for shipping facilities, for raw materials and new markets, but above all for permanent and stable post-war economic conditions with the United States. Chile confidently expects that practical results will follow Mr. Wallace's visit to this country, and this visit ends on June the 4th after very important contact both in the center, south, and north of the country. I now return you to the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York.
Across the Atlantic, American planes have been over France again, and the British are getting details on the latest night raid on Berlin. For this news and an interview with an American Army officer attached to our 8th Air Force, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
United States Army 8th Air Force Headquarters has just announced that in daylight today, our heavy bombers carried out their 6th raid on the important rail center of Rouen in France. Bombing results were good in spite of heavy opposition. One of our bombers is missing, and 4 of the Allied fighters, which gave excellent cover, did not come home. No figure of enemy losses has been announced, but several German fighters are reported to have been destroyed. There are also more details of last night's RAF raid on Berlin. The Air Ministry has announced that it was the heaviest raid yet made on Berlin. About 900 tons of bombs were dropped, twice the weight ever dropped in a single raid on London by the Germans. Last night's weather was good, and the bombing is described as concentrated. The news of RAF and American air activity over Germany and France is getting a good deal of attention here in England. Spring has come, and with it an urgent wish for the opening of a second front in Europe. Allied air activity is considered the opening gun of that second front, and present air activity adds up to a softening up of the German defense before invasion. How the RAF and the United States Air Forces are doing the job can best be told by the men who fly the planes. Beside me is Colonel Stanley T. Ray of Birmingham, Alabama. He commands one of the groups of the 8th Air Force, a group which has made 30 missions over Germany and France. Yesterday, Colonel Ray was awarded the Silver Star for gallantry in action while leading his group on those missions. Colonel Ray, just what are we doing to soften up the continent for invasion?
Overall, we're reducing the enemy's war potential. We're bombing his production centers where he produces the things he will need to repel an invasion of Europe by the United Nations.
What is the most important factor?
We are fortunate in having England as a base from which an invasion can be launched. But a base will be of no use unless we can get supplies to it to support an invasion. That makes the submarine our number one problem now. And that is why the 8th Air Force has repeatedly raided Saint-Nazaire, Lorient, La Pallice, and Brest. In those raids, we hit the German submarine operating bases on the French coast. That's one phase of softening up. Another has been our raids on northwest Germany, designed primarily to get at production centers of submarines. In the raid on Vegesack, pictures taken during the raid and after show that we inflicted extremely heavy damage on the most important sub-building works available to the Germans.
Well, what about the raids on places like Emden and Ham and Rouen and Amiens?
Those are important rail communication centers. By striking these centers, we interrupt the enemy's flow of raw materials to factories and the flow of finished war goods to the using fronts. Thus, the destruction of trackage and of freight cars and engines in the raid on Rouen today will have a lasting effect on the flow of supplies to the German submarine bases on the French coast.
Well, Colonel, what can we look for when the 8th Air Force gets the hundreds of planes which General Acre, the commander of the 8th Air Force, said would arrive early this summer?
We've had a hard winter, but we're out of the woods now. When we get those planes, we'll send groups of them to many different targets at the same time. In addition to German industry and communications, we will destroy the German Air Force in its production centers, on its aerodromes, and in the air. We, the RAF and the United States Air Force, will keep the German air raid warning service on a 24-hour basis. We'll send over so many planes that the German anti-aircraft gunners will be beating their heads on the concrete. And since we must come to grips with the Germans on land before we can win the war, the 8th Air Force and the RAF will prepare the way. And then, when this land force goes in, we will provide an umbrella of bombers and fighters which will strike as part of that force. Oh, yes, there's one more thing that the air arm of the United Nations is doing to soften up for invasion. German morale is not cracked yet, but we do know that the RAF night raids and our day raids have already affected morale, and they will have an ever-increasing effect.
I wouldn't want to be a German in Germany this summer. There will be no future in it.
And now, back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
You've just heard Colonel Ray of our American Army Air Force in Britain. Now, here in our New York studio, home after 7 months in London, is Joe Alex Morris, foreign editor of the United Press. Joe, what do you think these increasingly heavy American and British raids on the continent are leading up to?
They're leading up to our grand assault on Hitler. You can be sure of that, Doug. But last night's big raid on Berlin was just a part of a long, hard job. Our air offensive is such a vast undertaking that the overall picture cannot easily be seen by us ordinary citizens. But I had a chance in Britain to talk to the men who are doing the flying and to some of the men who direct the whole operation.
What impressed you most, Joe, in your talks with those fellows?
I'd say the vast amount of organization required. Usually, we think of a bomber as having a crew of half a dozen or a dozen men, and perhaps we think of the ground crew of half a dozen more men. But actually, there are dozens of other men behind each bomber. Men who are busy at desks, others who work day and night repairing or overhauling planes. And if any one of them fails in his job, the whole operation is endangered.
Well, it certainly is a job.
Well, there's another side to the picture. You get a glimpse of that when you talk to General Andrews, who is our commander in the European theater, or to Air Marshal Harris, chief of the RAF Bomber Command. They have the job of putting the whole machine together so that it'll work.
I'm beginning to see, Joe, how many difficulties must be overcome as we move toward our goals of all-out bombing of Germany.
Yes, and we still have a long way to go. We can say that there are really two goals, Doug. Both are essential preliminaries to victory. The first is steady day and night bombing. This is a long-range proposition, and the results are not immediately evident at the war fronts. By that, I mean that if we knock out a factory making U-boat engines at Munich, the effect will not be felt in the Battle of the Atlantic until months later. But it will be felt. Or even if we merely destroy the factory's streetcar lines or gas mains or electric light and power lines, then we have also struck a blow that will, much later, of course, be of importance in safeguarding our convoys, because anything that disrupts production of U-boats is going to help win the war.
Well, how about that second goal?
The second goal is perhaps the most important. It is the destruction of the German Air Force, and to a great extent that will be America's job in the final battle for the skies over Europe. We must force the Luftwaffe to fight, not just occasionally, but day after day. We must attack with vastly superior numbers and vastly superior firepower.
Well, that's where our flying fortresses come in.
Yes, their daylight raids are very important in moving us nearer to our goal. Not only can we hit specific targets that the RAF might miss at night, but we can force the enemy to come into the air and fight, and we can knock him down.
Of course, we don't come out of that kind of fighting unscathed, Joe.
No, indeed. That kind of air war is costly, and we must expect greater losses as our offensive grows. But remember, it's still more costly to the enemy. The Germans have learned what it costs to tackle a formation of flying fortresses, to fly into a battery of fortress guns that may fire 100 bright, ugly chunks of steel every second. They have learned, and they will profit by their lesson, but they won't like it.
Thank you, Joe Alex Morris, foreign news editor of the United Press, for telling us what you observed about our Allied air offensive during the 7 months you've just spent in Great Britain.
Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Walk into either of Admiral Radio's two great plants. What will you see? Batteries of punch presses, screw machines, electric welding apparatus, and countless other intricate devices, all being operated at top speed by the capable hands of Admiral workers. You'll see Admiral research technicians, radio and electronic engineers, busy in their laboratories where developments that might take years in peacetime are often crowded into a few brief months under the pressure of war. You'll see a never-ending stream of radio and electronic equipment flowing from Admiral assembly lines off to America's fighting Army and Navy on the battlefronts. Admiral, like all America, believes in the principles for which this war is being fought. For Admiral is firmly convinced that when the Axis is destroyed and all men receive the blessings of the four freedoms, we will enjoy a new and lasting prosperity. Thus, Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, is now employing every facility, bending every effort to build the radio and electronic equipment America's fighting men need to seek out the enemy and destroy him, and so bring us nearer to freedom for all men. Mail from home is the greatest of all morale builders. Write to that man of yours in service. Write often, even though he doesn't always have an opportunity to answer. And when you write to men stationed overseas, use V-mail so your letters will be delivered in the shortest possible time. Your post office or your stationer can supply you with special V-mail stationery, so get some and write. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
There's more good news from North Africa. Allied armies are threatening both Sousse and Kairouan as Rommel pulls his Axis forces into the northern tip of Tunisia. American bombers have again raided Naples. RAF planes were over southwest Germany last night. And Berlin says the Red Air Force has joined the Allied offensive against the German homeland. In Russia, the Nazis are reported moving up supplies and men for a new summer drive. But for our first report from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. By now, most of the Axis forces in North Africa have been squeezed into the northeast corner of Tunisia. If there are any German or Italian troops south of Sousse, they are probably in our hands. This battle is moving so fast right now that all our information is miles out of date. But the last we heard, our forces from Fondou were near Kairouan, and the 8th Army was well on the road between Sfax and Sousse. The Germans are moving into the hills of northern Tunisia very fast. They are pausing only to fight isolated rearguard actions and delay minefields. One of the most spectacular sides of this North African war right now is the campaign of American P-38 fighter boys that they're waging against the German transport planes. You know that yesterday they got 40, and a few days ago they got 18. Well, today they got 21 more. The Germans always use their transport planes in a crisis, and this is certainly a crisis now. They are using them to bring over gas and oil and ammunition. But we are taking a terrible toll. With today's 21, we have shot down 79 in the last 6 days. Rommel probably made his decision to pull up his stakes and head for the north as soon as the 8th Army breached the Wadi Attu. At that time, the big threat to his retreat was the possibility of a successful Allied thrust to the sea, like the one that is now moving from Fondou to Kairouan to Sousse. It's up in the mountainous northeast corner of Tunisia, where something like 200,000 Axis troops must be concentrated now as the final battle for Tunisia will be fought. The British offensive up there around Medjez El Bab, which was designed to secure better battle positions for the final drive to Tunis, has made an advance of 10 miles between Medjez El Bab and Munchar, and between 1,000 and 2,000 prisoners were taken. The concentration of both forces on both sides up in northern Tunisia will be something terrific. All the forces that were stretched out from Tunis to the Maris line have been drawn up into that corner. There is no doubt that the German will be beaten up there. But it's going to take some of the hardest fighting that this war has seen to do it. They are entrenched in those mountains like oysters in their shells. And it's going to be a grim, bloody job to get them out. This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Will your radio be capable of tip-top performance 1 year from today? Admiral servicemen all over the country say yes, providing it receives proper care. The words proper care needn't frighten you. Your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you or your family.
All you need do is make one phone call, nothing else. Phone your Admiral dealer, ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. He'll then give it the thorough Admiral step-by-step examination by which Admiral dealers anticipate and prevent trouble. One of these steps is a checkup of all tubular and filter condensers, especially of the wax used in their construction. Should this wax melt, as sometimes happens when a set is used continuously, the result may be a defective circuit and a radio out of action. An Admiral dealer, in making regular checkups, will discover such trouble spots early, take measures to correct them. He'll render many other services which will help prolong the life of your radio. If he sees some vital part that needs replacement, he'll order a new one immediately, and despite shortages, probably have it in time to keep your radio in continuous action. Yes, your radio can have the best of care without inconvenience to you. Call your Admiral dealer first thing tomorrow. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. There's only a nominal charge for this service. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
The vast Russian front remains comparatively quiet again today, but Moscow observers seem to believe that behind that curtain of inactivity, the Germans are preparing for another summer offensive. Reports from the front say the Nazis are wheeling up fresh material in reserves. Red Army planes are said to have destroyed or damaged at least 36 trucks in the last 24 hours. Otherwise, the lull is broken only by occasional artillery exchanges and light patrol activity. The Russians say they've repulsed several minor charges against their Donetsk River bridgeheads. On the Central Front, Soviet forces have consolidated positions 32 to 50 miles from Smolensk. The latest Moscow War Bulletin reports that no important changes took place at any point on the 1,500-mile battle line. However, German planes are also striking at Russian communications. 80 bombers raided a railway station, but dispatches say red planes broke up their formation. The newspaper Pravda reports a great increase in aviation transport traffic, with heavily loaded trains and planes on both sides shuttling supplies and men to the front and carrying away wounded. That's the latest on the fighting in Russia. Admiral Radio had hoped to bring you a report direct from Moscow by Quentin Reynolds, war correspondent for Collier's magazine. But atmospheric conditions have made the broadcast unintelligible. However, Reynolds has cabled us this report. He says, Moscow is the city where Hitler's dream ended. Someday, historians will immortalize the small suburb of Moscow called Khimka. You can get on a streetcar in front of the Kremlin and be in Khimka within half an hour. It's just another suburb. But Khimka will live forever, because it was here in October of 1941 that Hitler's dream ended. His army was battering at the gates of Moscow then, and one day a German tank penetrated as far as obscure Khimka. That tank and the German soldiers in the tank died, and the Nazi dream of Russian conquest died too. Hitler never was able to get that close to the Kremlin again. I was in Moscow then, and the city was unafraid but grim, and no smiles were seen on the men and women who walked on the streets of Moscow. Moscow was fighting with her back to the wall, and she knew it. But she fought back just as London once fought back, and faith and courage of her sons and daughters were rewarded. Now I've returned to this city of courage. The nearest German is 200 miles away, and Moscow is confident that soon that distance will be increased. Moscow is not overconfident or falsely optimistic, but Moscow is no longer the grim place it was in 1941. Today, the streets are thronged with soldiers on leave. Each night, the opera is crowded with men in uniform and with factory hands. The people of Moscow have been at war now for nearly 2 years, but they are neither weary nor have they weakened. Quentin Reynolds continues, when you come here directly from New York, as I did, it is impossible not to notice the great contrast. A month ago, I was annoyed because sometimes in New York I had to walk a few blocks before getting a taxicab. Here in Moscow, there are no taxicabs, no private cars, and no transportation except streetcars and subway. Mostly we walk. Gasoline, oil, and rubber are too precious to use for anything except war purposes. The dim out in New York annoyed us all a bit. Here in Moscow, there's a complete blackout, and you don't go out at night unless it's absolutely necessary. When I left New York, some people were grumbling because of food rationing. Here in Moscow, you can get 1 slice of butter per day, 1 lump of sugar per meal, and of course steaks, roast beef, and chops, as we know them at home, do not exist. When I left home, people were worrying because whiskey and gin were scarce, and it was difficult to obtain vintage wine. Here in Moscow, one is very lucky to get an occasional glass of vodka. There's nothing else. Moscow is making teetotalers out of even American correspondents. We have a midnight curfew in Moscow. The streets must be kept clear in the event German bombers come. Each of us has 1 electric light bulb in his room, no more. Electric power is needed for war purposes. We seldom have water in Moscow. Power and fuel are needed to run the factories. New York is really not so badly off after all. But no matter what privations, no one here grumbles. Even now, the people at home have a tendency to let the army fight the war. Moscow knows that armies alone can't win wars. Here, every civilian knows that this is his war, and he's doing something about it. Yesterday, I stood on an embankment of the river. Spring has come to Moscow and opened the veins of the river, and the ice has been swept away by the swift current. Here on the embankment was a group of school children, about 50 of them. None was older than 12, and 1/3 of them were girls. They were drilling with wooden guns. A Red Army man marched them up and down the embankment, giving crisp orders, and the youngsters marched smartly and skillfully. These children of Mars drilled for an hour, and when they went hurrying back, not to baseball diamonds or playgrounds. Moscow is at war. Each child has his war job. The report from Quentin Reynolds goes on. I've heard people in New York grumble about the servant problem. Here in Moscow, only the very young and very old can be released for domestic service. Housewives with husbands and sons at the front have to do their own marketing, cooking, and housework, and take care of the babies besides. When school is dismissed and drilling is over, these school kids help. They mind babies. They help with dishes. They run errands. They scrub floors. They're organized into what they call the pioneers, much like our Boy Scouts. They work hard, these children who have no time to play, but they are happy. Each child has heard his mother and father say 100 times, "This is your war, too." And each child makes it his war. Every civilian in Moscow has made it his war. Perhaps New York can learn something about the city of courage. And that's the report from Moscow, cabled to us by Quentin Reynolds. In Britain, Allied bombers and fighters are reported to have been over the enemy-occupied continent today following a heavy attack on Germany last night. For these details and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
The RAF was out last night attacking targets in southwest Germany. Details so far are scanty. The communique reported heavy clouds, which made it impossible to see results. 2 German fighters were destroyed. 18 RAF bombers are missing. It's thought that the RAF force was a large one. Coastal residents heard planes roaring over the coast from midnight to dawn. A climax is near in the French problem. General de Gaulle presided over a 3-hour meeting of the French National Committee today, which was convened to hear General Catrou's report. Yesterday, Catrou, de Gaulle's representative returned from North Africa, was closeted with de Gaulle in a private conference on the formula for French unity which Catrou and Giraud had agreed on. The committee has had nothing official to say about the conference, although a spokesman reported that Catrou told the committee that all Frenchmen in North and West Africa were eager to see the establishment of a central and provisional authority as soon as possible. Catrou appears to have held the floor for most of the meeting. Evidently, he was impressing on de Gaulle and the committee the urgent necessity of accepting the formula he arrived at with Giraud. The Giraud-Catrou plan is the essence of fairness and has the complete backing of the British and American governments. A high-fighting French official has told me that the meeting went well today. But in authoritative quarters here, there is still no disposition to be too optimistic about de Gaulle's reception of the plan. It's hoped that Catrou may be able to convince de Gaulle that a refusal to accept the plan will be considered capricious by the British and American governments, and that it cannot but result in the loss of the sympathy of many who have consistently supported the fighting French. It's worth noting that today's London Observer, an independent, middle-of-the-road paper, is very critical of the fighting French attitude. it flatly states that the task of overcoming the obstacles to French unity has not been lessened by the attitude adopted by the fighting French in recent events. It is the first time that an influential London paper has used such strong language in criticizing the fighting French, and it reflects a growing impatience in British circles with de Gaulle's intractability. With all the problems that face the United Nations before the war can be won, it might be well for all of us to pay attention to a notice that was put up on the bulletin board of the Services Club in London's West End last night by an enterprising soldier poet. It said, "The Lord gave us two ends to use, one to think with, one to sit with. The war depends on which we choose. Heads we win, tails we lose." Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Next, for news on the home front, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The president had until last midnight to veto the debt limit extension bill, which carries a rider repealing his order limiting salaries to $25,000 a year. Since he failed to do so, the bill is now presumably a law, and the ceiling on salaries is lifted. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, however, the president will issue a statement on the subject and will doubtless explain his reasons for giving in to Congress. Speaking of price ceilings, economic stabilizer Burns told us at the White House on Friday that we might expect an OPA announcement yesterday fixing prices on many food items at levels somewhat lower than those prevailing today. No such announcement was forthcoming yesterday, and it will not be made today either. But an officer of the OPA has just assured me that ceiling prices will be announced sometime in the next few days. The fact that the announcement is being held up, however, may have something to do with the squabble now going on over grade labeling. This, of course, is designed to protect the consumer, to assure him that quality is standard. Since price control went into effect, however, many food processors have found it either necessary or convenient to lower quality in order to make a profit at the prices fixed by the OPA. So far, OPA in some instances has tended to wink at the practice in the belief that it would be powerless to prevent it in any case. But labor has been making an issue of the matter, and OPA has been paying lip service to the proposition that lowering of quality is in violation of the Price Control Act. Here in Washington, it's understood that the president intended to demand grade labeling in his Hold the Line message last Thursday night, but that he struck out all reference to the matter at the insistence of Mr. Brown. This has angered the representatives of labor, and they're now demanding the removal from OPA of certain former advertising men whom they accuse of representing the interests of clients rather than the public. In the last analysis, however, what OPA will do about grade labeling will probably be decided by economic stabilizer Burns, and he's believed to be strongly in favor of enforcement. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British pursuit of Marshal Rommel's beaten Africa Corps continues on a broadening front as the full power of the British 8th Army deploys in the Tunisian Central Plain. Meanwhile, American, French, and British troops on the German flank are making some progress in the direction of Kairouan, and the British First Army is advancing east of Medjez el Bab. Thus, the Axis forces are caught in a narrowing semicircle. The fall of both Kairouan and the port of Sousse seems imminent, and the great question at this moment is whether the Africa Corps can stop its withdrawal and stand firm on the Enfidaville ridges between Sousse and Tunis, or whether it has gotten altogether out of hand under relentless punishment and is about to be herded to destruction against the sea in the vicinity of Tunis itself. Weighing every known factor, the chances appear about even for this as against Rommel's chance to make a new stand. Montgomery is a master of pursuit, one of the most difficult operations of war, as he has already amply demonstrated. Short of Enfidaville, there are no terrain features favorable for defense, and nothing offering any shelter from the Allied air attacks. The 8th Army has shown incredible endurance both as to men and machines. The Africa Corps must be suffering not only heavy losses, but severe deterioration of morale. Thus, all the ingredients of rout and dissolution are present. If Rommel can stem this tide, if he can make another stand, he will have well earned the gratitude of his Führer. In that case, the Tunisian battle will become a great siege, with the Allies holding every sort of advantage, but the Germans will have gained more time. If, on the other hand, as is possible but by no means certain, Rommel has lost control of his forces, then it seems likely that within a very few days we shall see a great German disaster in Tunisia, and only the great fortress of Bizerte will be left for systematic reduction by the methodical methods of siege warfare.
General MacArthur reports from Australia that our bombers have made 3 trips over the Jap base at Wewak and its harbor area, shore installations, seaplane base, and airdrome. A 1,000-ton cargo ship was destroyed and 2 others damaged. Wewak is on New Guinea's northeastern coast, about 470 airline miles from our base at Port Moresby and 330 miles northwest of Lae. That's the latest news direct from Australia. For an analysis of the growing air power of the Japanese in that area, here in our New York studio is Columbia's correspondent William J. Dunn, who recently returned from the Southwest Pacific. Mr. Dunn.
You've heard a lot of talk in the past few weeks concerning Japanese concentrations in the chain of islands which front Australia to the north. Increased shipping activity, movement of ground troops, and particularly increased air strength throughout this whole area. The news of the past few days from General MacArthur's headquarters and from Admiral Halsey's South Pacific area seem to leave little doubt that our Pacific enemies are making progress in the mechanical strengthening of those positions from which any further southward moves must be launched or which must bear the brunt of any Allied attempt to move northward. Japanese planes in ever-increasing numbers have been reported in the Guadalcanal area, in New Britain, New Ireland, and in the Kandari section of the Dutch East Indies. George Morad, reporting to CBS World News from Australia, says the Japanese have succeeded in establishing a major air base at Wewak on the northern coast of New Guinea, a base which should prove a potent factor in Japan's defense of Lae Salomoa or even Rabaul. Still, there is one point which should not be overlooked in considering the South Pacific picture. There has been nothing in the news of the past week to indicate that the quality of the Japanese air concentration is in any way proportionate to the numerical increase in planes. The 98-plane raid on our shipping in the Guadalcanal area last week can be said to have failed. The news from General MacArthur's area indicates that attempts to divert our repeated attacks on such enemy bases as Wewak, Kaviong, Rabaul, and Madang have been consistently ineffective, and there seems to be every reason to believe that the Japanese pilot operating in the South Pacific today is not the skilled, clever combat flyer we were meeting 6 or 8 months ago. You have often heard that time is the number one requirement of the Japanese in the Pacific today. Time to consolidate far-flung gains, time to replace heavy shipping losses, time to exploit and develop the vast wealth of raw material the Nipponese have won in the past 16 months. It is equally true that the Japanese are sorely in need of time to train Air Corps personnel, pilots, navigators, bombardiers, gunners, to replace the heavy losses suffered during their first 6 months of consistent success. American airmen in the Pacific never made the mistake of underestimating the ability of the Japanese flyers they first encountered out there. But they are equally certain that Japan is finding it difficult to train first-class replacements in this all-important arm. Our own pilots out there are asking only that we do not allow Japan the time she wants and requires for the development of an adequate pilot training program.
That was William J. Dunn. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Salt water plays an important part at Admiral Radio's 2 great plants these days. Much of the radio and electronic equipment now pouring from Admiral assembly lines goes directly into action with the United States Navy. Every device Admiral builds for the Navy must withstand a special saltwater test, undergo a flood of salt water for 200 consecutive hours, 8 days and nights plus 8 hours more. Not only small, delicate parts, but the complete, highly complicated instrument must function perfectly after being subjected to this grueling test. Admiral's peacetime policy, that of producing only the finest in radio, gave Admiral the experience to build such equipment and build it well enough to meet the high standards established by both the Army and Navy. Admiral's peacetime policy also won public confidence, with the result that Admiral became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is using this capacity and experience to serve America's fighting men, to build the radio and electronic equipment they need in coordinating their forces
directing their battles and winning freedom for the world. The United States this week gives special recognition to the Boys Clubs of America. The Boys Club movement is taking an active part in the biggest job we have today, the winning of the war. More than 500,000 former members are serving in the Army and Navy. Another 250,000, all Boys Club members, are undergoing pre-military training and working as victory volunteers. Our hats are off to the Boys Clubs of America. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The North African land front is quiet, but Allied planes are hurling death and destruction on the Axis over a wide area of the Mediterranean. American Lieutenant General Spots reports that his Allied Air Force commands the skies in that battle zone. The Russians are increasing their air attacks on the eastern end of the Axis European fortress, and our own flyers have again bombed Jap targets in the North and South Pacific. Now, for our first overseas report, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers. Charles Collingwood reporting.
This is Charles Collingwood at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. There's a lot of air activity going on over what's left of the Tunisian front, but not much else. This is not yet the time for large-scale ground fighting. While the land forces were patrolling the 130 miles of African front yesterday, flying fortresses were going to Palermo and Ferryville, and the medium and light bombers were ceaselessly attacking enemy communications. They hit tankers and transports and dry dock and roads and trucks, and all of the targets which an air force at the peak of its performance goes after and hits. The story of yesterday's air war sounds very much like the story of any day in the last couple of weeks. Ships and roads and dry docks, and a day's score in our favor, 29-8. It's all so much like yesterday or the day before that it's almost boring. But that's the stuff that air superiority is made of, and that's what you get air superiority for, so that every day you can go out and sink the enemy's ships and bomb his roads and strap his troops. That's what a good Air Force does, and what this Air Force in North Africa is doing now. While there is this period of quiet at the front, it might be well to say a word or two about what's going on behind the front. A man I know has just come over from America. He says he was surprised at what he found here. He says he thought all the political difficulties were over. It surprised him to find that they weren't. Well, of course they aren't, although it sometimes seems that they are. The politics of North Africa now are so much less deadly. No one goes around murdering other people or plotting revolutions or trying to seize power. But there still are a lot of people here who want power. Not power here in North Africa, but in France. And that makes the politics that are going on now considerably more scrupulous politics. People talk about the Constitution now and the law of 1870 this and 1870 that. But it is still politics, and it is still true that what is happening here today is going to decide what will happen in France tomorrow. For instance, General Attu is due back from London almost any day now, and he may have something to add on the matter of the Giraud-de Gaulle agreement. But this is all just conversation now, the sort of thing people say over a dinner table. Because if anything is sure, it is that all this sort of thing is waiting on the settlement of the military problem. The big thing in North Africa right now is to get the Germans out of here. Everything is waiting on that. Other operations, politics, civilian relief, all the rest of it. But right now, it's the final push that everyone is waiting for. It's going to be a rough, dirty business with lots of casualties. But that's the way it's got to be. This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Heat generated by the tubes of a radio makes ventilation imperative.
Here's a problem which Admiral engineers faced when Admiral began building radio and electronic equipment for the Army. Radios built for use in the home can be ventilated without considering the question of dust. But radios installed in tanks, jeeps, and scout cars are exposed to clouds of dirt, sandstorms on the desert, all sorts of abrasive particles that could ruin the set's efficiency within a very few minutes. A new means of ventilation had to be found for these radios, one which would keep dust out but allow air to circulate freely. It had to be found at once, not sometime in the future, and it was. Bricks of spun glass now seal the Admiral-built radio and electronic devices which may be subjected to dust, sand, or dirt. There are many problems Admiral is solving. Most of them, along with their solutions, are military secrets. But this one will serve to demonstrate how Admiral, in meeting the almost impossible requirements of war, is condensing years of research into the space of months and weeks. Many of these truly remarkable developments, now being made in producing vital communications equipment for our armed forces, will be found in the post-war radio for all of us to enjoy. More than ever, the Admiral radio of the future will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
For developments in the Pacific War Zone, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Australia. George Murad reporting.
After nearly 4 years of war, Australia came this week to creation of a food control board, or executive. It will handle all domestic and overseas aspects of production, control, and distribution in this great food-producing country. In naming one of his outstanding ministers to the post of controller, Prime Minister Curtin said that meat, for example, will be under government authority from the hoof to the family dinner table. It was also hinted that butter and other staple foodstuffs might be rationed soon. It is well known, of course, that during the dark days of 1939 and 40, Australian meat, butter, and eggs literally kept England and some of the colonies alive. Australia did this quite easily, with no noticeable effect on the domestic supply. But now this nation and New Zealand are charged with feeding all Allied troops in the South and Southwest Pacific. Some idea of the amount of food this involves may be gained by the recent Washington announcement that Lend-Lease to America from Australia is larger than our contribution to this country. And it takes a lot of butter and eggs to offset the cost of a bomber, for instance. It is one of the ironies of war. The greatest food-producing countries, America and Australia, have found themselves much less able to figure out food control than other countries such as England, which previously were largely dependent on imports. Here, as in America, much productive time has been lost, and it is hoped now to correct this by a careful system of surveys, production quotas, and inevitably more rationing. The Australian Board will work closely with similar organizations already functioning in New Zealand, Washington, and London. All of this control, this new pinch on the civilian, means that the American doughboy will continue to enjoy what is probably the best diet provided in any theater of war. They eat so well, in fact, that their worries are only of the folks back home. One of my officer friends religiously awards his weekly 1 pound of fat and sends it back to his wife in California. This is George L. Murad in Australia. I return you to CBS.
This is San Francisco. You have just heard a report direct from Australia. And now for analysis of recent events and possible developments in the Pacific Theater, here is William Winter of CBS World News.
Several weeks ago, Secretary Knox said the Pacific was in a state of suspended animation. Today it appears there is less suspension and more animation. The animation is of two kinds, verbal and military. Militarily, there is evidence of increased Japanese air activity in the Southwest Pacific, countered by increased Allied air activity. General Kenney said the other day that the Allies were outnumbered in the air. In point of performance, however, it appears that Allied air power has maintained consistent superiority. This may be due primarily to the superior ability of American pilots and gunners. The Japanese have been concentrating air and ground forces in various islands west of New Guinea and northwest of Australia. From this area, the enemy is in a position to move against Darwin and Cape Talbot in northwest Australia. However, there would be little of immediate strategic value for Japan to gain in northwest Australia since it's largely desert country. It's possible then the Japanese concentrations there may be intended as diversionary to distract Allied attention. The Allies, meanwhile, have been building up positions northeast of Australia, that is on this side, or the east side of New Guinea, in the New Guinea peninsula of Papua and in the Solomons. An Allied offensive would clearly threaten the Japanese naval and air base of Rabaul, which is about 700 miles northwest of Guadalcanal and about 450 miles or so northeast of Buna. Due north of Rabaul is the major Japanese naval base of Truk, from which the Japanese Navy has apparently been operating in the southwest Pacific lately. If the Allies neutralize Rabaul and eventually Truk, Japan would lose her main naval base in the southwest Pacific. Without adequate bases, of course, a fleet cannot operate successfully. On the other hand, the Japanese are in a position possibly to move to the east. Japanese leaders have often expressed their intention to cut the lifeline between the United States and Australia. They made one effort in that direction last June when they tried an invasion of Hawaii, but were defeated in the battle off Midway. Recently, there was a Japanese air attack on the island of Canton. Not much damage was done, but the attack may be indicative of how the Japanese mind is working these days. Canton is one of the islands in the U.S.-Australian communications route, about 1,000 miles south of Hawaii and only about 800 miles east of Japanese bases in the Gilbert Islands. There's been much verbal animation concerning the Southwest Pacific. Official statements have been encouraging. President Roosevelt, after the Casablanca Conference, revealed strategic plans for offensive action in the Pacific. Secretary Stimson announced more planes are being sent to the South Pacific. Dr. Herbert Evatt, Australia's envoy to Washington, after a conference at the White House the other day, predicted good news for our side and bad news for Japan before his mission to Washington is ended. What is not known is how long Dr. Evatt plans to remain in Washington. This is William Winter in San Francisco, returning you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
In Russia, the Red Army has again thrown back Nazi counterattacks in the Caucasus. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
One of the best-known women in Moscow today is a lady called Gamilton. She's a favorite topic of conversation in the subways and on the street corners or anywhere you find a group of Russians gathered. It took me several days to discover that when Moscow speaks of Lady Gamilton, they were talking about the lady friend of Britain's famous Lord Nelson, Lady Hamilton. Last week, the motion picture Lady Hamilton opened in Moscow theaters and immediately took the town by storm. It's a mystery to the correspondents here why the ordinary Soviet citizen should take such an avid interest in the last century doings of a woman they never heard of before. But no one here has ever figured out why a none-too-good Hollywood musical and comedy film called The Three Musketeers has been running steadily at some theater in Moscow for over 6 months. Moscow theater goers like American films of any kind. There's an old Lawrence Tibbett film whose Hollywood title I've forgotten, but in Russia it's called Thrilled by You. It's been running over a year and is still doing a big business in the neighborhood theaters. And in the suburban theaters for the past 2 years have been showing the Deanna Durbin film 100 Men and a Girl. These American films are the closest links that the people of the United States have with the Russian people. Sometimes it's a little horrifying.
We regret that atmospheric conditions prevent our bringing you further that report from Moscow. Across the Atlantic, British fighter planes and light bombers continued the offensive against the European continent last night. For the latest developments in this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Paul Manning reporting.
Stafford Cripps spoke in Bristol this afternoon. It was the usual Sunday speech of a government leader who travels from London to a smaller city and then addresses a university audience. They were interested in post-war planning, in the feeding of Europe, and the men they would elect to Parliament after the war. But Sir Stafford Cripps pointed out, the war must first be won. The hardest fighting lies ahead in Tunisia, and after that comes the invasion of Europe, which will be a hard, difficult job, but not an impossible assignment. Cripps reiterated Churchill's statement that in the Atlantic we are doing only slightly better than holding our own. This touch of realism you find in every speech made these days by British statesmen. They want no one in Britain to forget that only hard work will win this war. But that's not easy to forget in these islands. Everyone is so close to the war here. If you live along the coast, you see British and German airplanes fighting overhead. Today, fighter planes of the Royal Air Force made sweeps across the channel into France. During one thrust, a British formation was met by German squadrons. In the ensuing dogfight, both sides lost a plane each. And if you live inland, next to, say, a military target, sometimes you get bombed. There have been few bombs lately, of course, but the impact of the war is always there. It seems that so many families in England have lost some member either by a bullet or by capture. I know well an elderly housekeeper who writes daily to her son, a prisoner of war in Germany. When British prisoners were being manacled last October, she inquired of me if I thought this was true. What could I say? I replied that it might be, but it probably sounded much worse than it was. Maybe the Germans were only using light string, and as sort of a political gesture. She felt better after that. And the Americans who are close to the U.S. Air Force here, they never forget the war either. Many of the finest boys in America are here doing battle nearly every day for their country. They go out over Bremen and Vegasac, Saint Nazaire and Brest. Most of the time they all come back, but sometimes they don't. It's hardest of all to forget that. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
In this country, Democratic and Republican congressmen are nearing agreement on a new tax bill. And as we said before, the Navy has reported new action against the enemy in the North and South Pacific. For details, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Bill Costello reporting.
Administration leaders have dropped the deliberate and indeed almost casual manner in which they were handling the tax collection problem. There was a hasty and informal Sunday meeting this morning of key members of the House Ways and Means Committee, and it is generally believed that a new bill will be reported and passed this week, embodying both a withholding tax and at least partial cancellation of 1942 income levies. This sudden disposition to compromise, almost to the point of surrender, is being viewed here against a background of developments in the 78th Congress. The record shows Congress is not satisfied that the executive branch has done everything possible to regulate prices, rationing wages, and manpower. There are now pending at least 6 major pieces of legislation dealing with these subjects. The Pace and Bankhead bills to raise farm prices, the Kildare bill and the Austin-Wadsworth National Service Act to revise the draft on both the civil and military fronts, and proposals for a civilian supply agency, and the Truman Committee recommendations for extensive changes in the war administrative agencies. Congress has shown by the recent passage of the salary ceiling repealer and the abandonment of the Currency Devaluation Act that it will not hesitate to wipe out the president's discretionary powers, and that it has both the strength and the determination to replace them with definite statutory provisions if necessary. Besides this legislative pressure, the minority party is making skillful use of political pressure, and the Democratic side of the House, in rejecting new tax proposals, has suddenly waked up to find itself for the first time in many years on the unpopular side of an issue. The combination of all these pressures has brought forth in recent days a series of administrative orders designed to appease congressional critics. There was the President's Hold the Line order, the appointment of Chester Davis as food director, a new draft policy, and then last night's order virtually freezing all war workers in their present jobs. Now it appears that the political high command has decided it must yield some ground on the tax issue or face the threat of a major revolt. Committee members after this morning's meeting merely said they had reached no decision, but were hopeful and would confer again tomorrow with the Speaker and other leaders of both parties. A Navy communique this afternoon tells of a new series of damaging raids against the Japanese. 10 attacks were carried out Thursday against the enemy base at Kiska, and other heavy bombers raided Attu Island as part of the plan to blunt the Japanese spearhead aimed at Alaska. In the Solomons, 3 enemy bombers and 3 fighter planes were shot out of the sky, with a loss of 1 American fighter. And 2 enemy ships were possibly damaged in a raid on the Shortland Island area. Some damage and casualties are reported on Guadalcanal, which was attacked by 2 Japanese planes Thursday night. The Agriculture Department reports today that farmers will probably increase their production of food only 3% instead of the 7% which had been called for. As a result, it is estimated that civilians will get slightly less than expected unless the weather is better than usual. For example, there will probably be only 124 pounds of meat per person this year instead of 138, about 10% less. More food will be produced, but more will be needed for all purposes, and the average consumer may plan for a reducing diet. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
This is what the Tunisian situation looks like at the moment. Though suffering heavy losses in prisoners and material, Marshal Rommel has succeeded in temporarily stabilizing a front which now forms the left flank of a semicircle of German defenses covering the approaches to Tunis and Bizerte. The right flank of this semicircle rests on the Mediterranean. The left flank, where Rommel holds it, rests on the Gulf of Gabas. This part of the German front is the weakest from the point of view of terrain, that is, this left flank. And it is here that the Germans are confronted by the strongest Allied force, the British 8th Army. Hence, we may expect the next Allied advance to come in this sector. The American troops will probably move up on the left of the 8th Army, and with some of the French, will take care of the center of the Allied line. On the British 1st Army, more French will be still farther on the left, next to the Mediterranean. The Allied armies are superior in numbers, material, and in freedom of action. They have the initiative. They have great depth for their air power. They have room to maneuver. They can effect surprise within reasonable limits at any point. But their greatest advantage is undoubtedly their complete air superiority. The Axis now has only some 12 or 15 airfields in Africa. These must not only take care of all air transport operations, they must take care also of the fighter squadrons, protecting the transport planes, and of such dive bombers as the enemy may wish to use. Neither fighters nor dive bombers can be operated efficiently over Africa from Sicilian or Sardinian bases. The distances are too great. These Axis airfields are now the targets for almost continuous attack by the planes of Major General Doolittle's Strategic Air Force. Meanwhile, offshore, Allied planes vie with Allied surface warships and submarines in the destruction of Axis shipping. Though it is interesting to note that the Axis keeps up determined, if almost hopeless, efforts to get at least a few ships across to their beleaguered troops in Africa.
Today's war news from Moscow centers on increasing activity by the Russian Air Force. Red Army planes are stepping up their attacks upon East Prussia and on German airfields, communications, and troop concentrations. Meyer has bogged down most land fighting, except in the Kuban Delta on the approaches to Novorossiysk. In Hamilton, Bermuda, the British-American Refugee Conference gets underway tomorrow, and it's expected that shipping and immigration handicaps in the rescue of thousands of additional refugees from Nazi oppression in Europe will be among the foremost problems facing the delegates. Now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That proverb might have been written especially for radio set owners, since most radio troubles can be prevented if proper precautions are taken. The ounce of prevention many Americans use is the regular twice-a-year checkup given by Admiral dealers. These checkups are made according to a procedure suggested by Admiral engineers and research technicians, a step-by-step examination which enables your Admiral dealer to locate all possible weaknesses in your radio. For instance, does your set have an annoying hum? Well, this may be the result of a circuit made defective by a faulty tube or condenser. If an Admiral dealer finds such trouble spots as he makes his regular checkup, he can correct them quickly before real harm is done. If he sees some vital part which will need a replacement in the near future, he'll order a new one immediately and, in spite of shortages, probably have it in time to keep your set in continuous operation. Only a nominal charge is made for this service. So be sure your radio lasts for the duration. Call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your set twice a year regularly. Your Admiral dealer is backed by the entire Admiral organization. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. If you want action against our enemies, buy war bonds. Buy at least one extra war bond every week for the next 3 weeks. Uncle Sam has got to raise $13 billion in 21 days. It must come from the pocketbooks of America. So let's go, America. An extra war bond every week for 3 weeks. We want action, and money does it. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Swarms of Allied planes are roaring across the Channel today to strike new, destructive blows at German-held Europe. Southward in the Mediterranean, our bombers have pounded Italian targets. On the Russian front, Red Army troops are maintaining pressure on the Axis-Caucasian bridgehead and are making further gains in the Donetsk region. In the Pacific, the Japs have made heavy air raids against Allied New Guinea bases. Apparently, our offensive in the Aleutians is still progressing satisfactorily. But now, for the latest developments in the North African theater, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The late spring sun is just going down behind the mountains in Tunisia. The wildflowers nod in the meadows and the fields smell of ripe things ready for the cutting. There's not much to remind you of war in Tunisia anymore, except a field here and there crowded with German prisoners and a few bits of rusty iron almost hidden by the grass. It all ended so quickly after it had taken so long. Looking back on it, though, it wasn't really so long. 6 months to the day. It was really only 6 months ago that we had just landed. Darlan had just been confirmed in power here, and no one knew quite what to make of the strange collection of renegade Frenchmen we found. 6 months ago, the tiny force that was grandly called the First Army was pushing up the coast in a desperate attempt to reach Tunis. Then we didn't get to Tunis, but got pushed back from Jadida to Tiburba and back to Medjez el-Bab. And then the winter set in, and everyone who thought that Africa was a place of sunshine and cloudless skies found that it was a place of bitter cold and rain and mud. Mud everywhere. Those of us who were here remember the boys in the mud last winter. Boys flying Spitfires and P-38s out of a flat piece in the valleys that was thick with mud, like 1,000 hands pulling at the wheels, and the planes stuck to the mud like postage stamps. Up in the hills in the mud all winter long, other boys slogged up the hills and took them, and then the Germans came along and pushed them out, and they went down again and rested, and then they slogged up the hills again, and the Germans took them back, and that went on all winter long. But all winter long, the troops were coming into the ports, and pretty soon the First Army began to look like an army. The 78th British Division was joined by the 6th Armored, and then by others. The American forces that started out with the gallant little Combat Command B and Colonel Rapp's parachutists were filled out by the 1st American Armored Division, and by still more divisions. And all this while, the 8th Army was pushing the Africa Corps back from El Alamein to Benghazi, to Tripoli, to Merit. And when the rain stopped and the mud dried and spring came, we suddenly found that we had a real army here. The 18th Army Group, it was called, the 1 for the 1st Army and the 8 for the 8th. And as spring came, we saw we were going to win. The only question was how we were going to win quickly. Well, everyone knows now how General Alexander solved that one. And on the 7th of May, we went into Tunis and Bizerta, and the campaign was over. Of all the moments of that long 6 months, that was the greatest one. For the men who went into Tunis and Bizerta that day, there will never be anything like it. These were not just cities. They were symbols of frustration and of fighting in the mud without ever enough of anything, and of discomfort and misery and death. Those 2 cities of Tunis and Bizerta were what made it all worthwhile. I remember as we came out of Tunis that afternoon that we took it, it was raining, and all along the road there stood little groups of prisoners standing in the road in the rain. I was riding with Bill Stoneman, who was a correspondent for the Chicago Daily News. Somebody looked at the prisoners and said that they looked so miserable he almost felt sorry. And Bill Stoneman, I remember, thinking doubtless of the long months in the cold and mud, said, "I wish it was snowing." This is Charles Collingwood returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Again this week, Admiral continues the story of one of America's greatest weapons of war, radar. You heard, and perhaps were amazed by General Eisenhower's report, that more than 1,000 Axis planes have been destroyed in a little over 3 months. Credit for this remarkable achievement goes first to the skill and training of Allied fighting men, and next to radar, the electronic instrument with superhuman power to see and hear. Radar detects the approach of enemy planes almost as soon as they leave their base, even though that base may be concealed by fog, storm, darkness, or distance. Radar not only detects these planes, but reveals their exact location, keeps close watch until our fighters can meet and blast them from the skies. Radar, built by Admiral, also performs another vital service in maintaining air supremacy. At night, American anti-aircraft batteries no longer need employ position-revealing searchlights to spot enemy bombers, for radar helps bring down enemy aircraft which aren't even seen until American shells cause them to burst into flames. Later in this program, Admiral will tell you more about the scientific principles which radar employs to perform these miracles for America. For radar, built by Admiral, is the 1943 model of America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
In Washington, the Navy has reported more air action in the Solomons, and the President and Prime Minister continue their conferences. For a report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Eric Severide reporting.
If the fighting among the frozen boulders of Attu Island has reached a decisive stage, nobody here knows about it. The Navy is very expert at saying nothing, and nothing is said. All armchair strategists find themselves somewhat embarrassed about this fight. They don't know anything about the island, and they just can't visualize what the method of attack would be, the positions of defense. In fact, they have no idea at all of what the fighting is like. There was one short item from the Navy about the Solomons. Our torpedo plane spotted a Jap cargo ship. They put 2 torpedoes into its side. The vessel exploded and simply disappeared. 4 Jap bombers attacked our position on Guadalcanal. 1 was shot down and 2 were damaged. Before this week is over, the bewildered income taxpayers of the country will have the answer on federal tax policy. As you know, the Senate passed the Rummel Plan. Today, even the strongest administration opponents of the bill are certain the House will accept the Senate version. As one of them said this afternoon, the momentum behind this thing is terrific. It's probable the bill won't even go to a conference committee of the 2 houses. With a bill as good as passed, the real question is the President's attitude. The Treasury experts who detest the Rummel bill just haven't decided whether to advise the President to veto it or let it become law. They do want the collection at the source which the bill provides. But they still look at the cancellation features as an outrageous windfall for the very rich. To their minds, this is fiscal immorality 10 times compounded in a period of national sacrifice. The country and the world will hear Churchill on Wednesday. Right now, the course of the Anglo-American War Council here is as highly secret as it ought to be. One thing bothers many of the best political and military heads in this capital. The illusion which has taken hold of the people that Anglo-American decisions hold the key to the immediate future of the war. They would like everyone to remember 1 or 2 imposing facts. In the first place, Germany has no fewer divisions than she had a year ago. And right now, she has about 180 divisions facing the Russians. She has only about 1/3 that number, protecting the whole periphery of Europe from Bulgaria to Norway. There is no better evidence as to the Germans' estimate of where the decisive battles will be fought these coming months. A tremendous German offensive in Russia is expected very soon. We return you now to Doug Edwards in New York.
The Japs continue to step up their attacks in the Australian area. General MacArthur's communique tells of more than 100 planes attacking Allied positions in New Guinea, and the Japs timed their raids with a new ground offensive, which thus far doesn't seem to have had any success. In Russia, the battlefields are relatively quiet, but diplomatic activity is increasing. For a report on this activity and the latest war news, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
In these times, soldiers make more news than diplomats. However, despite what armies do, it is the diplomats in Russia who now have the job of seeing that our military alliance with Soviet Russia extends beyond an understanding between armies to an understanding between people. I thought you'd be interested in knowing just what kind of men are handling this vitally important task for America and Britain. America's ambassador, Admiral Stanley, who made some headlines of his own a few weeks ago, is still more of a sailor than a diplomat. And this fact alone has made him a success in this country. When he entertains Russian officials at the palatial ambassadorial residence here in Moscow, he starts off by telling them, "Mighty glad to have you aboard." The ambassador thinks in terms of Navy commands, and he runs his office over here like he wants to run battleships. It's not a bad way to operate in this country. The British ambassador, Sir Archibald Carr, is just the opposite. He's the Anthony Eden type of diplomat and recognized as one of the most capable men in the British Foreign Service. He has given the Russians what they expect to find in the best type of diplomat, and his success with Soviet officials is due to this fact. As the war approaches a climax and the victory becomes more and more of a reality, these two men are going to have more and more to do here in Moscow. There already are indications that the diplomatic front here in Russia is becoming more active. The latest development to watch is the arrival from America of former Ambassador Joseph Davis. This is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
For the past 2 years, it's been impossible for any American radio reporter to broadcast from neutral Switzerland. But right now, CBS correspondent Howard K. Smith, author of Last Train from Berlin, is ready in Bern to bring you a direct report. From this tiny listening post, surrounded by Axis nations and Axis-occupied countries, he will tell you of the repercussions of our great victory in North Africa. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Bern. Howard K. Smith reporting.
This is Bern. Reverberations of the Axis collapse in Tunisia are still registering in this listening post today. From Yugoslavia, the radio of the Yugoslav partisans announces an entire company of Italian soldiers deserted their posts as occupation troops in Croatia and joined the partisans en masse when the partisans told them the news in leaflets. The incident occurred outside the northern Yugoslav town Novo Mesto, about 30 miles from the Italian border. In the troubled lands of Western Europe also, Tunis has left its mark. An extraordinary editorial in the Nazi newspaper of Brussels today admits as much. The paper writes, Belgians are once again putting their heads together and whispering to one another that the Germans are finished. Tunis has poured fresh water over the mills of their little mines. Enraged, the paper writes, some of them are so bold as to ask us if we have packed our bags yet. In some places, people can't disguise their glee even that much. In Denmark, for example, the owner of a bookshop was arrested this week for placing large portraits of Hitler and Mussolini in his show window. The pictures were all right, but the only book displayed right between the two pictures was Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Inside the Reich itself, registrations of the debacle have been less amusing. In Strasbourg, the local Nazi paper reports a youthful terror group is terrorizing the populace. The group's crimes include tearing down Nazi banners on the local Adolf Hitler Square, marking symbols of General de Gaulle on the Strasbourg Cathedral, and breaking show windows which display Nazi symbols. In Munich, the Munich newspaper Neueste Nachrichten reports the number of students now sentenced for belonging to defeatist organizations has reached 20, and it confirms that a Munich university professor and a Stuttgart merchant have been sentenced to death for being respectively the brains and the pocketbook of the organization. Travelers from Germany say a deep pall of gloom has settled down over the Reich after the latest triumph of, as Hitler put it, those eternally drunken men in Washington. However, they deny mischievous reports that the Fuhrer has commissioned
Back in this country, another CBS reporter is ready to bring you an on-the-spot record of just how the famed Norden bomb site works in action. For this story, Admiral Radio takes you now to an Army bomber flying somewhere along the Atlantic coast. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in the goldfish bowl that sticks out of the blunt and ugly nose of a B-24 Liberator, looking for a mock battleship, which I devoutly hope will be the recipient of a devastating 100-pound bomb aimed and released by me with a slight assist, about 90%, by Captain Dick Aaron, who is acting bombardier on this trip. Between my legs is the famous Norden bomb site, and this will be the first time the releasing and aiming portion of a bombing mission has been heard on the air. The bomb site is about the same coloring and size of a home movie camera. The bomb site is, in the simplest possible terms, nothing but a rapid calculating machine. The highly trained bombardier puts certain figures in it, sets the crosshairs on the target, throws a switch, and it bombs away. Captain Aaron is beside me here, and I'm going to ask him to tell us what he's done to the bomb site, now whirring and whining softly in front of me.
I've put the bomb site and the temperature zone, and put the temperature, the airspeed, the altitude into the site. She'll compute ground speed and wind drift. See those little crosshairs inside the rubber eyepiece? If you'll put those on the target, tell the pilot upstairs where to fly, you'll have a hit, or should have.
How do I let the bomb go?
Just put the crosshairs on the target and watch those two pointers. One at the top and one at the bottom. They move toward each other, and when they meet, flip this switch here. There's your target up ahead. Just a minute while I talk to the pilot. Bombardier to pilot.
Pilot to bombardier. Go ahead.
Target 165 degrees. Keep it 180 miles per hour. Civilian will bomb.
Roger.
I've got my eye on the sight now. It's like looking into a penny arcade filthy picture machine. I can see the target now. It's low and to the left in my sight. Got to put the crosshairs right on the target by turning a tiny wheel at the side. It's gone completely out of the sight. There, she's back now. Turn the wheel and the target quickly comes into the middle of the crosshairs. She's in the crosshairs now. Upstairs, our pilot, Major Ed Potter of the Flying Training Command, Tarrantfield, watches an indicator that tells him just what I'm doing. His job is to keep this ship level. Back in the bomb site, I see the target still in the crosshairs. The pointers or indices are slowly drawing together. There it is. Bombs away.
There she goes, Mr. Slocum, off to the left.
The bomb, a 100-pound blue bullet, shoots along parallel to the plane and faster. Now it dips and heads for the ground. We pass over the mock battleship now. The bomb is out of sight. Major Potter, can you see it, sir?
Pretty good, mister. Fortunately, the Atlantic down there is no creek. I'd say about 300 feet at 9 o'clock.
300 feet to the left of the target. Well, that won't even rock my battleship, but it'll be well rocked before long, because I have seen the grim young experts studying at the Flying Training Command dropping right down funnels from 4,000 feet. It takes many weary hours to learn how to handle a Norden site, despite the old Air Force gag that they should commission the Norden bomb site and leave the bombardier home. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
The Allied air offensive against Germany and the occupied countries is now in its 5th consecutive day. For a direct report on this and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
The Allied air campaign against Europe continues. Reports from the southeastern coastal districts of England tell of big formations of planes flying across the Straits of Dover this morning in the direction of northern France. Later, more formations flying at high altitudes crossed the coast headed in the direction of Holland and Germany. No official details of these operations have been released yet. Last night, the RAF attacked enemy shipping, rail transport, factories, and Berlin. Latest details show wide damage to shipping and railways, and the mosquitoes which attacked Berlin hit their targets and incidentally kept Germany's capital city awake. Meanwhile, German General von Arnim, as commander in Tunisia, has arrived in England by air as a prisoner of war. This is Home Guard Day in Britain. Last Thursday was the 3rd birthday of the Home Guard, but all the major celebrations took place today. I have just driven into London from an American Army camp in the north of England. And at every village and town through which we passed, the Home Guard in full battle dress, each man with a gun, was on parade. These parades, smart and military, are among the most impressive sights I have seen in more than 3 months in England. I have met a good many of the Home Guard and spent hours talking to them. These men who in 1940 came out of the farms and fields, the offices and shops, and Britain's neat garden-encircled homes to sell their lives dearly. On that tragic day in 1940, May 19th, the call went out from the Prime Minister to the men of England. The call was answered. And today, all of England has paid tribute to these men who armed themselves and moved to protect their land. The tribute has been paid by the King, who took the salute here in London, to the lowliest citizen of the land, who stood on the sidewalk and cheered Tom, Dick, and Harry having their earned day in the sun. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
We have just heard a report from Howard Smith in Bern, Switzerland, about some of the reports that are coming into that listening post, as he calls it, in the heart of Europe. The tone of the Swiss press with regard to Italy is doubly significant. It suggests, and we must remember that Switzerland is Italy's neighbor, and that Swiss newsmen have something like first-hand knowledge of Italian conditions. It suggests that Italy is on her last legs, that the Italian people are in no mood for a last-ditch fight, and that Italy is fatally weak in the air. The Swiss lay considerable emphasis on Italian defenses along the line of the River Po, which is in northern Italy. Thus, we may take it, the Swiss newsmen are thinking in terms of the complete loss of southern Italy, that is, of the long, narrow boot thrusting out into the Mediterranean. And they are thinking of a determined defense only of the industrial region of the north, the one part of the country, incidentally, which has any real value to Germany. The Swiss papers point out how difficult it would be to defend the narrow boot against an enemy which held Sicily and Sardinia, which commanded the sea and possessed air superiority. All that is quite true, and some observers here have believed that once Sicily and Sardinia are in Allied hands, the peninsular part of Italy will be abandoned. By the Italians as indefensible, by the Germans as being of no value, but rather a burden to them. But a stout German-Italian defense along the line of the Po would impose considerable difficulties on Switzerland itself. There would, of course, be all sorts of German pressure on the Swiss to allow the use of their railways for military transit of various types. There seems no doubt that the Swiss are now prepared to say no at the outset to such demands and to stick to it. If the Germans attack, the Swiss are capable of making a stout defense of their mountain regions, and they are assuredly capable of blowing up the great tunnels through which the main lines of railway connecting Germany and Italy pass, so that even the complete conquest of Switzerland would not give the Germans what they seek. Should this happen, the communications of the German-Italian army would be largely dependent on the Brenner Pass line. This attitude on the part of Switzerland is of particular interest because it so closely parallels the case of Sweden, whose communications may also become of importance to Germany. The neutrals of Europe are taking note of the decline of the German sun toward the horizon. They are no longer to be bullied. They are standing firm.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Now, once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
Admiral Radio, in peacetime the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, is now turning out radar. The basic principle employed by this amazing weapon of war can best be illustrated in this way. If you have two mirrors and wish to find the distance between them, you can do so theoretically by measuring the time it takes light to flash from one to the other and back again. Radar, now being built by Admiral, works the same way. A radio beam is broadcast. It strikes an object, an enemy plane or ship, and bounces back. Complex, precision instruments automatically measure the time elapsed, instantly compute the exact location of the enemy ship or plane. Next week, Admiral will bring you the amazing story of how radar is protecting American flyers against accidents and the story of why radar is called radar. Today, a major battle is raging on the home front, the battle to hold prices down. Everyone must do his part, farmers, retailers, workers, consumers. Buy only what you really need and pay no more than ceiling prices. Make the things you buy last as long as possible. Eat it all, wear it out. Make it do or do without. We must hold the line at every point or face a dangerous rise in living costs. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
These are the latest developments. Japanese bombers have made an unsuccessful attack on American warships off Attu and the Aleutians. In the Mediterranean, Allied planes have continued their non-stop bombings of Axis airfields in Sicily and Italy. On the Russian front, the Red Army has repulsed new German attacks in the Donetsk region. And in Moscow, American envoy Joseph E. Davies is waiting for another call to the Kremlin to receive Stalin's reply to President Roosevelt's letter. Now, for our first broadcast from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
London. All week long, the air war against the Germans was waged in strength from this island base. But this weekend, the heavy United Nations air blows against the Axis are being struck by the Mediterranean Air Command. Last night, Royal Air Force Bomber Command's aircraft remained on the ground here in Britain, although fighter command planes were out, and there were no enemy planes over this country. Today it was fine and sunny in the Straits of Dover, and at times noisy as the Allied planes flew out. Before we'd had word of their return, 9 German FW-190s made a typical hit-and-run raid on a southeast coast town, roaring in suddenly from rooftop height, dropping bombs, swinging around, roaring back out over the water, machine gunning the streets as they streaked back toward enemy territory across the channel. That's the way these hit-and-run raids are made. And sometimes casualties are heavy, for if people are not caught in their homes by bombs, they may be caught in the streets by machine gun and cannon fire. In today's raid, the streets happened to be nearly empty of people. Not only that, but 1/3 of the enemy raiders were destroyed, so this Sunday was not a very good day for the German sneak raiders. And while this was going on, Royal Air Force Venturas, escorted by Spitfires, were bombing the coke ovens at Zeebrugge in Belgium. All the British planes returned safely. General Attu, of the fighting French mission in Algiers, reached London late last night, and this morning he conferred with General de Gaulle. This evening, we learned that Harold Macmillan, the British minister resident at Allied headquarters in North Africa, has also returned to London. Tomorrow, the French National Committee will meet. The text of General Giraud's latest letter to General de Gaulle was made public here this evening, and in it, General Giraud says, the time has come for immediate joint action for union. The way to achieve union, General Giraud's letter says, is to form at once a central executive committee to meet at Algiers. At the moment, I'm not able to recall the exact number of Italians captured by the various branches of the British Armed Forces, but, of course, the number is way up in the thousands. Late this afternoon, 2 Italians were captured. They'd escaped from their prison camp in Britain, and their capture is credited to the South Devonshire Constabulary. And now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Today, Admiral brings you another interesting story about radar. The day will soon come when American bombers can take off from combat bases and wing their way in far greater safety toward enemy targets, thanks to radar. Planes equipped with ordinary altimeters face the constant hazard of crashing into unseen mountain peaks, because an ordinary altimeter simply indicates the height above sea level, not the distance between plane and ground. Such an altimeter might register 5,000 feet above sea level, utterly ignoring a mountain peak towering 10,000 feet into the sky. Soon, however, American pilots will be free from such dangers, just as quickly as American planes can be equipped with radar that is today being built by Admiral.
because radar will tell American pilots the actual distance between their planes and the ground immediately below. Even the slightest variation in terrain will be instantly and accurately registered. In building radar, Admiral will not only help save the lives of American fighters today, but contribute much to the future success of aviation. For when peace comes, radar will be instrumental in making commercial aviation safer than ever. In just a few minutes, Admiral will tell you how radar gets its name. But first, here's Doug Edwards with more news.
As we said earlier, Allied planes have kept up their systematic onslaught against Italian and Sicilian air bases. Yesterday, 17 more Axis planes were destroyed in the air and on the ground. But now, for a direct report on the latest developments in that Mediterranean war zone, which may become an invasion war zone, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Now that the Battle of North Africa has ended, political affairs are back in the headlines again in Algiers. The French papers today are full of reports about the expected accord between General Giraud and General de Gaulle, the accord which should bring about the union of fighting Frenchmen. They published the text of de Gaulle's latest statement, which appeared in other capitals 3 days ago. And the mere fact that they are now publishing what de Gaulle has to say seems a good sign. It looks as though the long-awaited agreement between the French leaders, if it is going to be reached at all, will be reached very soon now. The negotiations between the two generals have been long and difficult. If it had been just a military matter, things might have been settled long ago. But the essential differences were political differences, and the fundamental trouble all the way through was that Vichy had left a very strong heritage in North Africa. The government of Vichy left a mass of oppressive racial and social legislation. It left a number of fascist-inspired organizations, like a legion of former fighters. It left many people in high places who did not wish de Gaulle to come here. Men in the army who were sent here by the German-Italian armistice commissions, men in the administration who were Vichy's friends, but not ours. Well, over a period of months, the political scene has changed considerably, and North Africa has become a better place to live in. The Vichy racial laws have been abolished. The others have been or are being drastically revived. During the past week, the so-called Vichy Charter of Labor was abrogated, and trade unions are now free to organize in accordance with French Republican law. The Legion of Former Fighters and other fascist associations have been dissolved. As for the pro-Vichy characters who remain on the scene, it is tacitly understood that when and if de Gaulle comes, many of them will have to go. So the negotiations between the generals have already produced results in North Africa, good results which have represented a moral victory for de Gaulle, since it was he who insisted on the restoration of Republican law and on the dissolution of Vichy organizations. The heritage left by the Pétain-Laval government is being slowly rooted out. It is not entirely rooted out yet. There are still men here who pay lip service to democracy, but who have quite other ideas for France. And that is why the coming of de Gaulle would have such great importance. It would help to kill Vichy in North Africa and to ensure that nothing like Vichy happens again in France. North Africa, returning you to CBS in New York.
The Russian battlefronts are still comparatively quiet, but for all dispatches, stress the fact that both sides are reported for big offensives. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Former Ambassador Joseph Davies has not received an answer from Mr. Stalin to President Roosevelt's letter. For the past 2 weeks, I and the other correspondent here in Moscow have been telling you to expect heavy fighting this spring and summer on the Russian front. The Russian press and Soviet military leaders have been telling the people of this country the same thing. That fighting has failed to materialize. Although you might be getting mighty tired of hearing of it, I want to repeat. There is every indication that the Red Army may have to undergo its supreme test in the next 20 weeks.
You remember Winston Churchill, in his speech to the American Congress the other day, called it Hitler's supreme gambler's show. The Fuhrer has picked up the dice of destiny, and he's rattling them, but he's hesitating about throwing them out. This year's spring fighting already is 10 days behind the schedule set by the start of last year's hostilities. Last year, it was the Red Army who made the first toss. On May 13th of last year, Marshal Timoshenko led an offensive in the direction of Kharkov. A year ago today, the Russian communique spoke of the Red Army fortifying its gains in the Kharkov direction. It also announced that 15,000 Germans were killed in 3 days fighting on the middle reaches of the Donets River. Today, the story is much different. There is only local scouting and artillery skirmishing. There are many reasons for the delay in the summer's fighting, reasons which grow out of the tremendous sacrifices which both the Germans and the Russians suffered in last winter's fighting. We are told it is almost a certainty that Hitler will start the fighting this spring, but he is hesitating because this time he feels he must not fail. He must get this campaign rolling before he has to organize another to protect his European fortress from a second front. Yes, Adolf Hitler has just about completed placing his bets on the Russian front, and the Red Army is covering all of them. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
Here in our New York studio are two American war correspondents who spent many months together in Russia, in Moscow and on the battlefronts. Walter Kerr, New York Herald Tribune correspondent, has just returned from Moscow. CBS correspondent Larry Lesseur preceded him home. They're ready to give you their views based on long observations inside the Soviet Union of what the dissolution of the Communist International really means. Larry Lesseur, suppose you lead off.
Well, there's no more interesting story in the world today than the dissolution of the Communist International. Interesting not only to us Americans, but to the peoples of conquered Europe, to Hitler and his allies, and to the people of Russia. I know that this afternoon men are whispering about it on the street corners of Paris, in the cafes of Berlin, and near the red walls of the Kremlin in distant Moscow. I'd like to ask Walter Kerr what he thinks the Russians are saying about it this afternoon. What's your opinion, Walter?
Well, Larry, I'm sure that right now men and women are talking about this near Pushkin Square, in Gorky Street, in Moscow's famed subway, out in the Park of Culture and Rest, and probably at the ballet between the acts. I think you will agree with me that they are glad to hear about the dissolution of the Communist International. The people of Moscow are tired of that sort of thing. They're fighting a hard war. They are interested only in winning that war, in rebuilding their homes, and after the defeat of the Axis, to live their lives in peace.
Walter, I don't remember hearing anything about Comintern while I was in Moscow. Did you?
Very little, Larry. In fact, every Russian I talked to told me the International was dead, and that it had been for a long time. Only once in the 18 months I was there did I see it mentioned in the newspapers, and that was a one-paragraph item which said the Comintern's office workers had contributed a little money to the Russian Defense Fund.
Well, a lot of people here are wondering whether this dissolution of the Comintern is just a tactical move designed to last only for the duration of the war. Perhaps it's too early to tell now, but anyway, Walter, dissolution of the International removes one of the great obstacles to complete cooperation between the United Nations. Furthermore, it weakens the Axis nations, which are bound together by the Anti-Comintern Pact. Now there's a pact, but there's no Comintern, so the pact stands for nothing. I think there'll be a decided reaction in conquered Europe.
Hitler's propaganda line, Larry, is that he is protecting the people of Europe from international communism. But now the communist parties in enslaved Europe have been instructed to work with and to support, through the underground movement, their legally constituted governments in exile. And so it seems that Hitler's propaganda line has lost any possible significance.
Well, today Hitler is still trying to claim that dissolution of the Comintern means nothing, and that he's still the protector of Europe, saving it from Bolshevism.
We know differently. That Moscow's abandonment of world revolution will have a great effect in strengthening the United Nations during this great battle for their existence. It looks to me like just another nail driven into the Axis coffin.
Yes, I think you're right. Hitler will find this out just as soon as the communist underground members in Europe start to work in complete harmony with the other political parties of enslaved Europe.
Larry, what do you think the effect of all this will be in America?
Well, the Communist Party is not just a phrase. It's an organization of people who are fervent disciples of an economic religion. They, of course, will continue to be such. The Communist Party of America will continue to exist, but as a unit in itself and not as a part of a worldwide organization. If the dissolution means what Moscow has said it means,
American communists will work without directives from Moscow, and they'll support our American form of government until Hitler goes down in defeat.
I think, Larry, that the Comintern has been more of a hindrance than a help to the Soviet Union in wartime. So the Comintern is out.
Yes, and my guess is that Stalin is glad to trade his Comintern for a second front in Europe.
And now, here in our New York studio is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Eilding Elliott.
There is every evidence that the Italian Air Force is dwindling away rapidly, both in numbers and in spirit. During the last 4 days, no less than 305 Axis aircraft have been destroyed by Allied raids on Sicily, Sardinia, and southern Italy, with very small losses of Allied planes. Many of these Axis aircraft were destroyed on the ground. Some of the planes destroyed have been German, but the majority were Italian. Since the total first-line operating strength of the Italian Air Force was not much over 1,000 combat-type planes at the beginning of the last phase of the Tunisian operations, there is a strong likelihood that the much-vaunted air power of Benito Mussolini is moving toward the vanishing point. As for the German Luftwaffe, there is not much prospect that it will send many of its fighters to defend Italy, when these fighters are so badly needed at home to protect the vital centers of Germany itself. German fighter strength is being concentrated in Western Germany under the pressure of a terrible necessity. And this is being done at a time when Germany is preparing for a great stroke on the Russian front, a forlorn hope on which all the little remaining chance of German military success in this war is being staked. One can imagine the pressure being put on the high command by the German army commanders in Russia for more air power and more air power to protect their communications and storage dumps from the Red Air Force, which is raiding them by day and by night. Under these conditions, there is not much likelihood of any strong German air power being told off to protect Italy. Sicily and Sardinia seem to be undergoing a systematic softening up process, which may very well be the preliminary to invasion. It remains to be seen whether the Italian army will fight any better in defense of its native soil than it has fought in other theaters of war.
Across the Pacific, CBS correspondent is standing by to bring you an interview with one of our flyers who took part in the recent raid on Wake Island. For this and the latest Pacific news, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Hot activity continued at both ends of the long Pacific front this weekend, with the Americans mopping up on the Aleutian island of Attu on one end, and a continued pounding of the air war on Jap bases by Allied bombers and fighters at the other end, in the Solomons and New Guinea. While the run to Wake Island hasn't quite become the milk route, United States Army bombers have bombed Wake 5 separate times. You've heard of the success of these bombing operations, the most recent of which was a week ago, when 24,000 pounds of high explosive bombs were dropped successfully on Jap supplies, materials, and installations. With me here is Staff Sergeant John H. Allen of Lowell, Massachusetts, gunner on a 4-motored B-24 Liberator bomber. He was one of the men on that raid. Sergeant, tell us, where's your gun located?
It's the belly gun on the Ready Teddy. Some folks think a belly gunner is a man who stretches out on his stomach to shoot, but it's just the name of the gunner we call the gunner who fires the belly of a bomber.
Well, what's the Ready Teddy crew?
Oh, that's the name of our bomber, the Ready Teddy. We got a picture of the teddy bear dropping a bomb down on Tokyo painted on it.
Well, tell us about this raid on Wake.
We were in a squadron commanded by Major Danner Billings. I was in a plane he was piloting with Lieutenant Raymond Henderson as co-pilot. We also carried Colonel Clarence F. Hagee, who commanded the entire flight. He's only 36 years old, too. Our navigator, Lieutenant John Bridge, got us there right on. And our bombardier, Lieutenant Howard Bazemore, got our bomb squarely on the target. The weather was cloudy, and he took us over the target 4 times to get them right on.
Did you see them hit?
Yes, I happened to see them land, and right on the button they were, too. Right away, though, I got too busy for much sightseeing because we ran into Jap Zero fighters, and all the gunners got too busy. Tech Sergeant John Padone was right in the waist. I was in the belly. Staff Sergeant Louis Alexander was in the tail, and Staff Sergeant Ralph Eden was in the turret above. And once Lieutenant Bridge navigated us there, he got on the gun, too. Tech Sergeant John Cotton was taking pictures of the bombing for the record. And Colonel Hagee surprised us by grabbing a gun and firing away. He's a good shot, too.
That's what I hear. Say, how many Zeros were there in all?
About 20. 10 or 12 were flying around us, holding off at first. I don't think they like to mix it with us unless they can gang up on a lone opponent. Pretty soon, they started coming in. We kept right on going, though. I was following those Zeros pretty close, and our whole crew of gunners were getting in some good shots. Then I got a bead right on one and let them have it. I could see some of Jack Padone's bursts going into him at the same time. All of a sudden, the Jap flew into pieces.
Well, how do you feel about getting your first Jap Zero, Sergeant?
Well, that isn't the way we figure it. That plane was shot down by the Ready Teddy crew. There were several bullets from several guns in them. Whatever we do as a crew, and the crew gets the credit. We share the works in the bomber.
Well, Sergeant, your father, John F. Allen, is back there in Lowell, Massachusetts, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He lives there alone now.
Well, what's his occupation?
Since I got in the Air Corps, he works in a parachute factory, making parachutes.
He makes parachutes. Well, John, here's hoping you and the Ready Teddy crew and your new squadron commander, Captain Alan H. Wood, never have need for any of his parachutes. We've interviewed Staff Sergeant John H. Allen, gunner on the good ship Ready Teddy, a B-24 four-motored Liberator bomber on last week's Wake Island raid. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to CBS in New York.
Next, for developments here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
There has been no change in the situation on Attu. A brief Navy communique this afternoon reported an unsuccessful Japanese bombing attack on 2 American warships operating in the Attu area. But aside from mentioning that 15 twin-engine bombers took part in the raid, the Navy gave no details. At Hot Springs, Virginia this evening, Richard Law, chairman of the British delegation, will offer to the food conference a detailed plan for freeing the post-war world from want. Though the text of his address will not be released until 7 o'clock, it's believed that his plan will entail an international food bank to lay away the agricultural surpluses of bumper years for international distribution in years of famine. Instead of curtailing production, it's understood, the British plan would increase production by subsidizing both the production and consumption of protective foods, that is, meat and dairy products as well as cereals. Speaking of food, the new coffee ration will be 15% greater than any we've had so far. Stamp number 24, which becomes valid on May 31st, will provide 1 pound of coffee for a 30-day period. Heretofore, the most liberal ration has been 1 pound spread over 35 days. Gasoline rations, however, are going to become much smaller before they get any larger, at least on the eastern seaboard. The Office of Defense Transportation has reduced the rations of trucks, buses, and taxis by 40%. Only city buses and trucks serving war industries will be eligible for extra rations from now on. The WPB is now preparing a list of priorities. Luxury delivery service will simply be no more. Henceforth, it will be prohibited for stores to deliver such things as beer, liquor, ice cream, and flowers. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here's a message from our sponsor. How radar, now being built by Admiral, gets its name. Radar, through fog, clouds, darkness, and distance beyond the limits of human vision, detects enemy planes and ships and determines their exact location. In military terms, this is called radio detection and ranging. And radar is a composite of the initial letters of these 4 words. R-A for radio, D for detecting, A for and, R for ranging. Together we have R-A-D-A-R, radar, a radio device for detecting and ranging. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, Admiral today is turning out radar for Uncle Sam, and the files of the War and Navy departments give ample testimony of its value to our fighting men. Radar is at work now saving American lives, helping to destroy the enemy.
Next week, Admiral will tell you how radar safeguards our convoys. For your country's sake, for your own sake, buy war bonds. Put every cent possible into war bonds. In so doing, you'll help stop inflation, you'll be supplying our boys with the planes, tanks, and guns they need, and you'll be providing yourself with a nest egg to use in obtaining the good things available when the war is won. Buy war bonds this week and every week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The American campaign on Attu is rapidly drawing to a close. The Navy announces that the largest Jap force on the Aleutian Island has been annihilated, and Tokyo has already admitted final defeat there. The Allied air offensive has continued over Western Europe and the Mediterranean, and in North Africa, Generals de Gaulle and Giraud are meeting for the conference to unify all French Empire forces. In Russia, bitter fighting is raging in the Kuban region of the Western Caucasus. But now, for news of the air warfare and the campaign against the U-boat, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. John Daly reporting.
Hitler, the architect of the fortress of Europe, forgot one thing. He forgot to put a roof on his fortress. That one factor, more than any other, will mean the destruction of Hitler's new order that was to last 1,000 years. Yesterday, the head of Britain's bomber command, Air Chief Marshal Harris, said that the bombing Germany has had is chicken feed compared with what she's going to get as long as she persists in her aggression. Hardly had he spoken when the United States 8th Air Force and the RAF smashed into Hitler's fortress of Europe to prove it. In destructive raids announced last night, our fortresses and liberators struck at Saint-Nazaire, Rennes, and La Police in the greatest daylight blitz of the war. Hard upon the heels of our heavy bombers, the RAF last night found a new target in Germany. The new target is Wuppertal, home of giant IG Farben Industry chemical plants and numerous other war factories. It has just been announced this minute that more than 1,500 tons of bombs were dropped on Wuppertal, starting tremendous fires. 33 bombers are missing from the raid. At the same time, in the one war arena in which Hitler has been able to boast of some success in recent months, the Battle of the Atlantic, the RAF Coastal Command got in a good stiff body blow. It was announced today that Coastal Command bombers have definitely destroyed 5 German U-boats in 10 days. We have been told repeatedly in the last few days that the United Nations are winning the Battle of the Atlantic. Last night, even the Germans indirectly admitted it. One of Goebbels' ace spokesmen told the German people that the U-boat war is a permanent race between the development of weapons of attack and defense, and therefore ups and downs must be expected. That, said the German spokesman, is why our U-boats are not finding so many victims these days. Air Vice Marshal Joubert, Inspector General of the RAF, yesterday described the German armed forces as a 3-legged stool. The Army leg, he said, was shaky, the Air Force leg cracked, and the U-boat leg as good as broken. You are all familiar with the Spanish and Axis propaganda campaign crying for an end to bombing on humanitarian grounds. Well, this morning, children were going to a Sunday school in a harmless small town on England's southwest coast when 7 German fighter bombers flew in from the sea. They thoroughly machine-gunned the town, besides dropping bombs. All the children managed to come out of the raid alive. At least it's thought they did. The humanitarians lost 3 of their fighter bombers before they got home. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Our men of the Merchant Marine can tell you only too well how it feels when the thick blanket of fog closes in, particularly among the icebergs of the North Atlantic. It's a feeling of utter helplessness. Men on watch listen to the constant blare of the foghorn, hoping to catch warning echoes. At night, searchlights struggle to pierce the gloom. Speed is held to a snail's pace, yet at any moment may come the grinding crash of a ship striking an unseen iceberg. Such disasters, with their loss of ships, cargoes, and lives, will soon belong to history. For radar, built by Admiral, already performing so many miracles for America at war, will soon eliminate one of the greatest hazards at sea. Unhampered by fog, storm, or darkness, radar will detect icebergs in plenty of time to avert a crash. No blaring foghorns, no position-revealing searchlights need be employed. And best of all, American ships equipped with radar can safely plunge through fog at full speed. In turning out radar for Uncle Sam, Admiral workers are merely doing familiar tasks in a bigger, better way than ever. In peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, today, radar is America's smart set built by Admiral. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
In the North African war zone, Allied bombers have again raided the Italian Mediterranean islands, and General de Gaulle is now meeting with General Giraud to complete arrangements for French unity. For a direct report on these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
At noon today, a Lockheed Hudson transport plane circled over a tiny airfield in North Africa. On the field were General Giraud, French Commander-in-Chief, various members of his staff, a guard of honor, a battery of photographers, and a flock of correspondents. The plane taxied over to where everybody was waiting, and out of it stepped General Charles de Gaulle. At last, he was here. De Gaulle and Giraud saluted, shook hands, and strode solemnly across the field to review the guard. The formalities were stern and simple. The two poker-faced generals rode back together to Giraud's headquarters. And so, rather unobtrusively, the leader of the fighting French movement arrived in North Africa. Algiers is now the capital of fighting France. You may have heard that there's a ban on public demonstrations of any sort in North Africa. Nevertheless, around 4 o'clock this afternoon, several thousand Frenchmen just happened to be standing around in the park in the center of Algiers. They had heard that de Gaulle was coming to lay a wreath on the monument of the unknown dead. Children climbed into trees to get a better view. And when de Gaulle finally appeared, the crowd burst through the police cordon, flooded the park, shouted Vive la République and Vive de Gaulle. They really let go. A little later, General de Gaulle received the press. He spoke of the union of all French forces and of the new Central Committee, which is to be set up in order to realize that union. This committee, he said, must have 3 characteristics, and I quote him, "It must be physically and morally capable of directing France at war. Morally, because it is important that the men with power should be worthy to lead. You know what I mean. Secondly, its power should be based on real French sovereignty. The Allies should be able to deal with men who are upright and proud. And thirdly, he said, the committee must act in harmony with the mass of the French nation." And he added, "It would be impossible to build something with which the French people are not in accord." General de Gaulle spoke with the air of a man who knew precisely what he wanted. I return you now to CBS in New York.
The increasing Allied threat to what the Germans call their European fortress brings a variety of reports from within the enemy countries to the listening posts in neutral Switzerland. For a direct report, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Bern. Howard K. Smith reporting.
While the Axis and its fighting friends in Madrid have this week suddenly discovered that air bombardment is inhuman, today in the mountains of Yugoslavia, German bombers have razed 4 undefended villages to the ground. The towns are in Montenegro. There were no soldiers in them and no anti-aircraft guns. The citizens didn't even have a rifle to defend themselves with. They just happened to be a part of the big territory the partisans have taken away from the Axis in Montenegro. On one of the towns, named Shaboljak, the Germans dropped 40,000 pounds of bombs, and that is 10 pounds of explosives for every person in town. The bombardments were undertaken as part of the Axis' new frantic offensive against the Yugoslav partisans to break their resistance before the United Nations can attack Europe. Today, the partisans have admitted that they have had to retreat before the German storm. The front on which they are fighting is about 100 miles long. It extends from just south of Sarajevo to just north of Albania. On the bottom of that front, the Germans, with tanks and bombers, took away from the partisans the important terminus of Kolashin, about 10 miles north of the Albanian border. The German base of operations against them, the partisan radio said, is the Montenegrin town of Plevolje. And they begged the Allies to send a few planes over Plevolje with bombs, preferably big bombs, just to let the Germans know that the partisans are not the friendless peasants they sometimes claim to be. The partisans believe they can take any town or city in Yugoslavia with air support. Today, in fact, their forces stand just 20 miles outside the Italian port of Fiume. In 2 years of guerrilla fighting, the partisans have carried offensives to within 10 miles of the Croatian capital of Zagreb and into the outskirts of Banja Luka. But each time they've turned away from the big cities because they haven't got the bombers. They're hoping, though, that someday the Allies will send bombers. And if they do, the partisans think they can take their country away from the Axis with very little additional help. I now return you to New York.
Next, for news of developments in South America, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Buenos Aires. Herbert Clark reporting.
CBS Buenos Aires. President Ramon Castillo decided this week that the Argentine Congress should open its regular 1943 session on June 8th. That decision and the choice of the date are two more indications that Senator Robustiano Patron Costas will be named to succeed Castillo at next September's presidential elections. Patron Costas became the Crown Prince last February when Castillo picked him as a guarantee of the continuance of present policies. The presidential wishes have been respected by all factions of the conservative political machine. And Patron Costas will be formally named the rightist candidate on June 7. Liberals had planned to choose their candidate on June 8th, but those plans were upset when Castillo selected the date as the occasion of his report on the state of the nation. Liberals, who are the majority in Argentina but are badly disunited, got together on an excellent pro-democratic, anti-totalitarian platform early this month. But they went back to bickering over candidates immediately, and the chances are dim today for the formation of a democratic union, a sort of a popular front, to contest that election. We don't expect much legislative production from Congress this year, partly because attention will be fixed on the elections, and partly because liberals plan to spend considerable time asking Castillo to explain some of his actions. They want to know, for instance, why the government keeps constitutional guarantees suspended by the state of siege decreed in December of 1941 and indefinitely extended last December despite a congressional order to lift it. Castillo gave a partial answer, or rather a partial refusal to answer, this week when he sent a message to Congress asking a further extension on the grounds that individual liberties were dangerous, that the government's liberty of decision would be compromised if the people were free to criticize. This is Herbert Clark in Buenos Aires, returning you to Columbia in New York.
There is heavy fighting today on land and in the air at both ends of the 1,600-mile Russian front. The Germans are attempting day and night air attacks on Leningrad, and Moscow reports that Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft batteries have knocked down 20 enemy planes. At the same time, German guns have opened up on Leningrad, battering the city with shells. But the Russian defenders are reported to be answering shell for shell without budging from their positions. A few hours ago, the Navy announced another victory by our forces on Attu Island. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The bloody battle for Attu is over at last. According to a laconic Navy communique this afternoon, the Japanese made a suicidal counterattack on the right flank of our forces on the floor of Chichagof Valley. Except for snipers, the communique reads, this enemy force was annihilated. On Friday, American troops had exterminated the last of the Japanese defenders of the mountain known as Fish Hook Ridge. Early this morning, the Tokyo radio broadcast an official communique stating that the Imperial General Staff has been out of touch with its forces on Attu for more than 24 hours. It is believed, said Tokyo, that all officers and men of the Imperial garrison died a glorious death for their country. According to Tokyo, the Japanese garrison numbered about 2,000 men. Again, according to Tokyo, our own forces numbered 20,000 men with superior equipment. What held us up so long was not the strength of Japanese resistance, so much as the foul weather conditions which have prevented air activity on all but 2 or 3 days of the 3 weeks the campaign lasted. The Navy communique merely says that Japanese casualties have been high, but according to the German version of Tokyo's story, every last Japanese on the island has been killed. Disabled soldiers who were unable to participate in the last desperate counterattack are said to have committed suicide. Because of the gasoline shortage, there were sparse crowds at the Memorial Day services in Washington today. At 11:30 this morning, General Somerville placed a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier in the name of President Roosevelt. Now, while this program is going on, the American Legion is holding its annual service in memory of the dead of the First World War. By special permission of the White House, color guards and other officials took taxis or drove their own cars to Arlington Cemetery. But the majority of the Legionnaires presumably walked. An OPA order last night banned the use of private cars in driving to and from patriotic celebrations. Despite congressional opposition to food subsidies, the OPA has ordered a 10% rollback in the retail price of butter to become effective on June 10th. The average saving to consumers will be 5.5 cents a pound. Rollbacks in the price of meat and coffee are expected shortly, and the total subsidy expenditure on these 3 items alone will come to $400 million a year. I return you now to New York.
On the Far Eastern fighting front, Chinese dispatches say Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's troops have captured Yuyang Quan, which is 35 miles south of Yichang. This town has been a focal point in the Jap offensive up the Yangtze River toward Chongqing. There was another air raid alarm in Chongqing this morning, the second in as many days. But as yet, there's no indication that Jap planes attacked at any point in the province. And now, for an analysis of the new Japanese drive in China, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It is not yet clear whether the Japanese offensive in the upper Yangtze Valley is really a major drive aimed at the Chinese temporary capital at Chongqing. Latest Chinese dispatches tend to play down this theory, but from other sources the situation is reported as potentially serious. Certainly in advance from Yichang, the Japanese base highest up the Great River, all the way to Chongqing, would be a formidable operation. The greatest difficulty would be that of supply. The river itself must be the main Japanese supply line. The railways would be of little assistance, since the Japanese do not control either the northern or the southern main lines which reach the river at Hankow. An enormous number of rivercraft would be needed and would have to be kept in constant operation in order to supply a force which could hardly number less than 500,000 combat troops. Even if this could be done in theory, the front on which the Japanese would have to advance must be comparatively narrow. The farther the Japanese go from Yichang, the more their flanks will become exposed to Chinese attack. This has been the history of every Japanese attempt to advance from their present positions during the past 2 years. First comes initial success, as the powerful Japanese striking force moves out, close to its base, and after thorough preparation. Then comes increased Chinese resistance, as the Japanese get farther away from their bases. Finally, come Chinese attacks on the Japanese flanks and raids against their lines of communication. Invariably, this has produced the same result. The Japanese have had to fall back to their original positions, or at least to content themselves with minor and inconclusive gains. It may very well be that this process is now about to repeat itself on a somewhat larger scale in the upper Yangtze Valley. However, a new factor, that of air power, may be introduced if the 14th U.S. Air Force under General Chennault can be reinforced.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. Out in Pearl Harbor, our fighting men are closely watching developments in the battle against the Japs to the north and the southwest. For a report on our heroes who've seen action against the enemy and who are looking for more of it, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Once in a while, your correspondent is at Pearl Harbor on a bright morning when a submarine of the Pacific Fleet comes home to refuel, get more torpedoes, and let the officers and men stretch their legs a bit on solid earth. You never forget it. I watched such an arrival. Slowly the sub made its way through the entrance of Pearl Harbor and up toward the submarine base. It was no gala arrival. Only a few knew about it until she was there. But as she came up the harbor almost to a man, the civilian war workers who chanced to see her pulled up to a kind of respectful attention and then cheered her. Navy craft along her course paid quiet honor to her. No fanfare or tinsel of parade stuff here. It was more of a good-natured, bantering kind of greeting that fighting men give to other fighting men they respect. The sub came alongside, and you could see the green sea moss on her, a sure indication of a long time at sea. On her deck were most of her crew, grinning the sheepish grin that fellows wear when they come home after winning the state championship in football or basketball. These men had done well, and they knew it, but they were trying their best to be modest and casual about it. The officers and crew, who'd worn dungarees for days on end, had broken out their store clothes. You could tell by the folds showing crosswise on the breeches that the cloth had been folded in lockers for quite some time. Some wore beards, others were carefully shaved. All looked healthy and well-fed, but a little tired. There was a kind of a band on the dock. Most Navy bandsmen are busy fighting somewhere these days, but somebody had rounded up a drum and a trombone, a few cornets, and a big bass horn. As the sub came alongside, they blared out "Anchors Aweigh" in a way that did your heart good. Nobody said much until the sub tied up, and a group of officers from the sub base went aboard to congratulate the winning commander. Shoreside sailors were there to meet former shipmates on the sub, and they looked admiringly at the pennants on the conning tower. Each sub that comes in shows its record by paintings on the ship's side or by pennants. This one had 5 pennants of blue, with a white silhouette of the 5 Jap ships she'd sunk. Some were in the shape of merchant ships or transports, and some were undeniably replicas of Jap warships. The official greetings were over, and immediately everybody started yelling greetings from shore to sub and back again, and then something happened that made you feel good. Down the dock came a small truck and put a half-dozen big mail sacks aboard, and right on that submarine deck, Uncle Sam distributed the mail to some of his boys who'd been many weeks, thousands of miles from any post office. Then the shore crew took over, already starting the work of overhauling, restuffing, refueling, and reloading torpedoes. And the submarine crew took off for a few days' leave, some still reading their mail. All except one seaman, and I heard him say to a shoreside buddy, "Hey, Mac, lead me to the nearest telephone." I hope he had fun, because it wouldn't be long before he and the other submariners would be off to sea again to hunt and be hunted. And when that time comes, he and the other sub-fighters are always raring to get underway. They have adventure in their hearts, and they thrive on danger. I guess that's why they shoot down so many Jap ships. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, General MacArthur's flyers have carried out the greatest number of sorties yet undertaken in a single day. They ranged more than 1,000 miles from Australia to bomb 3 islands in the small Sunday group. Off New Guinea, our Liberator bombers spotted a small Jap convoy, attacked it, and left a 5,000-ton transport smoking. 2 small warships and 3 more merchant vessels are in the convoy, which was last seen at Hansa Bay, which is midway between Wewak and Madang. Another Liberator scored damaging near misses on a 1,000-ton cargo ship, pulling 6 barges in the Banda Sea area, 700 miles from Darwin. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
How quickly can radar, built by Admiral, detect the presence and determine the range of an enemy ship or plane? Detection takes about as much time as it does to sweep the horizon with a pair of binoculars. Radar scans the sea and air with a focused beam of ultra-high-frequency waves that travel with the speed of light. When these waves strike a ship or plane, they bounce back, and thus the enemy is detected. But that's not all. Since these radio waves travel at a constant speed, 186,000 miles per second, the time required for them to travel to a reflecting surface and return provides a mean for determining the exact range or distance to the enemy target. Admiral-built radar translates this time into distance automatically, so it can be read much like the speedometer of a car. Thus, every move of the enemy ship or plane, as it approaches or retires, is constantly recorded before the eyes of the radar operator. Next week, Admiral will tell you how radar is helping to guard our coastlines against enemy attack. Another important assignment for this amazing weapon of war built by Admiral. Women of America, the WAAC is accepting enlistments today for the women radio operators, radio repairmen, and teletypewriter operators that are urgently needed by the armed forces to release men for active combat duty. Do your part in America's war for freedom by helping the WAAC and the Signal Corps get the message through. Go to your local U.S. Army recruiting and induction station today for full information. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Warren Sweeney speaking. This is
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Axe territory is reverberating to the burst of Allied bombs on this July 4th. American raiders are in action all the way from the Aleutians to the Dutch Celebes in the Pacific. Over Western Europe, Allied daylight raiders are continuing the offensive, thus celebrating the anniversary of the first American attack on Europe a year ago today. Nor is there any let-up in the Mediterranean. But now, for details on Pacific action, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
Today's Navy communique reports an attack by Lightning fighter planes on anti-aircraft positions guarding the Japanese encampment near the Munda Airdrome. Also, an attack on the same area by Douglas dive bombers and Grumman torpedo planes. That's all the fresh news there is of the fighting in the Solomons. Whether the fact that torpedo planes were used in the attack on Munda means that enemy warships have put in an appearance there is a matter for speculation. The torpedo planes may have accompanied the bombers only in the off chance that they might discover an enemy ship or two, but the communique makes no mention of it if they did. An Army communique this morning announced that General MacArthur is personally directing operations on the front in New Guinea. This is the second time that General MacArthur has taken the field since leaving Bataan. The other was last October when he established headquarters at Port Moresby for the victorious drive on Buna. This time he is in command of air and sea forces as well. And in the last 2 days, Australia reports, the Japanese have sent more than 100 planes against our new positions on Rendova and New Georgia Islands. 11 have been shot down. This brings our total bag of enemy planes so far to 134. Our own losses total 25 planes, but the pilots of 12 have been saved. Today's Navy communique reports also that Army Liberator bombers have again attacked the enemy base on Nauru and the Gilbert Islands with unobserved results. And there have been 9 more bombings of Kiska in the Aleutians. Here in Washington, we're celebrating the quietest 4th of July in American history. The only official observance today of the 167th anniversary of our independence will be a concert by the Marine Band and a speech by Admiral Woodward at the Washington Monument this evening. Needless to say, except for a few boys shooting off last year's firecrackers, there has been no fireworks. Powder and magnesium flares have more important uses in time of war. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
We hold that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those words, set down Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence, describe the American way of life. a way unchanged in the 167 years which have followed. When Admiral Radio's World News Today brings you first-hand reports from our far-flung battlefronts, when your butcher tears precious stamps out of your ration book, when most luxuries and even some necessities have disappeared from the market because industry is busy supplying equipment to the armed forces, then you have evidence America is again united and at war to preserve the spirit behind those words. This fight is no light task. There is death and misery for the flyers over Guadalcanal, for the men on all fighting fronts. There is annoying sacrifice for the families on the home front. There is unceasing toil, never-ending problems for business, big and small, which gives up peacetime production and converts to build the goods of war. But these sacrifices and hardships will be worthwhile if we can destroy the forces which would take equality and freedom from us. If we can give every man the inalienable rights with which he was endowed by his Creator, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we will do these things, for we, whether civilians, soldiers, or workers, are above all else Americans, believing in the American way, willing to fight for it to the death. Now here once again is Doug Edwards.
Pearl Harbor is anxiously watching developments in the northern and southern Pacific. For more details on these battles and an interview with some of our fighting men celebrating Independence Day there, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
There's plenty of fireworks for the 4th of July in the Pacific. The Americans slog on in their drive on Jap-held positions in New Georgia, supporting ground forces with artillery and aerial bombing and strafing. That runaway by a Japanese surface force of 3 light cruisers and 4 destroyers from our Navy forces at Reverberating was in keeping with the custom of Jap naval forces for some time now. It's not the first time their warships have decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Navy men here will tell you it happens all the time. That's not to say the Japs lack courage. Their courage in the past has led them into the loss of many ships. They evidently have learned their lesson. Here are a sailor and a soldier for a slant on Independence Day. Sergeant Bud Nelson of Bayside, Long Island, New York. This is George R. McLean, fire controlman first class of the Navy, who hails from Madison, Wisconsin. How are you, Bud? Right on the beam, George. McLean here enlisted in the Naval Reserve back in August 1938. He's been promoted 5 times, the last time for especially meritorious conduct under fire. How many engagements you been in, George? 7. Well, where were you on the 4th of July a year ago?
We just finished up with the Battle of Midway, and we're having a little breathing spell.
Well, where do you hope you are on the 4th of July next year?
Home.
I thought you might to Tokyo.
No, I hope we've already been there by then.
All right, somebody back home you'd especially like to see?
Yes, my mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. George E. McLean, Route 2 there in Madison. And one and only girl, sir, born in Wisconsin. Today's her birthday.
A birthday? Well, what's her name?
Lola Meyer.
Would you like to send her a birthday greeting?
Many happy returns of the day, and I hope I can deliver all the rest of them in person.
That's right. What were you doing to observe the 4th of July last year, Sergeant Nelson?
Working.
Still working. Now, what's your job in the Army, Sergeant?
I'm in G2. We don't get around quite as much as McLean here, but we do manage to get around some.
Well, where were you a year ago or before?
I was on an undisclosed mission on an undisclosed island.
That gives a complete picture. Are your parents still there in Bayside, Long Island?
Yes, they are. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Nelson, 222 204th Street. I hope they're well and happy. And I want to tell them and the parents of all the men out here that we think of them often. Not all of us can get a crack at the Japs. Some of us have other kinds of work to do. And, Mac, tell the Navy that we're backing you up with all we've got.
That was Webley Edwards reporting from Honolulu. We return you now to CBS in New York.
In this country, CBS reporter Bill Slocum, Jr. has been visiting German and Italian prisoners of war who now are being held under Army guard in a camp in Tennessee for the duration. For a report on how these Axis prisoners live and act, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Knoxville, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
In starting off this story on the care and feeding of Italian and German war prisoners, I am moved to a slight preamble, to wit, remember the golden rule. If you find yourself bridling at the kindness heaped on these modern slave traders, remember this one simple fact. There are an awful lot of our boys who are German and Italian prisoners, and this do unto others sentiment is strictly a two-way proposition. I spent the greater part of a day at the Crossville internment camp, eating Italian food, talking to German soldiers, and learning a fact that should surprise and shock 400 of my Irish cousins and aunts. I am a Teuton. Of that interesting and discouraging discovery, more later. But now I'd like you to meet Colonel Frank T. Addington, Commandant of the Crossville internment camp. Colonel Addington started his Army career 31 years ago as a buck private. He's all soldier. Colonel Addington, would you tell our listeners what you told me yesterday before you let me talk to some prisoners?
Yes, I told you that these men were not criminals, that they were prisoners of war, and that they were entitled under the Geneva Convention Agreement to the same food and treatment American soldiers get. I also told you that you could talk to the prisoners, but they were not required to answer you.
And, Colonel, you've never been righter. The Italians wouldn't talk without their general's okay, and their general sent word he was sleeping. But I did see a very famous Italian general deeply engrossed in a bed of radishes. White icicles they were. How about the discipline, Colonel? Who's responsible for that?
Well, we are responsible, of course, but the officers of both armies see to it that their men keep good order. They do a good job, too. But if they don't stop using fire extinguishers to water their gardens, I'll have to cut out that beer that the Geneva Convention permits for a couple of days.
How about complaints, Colonel?
Every week I meet separately with the ranking German and Italian officers. They air their complaints and I decide. If they don't like my decisions, they can always take the matter up with the International Red Cross representative.
Well, they both told me they were well treated here, except their quarters were a little cramped.
They told me about those quarters, too. I just packed a few of the top rankers in a jeep, took them over to my quarters. Now I'll ask you a question. You ate some of their food. How did you like it?
Well, I've eaten in 20 or 30 Army posts, Colonel, and I never had anything as good.
It's actually the same meat as our boys get, and we give the Germans potatoes and sauerkraut instead of certain vegetables, and the Italians get things to make spaghetti and macaroni. But I must admit that around mealtime, I like to be a prisoner of war myself.
Well, how do they feel about this war, Colonel?
Well, the Panzer Division Colonel gave you a pretty good answer. The one who said you were a Teuton.
Oh, yes. He told me that English and Americans, being Teutons, shouldn't be fighting the Germans. And then he told me this. If the Americans and English win this war, they will have to fight the Bolshevist Russians. And then he laughed and shrugged. But he said, of course, you wouldn't be allowed to say a thing like that on the American radio. He also told me he'd be listening to this broadcast. Thank you, Colonel Addington. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Next to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Up at Allied Force Headquarters, General Eisenhower and General Juin, Chief of Staff of French Armed Forces in North Africa, heard a Zouave band play the Star-Spangled Banner. And a moment later, a 48-gun salute thundered from the bay from the flagship of the Royal Navy. Here at the microphone this evening are two American soldiers who've come a long way since July 4th, 1942. They are Sergeant Edward Vanderhoff of Plainfield, New Jersey, and Corporal John Collins of Oil City, Pennsylvania. Both of them landed a few miles outside Oran last November. In February, they went up to the front and were right in the battle from then on at Kasserine, at Gasta and El Guitar, and later up in the north, where the Americans drove the Germans out of the hills onto Mater. Ed, where were you a year ago?
I was at sea, and I celebrated July the 4th on a transport. We were just 4 days out of New York on our way to England.
And John, where were you?
I was KP at Indiantown Gap in Pennsylvania. I remember we had a pretty good time that night at the amusement park, having beer and riding the swings. It's a very different July 4th today. I might not have known what day it was if you hadn't asked me to broadcast. That's the way it is for most of the troops, too. It's just another day of training. You know, none of us have stopped training because we knocked the Germans out of Africa. That was just the first round. Most of the men are celebrating July 4th by getting ready for round 2.
John, is there any day in the past year that stands out in your mind?
Yes, April 20th at El Guitar. We got way over into German territory by mistake, and they shelled us off the side of a hill. It was the heaviest fire we had ever had up to then, and I remember it because I got a bullet in my leg. It kept me out of action for about 2 weeks.
And you, Ed, what day do you remember most? March the 26th. Where were you then? At Algiers, way out in the front line. But that's not the reason I remember March the 26th. It's because they put me a telegram saying my wife had had a baby. I really felt as though I could lick the world on that day. This is Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa, returning you to CBS in New York.
In Western Europe, British and American planes have made new raids on the Axis-occupied continent. For details and a special message from one of Britain's high war leaders, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
This July 4th is the first anniversary of offensive operations by our 8th Air Force based here in Britain. And today, large formations of our forts and liberators were out over occupied France. That bare announcement was made by 8th Air Force headquarters a few minutes ago. No further details have been released yet. But Britain's Air Ministry has just announced that reconnaissance photographs taken over Kelk and Deutz, industrial districts of Cologne, raided in great strength by the RAF last night, show that great fires are still burning in both districts 8 hours after the raid. The RAF and our 8th Air Force, working together once again around the clock on this Independence Day, demonstrate the unity of purpose and of Britain and America. It is a proud story of two great peoples working to one end. To paint its pattern on a broader canvas, here is Mr. Oliver Littleton, Britain's Minister of Production, who probably knows that story better than any other man in the British Isles.
On July the 4th, 167 years ago, the United States of America declared their independence. Today, July the 4th, 1943, it is clear to all, and particularly to the Axis, that the two countries are closer together than they have ever been. Today, the American bombers bomb Germany by day and we by night. This also is a symbol. And I believe that in the future, the enemies of freedom can count the air forces of the two countries as interdependent, the one on the other. The two navies, the two armies, interdependent, the one on the other. They will be the great and solid bulwark that will stand between mankind and the fire and blast and ruin of total war. I've been privileged to cross the Atlantic more than once in the last 12 months and to have seen for myself the United States at war. Each time I have been deeply impressed by what I saw. But this afternoon I want to say something about our achievements in Britain, chiefly in production. Before I do so, it is particularly important and seemly that I should acknowledge the great help that we have had from America under Lend-Lease. In 1943, we estimate that the aid which we shall have from the United States in ships and munitions of war will be equivalent to the work of 1.5 million additional workers working for the whole 12 months. What have we to show on the other side? We are supplying on Lend-Lease terms to the United States equipment like clothing, services and materials in the building of aerodromes and camps, territory like overseas bases, weapons of war like Spitfires, though only in a small proportion, against some of the fighter aircraft which we receive from the United States. I think you would be surprised to know that the Lend-Lease aid which we ourselves are giving to America and Russia during the current year is a high proportion of the Lend-Lease aid which we receive from America. But I'm going to speak this afternoon about the big things, and I hope that it will be clear from what I say that we are worthy allies both of the United States and of the other United Nations. We have mobilized. For example, of the 3,250,000 unmarried women between the ages of 18 and 40, 9 out of every 10 are engaged on whole-time war work in the armed forces, in civil defense, or in industry. What are the results of such a complete mobilization? We are now producing a greater volume of goods than ever before in the history of our country whether in war or peace. The war production of the British Commonwealth is now larger than that of Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia put together. The production of the United States far exceeds our own. But if we like to make up the accounts in this way, we could say that the British Commonwealth alone has neutralized German production. And the Axis can now calculate how the production of Italy, Japan, and the occupied territories compares with the vast output of the United States and Russia. They can derive what satisfaction they like from this chastening thought. In the course of the mobilization, we have directed men and women to work where they are wanted. We have taken them from their homes and sent them to far distant factories. They are working the longest hours that can be endured. We have very considerable armed forces. They are numbered literally in millions. We are now, in fact, a great military nation. We have been forced to be. We have tightened our belts. There are very real hardships for every one of us in both the food and clothes rationing. We are now living on less than half the imports which we received into our country in a normal year before the war. Millions of tons less. And you can judge what that means in the saving of ships and sailors' lives. I have already told you that in spite of this, we are producing a larger volume of goods than ever before. I've tried to tell you, in no boastful spirit, something of our tasks and our achievements. These achievements could only have been fulfilled by a free people who believe in the cause for which they are fighting. With you, we share that cause and that belief. We are with you to the very end. And we shall share with you the last day of the war with Germany and Italy. The last day of the war with Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Littleton. And now, what are American soldiers doing on this July 4th in England? To find out, we take you to Larry LeSueur at the Red Cross Rainbow Club here in London.
I'm standing in the center of hundreds of American enlisted men dancing to Cab K's band in the Rainbow Club, the Red Cross Rainbow Club, just off Piccadilly Circus. This used to be the famous old Manor restaurant. The belles and blades of the gay 90s used to dance here. Now our Yanks are gliding around the polished floor in their heavy boots, avoiding the toes of the pretty English girls, not to mention our own Red Cross canteen workers. I'll try to snag a couple of the boys to ask them what they've been doing this 4th of July in England. Here's a tall blonde corporal here. Say, what's your name, Corporal?
Corporal Willis Richards of Saginaw, Michigan.
Corporal, would you mind telling us what you did around London today on this 4th of July?
Well, my buddy, Private Delta Richardson of Charlevoix, Michigan, had the day off, too. We walked over to Hyde Park and wandered around the Serpentine. We watched some fellows fishing for a while, but they didn't catch anything. The rest of the boys here went on a boat ride and up things for a picnic. My buddy and I wandered around London, had a few beers. Then we went up to Regent's Park for a little more scene. We went back to Hyde Park and watched the Yanks beat the Canadians in a baseball game.
Well, Corporal Richards, you look about 21 or 22. I don't suppose you were in the Army last 4th of July. Do you remember what you did at home last year?
Well, I was a defense worker. Last 4th of July, I drove my wife and her folks to the beach at Wall Lake in Pontiac. We spent the afternoon swimming. We went speedboat riding. Afterwards, we ate a lot of hot dogs and ice cream cone. In the evening, we shot off some fireworks. That was a real 4th of July.
Well, it really doesn't sound much different than today's. But I got a pretty good idea where you'd like to be next 4th of July, Corporal Richard. Thanks a lot. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
This is the 4th of July, Independence Day, a day Americans are determined to celebrate for years to come. So instead of telling of the many ways in which Admiral-built radio equipment is serving our fighting men, let's talk for a moment about the world after this war. What world would it be for you? It can be the beginning of a better life, or it can mean starting all over again, depending upon the wisdom you show now. Many of your possessions are wearing out during these years of war, and even though you may be earning more money than ever, they can't be replaced until after victory. When peace comes, in addition to replacing worn-out possessions, you'll want to own many of the new products and discoveries which will be on the market. But will you be able to own them? The answer is up to you. It's easy to fritter away the extra dollars you're earning on the luxuries which are left. But doing so means starting life all over after the war. So put every available dollar and dime into war bonds now. War bonds can be the nest egg that makes your post-war world a good world. They'll make it easy to build a home, to own a new Admiral radio and other fine products of American industry. Yes, you'll want to need to own many things. So for your own sake, as well as your country's, put every available dollar into war bonds. Make the world after the war a good world for yourself, for all of us. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBB Amera Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Allied forces are smashing forward on a 100-mile front in Sicily. Our headquarters in North Africa announces that parachutists were the first to touch enemy soil, that American troops have broken through the Axis trench line at Gela. Enemy dispatches report Allied landings at 7 places in Sicily, and they admit that our air forces have cut off the island from the Italian mainland. Secretary of War Stimson has arrived in Great Britain. The Russians report that Germany's new offensive has been stopped. And in the Pacific, American forces have cut the Jap supply road to Munda in the Solomons. Now, for more news direct from North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to Algiers. Winston Burdett reporting.
Allied troops continued to pour onto the beaches of Sicily today. The invasion front extends for 100 miles around the southeastern corner of the island. And tonight it was announced that this whole coastline is in Allied hands. American troops had seized and secured their beach positions at 6 o'clock yesterday morning, only 3 hours after the first invasion barges hit shore. The Americans have landed near Gela and captured at least 2 aerodromes on the southern coast. In the British zone of operations, the Sakino aerodrome has been captured. Our troops have everywhere made contact with the parachutists who broke into Sicily before them. How far inland the Americans and British have advanced, we don't know yet. So far, almost all of the defending troops we've met have been Italians. The stiffest resistance was down near Cape Castoro in the southeast, but this too was overcome. From Gela, the roads radiate westward along the coast, eastward into the British corner, and north over the mountains and down into Sicily's greatest plain, the plain of Catania, with its network of roads and railways and its chain of aerodromes. Airmen crossing the south coast to bomb inland targets all come back with the same story, a much fuller story of what has happened than is given in the rather bleak communique. They tell of invasion barges covering the beaches like driftwood, of small boats shuffling ceaselessly back and forth between shore and ships, of beaches jammed with men and stuff being unloaded, of an armada of ships and rafts and transports that stretches from the coast to the horizon. They tell of the enemy's weakness in the air, of the failure of enemy naval units to put in one appearance during the whole invasion, of immense fires sweeping the coast near Cape Castoro, and of other fires raging many miles inland. From the way it's going so far, said one pilot, it'll be like a prairie fire. The landings continue, but the decisive battle has not begun yet. Americans from the south and British from the east are steadily closing the two sides of the southern Sicilian triangle, but they have not met the main body of the enemy's forces. We know that there are German troops in Sicily. So far, we have met only the Italian coastal defense unit. Somewhere in the island, the enemy is keeping his central mobile reserve. His best troops, probably, keeping them until he is sure of where we are going to make our main effort. The enemy would be foolish if he commits strong reserves before he knows that we have committed our main invasion strength against one area. There have been no strong counterattacks, but it's still too early to expect them. We have established our first European bridgehead brilliantly, spectacularly, but the critical moment in the Battle of Sicily has not come yet. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Not many years ago, the average family had but one main source of news, their daily paper. The development of radio changed that. No need to tell you how much, for everyone is well aware of America's dependence upon radio for news. Admiral has contributed to bringing about this change by sponsoring such programs as this, and by creating the Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now Admiral is at work producing something else to make life better. Radar, the same radar that is performing miracles for our fighting men on every battlefront of the world. Radar's ability to locate enemy planes and ships despite darkness, fog, or storms is daily bringing victory nearer. And after victory is finally won, radar will bring about changes in commercial aviation comparable to the changes radio brought in circulating news. Planes will land at night on fog-cloaked fields in perfect safety because of radar's unfailing ability to detect obstacles which human eyes cannot see. Pilots need never be afraid of crashing into mountain peaks or buildings for the same reason. Other miracles, as yet military secrets, can also be performed by radar, the newest branch of radio science. And with radar, as with all things related to radio science, Admiral is a leader. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you to Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Standing up. The slaughter was terrific. However, the Germans have not eased any pressure on the Russian position. Fighting is still bitter. The situation on the Belgorod sector, where yesterday it appeared that the Nazis might be approaching a breakthrough, is more steady today. While Hitler is pounding away trying to close his military pincers on Kursk, there naturally has been conjecture here as to just what the German command has in mind in launching this kind of attack. The Germans concentrated many thousands of tanks in the region of Oran and Belgorod with the obvious intent of fighting off some 10,000 square miles of the Kursk salient. That strategy is obvious. But what are the ultimate plans of the Nazi command? Naturally, no one here knows definitely, but 3 theories have developed, and I thought you might be interested in them. But let me remind you they are pure conjecture. One theory is that Hitler's intuition has gone into reverse, and this latest offensive is aimed at bypassing Moscow from the south, then swinging northward for another encirclement move and an attempt to attack Moscow from the rear. You remember the German armies were trying just that maneuver on a larger scale last year, but were stopped at Stalingrad just as they were supposed to swing north for the encirclement of Moscow. Another theory says that the Germans intend to strike eastward in the direction of Oranish in an effort to engage the Red Army reserves so as to so weaken Russia's military power that Hitler can then turn to the defense of his European fortress with safety. The third theory is that this present attack is the beginning of an all-out attack on the Soviet Union, with Hitler ignoring the impending Second Front and setting out once and for all in an attempt to defeat the Red Army. In this event, he would depend on his European defenses to protect his rear. There you have them for what they're worth. Only time will tell if any one of them is correct. I return you now to CBS in New York.
There was little air action in Western Europe during the night. The Air Ministry says British Coastal Command bullfighters attacked an enemy escort vessel off the Norwegian coast last night and left it afire and settling by the stern. The ship replied with anti-aircraft fire, and 1 British plane is missing. Secretary of War Stimson arrived in Britain by plane a few hours ago for his first visit to an American theater of operations since we entered the war. But now for more details of all the news in Great Britain, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. Edward R. Murrow reporting.
This is London. The invasion of Sicily came in the 200th week of the war. No one here is underestimating the magnitude of the task confronting the American, Canadian, and British troops. They are attempting something that has never been done before. The German conquest of Norway and Crete was not achieved in the face of strong opposition. The Japanese landing in the Far East were not made in the face of strong land and air opposition. The British have good reason to know that the taking of islands is no simple matter. So far, we know only that the landings were effected and that the whole operation bears the marks of strong, steady control. Our command of the air is complete. We continue to make good progress, and it appears that casualties have been slight. But there is no lack of officially inspired warnings about the toughness of the job ahead. The Luftwaffe has been holding back. Some of the best German air generals are down there. Dieppe proved that the landing can be made against fixed positions, and it proved something else. And that was that the Axis system of defense does not depend upon fixed positions. Highly mobile artillery, the concentration of air power, and the rapid development of the counterattack may be expected to form the pattern of their defense. So far as we know, the big counterattack has not yet come, but few doubt that it will come. After all, the Axis has more men in Sicily than it had in Tunisia. There is in London great confidence in the final outcome, but there is no disposition to underrate the magnitude of the task or the grievous losses we may suffer. As you would expect, there is considerable disappointment amongst the Canadians who were left here. They all think they're as case-hardened as the men who are now fighting in Sicily. We do know that British airborne troops were used, and this is the first time that they have been actioned. Tonight, the general informed opinion in London is that things are going well, almost surprisingly well. The thing people are waiting for is news that we have taken some airfields, which will mean that we can supply continuous fighter cover over the battlefield. It seems reasonable to expect that the fighting will spread and that more landings will occur in the near future. A few hours ago, it was announced that Mr. Henry L. Stimson, our Secretary of War, has arrived in Britain. He was met by General Devers and by Averell Harriman. Mr. Stimson has come over to confer with military and civil authorities and to inspect troops and airfields. Military officials here in London state that great importance is attached to Mr. Stimson's coming. He is accompanied by General Searles, our Army's Chief of Public Relations. But in spite of Mr. Stimson's coming, it appears that our end of the war is due to summer on the Mediterranean, or at least around the Mediterranean. And now to CBS Cairo and the report of Chester Morrison.
In this backwater of the war, remote from battle and deprived of risk, we hear faint echoes of the fight in Sicily, and even fainter intimations of the fighting still to come. The bombers, we're told, still take off in the morning from their desert bases, rise to enormous heights and drop their bombs upon the places with the musical names, upon Catania, Biscari, Comiso, Verbo Valentia. We are told how many thousands of pounds of bombs they drop. Pounds because pounds sound bigger than tons. And about how the smoke and flames were seen, and how usually all our aircraft return safely. We are told about these things that we cannot see, just as you cannot see them. But what we do see here in Cairo is not war, but peace. I keep hoping it is not the kind of peace that is to follow the war. But although people keep asking about it, no one has told us what kind of peace will follow the war. This peace that we see here is a grasping, selfish, money-making peace. A disorganized, insensible, nightmare peace. A sweltering mountain of peace rising above the fighting. And here everybody slides leaderless down the mountain without seeming even to care what he will touch up against at the bottom. Fighting is easy. You know your objective, and you take it if you can. Maybe you get killed, but if you do, your troubles are over. It's when men are through fighting that life gets harder, especially if they're still puzzled when the fighting ends. They're puzzled I can tell you they're puzzled when they come to this place, which is one of the few peacetime places left on Earth. This is Chester Morrison in Cairo, returning here to CBS, New York.
Since we went on the air, this bulletin has arrived from Forward Headquarters, the Combined Allied Invasion Operations in Sicily. Allied officers said today, on the basis of detailed reports, that the crisis point in the invasion of Sicily has been passed, and that to date, what was probably the greatest combined operations attack in history has been a total success. In the South Pacific, Allied ground forces have moved closer to the Japs at Munda, and our planes have again raided that base. Now, for news of the latest developments in that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Australia. William Dunn reporting.
It's just a few minutes before dawn down here in Australia. Just a few minutes before dawn on Monday morning. The start of a new week. May be of great importance in the Pacific War. First on the list of unfinished business for the new week, of course, is the situation at Munda on New Georgia Island. A situation which the next 7 days may go far toward resolving. The next few hours will also give us the final word on the enemy force of light cruisers and destroyers, which our planes attacked on its way toward New Georgia and presumably Munda. That force may make headlines early this week. Or, of course, it may decide that a discreet retirement is preferable to combat with an Allied fleet that knows its whereabouts. One of the most significant bits of news that has come from Radio Tokyo during the past few days is the report that General Churchill, on his visit to Bangkok last week, announced that the 4 northern Malay states have been or are to be turned over to Thailand. This report is significant because, if verified, it would tend to indicate that the professed champion of the greater East Asiatic peoples does not understand the mental processes of all those peoples. These 4 states were self-governed before the war and were never part of Britain's federated Malay state. It would bring no joy to any Malay to know that he must pay his future allegiance to the King of Siam. If there is any hatred in the Far East that equals that of the Burmese for the Thais, a hatred founded in centuries of warfare, it would be the feeling of the Malays toward those same Thais. If Mr. Tojo expects to win this war, as he so confidently asserts, he can be sure that any move reaching any part of Malaya with Thailand is a certain investment in future trouble. From now on, we can count the peoples of the 4 northern Malay states as being on our side, spiritually if they can't be physically. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS.
While American troops battle the enemy in the Central Solomons and New Guinea, more men are being trained for future battles against the Japs. For an interview with the Commandant of the Ranger Training Program in the Pacific, Admiral Radio to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the Solomons, fighting are some exceedingly tough American fighters known as the Rangers. They fight with everything they can lay their hands on, with every method of fighting ever thought of. They're doing their job well because they know how. Many of them train right here in Hawaii in a 14-acre training center that's a combination of jungle, desert, water, and hell. Here's a man who trains them, Lieutenant Colonel Francois Delescu, Commandant of Ranger Combat and Training School of Hawaii. Colonel, what does a Ranger have to have?
He must have a physical and mental confidence in his ability. He must be able to use every kind of weapon and master the bayonet. He must know all about sabotage, raiding, demolitions, and jungle engineering. Above all, he must learn by actual experience the real meaning of kill or be killed.
How do you mean that, kill or be killed?
The man who knows how to kill has the best defense against being killed. Every trained man here is a potential leader, with men under him who look to him for the protection of their very lives.
Now, how do you teach them?
After devising a training course based on the best of all Ranger and Commando tactics, I went to New Guinea and brought back practical experiences. Every device and fiendish trick of the enemy is given to them here. The men are exposed to firing from foxholes and snipers and bees. They go through smoke, fire, flamethrowers in jungle streams. They learn street-to-street fighting with buildings burning and exploding. They make their own booby traps. They construct their own bridges. They jump 45 feet into burning water from cargo nets, towers, and hills.
No wonder they get tough.
There have to be. We make them live in trees for 24 hours, dig foxholes, and live in it for 48 hours, exposed to live ammunition. It's rough training, but it saves lives. They hike 42 miles in one day. Right now, several hundred are running through a rugged 6.5-mile obstacle course.
How many are able to complete the school, Colonel?
About half. Our men are trained in every method to lick the Jap, who is tricky, but not a Superman. The Jap will never compare with the fighting ability of the American soldier.
And that's the word of Colonel Francois Delescu, Commandant of the Ranger Combat and Training School in Hawaii. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. I return you now to New York.
London radio has just reported that British and Canadian troops have captured and hold the town of Puchino in Sicily and the airfield and advanced landing ground nearby. Puchino is at the extreme southeast corner of Sicily near Cape Pusaro. Now for news here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
You've already heard from London about Mr. Stimson's flying visit to England. Suffice it to say from Washington that his visit is believed to herald still more offensive operations against Hitler's fortress Europe. Important as our invasion of Sicily is, it's not believed in Washington that Mr. Stimson and General Searles would have gone to London simply in order to watch developments in Sicily. Elmer Davis, too, will soon leave for London, but only for a short time, he says. Whether he plans to visit North Africa, too, he has so far declined to say. Hard news from Sicily has been understandably sparse. Here in Washington, military observers are doing their best to leaven their enthusiasm with reasonable caution. Everything seems to be going well, and the Germans admit that we've established 4 beachheads on the southeastern coast of Sicily. So far, the Italians don't seem to have put up much resistance, and there's no news yet of the expected German counterattack. But nobody here expects the Sicilian campaign to be very easy, and our military men expect even the Italians to put up a better fight on their own soil than in any previous campaign of the war. As the President said Friday night, it's the beginning of the end, but the end, to observers in Washington at least, is still a long way off. In comparison to the healthy activity on the war fronts, in the Solomons and in the Mediterranean, the home front today looks sickly by comparison. The Truman Committee's report accusing Curtis Wright of gross negligence in delivering defective airplane motors and parts to the Army has produced another scandal in Washington. Despite the denial of the Senate's charges by G.W. Vaughn, the president of Curtis Wright, the government has brought suit for damages against the Wright Aeronautical Corporation of Paterson, New Jersey, the principal subsidiary of Curtis Wright. Among other things, the company is being sued for false, fraudulent, and fictitious claims in connection with advertising its Helldiver bomber, which has never been perfected, as well as its manufacture of the P-40 fighter plane. The Truman Committee says the P-40 was never more than a second choice, and the Army has since discontinued its production. The Truman Committee has also criticized the planes produced by Glenn Martin, whose gliders, it says, have been unsatisfactory, and whose B-26 medium bomber is said to be dangerous in landing and in taking off. The Truman Report praises our aircraft production program in general, however, and singles out for special praise the Grumman Wildcat, the Douglas Dauntless dive bomber, and the Boeing Flying Fortress and Liberator. Washington, like many cities, is suffering from a meat famine, and from the looks of things, it isn't going to get much better unless and until Prentice Brown makes good his threat to impose price ceilings on livestock. I return you now to New York.
Once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
Radio for the home front is important. It means easy access to news, entertainment, and information. But radio to a fighting man and a bomber means the ability to communicate with other planes and with headquarters. Radio at sea means orders can be given and received, help called, either to fight an enemy or for rescue work. Radio to the medical corps means air evacuation planes can be summoned to remove wounded quickly. Emergency supplies ordered. radio to every branch of the service means a fighting team that is coordinated for action. Yes, radio on the home front is important, but radio on the battlefront is more important. And so Admiral facilities are being used to build the radios that go to war. But remember, your Admiral dealer will do everything possible to make your present radio last for the duration. And Admiral dealers are backed fully by the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. We must eat well-balanced meals if we're to have the strength to work for victory. Well-balanced meals are possible in spite of rationing, shortages, and high prices if they are planned right. Look in your newspaper or food shop for the government chart which lists the 7 basic food groups. All of us should eat some food of each group every day. For instance, Group 5, protein-rich foods, includes meat, poultry, fish, eggs, dried beans, peas, nuts, and peanut butter. Be sure you get one of these protein-rich foods every day, and at least one of the foods in each of the other groups listed in the Basic 7 chart, printed in your newspaper, or posted in your food shop. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBB America Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The top news today, Allied air action. British and American planes have showered tons of bombs on enemy targets in Western Europe, in the Mediterranean, in the South Pacific, and in China. The RAF put on the biggest show with a record attack on Hamburg. Other Allied bombers flying the shuttle route from Britain to Africa blasted Italy's northwest coastal port of Leghorn. On land, the Sicilian campaign has reached its final stages with the capture of Trapani by the American 7th Army. And in Russia, the Soviet tide rolls on toward Oran. Now, Admiral Radio takes you direct to Algiers. John Daly reporting.
Tonight, and it's already nighttime in this part of the world, the armies of the United Nations are massing for the final Battle of Sicily. The Axis is holding a line some 70 miles long, running from below Catania on Sicily's east coast, inland for about 15 miles, and then arcing around Mount Etna to the northwest to Reverberating. From there, it turns north to enter the Tyrrhenian Sea on Sicily's north coast. The Germans hold more than 30 miles of it, from Catania to Reverberating. The Italians hold the rest, the 30-mile stretch northward to the Tyrrhenian Sea. In western Sicily, the American 7th Army has occupied Trapani, the last port of any consequence on the west coast, and has captured an additional 10,000 prisoners and a huge amount of booty, including 200 guns. The work of our American 7th Army has been magnificent. The brilliantly executed three-pronged attack which captured Palermo, Sicily's capital, last Thursday, split the Axis armies and forced them to the last stand in the Mount Etna line on the final great battle which is now underway. Beside me is Charles Court, photographer for Acme News Pictures, who has followed the 7th Army since Invasion Day and was one of the first Americans to go into Palermo. What was the siege of Palermo like, Sully?
There wasn't really any siege. As we came up to the outskirts of the city, we were met by thousands of poor, tattered peasants carrying white flags of surrender. And as we could see hundreds of white flags on the buildings lining Via Roma running into Palermo, the people cheered and called us conquerors and liberators. And as they had in every village and town in Sicily, offered us wine and fruit. We moved out of the suburbs and started for the city. A German manned 88 opened fire on a lead armored car. It hit the car, but nobody was hurt badly. And then came the only fighting I saw. A couple of our self-propelled guns moved out and cleaned out that 88. And how they cleaned it out. A few minutes later, another 88 fired at us, and the boys cleaned them up. In all, we used from 6 to 8 shells to clean out those guns and capture Palermo.
Did you mean the Italians didn't fight at all in the city?
Yes. After the 88s had been wiped out, General Geoffrey Keyes, who was in command, went into Palermo in an armored car under a flag of truce, taking with him Italian General Molinari, who had been captured earlier. They went to the royal palace in search of the commander of the Palermo garrison, but like all good fascists, he had flown the coop. Another unit captured him later. General Keyes demanded that Molinari take responsibility for the unconditional surrender of the city. And he added, if it wasn't given, we'd slug it out. That's all there was to it.
Well, what about the people of the city?
I was in the jeep right behind General Keyes' car when he went in to find the garrison commander. And even then, the people were forcing food and wine on us. One of them forced so hard and was so excited that an overripe melon landed right in General Keyes' lap. In the city, people danced in the streets, and one man waved a huge American flag he'd brought back from a visit to America, and asked everyone if they were from Brooklyn. Another guy was shouting, welcome the Americans, they bring us liberty and food. Everywhere in Sicily, the people were hungry. One GI said in Palermo, perhaps we could take Italy with a case of K-rations. That's a little optimistic, but when we saw the defenses in Palermo and realized that if they had been manned, it would have been very tough going. It made sense.
Well, why do you think they quit so easily?
I figure it was partly hunger, but more important, they had been told by the fascists that we had no army. When they saw our tanks, tank destroyers, armored cars clogging the road for miles on the approaches to the city, they just quit.
Well, you must have gotten some great pictures, Charlie.
Yes, I did. And the best part of it is that they're in the States now. I worked all last night with Captain Jack Smith of the Army Pictorial Service, who used to be a news photographer himself, and radio telephotoed the pictures home.
So did you lack subjects?
No. Everybody in Palermo seemed to have relatives in Chicago or Brooklyn. And they all wanted to have their pictures taken so that their relatives could see them.
Thanks, Charlie. We return you now to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
3,000 ships, a tremendous air armada, countless men, mountains of supplies and equipment. That was the invasion force which landed on the shores of Sicily. A giant, moving with the precision of clockwork. And on a schedule so rapid, time did not permit the careful handling of delicate radios. Radios used in the invasion had to be able to take it. The rough treatment, the water, the sand. Yes, and take it in such a way that signals would be heard despite the roar of guns and motors, the clatter of half-tracks and tanks, the hoarse shouts of men. Admiral had full confidence Army and Navy radios would come through with flying colors, because in building such radios, tests were developed to duplicate actual battle conditions, and every radio Admiral produces for the armed services undergoes these tests, functions perfectly during and after them. Scientists and radio experts of the Army Signal Corps and Navy Communications, together with Admiral engineers, have condensed years of research into the space of a few months in learning how such radios should be built. Their work has been little short of amazing. Today, America's armed forces have radios which do get the message through anytime, anywhere. Their work will have an important bearing upon the future, too. The Admiral you buy after the war will be better, more dependable than ever because of what Admiral has learned in building radios that withstand the rough treatment and hazards of invasion. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
Allied planes based in Britain are in full action again. Last night, the RAF made the heaviest raid of the war on Germany. For this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Edward R. Murrow reporting.
This is London. A few days ago, the Germans were predicting that their submarines would soon be at sea again, equipped with new technical devices. Last night, the Royal Air Force went to Hamburg, Germany's largest port and main center of their submarine building industry. The British bombers dropped more than 2,300 tons of bombs. It was the greatest weight of bombs ever dropped in any raid. Their losses were the smallest for any recent big-scale attack. 12 bombers failed to return. Details of the raid have not yet come in, but preliminary reports indicate that results were good. And it's safe to assume that many of the submarines with their new technical devices will not put to sea. The bombs went down at the rate of 50 tons a minute. That means that as many tons of bombs hit Hamburg in 10 minutes as ever struck London in an all-night raid. The whole raid lasted only 50 minutes. And in that time, the weight of bombs was equal to 5 of the heaviest all-night raids ever carried out against this city. The raids here were bad enough. But last night's bombardment of Hamburg was something never before experienced by the people of any city. Yesterday's record raid by American bombers against Norwegian targets is still being discussed. Mr. Peter Maysfield, the air correspondent of the Sunday Times, who has in the past been somewhat critical of precision daylight bombing, writes about our bomber policy today. He has spent several weeks living and flying with our fortress crews, flying practice missions and on operations against the enemy. In his own words, he was greatly impressed. Mr. Maysfield has high praise for the accuracy of our bombing, the adequacy of defense against fighters, and the ability of the fortresses to evade anti-aircraft fire. He is lavish in his praise of the efficiency and enthusiasm of the crews and the way they got on with the men of the RAF. Mr. Maysfield concludes that a formation of about 100 fortresses can penetrate enemy territory for 200 or 300 miles, drop 250 tons of bombs on an individual target, such as a factory, blot it out completely without any but superficial damage to the surrounding areas. And now to CBS New Delhi and the report of Eric Severide.
The capital of this immense and complicated land. Outside, you would hear the small, sharp sound of birds as the convoys carry the last few Indians and foreigners off to their quarters. This is a land of soft nights and brilliant days, of great wealth and frightful poverty, of confident white men and uncertain Indians. Out in these areas, the police are efficient. But this is a morbid country now, and one has the feeling that the mind of India is isolated from the rest of the world. Delhi is like Washington. Part of it an artificial city of wide boulevards and parks, of heat and overcrowding. Like Washington, a city apart from the mainstream of the country's life and work. For both British and Americans, this is a headquarters town. Like Washington, a town where officers are unarmed with a briefcase and a typewriter. Like where our officers in fighting, if they manage to avoid malaria or dysentery. And the British have generously opened their clubs and hotels to American officers. And officer morale is high. This is a period of waiting and preparing. Long wait for the appointment of the officer presumably British, who will be operations commander in the foreign offensive out here. They wait to see if Mahatma Gandhi will, as the paper suggests, begin a new fast on the 9th of August, the anniversary of his arrest last year.
We regret that the report from New Delhi is not quite up to standard. However, we have received a cable report from Eric Severide in India, and he continues with his report in this manner. American officers are happy about the appointment of Auchinleck as commander-in-chief in India. A newcomer here can only say this about politics. The problem of India is a post-war problem. For the present, there will be no change. The newspapers here make headlines of Mr. Elmer Davis's statement in London that Americans are not thinking about India in political terms. It is just possible that one explanation for this, at least in the minds of non-Indian friends, is that in India, unlike all England, political censorship is imposed upon correspondence. That is Eric Severide's cable from New Delhi, India. In Russia, the Red Army continues its drive on the Central Front after beating the German offensive. And now for a report on the morale of the Russian soldier, who has again turned back the enemy, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
In the smoke of this summer's fighting on the Central Front, there has been a strong smell of the Battle of Stalingrad. The same men and many of the troops who defeated von Paulus on the banks of the Volga today are moving forward towards Hitler's fortress of Oran. The Soviet High Command has found a winning combination in 3 generals directing the new Russian offensive. Army General Konstantin Rokossovsky headed the Stalingrad offensive and presumably is chief of the Russian forces in the aerial front. Aiding him are Generals Nikolai Vatutin and Markian Popov, who also supported Rokossovsky in the Volga fighting. We know very little about the personal life of these men, except that all of them are in their 40s and that all of them are as tough as the most hardened infantrymen in the ranks. They are not the best generals. Soldiers in the front line trenches plodding away at Nazi infantrymen on the attack have been patted on the back during a battle. When they turn around, they find a general at their side having a look at the fight, sometimes taking up a rifle himself. There's another soldier who undoubtedly has played a big part in achieving the Russian successes down around Oran and Kursk. He also was reported to have been at Stalingrad for a while. This soldier is Joseph Stalin. It has never been revealed just how much of a hand the Russian Supreme Commander-in-Chief takes in the actual battle. But we do know that Stalin has been on the Central Front during this fighting. His latest order of the day did not have the usual Kremlin address on it. And this is Bill Downs returning you now to CBS in New York.
American flyers in China have given Jap raiders another licking. For this news and a summary of developments on the home front, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
The Navy has released no further news of the Aleutians or the South Pacific. An Army communique from Chungking, however, reports that on Friday, 160 Japanese bombers and fighters attempted unsuccessfully to bomb the two advanced airdromes of General Chennault's 14th American Air Force. P-40s, greatly outnumbered, intercepted the enemy planes and forced most of them to jettison their bombs before reaching their targets. Those which reached their targets were unable to bomb our installations effectively. 10 Zero fighters and 6 Mitsubishi bombers were shot down. 12 more fighters and 7 more bombers were probably destroyed. One of our own planes was destroyed on the ground, and several more were damaged, but all our pilots are reported safe. It was the enemy's biggest air raid ever carried out against American installations in China, and one of the least successful. Vice President Wallace has journeyed to Detroit to deliver a speech this afternoon to local civic and labor organizations. It will be broadcast nationally by radio at 4:30 o'clock. In it, the Vice President will outline a program of mobilization for peace. The President himself is contemplating another fireside chat, the first in almost a year. Though White House sources indicate that it will take the form of a general report on the progress of the war, it will also deal specifically with a new program to combat inflation here at home. Last week, the President said he had been working on a new plan to present to Congress when it reconvenes in September. He said it hadn't been worked out thoroughly yet, but hinted that it would involve the expenditure of money, though not in the form of subsidies. The best guess in Washington is that it will involve the outright government purchase of scarce foods and the resale of such foods to the public at a loss, which, of course, will have to be made good in the form of taxes later on. That the administration is planning a drive to enlist public support for some such program is indicated by a new bulletin of the Office of War Information, which develops the thesis that failure to curb inflation during the last World War was largely responsible for the economic upheavals which followed. The OWI report is based on an independent study made by Wayne Taylor, Under-Secretary of Commerce. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
Out in Pearl Harbor, Marine Lieutenant Sam Logan is convalescing after a personal experience with savage Japanese airmen. For his story of how the Japs tried to kill him after he parachuted from his plane, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Here's a story that'll knock the complacency out of you and maybe make you mad. First Lieutenant Samuel S. Logan, United States Marine Corps fighter pilot of Paola, Kansas, is here at Pearl Harbor convalescing. Will you tell us about it, Lieutenant?
First, I'd like to say hello to my folks and to the folks of my friend, Lieutenant Yorman George of Baird, Texas. I was at Guadalcanal. We got word that a large force of Jap planes were coming down toward Russell Island. We had to scramble and took off. The weather was lousy and I got separated. It was clear over the Russell Islands, but I never did get joined up with the rest.
Why did you run into the Jap planes?
I heard the word passed that Japs were at 26,000. I climbed to 25,000 and saw 3 planes diving, so I nosed over and went after them. Then I saw it was a Warhawk being chased by 2 Zeros. Then something hit me. I think it was a 20 millimeter from another Jap. It knocked off part of my tail and I had to bail out.
How high were you?
About 20,000. I dropped about 1,000 feet and pulled the cord. Then a Jap started making passes on me. I tried to spill the air out of my chute so that I would fall faster. I could see the burst coming out of the guns on his wings as he came at me, but he missed.
What'd you do then?
Nothing much I could do. The Jap went out about a half a mile and came in. The third time, it looked like he was deliberately trying to hit me. I jerked up my legs, but his propeller hit my right foot and cut it off. It also hit my left foot and took off the heel of my shoe and bruised the sole of my foot.
How high were you at this time?
About 15,000. This Jap Zero came at me again, but he missed me. I found out later a New Zealander, Squadron Leader Mike Herrick, in a P-40. He came up and helped me out. He took a pass at the Jap Zero, and the Jap ran for it. Herrick went on in and reported my position.
Well, did it seem long on the way down?
It took about 10 minutes, but it seemed like hours. I inflated my Mae West when I hit the water, and also inflated my one-man life raft. I was about 20 miles from land toward New Georgia. I was pretty weak, but I stayed conscious, put on a tourniquet, and gave myself some morphine. I was worrying about sharks, but I didn't see any.
Well, how were you rescued?
After Herrick reported me, Colonel Clifford, a Marine flyer from Russell's, came out and picked me up in a duck.
Well, you're the first Corsair pilot we've interviewed. How do you like them?
They're the best airplane I've flown and very much superior to the Zero. I hope that when I get back to flying, I can fly Corsairs.
You mean you want to fly in combat some more?
Yes, I do. There are 2 English pilots with both legs off.
Well, there you are, America. That's the kind of men who are fighting this war for you. How do you feel about it? This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to New York.
Allied airmen are hitting the European continent from all sides. For a discussion of the problems this creates for the Germans, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
While the Allied armies closed the Sicilian trap on the still fighting remnants of the Axis forces on that island, Allied air power is striking hard at widely separated points on the outer perimeter of Germany's huge defensive area. Yesterday's dispatches told us about a powerful Allied air raid on the island of Crete, which guards the entrance to the Aegean Sea. Crete has been converted into a strong fortress by the Germans, who are not depending on Italians to hold this key position. They've got their own people in there, and they've got it very strongly fortified. Today we learn of an American raid on Norway, in which the naval base at Trondheim and an aluminum factory near Oslo were the targets. And there was a shuttle raid on the Italian seaport of Leghorn, near the great naval base of La Spezia. And finally, the huge 2,300-ton raid on Hamburg. Meanwhile, on the Russian front, the Germans are making desperate efforts to gain air superiority in the Orel sector, and are said to have thrown in much of their air reserve for the purpose. The difficulties under which the German High Command must labor to meet the conditions imposed upon them by these all-round air attacks can better be imagined than described. But I'll have a shot at it. In the first place, the Germans must not only retain a great part of their fighter force to protect the industrial areas of western Germany against our bombs, but they must also somehow contrive to increase their fighter strength in this part of the world, because the scale of our attacks is rising very rapidly. Only after they've done this can they then allocate any air power for other purposes, especially fighters. Their bombers on the Russian front must undergo heavy losses because of insufficient fighter protection, while it is impossible to give German troops and supply depots adequate fighter cover against the Russian bombers. Yet failure in this respect might mean the loss of Orel, might conceivably, at some future time, mean the collapse of the whole front. Under such conditions, it's understandable that outposts like Norway have to suffer, and also that the Germans can't give proper air support to their garrison on Sicily, because if they did that, they'd have to send air forces in driblets to bases well within the reach of overwhelming Allied air power, which would mean they'd lose heavily without accomplishing anything. Meanwhile, the Luftwaffe must still find long-range fighters to protect their U-boats in the Bay of Biscay, others for the defense of Crete and other outposts, and something must be kept in hand in case of surprise. Add to this the fact that the Italian Air Force is just about folded up, and we begin to see the reason for the headaches from which the German High Command are suffering.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
The post-war products of American industry will be far superior to anything we know today. These are promises which can be kept because science, driven by the necessity of meeting wartime needs, has advanced at a rate far beyond its normal speed. Admiral is turning out equipment for war now which could not possibly have been built 2 years ago. Radio communications equipment, unaffected by heat, cold, humidity, clouds of dust and dirt. Radios that endure the jolts and crashing of trucks and tanks. Other industries have advanced too, many of them closely related to radio. Wood can be impregnated until it will neither scratch nor chip. New ways have been found for using metals. More durable glass is now being manufactured. Synthetic rubber and plastics are common, cheap, and practical. When Admiral builds a new radio for your home after the war, Admiral designers will take advantage of all advances made by science, those of Allied industries as well as those made by radio science itself. For Admiral is determined that your post-war radio will be the finest radio you ever owned, America's smart set. Do you want the cost of living to become higher? Whether it does or not is up to you and every other American. Today, the supply of most luxuries, as well as many necessities, is limited. If everybody with extra dollars to spend goes on a buying spree, prices will skyrocket just like at an auction sale. So buy only what you absolutely need and put your extra dollars into war bonds. Remember, the family that gets along on less now will have more later. More when all necessities and real luxuries are freely obtainable at reasonable prices. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking for Admiral Radio. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The British 8th Army has swept 3/4 of the way around the western slope of Mount Etna and has captured the Axis strongholds of Adrano and Bronte. British reports say the American 7th Army is now within 50 miles of Messina. RAF planes based in Britain have struck a triple blow at North Italy by bombing Milan, Turin, and Genoa. The Russians are advancing steadily in their drives for Kharkov and Bryansk. And from Madrid come unconfirmed reports that Reichsmarshal Goering has become Germany's new strongman as the army takes over. And now, for news direct from the Mediterranean Theater, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
When I landed in Palermo, I bought a German guidebook that trusted me thoroughly in what to see in Sicily, what was ancient, what was picturesque, and what was beautiful. That book wasn't much use to me. The memorable part of the trip wasn't the places I saw, it was the people I met and talked with across the island to Catania. First, the Americans. There was an Italian-speaking soldier from Cambridge, Massachusetts, who with a handful of others was putting the town of Capizzi into shape after the fighting troops had gone through and before the AMGOT staff arrived. To quiet the ears, restore public order, get the concealed Germans out of hiding, and see that people got their daily bread called for plenty of practical common sense with a considerable dash of courage. An infantry soldier from Trenton, New Jersey, named Herman Galbraith, told me how his outfit hung on right under the noses of the Germans in front of Salina, practically surrounded by enemy, and how the night before, wounded in the foot, he had made his way 3.5 miles back to our main position. While I was talking to him in the casualty center, an orderly handed him a nice blue leather case with a Purple Heart on it. But what he really was waiting for was a letter from his wife, Minnie, in the WAC. There was the general in command of an untried division, he said. The Germans thought we were saps enough to stick to the road, but we showed them that we could fight just as well as they can in the hills. And better, he could fairly have added. And his superior general, who said that if all the fresh divisions fought like that, the generals wouldn't have any worries. There was young Colonel Arthur C. Salisbury, commanding a famous pursuit group. A couple of weeks ago, his plane caught on fire over the enemy lines. He drove it as far as he could, and then bailed out, landing just inside the British lines, where they had started brewing a cup of tea for him as soon as they saw the parachute on its way down. Up on Bloody Ridge, after all these years, I ran into a Nazi who admitted that he and Germany were beaten, and I gather that that feeling is on the increase among lots of other German soldiers. I met lots of Italians, too, though in Sicily they think of themselves as Sicilians first and foremost. In their towns and villages, the flamboyant utterances of Mussolini have been plastered all over the public places for more than 20 years without taking root. But the tragedy of it is that nothing else seems to have grown up in its place. A judge in Nicosia told me how he and his fellow judges had wept in their private room when they were told to render judgment in favor of a friend of the Duce's. But they had done. After all, he said, if they hadn't, they would have lost their jobs. Sicily has given a grand welcome to the Allied forces. If Europe is to be like that, we can expect pleasantness and passive cooperation everywhere. But I don't think that Sicily is the real pattern for Europe. Further north and east, we'll find people who have been fighting on our side, many of them actively, for years. They will have lots of positive ideas about their future. The Americans I met in Sicily gave me a feeling of pride. The Sicilians, an amiable people who have not yet had a chance to grow up. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
This is a true story about a general of the Army Air Forces, the heroism of his men, and a radio. Several months ago, flying fortresses were on a mission 400 miles inside Jap-held territory. They sank 2 enemy tankers. Then Jap Zeros attacked, disabling the lead fortress. It made a crash landing. The crew got into rubber boats, paddled for a nearby island as the Japs began machine gunning them. The other fortresses drew away the fire, circled continuously to protect the men in the water. But rescue was out of the question. A flying fortress, you see, is a land-based plane, unable to set down in water. No, rescue wasn't quite out of the question, because flying fortresses are equipped with fine radios, many of them being built by admirals. A message sent by radio brought a Navy PBY flying boat. Every member of the disabled plane's crew was rescued. Among them, one of the Army Air Force's most distinguished fighting generals. Here, unmistakably, is an example of radio's value on the battlefront. Its power to coordinate action, its importance in preserving life. Here, too, is a thrilling story insofar as Admiral and Admiral workers are concerned. For both great Admiral plants are turning out these radios that serve so well, building every sort of radio device that will help bring defeat to the enemy and victory to our own forces. Now, here once again from World Radio is Doug Edwards.
Britain-based bombers have given Italy a fresh idea of the price it must pay for stalling on the peace issue. RAF Lancasters flew over northern Italy last night to pound the cities of Milan, Turin, and Genoa. These 3 targets contain some 2/3 of Italy's industries and their centers of communication for the northern part of the country. Last night's raids are therefore believed to have slowed down what remains of the Italian war effort. Peace demonstrations in these cities have already affected production. The defense of the cities also seems to have weakened. Only 2 planes were lost from the 100 that took part in the attack. In the RAF's previous raid on Turin alone, 13 planes were lost. The British Air Ministry says the attacks revealed the significant fact that the Germans have not reinforced anti-aircraft defenses in northern Italy. The visibility was good over the targets, permitting accurate and concentrated bombing. The Swiss radio says that from the Swiss frontier, enormous fires were seen burning in the Milan area some 30 miles away, and that only toward morning did these fires disappear behind a pall of smoke. The Italian High Command admits that considerable damage was done. It looks as though new air blows may be in the making for another Axis satellite. This time it's Hungary. A shortwave broadcast from London has reminded Hungarian workers of the devastating Allied raids on the Romanian oil center of Ploiești and on the German port of Hamburg. And the Hungarians are warned that they should move away from industrial communication centers in order to save their own lives and those of their families. Last night, Germany's Rhineland felt the sting of RAF mosquito bombers, while nighters hit airfields and rail centers in France. 3 bombers are reported missing from these operations. And today, the air war against Western Europe being carried on by flights of Allied fighter planes, which have been shuttling back and forth across the English Channel. Spanish press dispatches from Berlin report that powers of enormous magnitude have been centered in the hands of Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering. The meeting of leaders and Nazi party chieftains at Adolf Hitler's headquarters, as announced from Berlin yesterday, is considered in Madrid as confirmation of various reports from German and Spanish sources that the German military is taking over the Reich, preparatory to a long war of defense. These reports say a triumvirate composed of Field Marshal Keitel, Chief of the High Command, Admiral Dönitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, and Goering is now the real head of Germany. Keitel and Dönitz are said to represent the armed forces, with Goering acting as a middleman between the military and the Nazi party. German sources in Madrid are quoted as saying by a neutral who cannot be otherwise identified, say the German army considers it necessary to retain the Nazi party headed by Hitler as a facade and is unlikely to risk dissolution of the party or any official announcement of its loss of real power. The Italian example led the German generals who were declared to have taken military direction of the war into their own hands, even before Il Duce fell, to decide that the administrative chaos would be too great should the party be publicly slapped. At last reports, Red Army troops had knifed to within 16 miles of the key German stronghold of Kharkov in Russia. Russian planes are striking behind the lines and already have smashed great stores of Axis supplies and ammunition. Berlin admits that a Soviet spearhead coming in south of Kharkov has penetrated to within 25 miles of the threatened city. To the north, in the offensive which has swept Oran into Russian hands, Soviet forces rapidly are approaching Kharkov, within 25 miles of Bryansk. Moscow dispatches say the Germans are falling back to a new defense line west of the Desna River. Columbia's traveling correspondent, Don Pryor, is standing by in Detroit to introduce two of the workers he met in one of the world's greatest war plants, Giant Willow Run. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Detroit. Don Pryor reporting.
Henry Ford's Willow Run plant is turning out bombers, and plenty of them. That's the big news in Detroit, in a city that strains and bulges at the seams with big news and big problems. Detroit's miracle is still at work, the miracle by which one brawny city became the throbbing symbol of production the world over. And in spite of all the false starts and premature predictions, Willow Run really is one of the major miracles of all. The only way you can really measure its size, understandably, is by the ache in your feet when you follow the production of Liberator bombers all the way to the making of tiny rivets at one end, down the assembly lines to the airfield, and watch them fly away. The Liberator, you know, is one of the finest bombers in the world. They say it will carry a bigger load, farther, faster, and higher than any other now in use. And it's being improved all the time. Here are a couple of people who know. One is a 24-year-old girl, Mildred Ellerholtz. She makes the final inspection on what they call the aft fuselage assembly. How did you happen to start working with airplanes, Mildred?
I've always been crazy about them. I'd rather fly than eat.
Oh, you fly them, too?
Yes, I have about 5 hours in the air already. When I get 25 more, I'm going to go into the Fairman.
Well, what does your job here consist of?
I have to inspect the whole rear section and okay it before it goes on down the line. It's up to me to see that all the parts are properly installed, all the rivets found, everything in perfect shape.
But did you ever fly a Liberator?
No, I've never been in one, but someday I hope to be able to fly one right off the line.
Well, I hope you do. Here's a man who does just that. He's Ralph W. Smith, one of a big staff of Ford test pilots. You've heard of him before. He was a pilot for Admiral Byrd in the Antarctic. Just before the war, he delivered a private plane to Borneo to carry missionaries into the interior.
Incidentally, Don, I played bridge coming back from there with a fellow named Colonel Eisenhower.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He's been doing pretty well lately, hasn't he? But now tell us briefly, Ralph, what the flight department at Willow Run does with these bombers after they come off the line.
Each ship gets at least 3 flights before the Army takes it. First, one of our crews takes it up to the initial flight.
Well, what does that crew consist of?
A pilot, co-pilot, flight engineer, and radio man. They check 81 different items, including the bomb sight, automatic pilot, all the instruments, the radio, and gun turrets. But not the guns themselves. And, of course, they check the general flight characteristics of the ship. When they come down, they make a full report. We call it a squawk report. That goes to all the departments involved, and they make whatever corrections are called for.
Oh, then you fly it again?
That's right. That's the routine shakedown flight. On that flight, we also check the guns, and the crew makes out another full report. After all corrections have been made, we give it the Army acceptance flight.
You mean the Army flies it?
No, the Army has designated certain members of our staff for that job. They accept the ship for the Army.
And then it goes off to war. To England or North Africa, perhaps, or to the South Pacific, to drop its share of bombs on the enemy. There you are. That's the story of Willow Run in a thimble. The big bombers are really rolling off the line and flying away. Not just in dribbles, either. This is Don Pryor in Detroit, returning you to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
For Washington reaction on the reports of changes in the German government, and for news of other developments here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
There's been no official reaction here as yet to the Spanish reports that the German government has been reorganized under Marshal Goering as chief of state, with Marshal Keitel and Admiral Dönitz as his aides. It's still not clear whether Hitler has really been kicked upstairs. The State Department is following its usual policy of wait and see. Cordell Hull had no comment to make when I called his office this afternoon. Observers in Washington, however, point out that militarization of the Nazi regime has not been entirely unexpected. They view it as the logical consequence of the collapse of Italy and the waning prestige of fascism throughout Europe. German army leaders, it said, have always taken the view that when the time came, it would be necessary for the army to take control of the state in order to prevent an internal collapse in Germany. This is what now appears to have happened.
control of foreign affairs, propaganda, and even of rationing are said to have been taken over by the German army. The Nazi Party will not be disbanded, however, it's reported, for fear that chaos would result, as it has in Italy. And Hitler remains in nominal control, it said, though he's believed to have been divested of most of his authority. Norman Armour, our ambassador to Argentina, has let it be known that he's returning to the United States in protest against the continued pro-German policy of the Ramirez government. The State Department's made no mention of the reasons for Mr. Armour's recall, but it's understood in Washington that in return for American recognition of his government 2 months ago, General Ramirez promised to break his ties with Germany and gradually bring Argentina over to the side of the Allies. Instead, he's been moving in the opposite direction. Argentina is now closer to fascism than she was even under Ramon Castillo. The Ramirez government is setting up fascist controls over American and British industry, and reports reaching Washington indicate that our businessmen in Buenos Aires have made strong protests with the State Department. Here at home, the War Production Board has announced that though we produced 7,373 planes during July, we fell short of our quota by 627. I return you now to New York.
Next, we're going to hear from a Marine sergeant gunner who turned down an offer of $1,000 for his tail gunner's seat on a bomber sent to raid the Japs. For his story, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
Here's a 19-year-old Marine sergeant gunner who turned down an offer of $1,000 cash for his seat at the tail gun of an Army B-24 Liberator bomber in the recent Wake Island raid. He had the hope that he'd get a zero. He did. He's Sergeant William C. Campbell of Denver, Colorado, whose parents now live at 3210 Cross Road, Louisville, Kentucky. Will you tell us about it, Sergeant?
Well, the Army was going to bomb Wake Island, and one of the tail gunners came down with appendicitis. They called for volunteers from the Marine gunners, and every one of us volunteered. So we put all the names in the hat, shook it up, and I was the lucky one. Right away, everybody started asking me if they could take my place. And when I said no, they said they would put up money and shoot dice with me, but I didn't want to do it. Then one Marine officer, Captain Bellier, offered me $1,000 cash if I would let him go in my place, but I didn't want to take it.
Well, $1,000 is a lot of money, Sergeant.
Yeah, I know it is, but I wanted to make the trip.
Well, tell us about the raid.
Well, about 30 Jap Zeros were in the air. One of them hit our controls and was veered out by herself, away from our formation. As soon as we got apart, all the Zeros seemed to come with us. They were all colors, solid red, yellow, silver, green, and blue. Our plane got credit for 3 of them.
What about the one you got?
One of them came towards our tail, but he kept away. Others were twice by from the front, and I think I hit a couple of them, but I didn't see them go down. Then I heard on the phones that another was coming to get ready. I heard the firing up front, and I saw him at my left. I started firing and could see my traces going into him. I kept on firing bursts. He blew up, and I could feel the vibration as he went to pieces in all directions.
Were you glad you didn't take the $1,000 for your place?
I sure was. This is my first combat experience, and I felt good about it.
Sergeant William C. Campbell, Marine gunner who flew in an emergency as tail gunner in an Army bomber in the recent Wake Island raid, has been decorated with the Air Medal for setting a splendid example for all members of the armed forces of the United States for extreme devotion to duty and complete disregard for personal danger. Good luck to you, Sergeant Campbell. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to New York.
We've heard a lot about the training of our soldiers and about their experiences on the battlefronts. Today, Bill Slocum, Jr. is waiting here in our New York studio to interview a guest who will lift the blackout on a soldier's experiences from completion of his training to the time he's at sea en route to the front. Here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
On a sultry, moonless night not too long ago, I watched thousands of my countrymen go through what must have been one of the toughest nights of their lives. They went through it to a man, without heroics, without tears. They went through it with a simple dignity and pride that fairly shouted their complete and utter dislike of the job they have to do, and their complete determination to do it as well as they could, up to and including contributing their lives to the successful conclusion of their mission. They were leaving the United States. They were bent under the weight of barracks bags and rifles. They were American soldiers boarding a transport. Their eyes were not the eyes of heroes gladly going off to war. They were the eyes of nice, decent kids who were leaving home and didn't like it. And their chins weren't jutting in any heroic and devil-may-care angle. but their eyes were clear and knowing and without any trace of fear, and their chins were firm. They were leaving from the New York port of embarkation. As they neared the gangplank, a checker called their last name. Each soldier answered his last name by calling out his first name. Then he had said the last thing he would say in this country for a long time. Later, we talked to the man in charge of the entire operation, Major General Homer Groninger, who wears the Transportation Corps insignia. General Groninger is all Army, stiff and straight, immaculate and precise. But when he told us how he ran his embarkations, the brass hats slowly disappeared, and there emerged a nice gray-haired gentleman who wore 2 stars on his shoulders as though they had been put there by an act of Congress and not by an act of God. I figured if I were somebody's father and I heard how General Groninger runs his embarkations, I would feel a lot better. So I asked the general to come over today and tell this coast-to-coast audience what he told us. General Groninger.
The United States Army knows when your boy climbs aboard a troop ship, he is a serious lad. We know he's not afraid, but he is going away from home. First, while he is awaiting shipment in the staging area, we train him in the technique of boarding trains and ships. While he is there, everything is done to relieve his anxiety and to maintain his morale. Chaplains and special service officers work together to provide recreation, physical exercise, and spiritual comfort. As for the actual embarkation, it is a smooth and efficient business. When he gets to the train and again at the pier, he hears band music, good band music, carefully chosen. We don't play I'm Nobody's Sweetheart Now or Who Stole My Gal. We play the Beer Barrel Polka, the Army Air Corps song, and the Transportation Corps song and things of that sort. The Red Cross, God bless them, never miss. Coffee in winter, lemonade in summer, and sandwiches, donuts, and fruit. I've watched thousands of your sons, and not a few of your daughters sail away. Yes, thousands upon thousands. I've seen paratroopers and armored division men swagger aboard. I've seen infantrymen go up singing, aviators telling jokes. I've seen many who said nothing, but I've never seen one who was scared. We and all the Transportation Corps are charged with this one job, putting healthy, confident American fighting men aboard the ships which take them to the front.
Thank you, General Homer Groninger, Commanding General, New York Port of Embarkation. Now back to Doug Edwards.
And here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
Every American is aware that great scientific and industrial advances have been made during the past 2 years. Advances especially apparent at the Admiral plants where new modern radio instruments roll off the assembly lines, go out to perform unbelievable tasks on the field of battle. Radio communications equipment, which gets the message through while being subjected to the jolting, the oil, dust, dirt, and heat of a tank. Radio locating devices with an uncanny ability to put the finger on enemy planes and ships. Radio altimeters which warn a pilot as his plane approaches unseen projections. These Admiral-built products are possible because of the amazing advances made by radio science. When victory has been won, Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, will build the new Admiral radio, a radio which, by incorporating many of these outstanding wartime advances, will set the pace for years to come.
Attention men and women of Chicago, your country needs you. Help build vital communication equipment for our frontline fighters as the great Admiral plants in Chicago. The work is easy and interesting. No experience is necessary, and you'll be paid while learning. The factories are modern with the latest type machinery as well as company cafeterias for your convenience. Simply go to the employment office of the Admiral plant at 4150 North Knox Avenue by taking a Montrose streetcar to 4600 West. Or take the Armitage Avenue car to the Admiral plant at 3815 Armitage. If you forget these addresses, just look up Continental Radio and Television Corporation in the phone book. Get into radio now, the modern business with a great future. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Continental Radio and Television Corporation brings you World News Today, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Prime Minister Churchill has returned to Quebec after a preliminary meeting with President Roosevelt here in the United States. The full-dress war conference will take place in Canada probably early this week. On the battlefronts, American troops have advanced 14 miles eastward in Sicily with enemy rear guards in retreat toward Messina. The RAF has bombed Milan and Berlin again, while American planes hit German airfields in France. In Russia, the Germans have moved up reinforcements, but the Red Army continues its advance all along the line. And now for more news, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS Algiers. Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
No fresh news has come in during the day to change this morning's picture, which had the American 7th Army at Oliveri on the north coast of Sicily and the British 8th Army at Fiumicreddo on the east coast. Quentin Reynolds of Colliers is just back from there from 3 weeks in Sicily. We'd like to hear how it looked to you, Quint.
Back in 1860, Garibaldi landed in Marsala on the eastern coast of Sicily. He was greeted with cries of joy from the people of the island. He had come, he said, to liberate Sicily, and his campaign was quite successful. Now, 83 years later, the armies of Britain, America, and Canada have again liberated Sicily. When we entered Sicily, we knew who our enemies were. We knew that the crack Hermann Goering Division was there. We knew that the magnificent 29th Panzer Division, composed of troops which had fought in Russia and in Africa, was firmly entrenched in the hills of Sicily. We knew our enemies, but we didn't know that we would also find friends. The reception given us by the civilian population of Sicily was unexpected and, of course, very welcome. Only the Germans, the fleas, and the flies opposed us. These were formidable enemies, for the Germans had orders to fight until they died. They did. And the fleas and the flies, without any orders from either the Fuhrer or Old Dutch, fought our Allied troops 24 hours a day. But the civilians greeted our men just as they greeted Garibaldi 83 years ago. This was true even in cities which our airmen had bombed heavily, cities like Palermo, or that same Marsala where Garibaldi landed once upon a time. It puzzled you until you talked to the people, and then you realized that for 24 years, these people of Sicily had been suffering badly under the yoke of Italian fascism, and that they themselves had never been fascists. They had been forced to accept the responsibility of being citizens of Rome without ever having been granted the privileges or benefits of such citizenship. Rome always appointed the governors of the 9 provinces of Sicily. These governors received very nominal salaries, but they were permitted to feather their own nests, and they did a fine job of feathering. They sold all local offices to the highest bidders, and they levied taxes on anything in sight. Sicily was always the stepchild of Rome. When war came, Sicily's male population was drafted against its will. During the past few weeks, I have been all over Sicily, and never once did I ever see an unfriendly act or even an unfriendly glance directed toward our troops by anyone except the Germans, the fleas, and the flies. And now that we quite definitely have the Germans on the run, it won't be long before we have exterminated the rest of the vermin who still infest the island. Many of you listening tonight have friends and relatives in the 7th Army now in Sicily. I have seen them fight and been with them, and I can only say that it is a very great privilege to have been associated with these fighting men of ours, even in the minor capacity of a war correspondent. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Next time you visit your neighborhood movie and see a newsreel, watch for scenes picturing big guns of the United States artillery. Note the tremendous power developed by these guns as shattering explosions fling projectiles toward targets velocities of almost a mile a second. Note also the tremendous power of the recoil, the kick, enough to smash through an armored tank if it stood in the way. Here, in the shattering explosion and recoil, is proof of admiral superiority. For only inches away from the recoiling breech is radio equipment built by Admiral. Tough radio equipment, which stands beside this bucking giant, is enveloped by acrid fumes of gunpowder, seared by heat, yet gets the message through to the gun crew with the same efficiency it would have while resting on a table in an air-conditioned room. The new skills, the new techniques and production methods, the research necessary to turn out tough Admiral-built radios for war will be adapted to peacetime production, to the building of Admiral radios for the American home after the war. They guarantee the post-war Admiral will be a step ahead, America's smart set, during the coming age of electronics. Now here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
Columbia's traveling correspondent Don Pryor has reached the Rocky Mountain states on his tour of the nation. For his account of what he has seen there of America at war, Admiral Radio takes you to Salt Lake City. Don Pryor reporting.
This is a hard country. It's made of rock and sand, violent rock that rises up to 13,000 feet, and now and then over the geologic years crashes and booms and shakes the earth. Yet it's a beautiful country. The Mormons call it the New Zion. The Mormons fit this country. They've been strong and steadfast. Out of this rock and sand, they have created a civilization, and their tools have been nothing but faith and courage. But it's a limited civilization, agriculture and mining and business. They've never made things here as they have in the East. They've taken copper from the mountains and smelted it and shipped it east, and the East has fabricated it and shipped it back to the West again. And so with many things. But the war is changing this, and that is the big news in the West today. 40 miles south of here, the United States Steel Corporation is building a miniature Pittsburgh, a big steel mill for the government. It represents the largest single appropriation for defense plant construction in the war, $180 million. Compared with Gary, Indiana, that's just a drop in the bucket. But out here in the West, it means a new life, a new trend, a new promise. While the war lasts, this steel will be used for ships. But the people here are looking beyond that, to the day when steel will be needed for the purposes of peace, all over a peaceful Pacific. They tell me that there's enough iron in the mountains here to last at least 50 years, and coal to spare, not to mention a dozen other minerals. The West is confident of the future and of its place in the future. But what of the war? To tell the truth, the war seems far away and very unreal. It's not that people here are unconcerned about it. Many have sons or brothers in the services overseas, and they know. But there is a difference. There's no dim out. Gas rationing is extremely generous. You see men and materials on the move, but you don't see harbors filled with ships and ships filled with men and guns sailing off in the night. All that makes a difference. But beyond that, these people are just about the same as other Americans. They buy just as many war bonds. Their production record is just as good. It probably isn't the fault of the people that the war is, in fact, a very good thing financially for most of them, or at least for the present. But money in the pocket does contribute to a sense of well-being. Nearly everybody is better off now than he was before the war, and nearly everybody likes it that way. There are some complaints, especially through the Midwest farming states. I talked to farmers in Illinois, Kansas, and Nebraska. There may be some who feel differently about it, but the ones I saw hated the OPA and all its works. Grain prices have been allowed to rise, not high enough to suit the grain raisers, but much too high to satisfy the cattlemen, who are caught in the middle between high costs and low prices. Farmers are also hopping mad about the War Manpower Commission, which has allowed their boys to be drafted and their farm hands to follow the lure of high wages in defense plants. They are so mad about it, they are about to explode. And just now they are busy telling it to their congressmen. Listen for the noise when Congress reconvenes next month. This is Don Pryor in Salt Lake City, returning you to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Allied bombers have again carried the war to both ends of the axis. For a report on this phase of the news and other developments in Britain, Admiral Radio takes you to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
London does not yet recognize Rome as an open city, and Rome Radio has agreed that it takes both sides to declare a city open. It's understood here that President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill will soon decide what requirements will be demanded and what guarantees will be necessary before the Allies give the nod. Their decision will have great bearing on future history, for no city before has ever been declared open and undefended unless it was almost under the guns of an invader. Air bombing alone prompted this unprecedented decision by the Italians. And since Germany might conceivably declare Berlin an open city, too, if she thought she could get away with it, the Allied command is apparently in no hurry to set up history-making precedents until we see just how we can take advantage of an undefended Rome. If the Badoglio government agrees to accept our conditions, some quarters in London believe that it might be possible for our troops to make a parachute and airborne landing and occupy the Italian capital forthwith. However, it's still a question here whether the Germans would agree to the Badoglio government accepting our terms. There have been unconfirmed rumors reaching London that Rome is already garrisoned by a German division. London itself is enjoying its usual quiet Sunday. Piccadilly and Leicester Square are crowded with American doughboys out sightseeing or taking their girls to the movies. The varicolored uniforms of many nations pepper the long line in front of that old favorite, Gone with the Wind, now in its fourth year. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Here in our New York studios to discuss the German evacuation of Sicily is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The German position on the northeast peninsula of Sicily seems to be disintegrating. It's not hard to understand why. The Germans are reported withdrawing in considerable numbers across the Strait of Messina to the Italian mainland under the protection of very powerful anti-aircraft concentrations on both sides of the strait. Thus, the fighting power of the rear guards, left to contest the twin advance of the British along the east coastal road and the Americans on the north coast, must be rapidly dwindling. The minds of the officers and men of these forces left behind must be turning more and more to saving themselves by getting to Messina while the escape ferries are still operating. As the Allied forces approach Messina, the peninsula narrows to a point. On both sides of this diminishing triangle, Allied naval forces are operating. The narrower the triangle gets, the more of its area comes within the reach of effective naval gunfire. And as to Messina itself, as the two forces converge on that city, each is likely to cut off the retreat of the German rearguard defending against the other. In the center, between the coastal roads, resistance apparently collapsed with the fall of Randazzo, which means that there's now no direct communication between the two parts of the German rearguard, except by way of Messina itself. The chances appear good for the capture of a considerable part of the German force on the Sicilian side of the strait, together with a good deal of the anti-aircraft material. While much of the anti-aircraft power may be German, which is suggested by the efficiency with which it is working, there are also suggestions that some of it may be Italian. These suggestions arise from the very low rate of loss sustained by recent Allied bombing raids on northern Italy. If the Germans have indeed stripped such great Italian cities as Milan and Turin of their defenses for the purpose of protecting the evacuation of the German troops from Sicily, this will hardly be a contribution to good feeling between the Italians and Germans in the crucial hours to come. Meanwhile, the last scene of the last act seems drawing toward its final curtain in Sicily, only 5 weeks after the first landings on that island were effected by the American and British forces under General Eisenhower's command.
That was Major George Fielding Elliott. The eyes of the United Nations and the Axis, too, are on Quebec, where President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill will confer this week. Admiral Radio now takes you to Quebec. John Fisher of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation reporting.
Quebec is famous for many things. One of them is the huge green-turreted Chateau Frontenac Hotel, which sits on the rock of Quebec high above the St. Lawrence River. In the 670 rooms of this mammoth chateau is more braid, brass, and military brains than has ever been assembled before under one roof. Staff talks have been going on for nearly a week. What has been said and done may affect the lives of millions of fighting men. But that's inside the chateau. Outside, we don't know the score. We can only guess. And Quebec is full of correspondents who spend most of their time speculating. The admirals, generals, and air marshals leave the outside context to the big chiefs, Roosevelt, Churchill, and King. So far, they haven't been here, with the exception of Mr. King, the host. But a few hours ago, Prime Minister Churchill arrived at Quebec direct from the United States. He gave the usual victory salute, but I noticed he was wearing a victory smile. He looked very happy. And this is merely a little gossip piece, but Mrs. Churchill wasn't there when the train arrived. She and Prime Minister King dashed up several minutes late, looking very embarrassed at holding up the ceremony. Mr. Churchill chided them, told correspondents he found the weather agreeable in the United States, and then dashed off. Daughter Mary was with him, dressed in her Army uniform. But we expect tomorrow or next day, the public will be let in on the secret of what this Quebec conference is going to deal with. President Roosevelt is due shortly. A lot of people thought he was here the other day because of a little black dog that looked like Falla. He insisted on sitting in the center of the hotel lobby, and nearly everyone paid homage to him. They thought it was Falla, but it turned out to be the manager's dog. This is John Fisher of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation returning you to New York and Doug Edwards.
For news of the war against the Japanese, Admiral Radio takes you after a brief pause across the Pacific to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
The war in the Pacific may not seem so spectacular as the roaring news of Europe this weekend. Be assured it continues as relentlessly as ever. Day in, day out, there's no tougher fighting in the world than out here where this war started for this nation and where most observers believe it finally will end. Along the present front are no vast cities like Rome and Hamburg and Berlin to be bombed, no great industrial centers to be crippled, no Ordeal to smash, no Kharkov to be encircled. The objectives between us and the road to Tokyo have names like Salamaua, Bairoko, Wewak, Rabaul, and Kahili, places you never heard of until one day they became key points in a tremendous conflict. The approach to each is from the sea. This, thus, is the world's great naval battleground, a constant jockeying of ships and task forces and patrols to attack, defend, to maintain pressure, and to carry on the vital service of supply. The precious airfields on the Pacific Islands, those the Jap still holds and those we have wrested from him, are important because they are bases for planes that are a threat to naval forces. They cannot be bypassed. They must be captured or neutralized. Whether we strike from the southwest or through the East Indies or from the north, the conquest of Japan will be through naval surface and air support. And that is why most men I have talked with out here are convinced that somehow, somewhere, the great sea battle of all time may be fought between the United States and the Japanese. Destruction or even serious crippling of the Jap Navy would leave the Jap sprawling empire in a serious predicament for supplies, both for their troops and for the replenishment of their munitions and aircraft. Admiral Nimitz has said, we have enough new power in the Pacific to retain the initiative. I believe every man in the Pacific Fleet is convinced that this war could be speeded toward its end by a great naval battle in the Pacific. The fleet is eager for it. The Japanese may not be so eager. The big scrap will be a vast operation with battleships, aircraft carriers, great numbers of airplanes, and attending cruisers, destroyers, and submarines over a wide battle area covering thousands of miles. Meanwhile, the war of attrition continues, the softening up of Jap bases and aerodromes by our superior air strength and the hard fighting through the jungle by our ground forces. The news may not be as spectacular from the Pacific today as it is from Europe, but be assured that America's meanest fight is going on out here. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. I return you to New York.
For the Washington view of this week's Roosevelt-Churchill talks and for other news here at home, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
You've already heard from Quebec about Mr. Churchill's preliminary conference with Mr. Roosevelt somewhere in the United States. There isn't much to add from Washington except to say that now Anthony Eden is to take part in the conference, it's assumed that Cordell Hull will accompany the president on his journey to Quebec. When that will be, however, is still being kept a secret. At last reports, Mr. Hull was still in Washington. Yesterday, he conferred with Norman Armour, who's been recalled from his post as ambassador to Argentina. In diplomatic circles here, it's not expected that Mr. Armour will return to Buenos Aires, if at all, until the Ramirez government gives up its current dalliance with fascism and decides to live up to its promises, continually unfulfilled, of cooperating with the United Nations. What Mr. Armour's new job will be has yet to be announced. That he will succeed Sumner Welles as Secretary of State, however, as Undersecretary of State, however, has been officially denied. The War Manpower Commission last night revealed the full details of its new policy of work or fight. Under the new system, no eligible father will be excused from his obligation to contribute toward winning the war. But if he doesn't want to be drafted, all he has to do is to take an essential job in war industry, and he'll be indefinitely deferred. The Manpower Commission has published a list of 149 critical occupations where workers are badly needed. Anybody who enters such an occupation between now and October 1st will be excused from military service. If he doesn't, however, and his present occupation is regarded as non-essential, he'll be eligible for the draft unless deferred for reasons of age or health. The Work or Fight program is the administration's final attempt to solve the manpower problem by means of persuasion. If it doesn't produce results, the president's expected to ask Congress for a labor draft law. As for the gasoline problem, the latest report is that A rations in the East are to be increased to exactly 2 gallons a week. OPA will make an announcement on the subject sometime tonight. I return you now to New York.
Bill Downs, Columbia's correspondent in Moscow, reports by cable that the German High Command ordered counterattacks on 3 active Russian fronts today, but front dispatches say they all failed. The German position at Kharkov appears hopeless. Fighting continues in the swamps around Karachev on the Bryansk front, and the Russians report a steady advance in their new offensive from Spaz-Demensk. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from our sponsor.
In 20 years, radio has become a necessity in every American home. But it's even more of a necessity on the field of battle. Radio has probably played an important part in every battle action which has been described in this Admiral broadcast. Today, both great Admiral plants are working at full speed, turning out many kinds of radio equipment to help meet the requirements of our fighting men. The need for radios on the home front, therefore, can be met only by taking proper care of all home sets now in operation. Treat your radio as the precious, irreplaceable instrument it is. When service is wanted, call your Admiral dealer. With full assurance, he is doing everything in his power to keep all radios, regardless of make, operating at peak efficiency. After the war, Admiral will resume production as the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Will adapt the wartime advances of science and industry to the peacetime production of America's smart set.
Attention, men and women of Chicago. Your country needs you. Help build vital communication equipment for our frontline fighters at the great Admiral plants in Chicago. The work is easy and interesting. No experience is necessary, and you'll be paid while learning. The factories are modern with the latest type machinery as well as company cafeterias for your convenience. Simply go to the employment office of the Admiral plant at 4150 North Knox Avenue by taking a Montrose streetcar to 4600 West. Or take the Armitage Avenue car to the Admiral plant at 3815 Armitage. Get into radio now, the modern business with a great future. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Continental Radio and Television Corporation brings you World News Today, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
The Germans have put Denmark under martial law today, but resistance continues and Danish naval forces have scuttled most of their fleet. This revolt and the death of King Boris of Bulgaria menaced two widespread flanks of Germany's European fortress. Reports from Madrid say the Germans have forbidden Berliners to leave their homes during the night in an effort to stop the mass exodus to safety outside the city. Russia reports continued success in all sectors of the Soviet offensive line. Now, for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. John Daly reporting.
The Northwest African Air Force yesterday continued the blitz on Axis communications in southern Italy. Flying fortresses blasted Terni, 45 miles north of Rome. Medium bombers hit the railroad concentrations at Aversa and Cancello near Naples. And a strong mixture of light, medium, and fighter bombers dropped the heaviest load of bombs since the end of the Tunisian campaign in attacks ranging over a toe and instep of Italy, with particular emphasis on Catanzaro and Lamezia. Enemy fighter resistance was strong in central Italy. Of a total of some 80 Axis planes that tried to intercept over Terni, Aversa, and Cancello, 20 were shot down. In the operations over the toe and instep, enemy fighters offered resistance only over Lamezia. Spitfire shot down 4 of them. The Axis lost another 6 fighters in Sardinia when a force of 10 jumped Allied P-40 fighter bombers attacking industrial targets. For the heavy toll of Axis fighters taken in these operations, we lost 8 planes. As I write this report in the press room here at Allied Force Headquarters, the maps on which we followed the campaign of Sicily are being taken off the wall. In Sicily, so recently a battleground, the people are learning what democracy means under the indulgent instruction of the Allied military government. Sicilians are a bit surprised at an Allied-sponsored newspaper, Free Sicily, which criticizes friend and foe alike. They're not used to freedom of the press. I stood in a provincial courtroom while the battle for Sicily still raged and heard a British judge roundly cheered because he released a poor peasant picked up by the local police for gathering in some worthless Axis junk left after a battle. They're not used to justice either. A real hero of the Allied military government in Sicily, as far as the Sicilians go, is Private Giuseppe Adami of the United States Army. He has played the violin for Toscanini, toured Europe in concerts, appeared in Boston and Chicago and at the Metropolitan in New York. He is now assigned to civilian relief and is in charge of the bread lines in Sicily. He is firm and fair with the hungry Sicilians. He has a little trouble with women who simulate pregnancy to get to the head of the bread line by putting pillows under their dresses, but he settles all problems with dispatch. Thousands of Sicilians who can't read newspapers and thus learn what we stand for and what we're fighting for find all the answers in Private Adami. They have given him the honorary title of Professore, and when he appears, the cheers thunder out for the professor, for America, and for Farina. Now back to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
You've all seen pictures of the famous rubber boat that American ingenuity has provided to save the lives of our boys forced down at sea. One of the most precious pieces of equipment that goes into these boats is a little box with a crank handle on the top, a portable radio that can mean the difference between life and death. An antenna held aloft by a box kite, current generated by a twist of the crank handle, and an SOS brings one of the renowned Navy flying boats to the rescue. A crew of American boys has been saved to carry death and destruction to our enemies on other vital missions. Here is another example of the many dramatic roles radio is playing in the present war. It is typical of the many types of equipment now being turned out at top speed in the great Admiral plants exclusively for our armed services. Admiral engineers and research technicians are concentrating on the one problem of making the delicate, precise, yet sturdy and dependable instruments needed to win this war. And the post-war admiral to grace your home will also bear the stamp of the skills that are now going into these grim weapons of war. The post-war admiral that will once more be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
In London, there's considerable speculation about the latest German move in the occupied countries, the clamping down of martial law on Denmark. Now, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Larry Lasser reporting.
There's trouble a couple of 100 miles away from here in Denmark. The Germans show no signs of relaxing the martial law they clamped on this corner of Fortress Europe at dawn this morning. This straining at their chains by the Danes may have far-reaching effects. there are those in London who are not without hope that this may be the spark that sets the whole of Europe afire against its German oppressors. The immediate reasons for the Danish revolt are not altogether clear. The leader of the Free Danes in London, Christmas Muller, who escaped across the North Sea to England a year ago, says that the Danes are resisting the Nazi effort to impose German law in Denmark. But other observers here point out that since the cancellation of the German military right-of-way across Sweden, the Germans have been forced to detour their military traffic to Norway through Denmark. If British parachutists have been partly responsible for the wave of sabotage which swept across Denmark, there has been no disposition on the part of British military authorities to acknowledge this. It would naturally be a military secret. The rumors that the Germans have arrested King Christian cannot be confirmed here, but it's believed that a general strike has broken out in Denmark. The German military decree has prohibited all strikes. Anyone starting one will be punished, probably by death. It's interesting to remember that when she was free, Denmark abolished the death penalty years ago. Sweden has canceled the 2 train ferries that run regularly across to Denmark, and all Swedish telegraph and telephone communications have been cut off. England was unusually quiet today. Last night, the Royal Air Force stayed at home, and there have been no reports of any air activity across the Channel today. Here's one small item that I can report for the benefit of those who like good luck charms. When Lord Louis Mountbatten goes to the Far East as Allied Supreme Commander in Southeast Asia, he'll take a mascot with him. It's the small enameled figure of a naval signalman with his arms extended in the semaphore signal V for victory. It's been on the radiator cap of Mountbatten's car ever since he became Chief of Combined Operations. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Red Army forces advancing on Poltava, the big German rail and supply center 77 miles southwest of Kharkov, have driven across an important river barrier and smashed the enemy's defenses. Moscow dispatches don't say what river has been crossed, but it's possible it's the Psol, which runs parallel to the Vorskla, along which one Soviet column is advancing on Poltava. Yesterday, the Russians reached the east bank of the Psol by passing Poltava on the north. Both west and south of Kharkov, the Soviets are driving forward, their rate slowed only by dense minefields and roads and bridges which the Germans are demolishing as they retreat. Moscow says the fighting in this area is assuming a highly mobile character, with swift-moving Soviet mechanized units taking one enemy strong point after another. Frontline dispatches also report good progress in the hilly area of the Donetsk Basin southwest of Voroshilivgrad. On the Svesk-Bryansk sector north of Kharkov, the Russians are reported to have reached a point some 15 miles from the important Bryansk-Konotop-Kiev Railroad. Now here in our New York studios to discuss the fighting on the Russian front is Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Russians appear to be applying the lessons which they learned at considerable cost in the last phases of their great winter counteroffensive last February. Then, as now, they held Kharkov and Belgorod. Then, as now, they drove southwestward from those fortresses to cut the communications of the German army down in the great semicircle of the Donetsk Basin. They came within an ace of success, only to be thwarted at the last moment by a violent German counterattack driving eastward from Poltava. When this German blow fell, the Russians were within a few miles of the last railway junction controlling the communications of the German Donetsk army. This time, the Russians appear to be in greater force and to be better consolidated. Moreover, they are striking for Poltava first, in a great swinging arc pivoting on Kharkov, and smashing across the rivers Vorskla and Psel to drive southward to the Dnieper behind Poltava. Once Poltava is in Russian hands and firmly held, it will block the route which the German counterattack of last winter took, and will thus protect the flank of those other Russian armies which can then proceed with the reduction of the rail junctions between the Dnieper and the Donetsk. Before this happens, the German troops must either be out of the Donetsk Basin or be trapped there. There are some signs that the Germans have this time chosen to withdraw rather than to try a counterattack, for which, in the light of the situation elsewhere in Europe, they may not wish to spare the reserves. Latest reports from Russia speak of extensive German minefields, and destruction of bridges and roads, all of which are measures, especially the minefields, which the Germans found very useful in protecting retreats in Tunisia and in Sicily. Also, the Russians report their troops in the area of Boroshilovgrad, far down in the depth of the Donetsk Basin, as advancing. The Germans may have determined at last to take the step which has so long seemed inevitable in view of the Russian situation, to withdraw in Russia to a shorter and more easily defended front where they can stand and still release some reserves from the Russian front for use elsewhere.
That was Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott. In the Southwest Pacific, General MacArthur's flyers are still hammering Japanese bases. On the Central Solomons Land front, Allied forces are getting set for new blows. But for the story in the Lower Pacific, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
The fall of Barrow Cove, last Japanese outpost on New Georgia Island, has now put the pressure on the island of Kolombangara from two sides. There's a Jap aerodrome at Vila, some 10 miles across the Kula Gulf from Barrow Cove. Watch for a systematic pounding of this aerodrome. Two things have been worthy of special note in the Solomons. First is the excellent use made of American artillery in cleaning up Jap points of resistance, first at Munda and now at Barrow Cove. Teamwork by American artillery and Air Force bombing gave the Japs no rest. The second development of great interest is the continuation of the bypass method of occupying islands. It happened first up north in the Aleutians, you'll recall, when the Americans bypassed Kiska to occupy Attu, thus squeezing Kiska between two pressures, pounding the island 106 times by air and 15 times by surface warships, until Kiska was abandoned by the Japs. This same bypass of Kolombangara to occupy Vela Island puts the Japs in the same fix there at Kolombangara that they were in Kiska, except they have no Aleutian fog in which to escape. There's a chance the Jap Navy might send a force down to aid Kolombangara, but it's a slim one. The Jap Navy has very likely left the Army to its fate down there. If they do decide to send some warships down, the United States fleet is already smacking its lips over the prospect. And so our side is now threatening the Jap with a three-pronged offensive along the great arc of the Pacific Front. From the north, there's a strong threat toward Paramushiro, the Kuril Islands, and Japan itself. Our Solomons forces threaten the Jap toward Rabaul, perhaps even further north if we keep up the leapfrog method of bypassing Jap-held islands there. The New Guinea forces threaten both Rabaul and the East Indies areas. Expect more action very soon. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. I return you now to New York.
Madrid is one of the few neutral capitals in Europe. It's the receiving point for both Allied and Axis reports. And so for a cross-section of the latest news as viewed in Spain, Admiral Radio takes you back across the Atlantic to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
Here in Madrid, August is hot physically and cool politically. So General Franco, his ministers, and the diplomats have been passing the month on the northern shore. But we who remained have been kept busy by stories of growing unrest and jitteriness that have flooded in from Germany and the occupied country. Italy, of course, is considered as pretty much out of the picture, except as a battleground. The other day I watched a German plane come in from Berlin, over an hour late. Neutral passengers told of the terrific damage there. They said that at least 5,000 were killed in last Monday night's raid alone, that some even committed suicide rather than face another horrible night. Each evening, thousands fight to reach comparative safety in the open country. A trip which normally required half an hour now takes nearly 3 because of disrupted transportation. At night, the right capsule is virtually a ghost town. Thoughts of 1918 are vivid. Huge new posters on each street corner threaten the death penalty for looting. The Spanish correspondent reports that when Germans meet, they ask cheerfully, "What next?" And when they part, they no longer say, "Auf Wiedersehen," until we meet again, but will we meet again? Far southward in Greece, the situation is no worse, according to a letter received in Madrid. The writer said that about 1/5 of the population, or nearly 1.5 million, have died of an unnatural death in the past 2.5 years. In Paris, police admit they are powerless to control the seething resistance movement. Despite Farhanstead's troops and Lazar's police, hundreds of troops are prepared for the day. That day of invasion holds a spotlight of interest in Spain also. Most everyone no longer has any illusions about the outcome of the war. A small but indicative sign of the times is found in the language schools here. English, until recently third place in popularity, has risen to first over French and German. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Doug Edwards in New York.
Back in this country, Bill Slocum Jr. is standing by to broadcast from the Navy airplane carrier Wolverine. So for his report, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Chicago. Bill Slocum Jr. reporting.
I'm standing now in the flight control deck of a good-sized American aircraft carrier, knifing her way under full steam in the general direction of Chicago, Illinois. In fact, I can see Chicago's skyline glimmering in the distance, for strange as it seems, this carrier, Captain Charles Lee's SS Wolverine, plies the fresh waters of Lake Michigan, teaching Navy flyers the precise art of landing dive bombers, torpedo, and fighter planes on the decks of pitching ships. Below me is the flight deck, and scattered along its sides are the members of the plane handling crews. They give the carrier a slight Walt Disney touch in Technicolor, for each man wears a shirt of yellow, green, pink, or red with skin-tight helmets and matching colors, and in many cases goggles. Each color designates a different job. To carry out the weird effect, a couple of baby Frankensteins totter around dressed from head to foot in white asbestos. They'll go into any flame a crash might start. Standing beside me in a tiny booth that juts out over the flight deck is Lieutenant Commander Walter Blatchford, the Wolverine's air officer. He runs the show during landing operations and supplements the visual signals with a little sideline coaching via shortwave radio. That's flight quarters, so the planes must be near.
That is right, Mr. Slocum. Captain, the planes are in sight.
Wolverine, from Jig 1-5. Signal. Affirmative. I'm approaching the ship on the port quarter.
That was from one of the planes. Signal affirmative means that the pilot of Jig 15 has the Wolverine in sight.
Jig 15 from Wolverine. The ship is coming into the wind. Stand by to land aboard.
Wolverine, from Jig 1-5. Wilco, and out.
Wilco means will comply, synonymous to the more common Roger.
Qualification group from Wolverine. Enter the landing circle and land aboard.
The planes are now breaking formation and losing altitude. Their wheels begin to poke out from their sleek bottoms, and quickly, unbelievably quickly, they have changed their formation from a V to a landing circle. They have formed this circle on the Wolverine's port side, and the first plane is making its approach to land aboard. At the head of the runway, the signal officer, or flag waver, is waving his paddles over his head, and with some fervor, too. The plane roars back up again. Commander, what's he telling the pilot?
Mr. Slocum, we try to keep the signals to a minimum. The one you just saw is one of the most important. It's the wave-off. The pilot was too low for a landing, a fact which I'm now going to let him in on. Jig 1-5, this is Wolverine. Too low and slow on your last approach. Enter the groove higher, watch the signal officer, and answer signals promptly. Acknowledge, over.
This is Jig 1-5. Wilco, and out.
Now another plane approaches for a landing. It's in the groove, which is carrier talk for being right above the ship's wake, headed for the deck. The signal officer waves his paddles just a bit. The plane is not quite level. There, he levels off. He's almost over the ship's tail now. The signal officer flashes a paddle across his throat. Pilot cuts his motor. There it is. He's coming in. Listen. Just a few feet and he stops. Most of us are familiar with the braking technique on a carrier. For security reasons, I cannot describe exactly how it's done. But it's done quickly and efficiently. Now the plane handling crew is all over the plane. Each man has an assigned job. One man, Fly 1, the plane dispatcher, has checked tires and motor. Now he's standing in front of the plane whirling his right arm. The pilot revs up his motors. Fly 1 points down the deck and the plane is off. Listen. Rookie pilots from the Glenview Air Station have made some 15,000 landings on the Wolverine without accident. An unbeatable tribute to the Navy and naval aviation on this, its 30th birthday. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Next, for news of other developments here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Robert Lewis reporting. Prime Minister Churchill's visit to Washington this week is expected to result in the formulation of Anglo-American plans for the administration of the occupied European countries as they're liberated from Hitler's grasp. Diplomatic observers here see this as the main object of the Prime Minister's visit for several reasons. First, all plans for military operations against both Germany and Japan presumably are already well on the way toward perfection. And secondly, it's felt that the two English-speaking countries will want to have worked out beforehand, and this includes an agreement with Russia, the basic principles that'll be followed when the Allied armies start to put the squeeze on Hitler. At the same time, the report that a meeting of Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt is imminent is discounted here somewhat on the theory that any military operations involving a second front in Europe would be strictly a British and American affair. However, a meeting of other high-ranking representatives from the three countries is not ruled out for the simple reason that if Churchill and Roosevelt do discuss post-war policies, the Russians would be fully informed and consulted. The Office of Price Administration has announced restrictions on the sale of coal to homeowners in 12 northeastern states and the District of Columbia. Effective September 1st, such purchases will be limited to 50% of last year's total consumption until the 1st of December. Now back to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
There is little of the beauty of America's smart set in the equipment now pouring from the great admiral plants. For this is war, and the weapons of war are grim, stern, ruthless, not beautiful in the sense that we once knew beauty. All the efforts of admiral scientists, engineers, technicians are being devoted to this one task, the task of making admiral-built electronic equipment the durable, dependable instruments our boys at the front need to bring us final victory. And to you on the home front, Admiral gives this assurance. The Admiral radio that will be yours after the war will include all the advances in the science of electronics now going into these sturdy weapons of war. In the meantime, take care of the set you now have. Call your Admiral dealer in case of emergency and be assured that he will do everything in his power to keep your radio operating at peak efficiency. After the war, Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, will bring you an even better Admiral radio than you knew before.
Attention, men and women of Chicago. Your country needs you. Help build vital communication equipment for our frontline fighters at the great Admiral plants in Chicago. The work is easy and interesting. No experience is necessary, and you'll be paid while learning. The factories are modern with the latest type machinery as well as company cafeterias for your convenience. Simply go to the employment office of the Admiral plant at 4150 North Knox Avenue by taking a Montrose streetcar to 4600 West. Or take the Armitage Avenue car to the Admiral plant at 3815 Armitage. Get into radio now. The modern business with a great future. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Continental Radio and Television Corporation brings you World News Today, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM Chicago. World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
British and Canadian troops have widened their bridgehead on the toe of the Italian mainland to a strip of land at least 40 miles wide, and great air fleets continue the systematic destruction of enemy communications. There's an unconfirmed report that the Italian fleet has abandoned the big naval base at Taranto. In Russia, the Ukrainian steel center of Stalino seems to be next on the Red Army's schedule of reconquest. And in the Pacific, American planes have all but wiped out the Jap base at Salamaua and Lai in New Guinea. Now, news direct from the Mediterranean, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers. John Daly reporting.
The British and Canadian troops of the 8th Army in the last 24 hours have tripled the length of the front they hold on the toe of Italy. Every town and every inch of coastal highway from Bagnara above the Straits of Messina to Melito, more than 30 miles to the south, is firmly in our hands. Today's official communique says the advance continues along the whole front. Bagnara fell to British commandos on Friday night, less than 24 hours after 0 hour. The commandos, coming in from the sea, met with little opposition and rapidly formed a junction with the forces who had landed at San Giovanni to the south. Meanwhile, the troops who landed originally at Reggio drove down the coast road to occupy Melito under the toe with no opposition worthy of the name. In spite of increased demolition, which is causing some delay, Axis opposition remains comparatively weak. Some 2,000 prisoners have been taken, mainly Italians, who didn't fight. It is possible that the Axis forces may have pulled out of the toe. They are like a man fighting a lion out on the end of a tree limb who has to look back continuously to make sure no one is saving or sawing the limb behind him. Somewhere in the foot of Italy, it's expected that the Axis will make a stand. That somewhere will probably be a point where the constant threat of an Allied flanking movement by sea is partially neutralized by enough land space to leave a fighting chance for a quick withdrawal. In the air, there was a slight increase in Axis opposition yesterday. 20 enemy fighters carried out an ineffective attack against our supply lines in the Straits of Messina. 8 of them were shot down. Meanwhile, our tactical air force roamed all over the Italian toe looking for targets and not finding very many. The strategic air force, in spite of bad weather, successfully attacked airfields, railway and road concentrations, and radio installations near Naples. One contributing factor to the lack of Axis opposition is the chaotic condition of their communications. Reconnaissance photographs taken within the last 24 hours show the Axis rail communications very seriously damaged from Bolzano in the north, only 30 miles from the Austrian border, all the way down to the tip of the Italian toe. Rail lines radiating out of Bolzano, Trento, Pisa, Cancello, Pescaro, Benevento, and Aversa, all key junction points are either cut or blocked by smashed rolling stock, tremendous craters, blasted tracks, and blown bridges. Damage to highways has also been severe. Important bridges have been blasted to rubble. This is still fundamentally a war of supply, and we have hit the Axis where it hurts most in destroying his supply line. Now back to CBS in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Here is an example of cooperation between air and surface forces that resulted in the capture of an enemy submarine. Cooperation made possible through the use of radio. An Allied patrol bomber operating near the coast of England surprised a Nazi U-boat cruising on the surface. The sub crash dived, but was blown back above water by a series of well-placed bombs. Crippled and unable to submerge, it lay helpless while the plane, its bomb racks empty, grimly circled and kept vigilant guns trained on the conning tower. Without radio, this encounter might have ended in a stalemate, but a message from the plane brought a surface vessel to take over the U-boat, to finish the work begun by a land-based bomber. Here is another dramatic instance of the use our fighting men are making of the equipment now pouring from Admiral assembly lines. These uses are many and varied, but wherever Admiral-built instruments are found, whether in the sub-zero cold of the stratosphere or the burning heat of the African desert, our men can be sure they have in their hands electronic weapons of proven dependability. And after the war, when peace has been won, the knowledge gained in building these wartime implements will be yours in the Peacetime Admiral, America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
For a direct report on the latest news in Great Britain, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
London is relaxed and relieved over the knowledge that the long-awaited invasion of Italy has turned out in RAF flank to be a piece of cake. The fighting is expected to get tougher as soon as the British troops come up against the German defense lines. No observers here are willing to venture a guess as to where the Germans will make a stand. But it's known that a number of German divisions are in the south of Italy. In London, it looks as though the Italians would be ready to come to terms at any time. But the Badoglio government is not the real master of the situation in Italy. Those 18-odd divisions of the German army and their supporting Luftwaffe are at the moment the strongest force on the Italian mainland. Informed quarters here believe that we will have to land at least a similar number of divisions in Italy before the Badoglio government could feel free to make a decision in our favor. There are increasingly strong rumors that the northernmost country of Fortress Europe is ready to call it quits. But the British attitude is that if Finland wants to talk peace, they'll have to approach Moscow direct. The Finnish indecision lies in the fact that Germany is feeding them. There is a possibility that if Sweden were willing to reduce the rations of the Swedes by 10%, Finland could be fed and find it possible to retire from the war. London is undoubtedly rather surprised by the news that Marshal Stalin has made a pact with the leaders of the Orthodox Church in Russia, that he has agreed to a meeting of Russian bishops to elect a patriarch of all Russia and to establish a holy synod. Observers here surmise that this Soviet move has a direct bearing on the new situation in the Balkans. The main rift between highly religious Bulgaria and Soviet Russia has always been over the Bolshevik curb on the Orthodox Church. The fact that the Red Army is now re-entering the Ukraine, where the Germans re-established the Orthodox Church during their 2-year occupation, is also reflected in the Kremlin's decision. There are people here who wonder if the timing of Stalin's friendly gesture toward religion had any connection with the Pope's recent peace appeal. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Columbia's traveling reporter, Don Pryor, is in New Orleans ready to interview Andrew J. Higgins, the man credited with the impossible in building PT boats, landing barges, and other crafts for our armed forces. Mr. Higgins has strong views on the utilization of our vast war facilities when the fighting is over. For this interview, Admiral Radio takes you to New Orleans. Don Pryor reporting.
All over America, I have asked all kinds of men what they were planning for the peace, what they thought the chances were to utilize America's vast war facilities when the war is over. I've had all kinds of answers. They range from blank despair to a kind of hypnotic faith that all will be well. In between, there's a strong current of determined purpose that says, by golly, the job's got to be done regardless. One of the greatest spokesmen for that school is Andrew Jackson Higgins of New Orleans. He's the designer and builder of PT boats, landing barges, cargo ships, and other craft, and soon he will be one of the nation's largest builders of cargo airplanes. Mr. Higgins, what's your answer?
There is no room in the world today for the negatives, those who say it can't be done. This war will be won by the positive men, liberals, and so will the peace. We must look forward to the day when our boys will be returning. They will not be satisfied to rake leaves or sell apples on street corners, to be shunted or shoved around. They will demand jobs and decent incomes. It's up to the government and industry alike to plan, to engineer, to see to it that this country will be a better place in which to live than it was before. We have learned that when there is a need, the money to meet that need can be found. There's been too much prattling about balanced budgets, alarm for the national debt. Such negative bugaboos used to maintain the status quo. In time of war, we forget them and go ahead and perform so-called miracles. Should we fear to attempt tasks for peace as great as or even greater than our accomplishments for war? Why should not the vast plants and other enterprises created to produce expendables be even increased for greater employment to create usable things to advance our civilization, to ensure the betterment of our way of life? Why should we hesitate to undertake vast enterprises, such as the creation of superhighways, super railroads, the establishment of great craft training schools, the elimination of the slums to provide decent habitations to all our people? America can do all this.
Well, for the present, Mr. Higgins, there's an immediate problem, manpower.
Yes, but I think a lot of the manpower that's been recruited away from this section will be coming back soon. Ducks fly south in the fall, you know. Aside from that, I believe people leaving non-essential jobs for war work should be given guarantees their old jobs will be secure when the war is over. The same assurance the law gives to soldiers and sailors. Moreover, I believe the government should clarify the situation now, that war plants with proven capacity for economical and quality production will be utilized for peace as well as for war. If people have that assurance,
They would, or should, more cheerfully give up their present job for a job in a war plant.
Well, speaking of post-war use of war plants, how about your own organization? I understand you're interested in boats, helicopters, plywood products, and lots of other things.
I'm interested in everything that will contribute to better living. Better homes, better transportation, lower costs in production, and proper and insured income for the workers. There must be a greater distribution of wealth. There must be universal opportunity for all to acquire education and works training. This can't be done unless we have a national policy and a national plan that calls for these things. It will be useless for any individual to say that he's going to do any one thing or another otherwise.
That was Andrew Jackson Higgins. This is Don Pryor in New Orleans. I return you to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
One of the few places in Europe where both Allied and Axis diplomats and travelers come and go freely is the Spanish capital of Madrid. For a report direct from there, Admiral Radio takes you to Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The big local news in Spain today comes from Burgos, where General Franco presided at the celebration of the founding of the Kingdom of Castile 1,000 years ago. During the remainder of this week, the local headlines will concern the grand finale of the summer season in San Sebastian, where Foreign Minister Jordana, Ambassador Hayes, and the diplomatic corps have been residing. These events are chiefly social, but also have much political significance. Before going north, the Army Superior Council met twice. Such meetings are held only to consider important matters. Aside from politics, all Spain is speculating on whether or not a big-time bullfighter, Domingo Ortega, will appear in Madrid next week. And anything can happen, either inside or outside the ring. Yesterday, bullfight fans carried to the cemetery the body of one of their fallen heroes. Spaniards, of course, are vitally interested in Italy, but consider its collapse a foregone conclusion. One observer commented that it merely was a question of whether Italy would be devoured bit by bit, like eating an artichoke or swallowed in one mouthful. They would not be surprised if a definite offer of peace came from the Council of Ministers in Rome tomorrow. Some think the Allies will drive across Italy, span the Adriatic, and join General Mikhailovich in Yugoslavia and the thousands of patriots in Albania and Greece. Because of this, much importance is attached to the Hungarian Foreign Minister's pessimistic statement yesterday. He said that Hungary only entered the war to defend herself, yet she grabbed part of Yugoslavia and her troops are fighting and retreating in Russia. It's quite possible that the Hungarians, with whom the war was never popular, are exploring ways and means of extricating themselves from Nazi domination. From France comes the story that Maurice Chevalier has started a new mode in men's clothing, the turned-up pants leg. It has had widespread success, for it has become the symbol of those who don't want to be sent to work in Germany. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Doug Edwards in New York.
One of the most important phases of America's war effort is the safe and speedy transportation of American soldiers wherever they're needed, whenever they are needed. To give you a picture of how that gigantic job is being handled on America's railroads, Admiral Radio takes you to the Pullman Company's headquarters in Chicago. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
I'm sitting now in a simple office located in the Pullman Company's Chicago headquarters. Across from me sits an affable-looking gent who claims he's 71 years old. He's got a cigar perched jauntily in the corner of his mouth, and without ever losing a drop of ashes, he sees to it that the tremendous and important demands of the Army Transportation Corps and the Navy are met promptly. His name is Bert Dewey, and of course they call him Admiral. Admiral, tell us how your job works.
That phone rings over there, and the Army or Navy tell me to get so many Pullman cars at such and such a place at a certain time. I do it.
You must know where every Pullman in the country is located at all times.
I do, including the ones in Mexico and Canada.
How long have you been at this sort of work, Admiral?
This is my third war, son. I sent the boys off to two and brought them back after they'd won. And I don't expect to ruin my record with this war.
Is this a tough one on transportation?
The last one was a shuttle service compared to this one. I knew this was going to be a corker the day of Pearl Harbor. The Navy wanted 178 fully equipped sleeping cars at the Great Lakes Naval Training Station within 16 hours.
Did they get them?
Of course they got them.
If tonight is a typical night, how many soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen will you move?
30,000, maybe more, maybe less, but that's typical. You see, they really train the boys for this war. We figure each man makes 7 or 8 trips before he leaves the country. The boys get special training in the mountains, the desert, and in schools. In the last war, they gave them a gun and sent them across.
Supposing that phone rang right now with orders to move 500 officers and 3,500 men to Camp Forrest in Tennessee, from Camp Forrest in Tennessee to Camp Hahn in California, what would you do?
First, I'd check to see what equipment we had going into the Tennessee territory and what was there. I'd contact our representatives in that area and order the number of cars required started to Camp Forrest fully equipped and staffed.
Do you get many rush orders in your department?
Every day. We are apt to have our schedule all set when a must order comes in. That means we must stop everything we are doing and take care of the new order. Perhaps we learn that a trainload of wounded men are on the East Coast waiting to be moved. Injured are always given the right-of-way over all others, so we change our plans immediately and move them.
I don't quite understand why so many Pullman cars are being used. Most of the troop movements I've seen have been in coaches.
They were going on short trips. Actually, 66% of all troops travel in sleeping cars. The Army and Navy insist upon Pullman cars for long hauls.
How many Pullmans does that mean daily?
Around 3,000 cars, and that requires a trained staff from coast to coast.
And one more thing, Admiral. It has nothing to do with the job. But could I look at the man who thinks up names for Pullman cars?
Sorry, Mr. Slocum. He works in a dark room and nobody can bother him. Seriously, though, there is a reason for every name. A mountain car is an observation car with 10 sections. A lake car has 10 sections, one drawing room and 2 compartments, and so on.
Thanks, Bert Dewey, Superintendent of Car Service for the Pullman Company. Thanks for telling us how Pullman cars are named, and thanks for your magnificent contributions to winning this, our third war. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Here in our New York studios to discuss the continuing Russian summer offensive is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Germans are accelerating the pace of their withdrawal from the Donetsk stations, where the Russians have now occupied about half of the important junctions in the rail network centering about the German stronghold of Stalino. The Russians are approaching Stalino from 3 directions, north, northeast, and east. And the further threat to the city is the possibility of its being outflanked from the south by a Russian column which is making some progress along the shore of the Sea of Azov. This German withdrawal is the result of the Russian successes farther north, whose extension toward the Dnieper would inevitably mean the capture or destruction of such troops as might still be in the Donetsk when the Russians reach the Dnieper. The real strategic key to the whole southern front is the area between Kharkov and Poltava, where the Russians are keeping up strong pressure on the German defense lines while also endeavoring to outflank Poltava by a wide sweep to the westward, which has almost reached the river Desna. What is really impressive is the way in which the Russians keep on finding reserves for the extension of their operations in this fashion, and also to keep up the steady pressure on the Germans farther north in the Bryansk and Smolensk areas, which prevents the Germans from withdrawing troops from north to south to meet the increasingly critical situation. Frontline dispatches suggest that previous reports of the deteriorating quality of the German Army's personnel are well-founded. Men of all ages and of various racial origins are to be found in the ranks of the Wehrmacht, which only a year or so ago was almost altogether composed of young men of German birth. This is the German situation as the German armies in South Russia stand faced with the possibility of a disaster before which even that of Stalingrad would seem small. The plain fact is, as Bill Downs, the CBS correspondent in Russia, points out, the Germans have been heavily defeated in Russia this summer, and they are going to have a tough time to get away with no more than the loss of territory. A Russian breakthrough anywhere between Poltava and Izium would mean disaster.
Now Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Robert Lewis reporting.
The continued absence of news concerning the whereabouts of American ground forces in the current operations against Italy seems to be causing little concern here in Washington. Rather, plans are going ahead for the eventual occupation of that country, suggesting that there's more in the immediate future than meets the eye. It's been reported that a 3-power committee composed of British, American, and Russian representatives has been set up to minister the entire Mediterranean area. At the same time, the State Department has appointed C.B. Baldwin, currently the Chief of the Farm Security Administration, as the Director of American Relief and other economic operations in Italy when that country is liberated. In addition, there's another report that the three great Allied powers have agreed to a conference among their foreign ministers or their representatives, which presumably would deal with political aspects of the European war. Rubber Director Jeffers' resignation, announced last night by the White House, is not taken in the same vein as other recent resignations here in Washington. Jeffers' work, as he pointed out in his letter to the President, is practically finished, and while he's been party to several intra-administration fights, there's no feeling that he resigned in a huff. President Roosevelt and other high-ranking administration leaders, in observance of the Labor Day holiday, have called for increased production from workers, management, and the nation's farmers. And while praising past performances, they said that increased output now would save more lives and suffering and bring the day of final victory even closer. Meanwhile, a government move is underway to ease the critical manpower shortages in both the railroad and aircraft industries. West Coast aircraft factories are facing a program which calls for the allocation of manpower, and the railroads have been asked to use war prisoners and suspend some of their peacetime practices to ease their manpower shortages. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
Last week on this Admiral program, you had a striking illustration of one of the roles radio is playing in this war. From the flight deck of the aircraft carrier Wolverine on Lake Michigan, you saw at first hand what it means to be a naval pilot, to land a plane on the pitching deck of a ship. You heard the bump of the wheels as they struck the flight deck, the roar of the engines as the plane took off again, the terse commands of the flight officer, and the immediate response of the plane high overhead. Communication as simple and direct as if the two men were standing side by side. This authentic drama, brought to you by Admiral Radio, is being reenacted in deadly earnest in battle actions all over the world. And wherever our men are fighting, from the storm-swept Aleutians to the jungles of the Solomons, there also will you find Admiral-built equipment helping to bring closer the day of victory. When that day comes, Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers, will again bring you America's Smart Set.
Attention, men and women of Chicago. Your country needs you. Help build vital communication equipment for our frontline fighters at the great Admiral plants in Chicago. The work is easy and interesting. No experience is necessary, and you'll be paid while learning. The factories are modern, with the latest type machinery as well as company cafeterias for your convenience. Simply go to the employment office of the Admiral plant at 4150 North Knox Avenue by taking a Montrose streetcar to 4600 West. Or take the Armitage Avenue car to the Admiral plant at 3815 Armitage. Get into radio now, the modern business with a great future. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Continental Radio and Television Corporation brings you World News Today, direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.